The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, weaver of the stuff that nightmares are made of. It was Shakespeare who said, "You only live once." It was Goethe who said, "You only die once." And Nathan Hale said he regretted he had only one life to give to his country. From all this, then, we gather that all we have is this one time, this one life. However, this may not be entirely true, according to a gentleman you're about to meet. You may have as many lives as you can intelligently arrange for.
But I have no interest in purchasing life insurance.
I am not selling life insurance. I'm selling death insurance.
I don't understand.
We insure you against death.
So does everyone else.
But they don't insure you. If you should die, they pay someone else a sum of money. Of what value is that to you?
Well, what do you do that's different?
We see to it that you don't die. We actually insure it.
I still don't...
Instead of paying us money to give to somebody if you should die, you pay us money. And we make certain you keep on living. You see, you become our gold-plated blue-chip investment.
How can you make certain I can keep on living?
By seeing to it that nothing comes up that could terminate your life.
Our mystery drama, The Coffin with the Golden Nails, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the midst of life, we are in the midst of death, the book tells us. And this should teach us that survival is largely a matter of perception. And perception is the ability to see through the trappings directly into the heart of the matter. Therefore, people with perception never overstay their welcome, never overplay their hand, and are never caught in the rain without an umbrella. A man of perception was Ramon Zorilla, Colonel Ramon Zorilla, chief of the secret police of one of those little nickel-and-dime dictatorships somewhere south of the border. The colonel had an ingrained cruelty and a sheer delight in the sufferings of helpless human beings. We're about to witness the colonel at work.
One moment, if you please. I am Colonel Ramon Carlos Vicente Maria de Zorilla y Sanchez. And this is my story. And I resent the way the gentleman has presented me. I am not some monstrous, sadistic brute. As a dedicated patriot, I was part of a holy crusade to restore law, order, decency, and respect to my beloved country. Well?
She refuses to talk, Colonel.
Refuses? Refuses? Young woman, is it possible that you believe you're attending a dance where you may grant or refuse a gentleman the pleasure of a waltz? What does this animal call herself?
Anita Dionise.
Anita Dionise. Corporal, hand me a whip. Now, Anita Dionise, you have a pretty face. You also have some information. You may not keep both. Which shall you give up? Who are your companions? Choose. Very well. You have chosen. Yes? Who? A Mr. Chrysalis. I never heard of him. Send him away.
Ah, Colonel. I am Mr. Chrysalis.
I told my sergeant you are not to be admitted. I'll teach him.
You should teach him how to block a right cross to the chin.
I could have you shot.
Sit down before I take my business elsewhere.
Do you know who you're talking to?
How old are you? 30? 35? Very good bones on that face. We can do a lot with them. And you were a school teacher before you got into all of this? What did you teach?
I was an assistant professor of zoology at the university. Hey, now see here.
My name is Mr. Chrysalis. I am sales manager of Metamorphosis Incorporated. My card, sir?
What does all this mean?
You, a biologist, ask the meaning of metamorphosis?
I know what it means. A transmutation, a transformation from one life to another.
Precisely.
And now I've had enough of this.
And that is what I propose to do with you. Ask me why.
Why?
Within 90 days, the revolution will come to this country.
Who has told you this fairy tale? This infamous...
Soon you shall have a new government, which will do unto you as you did unto others. I am here to sell you insurance.
Insurance? What kind of insurance are you talking about?
The name of our company answers your question.
Metamorphosis?
Yes. All of our clients have been metamorphosized into other people, and they lead their new lives out in the open.
Ha! You must be insane.
Consider the monarch butterfly. It leads two distinctly different lives. First, a caterpillar, an ugly, crawling creature with a ground's eye view of life. Second, a butterfly, beautiful, airborne, free. Let us say one is seeking the caterpillar. Does one look for him in the butterfly?
Chrysalis.
Ah, enlightenment. Now you know the meaning of my name, Chrysalis, a cocoon. The safe, snug haven where the metamorphosis takes place. The dark brown shell with the bright yellow spots. What do you call it?
The coffin with the golden nail.
Precisely. And you shall enter that coffin not to die, but to be born again.
How?
A complete plastic surgery for your face, and you will teach zoology in an American university.
But how?
You will have documents, a birth certificate, diplomas, recommendations.
But I can't. I don't speak English.
You will, and with an authentic Midwestern accent.
This is a hoax.
It will require a full year of round-the-clock concentration and study. That is why the fee is $1 million.
1 million? I don't have $1 million.
The chief of secret police doesn't have at least $1 million? Sir, you insult my intelligence. Now, for $1 million, you become Dr. Stanley Parker. Stanley Parker, assistant professor of zoology at Southwest A&M in the good old U.S. of A.
I understand what you say. I even see how it might be done. I could change my face and learn the language, but...
What is the problem?
I am the problem. Me. Something in me was never satisfied with the academic life. Something in me demanded, will always demand, action, excitement, and, yes, violence. I could never settle down. I need violence.
No. Colonel Ramon Zoria was the caterpillar. Stanley Parker shall be the butterfly. There will be nothing of Zoria in Parker. Your attitude toward life shall be different. You will believe in a new philosophy, be moved by another psychology. We shall change more, much more than your face and your voice. Zoria was a devil. Parker shall be a saint.
It required more than a year, even more than 2 years. I was taken to an island somewhere in the West Indies, exactly where I cannot say. And in that place, Ramon Carlos Vicente Maria de Zoria y Sanchez died slowly, and a man named Stanley Zebulon Parker was born. That is not to say that all memory of Carlos died. Oh, no. I remembered everything about him, everything he was, but he was no longer me. His speech was no longer mine. His long, narrow head seemed to be rounder, his nose shorter, his chin wider. This needed the better part of a year. All visible traces of Ramon Zoria were gone, but my original fears remained.
I told you it would come slowly. Look at yourself. Listen. Who would even dream you were Ramon Zoria?
I would. Yes, I agree. I am the voice and the image of a man named Stanley Parker, but I still think and feel like Ramon Zoria.
Of course, and you must help us change you. In the change is your true safety. The caterpillar enters the chrysalis, the coffin with the golden nails, and within he is given more than a different form and shape. He is given another mind.
And I was changed. I don't know how it was done. I don't remember. I know another year went by. I lived in a constant sea of what must have been electric currents. I was always feeling waves of shock. There were always electrodes, always sparks, always the sharp smell of electricity. I was someone else. Oh, don't say a human being cannot be changed. I know better. I know.
Do you remember Ramon Zoria?
Yes, I remember him.
Do you remember being him?
Yes.
What's the matter? Are you ill?
Yes, I feel...
An attack of nausea coming?
Yes. Every time I think of Zoria, I can't help it. I feel sick.
Why?
His loud voice, any loud, harsh voice, disturbs me. The gun, that heavy automatic pistol, I can't stand the idea of it. And a knife, a dagger, and a whip. These things, I'm dizzy.
And killing?
The thought of killing, of hurting, of inflicting pain on any living creature.
Even for a good reason?
There's never a good reason.
Well, Professor Parker, I would say that you are just about ready to fly.
Excuse me. I'm trying to read your name badge. Professor Dionis?
I'm Anita Dionis.
How do you do? I'm Stanley Parker. Biology.
I've come here to teach Latin American literature.
Oh, that's interesting. I can't say I've read very much literature of Latin America.
Well, aren't you going to ask me about it?
Ask you about what?
You've been staring at it for the past half hour.
Staring?
The scar on my face.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. It's just that it's so...
Horrible. I'm accustomed to having people stare at me.
May I ask how it came about?
Oh, some years ago, the government of my country, the democratic government, was destroyed by a military junta. And my family, the Dionis family...
The, Dionis family?
Oh, I'm sure you've never heard of us. But we all joined the underground, and I was captured. I had the honor to be interrogated by the head of the secret police himself. A monster called Colonel Ramon Zoria.
Zoria?
Interrogated. He slashed me across the face with his whip.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why, you've gone so pale. You look ill. Please, sit down. Could I get you something?
I don't know what came over me.
Well, you North Americans. This is so foreign to your experience.
I understand there's been another revolution down there.
Yes. The swine has been driven out. Some of the big ones have gone into hiding all over the world. But one by one, we smoke them out.
We?
We have justice teams. My own brother leads one, and day and night he seeks Zoria. Zoria murdered our father.
Dionys. I don't even remember that name.
But why would you remember?
A daughter mutilated, a father murdered. When I say I don't remember reading about it.
Oh, I'm sure even Zoria himself wouldn't remember. We were among hundreds of thousands, millions in every country. We are the nameless ones.
About that scar, they do wonders with plastic surgery these days.
Yes, I know. But I must continue to wear the scar to remind me that Ramon Zoria has not yet been brought to justice.
Oh? Is it possible, perhaps, he may be dead?
Well, we will only be convinced when someone has seen his dead body. And until that time, the hunt will continue. Oh, but why do we talk of such things? I am sure it has no real meaning for you.
Touched a nerve when she said, I'm sure even Zoria himself wouldn't remember. And it's tragically true. Zoria himself did forget all about her, the day, the hour, the minute after he slashed her face. And here we have Stanley Parker, a man with a present and future, but no past. Because that past, which belongs to Ramon Zoria, has been transformed. Can Stanley Parker survive him? I'll be back in just a few moments with Act 2. Colonel Ramon Zoria was a fanatic. He would torture and kill all who disagreed with him. Stanley Parker will faint at the sight, even the thought of blood. And yet, Zoria and Parker are one and the same human being. How is it possible? Why do you even ask? Consider what has already occurred in this, the age we live in. Is anything impossible?
Good evening, Professor Parker.
Oh, it's Mr. Chrysalis.
May I come in? Thank you.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
I'm here to sell you some more insurance.
Oh, but I really don't need any.
Oh, but you do. Suppose someone were hunting for you, and he started to come close.
Oh, but that's impossible. There's nothing of Ramon Zoria about me anymore. I spoke to a young lady just last week. She'd have a good reason to know Ramon Zoria, but she never...
Well, what if this lady, or her brother, or someone else, were to somehow unravel...
But I'm not Zoria, you know that. I'm someone else.
Precisely. You are a person who is unable to protect himself. Therefore, metamorphosis will see to it that you are protected at all times.
But I don't need... Look, I dislike argument.
Our fee is 10% of your annual salary.
Even if someone were to threaten me, I'm unable to kill.
You will not have to. We do it for you.
I will not be a party to any killing.
Nevertheless, we shall insist on our fee.
It's blackmail.
It's in your best interests. Now, about Miss Dionys. Campus gossip has it you see a great deal of her.
I feel drawn to her.
Do you have a feeling of guilt?
Yes.
But why? What has Stanley Parker to do with the deeds of Ramon Zoria? Is the butterfly to blame for the depredations of the worm?
Maybe it's more than that. Maybe I'm falling in love with her. Do I dare?
My boy, you are a brand new human being. You may dare anything.
Oh, dear. I'm a terrible skater. But at least I come from a tropical country. What's your excuse?
I never got around to learning.
And I thought all North Americans knew how to skate.
Well, that's like saying all South Americans know how to tango.
They probably do.
Why are you laughing so much?
I'm having fun.
Are you?
Oh, it's been so many years since I could do something silly like this. Why, Why, the last time I was out with a man, he was my group leader. And we walked arm in arm down San Sebastian Boulevard.
In Aragonia, the main street.
That's right. Well, how would you know?
I've become interested in your country.
Why?
Because it's your country, and everything about you interests me.
We pretended we were lovers. Under my dress was an ammunition belt. Under his coat was a submachine gun. And that's why I feel so good right now. Just to be out with a handsome man, to be a woman again.
It was a great afternoon. I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, why don't you come in? Perhaps I could find something for supper.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to go to any trouble.
Oh, come on. You must tell me all about yourself, Stanley. Why are you afraid? Always afraid that you may cause someone trouble. I want to know everything about you.
There isn't much to tell.
Oh, there's a whole lifetime to tell. Now, into the kitchen and we'll see what's in the refrigerator. I'm a terrible housekeeper. Some eggs and...
You speak English perfectly.
Well, I was educated in the United States. I only returned home so I could fight against the junta.
Was that the only reason you returned?
Oh, I suppose I was an idealist.
You say was.
Well, not so much anymore.
Why?
Well, regardless of who's in power, somebody is going to be persecuted. That is the...
You should be trying to write a new ending to that story.
I would rather hear about your story.
My story?
Where were you born?
In the United States.
I know that, silly. Where?
Indianapolis.
Do you know, I went to college with a girl from Indianapolis. I visited her quite often. Her name was Helen Morrison. Did you know the Morrisons?
No, I don't believe so.
Where did you go to college?
Northern Institute of Technology.
But Helen Morrison married a boy from there. What was his name? I was maid of honor at the wedding. Can't remember his name. Walter Pierce. Did you know him?
No.
Anita.
Fernando! Oh, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Stanley, my brother, Fernando Dionis. Fernando, Stanley Parker.
How do you do?
Anita, where were you all afternoon?
Stanley and I were skating.
I hope you had a good time.
What's wrong?
Yes, you had a good time. Your cheeks are flushed, your eyes are sparkling. And Ramon Zaria is still alive.
I'm sorry.
We swore on our father's grave that we wouldn't rest until...
I know that.
And so what have you done today that has brought us closer to this month?
Today I did something for me. Sit. Sit quietly. Let us all sit quietly. Stanley is someone who has become very dear to me, very close to me. And he will be your brother to help make up for the brother we lost. Stanley, can you say something to Fernando?
What can I say? I'm not a man of violence. You know that, Anita.
But that's why you should say something. Because the men of violence have nothing to say to us anymore.
Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And let us leave it to him.
No.
You must.
Why?
Because it must all end somewhere. The violence, the destruction must end.
Yes? Shall I publish a notice? Run a worldwide advertisement to Colonel Ramon Zaria. Wherever you are safe, you are forgiven, rejoice. We would love to hear that.
Ramon Zaria is not laughing these days at anyone.
How would you know?
Is it beyond possibility that Zaria may have learned and that he has become someone else?
That monster can learn nothing. He has to be destroyed. And I know. I'm close to him.
How do you know?
Because we captured Martinez.
Juan Martinez, El Borracho.
How would you know Juan Martinez?
Because of me. Stanley has become an authority on our country.
Martinez was taken by my team. He was living in England. And he had the most fantastic cover. He was posing as an Englishman.
Posing?
More than that, passing. His face had been changed. His voice was different. He spoke English perfectly.
And still, you were able to get...
He talked before he died. He was always a bull of jelly. And he told the most fantastic yarn. He said there's an organization that specializes in changing people.
He said that?
Yes. It rearranges people completely.
But why would he say a thing like that?
To stall for time.
Oh.
Obviously, he was hoping to make a deal with us to save his life. He even named the organization.
He did?
Yes. Metamorphosis Incorporated.
Metamorphosis?
Far-fetched as it seemed. I wanted to let him talk more, but the others were hotheads. They killed him. But when I searched his desk, I found a check. He had just written it. Paid to the order of Metamorphosis $5,000.
And what else did you find out?
He was right. There is such an organization, and it can change people. You should see how it changed him. But I don't care how it changed Zoria. I'll find him too.
Hello?
Stanley, did I wake you?
No, Anita. I haven't gone to bed yet.
I called because I wanted to know if you're all right.
Oh, I'm fine.
I know you were quite uncomfortable this evening. Fernando can sound so bloodthirsty.
I understand, Fernando.
Oh, darling, you understand everyone, and that's why I love you. Oh, perhaps I shouldn't have said that.
I love you, too.
You are the most wonderful human being I ever met. Come see me tomorrow, promise?
Yes, darling. I promise.
Good night, my dearest.
Good night. Who?
Hello?
Fernando.
Good evening.
Fernando, what can I do for you?
You can tell me about metamorphosis? You know all about metamorphosis, don't you? Colonel Zoria.
He does know all about metamorphosis, but how does Fernando know that? The disguise was perfect. The cover was flawless. The personality change was complete. And yet, here we have Fernando ready to pull the trigger. What could have gone wrong? What little did it, if any? Why don't you try to solve it? And we can check each other out when I return in just a few moments with Act 3. If there's no such thing as the perfect crime, can there be such a thing as the perfect cover-up? Everything about Stanley Parker differs from Colonel Ramon Zoria. Appearance, language, personality. And yet, Fernando de Onís sees right through the disguise. He looks at Parker and perceives Zoria, bearing out, of course, what we had said about perception at the very beginning of our story. But what has he perceived?
Why do you call me Ramon Zoria?
That's who you are. Do you deny it?
Yes.
I can prove it.
I am not Zoria now.
Oh, yes, true. You were Zoria.
Yes.
The last time we confronted each other, you placed a pistol against my head. You remember?
I don't remember.
Don't lie.
I don't remember because there were so many of you. So many thousands of you. How can I remember?
Do you know how we found your friend Martinez? Through his fingerprints. Can you imagine? This metamorphosis makes such seemingly magical changes, but the fingerprints remain the same.
And you found me through my fingerprints?
Yes.
How?
It was a joke on my part. I carried the fingerprints of all of you, always, on the chance. And tonight I couldn't sleep. I said, Zoria will be completely different. He will be someone I would never suspect.
And what made you suspect me?
Nothing. I said to myself, who is the least likely person? Why, Stanley Parker. He is so obviously a Midwestern American. Oh, but Stanley is a zoologist. So was Zoria. And I was laughing to myself. It was so silly. I said, well, let us check the fingerprints just as an exercise. Yours were on a glass.
And what will you do with me?
Kill you.
Does Anita know?
She'll have to.
Why? You can have Zoria, but let her keep Parker, at least in her memory.
No, the whole world must know, especially the scum who are still in hiding. Let them realize there is no escape.
You're not going to kill Ramon Zoria. He is already dead.
I listen to you. You know how? The way you listen to others. With deaf ears.
He died on an island long ago.
He will die here and now. Go ahead and pray.
And what's wrong with praying? It's the will of the Lord that I be found. I'm content. You may kill me.
I was hoping you would put up a fight. I would beg for your mercy.
That would make it easier for you, wouldn't it?
Or offer me a fortune, the way Martinez did. How can you stand there quietly, as if you're judging me? What am I going to do with you?
What you set out to do. Kill me.
No, we didn't set out to kill. We wanted to bring you, all of you, to justice.
Then bring me to justice.
But you're not Zoria. Not anymore. Who am I bringing to justice?
Allow me to solve your problem.
No, don't! Oh! You killed him.
Of course.
Why? Why did you kill him?
My dear boy, I have a very substantial investment to protect.
You didn't have to kill him.
In another minute, you'd have been weeping on each other's shoulder.
Why did you kill him?
You see now the value of an insurance policy? Come, we must dispose of his body.
What did the police say?
They said it was a holdup, that he was robbed on the street.
It happened.
No! It was Zoria.
Zoria?
It can only mean Zoria felt Fernando was coming closer. It means Zoria must be here. Somewhere.
But how could Zoria be here?
Because Fernando is dead. Oh, Stanley. Stanley, please help me. You're all I have left in the world now. Say you'll help me. Say you'll help me find Zoria and kill him. Promise.
I promise.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself lately, Mr. Parker?
Oh, what do you want?
I've had some disturbing reports about you.
Such as?
Such as drinking. Even as Zoria, you never
Join me?
Oh, no. Besides, we have a very serious matter to discuss. Anita Dionys.
What about Anita Dionys?
She'll destroy you.
That's a lie.
Look at yourself.
I stood by while you killed a man here in my home.
Well, that was necessary.
It was murder. And I'm as guilty as if I had pulled the trigger. I can't face her, and I can't face myself, and I don't know what to do.
The answer is not in the bottle.
There's no answer at all anywhere. I'm what you made me. Stanley Parker. Idealist, pacifist, lover of all mankind.
It's a delicate operation, as you know. And perhaps we went just a tiny bit too far.
How can you go too far?
Well, you can endow a man with too much love. We did that to you. We should make an adjustment. We'll have to teach you to accept killing.
No.
To understand the necessity for it. You will have to accept a certain fact of life.
What?
We shall have to kill Anita Dionys.
No. Never.
She is about ready to uncover your identity.
What do you mean?
She's getting there. Slowly. Very soon she will discover that she must kill you. Before that happens, you must have your adjustment.
I don't know what it was. Perhaps it was all a bad dream. But it was like that first time with the electricity. The sharp, searing, exquisite pain. And certain thoughts were clashing in my brain. Ideas. This is not a perfect world. Man does what he must. The art of compromise. No laws are absolute. Morality is relative. And I don't know. Had I gone back to the island, or was it another bad dream? But there was an idea in my head, an idea. I knew I had to call Anita and ask her something, ask her to go somewhere. Anita?
Hello, stranger. Where have you been?
I've been busy. I was wondering, care to have a picnic lunch tomorrow? We can go into the country.
Yes,
What is it?
Stanley, I have some questions I'd like to ask you.
Oh? Such as?
It can wait till tomorrow. Stanley, I would like to ask you a question.
Yes?
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm Stanley Parker.
Who is Stanley Parker?
Stanley Parker is a man who loves you very much and wants to marry you.
Trying to know you is like trying to hold quicksilver. You see, I checked up on you.
Oh? What made you do that?
I don't know. But there is no record of your being born in Indianapolis, Indiana.
I have a birth certificate.
But the record does not exist in their records, and there's no record of your having attended Northeastern Institute of Technology.
I have a diploma.
But the record does not exist at the school. Not a single teacher can remember you. Who are you?
Who do you think I am?
You are Zoria, aren't you?
Yes.
You know what I have to do now, don't you? I have to kill you.
But I've become someone else.
It's too late.
I'm Stanley Parker. You love me.
Oh, this has nothing to do with you and me. This concerns a monster named Zoria.
Do you mean you would shoot me, actually shoot me?
I am prepared.
I'm sorry to intervene at such a tender moment. You will please allow that pistol to fall to the ground, Miss Dionys. That's it. Splendid. Pick it up, Stanley. Very good. Now, unfortunately...
Do we have to kill her?
Oh, yes.
Look, we can let her go. We can make her promise.
Can we make you promise anything, Miss Dionys?
No.
But to kill...
Oh, come now. That's what we worked on these past few weeks.
Yes, but
The first law of life. What is it?
Survival.
Say it again.
Survival.
The second great law of life.
Kill or be killed.
How does that square with the commandment, thou shalt not kill?
We here below are imperfect creatures.
You're 35 years old. You have more than half your life ahead of you. A beautiful, happy, productive life. Shall you throw it away for her?
No.
Then shoot her. It's your life or hers. You don't believe me? Ask her. Ask her.
Anita, is it true?
Yes. Your life or mine.
You'll have to kill her, Stanley.
Why me? Why not you?
Both of us will be guilty of the murder. Shall it make a difference which one pulls the trigger?
No.
Then you do it.
Anita, we could find a way. The past is dead.
No, it's alive. It has just been reborn. Metamorphosis. I see it happening. How strange. In reverse. Parker is becoming Zoria.
No. You can have certain ideals. You can have your life, but you cannot have both. You must give up one. Choose.
And now Parker is talking like Zoria.
Shoot her.
I am not talking like Zoria. I'm not.
Shoot her right now.
I can't. I can't.
I will.
No, you won't. You won't. You won't kill her. You won't kill anyone anymore. Anita, go away from here.
You're hit. He wounded you.
No. He killed me.
I'll get a doctor.
No.
I'll get a doctor.
No, I have to die. You know that, don't you?
I don't want you to die. Even if you were Zoria. Even if you were. You've become another person.
No, I'm still Zoria. You see, the real life, the long life, the working life is the caterpillar. The butterfly only lives a short day. The butterfly is only a dream. A caterpillar's dream.
I love you.
And I love you. And it's just as well that I die.
You're not Zoria. You're Stanley Parker.
Only for a little while. But you see, slowly, I was becoming Zoria once more. Because that's the only life I really know how to lead. The only life I ever wanted. Goodbye, Anita.
No.
Don't be sorry for me. Who else? What other human being has eaten the dust and tasted the sun? I have been both. The caterpillar and the butterfly. Oh.
How many lives do we have? Surely it would be hasty to say only one. The caterpillar has two. How many lives have you had? Or how many lives are you leading now? I only have one that I know of, and I'll be back to tell you how we might share an experience in just a few moments. Three people were killed in our story, but that wasn't what it was all about. It was about the chrysalis, the coffin with the golden nails, where the magical changes take place. And consider, an ordinary, simple creature, with nothing even faintly resembling our intelligence, can create all that is dull to all that is beautiful. Why is that beyond man, who is the highest form of life? When, if at all, shall we ever learn to do that? Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Marion Seldes, Ralph Bell, and Christopher Tabori. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Do you hear anything? Music of some kind.
Somebody's whistling.
It's Yankee Doodle. Seems to be coming from that window. Come, let's see.
Oh, please be very careful, Cousin Amy. Open the drapes slowly.
Cousin Susan, quickly. Quickly, come here at once.
What is it? What's wrong?
Look up there, in the dark. Do you see what I see?
Where?
Up there, among the branches of that huge tree.
It can't be. Do you suppose
it is the face and head of Cuthbert Thrush, tilted over to one side,
floating in the air,
bathed in a kind of eerie blue light?
just his head and face, nothing more?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are many things we believe whose existence can in no way be proven. The possibility of peace in the world is one. Man's inborn goodness is another. Or do I repeat myself? The beneficence of nature, the infinite genius of science, the feasibility of a utopian state, and the most abiding faith of all, the reality of a supreme God and man's undying soul.
Oh, the darkness. The deep, impenetrable darkness. Like a starless night on a country road and no moon. No, darker than that. A tunnel that stretches on and on, endlessly on. Black as ink. As coal, as pitch. But wait, look there. Look there.
Our mystery drama, Body and Soul, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Preoccupation with the human soul is as old as Egypt, and probably older. Before men had devised a system of writing to express their thoughts and feelings, they may well have thought and felt that each one of them possessed a something quite extraneous to his body, even as we do now. And that is why this story is called Body and Soul.
What a trashy book, honestly.
Who is that woman? She's sitting in front of the window reading.
Nothing but sex, sex, sex.
She's holding a book in front of her face. How very strange. I can see her face right through the book.
Filthy. Absolutely filthy.
And I can see the back of the chair and the wall behind that. Now, isn't that odd?
I wonder if the mail has arrived. You think it has, Mrs. Burton?
And through the wall?
Mrs. Burton, you think the mail has come yet?
I can see through the book, through her head, through the chair, through the wall. I can see the vines growing up outside of the wall. I can see the top of the mulberry tree. Now, isn't that odd that I should be able to do that?
You asleep, Mrs. Burton?
Doesn't seem odd, though. It seems very natural.
Well, you just go ahead and sleep. You need all the rest you can get.
The most natural thing in the world.
Back in a jiffy.
I'm glad she's gone. She's lighting a cigarette. Why did she say she was going to see about the mail? I'm glad she left the room because I seem to be waiting for something. That sound. What was it? Where did it come from? Why did I hear it in my left ear and not in my right ear? That's strange. But it's not strange. It's right. It's really right. My hair is getting thin and back. I'm lying on my back for so long, I suppose. Why, look at that. I actually have a little bald spot on the back of my head where the hair is thinned out. About as big as $50. Yes, I can see it clearly. My. What's this in front of me? Hanging down from where? From the ceiling? From the roof? From the sky? Is it a ribbon? A rope? A string? It's very lovely. It's the color of moonlight. What's that? Smoke. Smoke from that cigarette she's smoking out in the hall. No. It's rising straight up from where I'm lying. It's mist, fog, haze. So delicate, so fine, like a cobweb. And the silver string falls through it. And I'm rising through the mist, along the silver string, rising, floating above everything, and looking down. Who is that? Who is that woman down there? She's lying on a bed so still, hardly breathing. So pale, so quiet, so thin, so wasted. What? It's myself. That's Laura Burton lying there. I've been sick for a long time. That's why I look so worn, so exhausted. Oh, poor Laura. Poor Laura. I don't like to leave you, but I must. I must. Feel the wind. Oh, feel the wind. I'm traveling very fast, and the wind is very strong. And I'm traveling with it. And I'm flying with it. I'm as fast as the wind, and I am the wind. The wind is me, and I am the wind. But the darkness, the deep, impenetrable darkness, like a starless night on a country road and no moon. No darker than that. A deep well, deep as the earth is deep. No, a tunnel, a long tube of some sort that stretches on and on, endlessly on, black as ink, as coal, as pitch. But wait. Look there, look there. A light, a tiny little light, and I'm flying toward it, straight on, so fast. Oh, so eager am I to reach that light. I come closer and closer, so fast and faster and faster, and I'm here. I'm here. Oh, how lovely it all is. How beautiful, how tranquil. Here is all the peace and rest I shall ever need or want. Where am I? Can this be paradise? Oh, there are flowers. See the flowers. Smell the flowers. And the golden light. It's not the sun. I see no sun. Only a shimmer of golden light. Oh, that poor woman. The one I left lying on her back in bed. Laura Burton. Wasn't that her name? I'd nearly forgot her. There she is, poor thing. So tired. So ill. The door's opening. Someone's coming into the room. Someone is crossing over to the bed where Laura Burton is lying.
Well, now, everything all right? There wasn't any mail. Have you been a good girl while I was downstairs? Mrs. Burton, can't you hear me? I can't feel your pulse. I can't feel a thing. Oh, good Lord, that this should happen to me. I'll get your husband. I'll call the doctor.
What a fuss. There she goes scurrying out of the room, running down the stairs. Oh, she almost fell. No, she's all right. She's knocking on the door. Yes, that's Robert's study. And there's Robert sitting at his desk.
Come in.
Mr. Burton, you better come upstairs.
Why, something wrong? Mrs. Burton?
I came downstairs just now to check and see if there was any mail. I was only out of the room for a minute or two. When I got back, well, I couldn't find her pulse.
What?
But maybe it's just very weak. It's been very weak for quite a while now, you know.
Are you trying to tell me my wife?
No, I don't mean she's dead. Nothing like that. Anyway, I don't think she is. It's more like she blacked out or something.
I'm going up to her. Get on the phone and call Dr. Treadway. Get him over here right away.
What was the matter with me? Was I ill? Did I have pain? Did I suffer? I can't remember anything. Still, there must have been something. Robert looked so concerned, so unhappy. He looks frantic.
Laura, sweetheart, the nurse just told me. She said you weren't well. She's calling the doctor, darling. He'll be here any minute now. He'll give you something. He'll know what to do. Because I don't know, Laura. I'd do anything, only I don't know what the right thing is. I just don't know.
Oh, Robert, don't cry. Please don't cry. You shouldn't cry, dearest. If you could only understand how happy I am, how peaceful I feel, you wouldn't cry. I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I can hear you, but you can't hear me. If you could... Oh, the nurse has called Dr. Treadway. Yes, he's coming out of his house. He's getting into his car. His wife is standing on the porch, and he's shouting something at her.
Tell them anything, Stella. Tell them to wait or tell them to come back tomorrow. This is an emergency. Can't you get that through your head? It's Laura Burton. Her nurse just phoned. Says she's unconscious or something. No response at all. She's my patient, Stella. I've got to go to her. I don't know when I'll be back.
Mr. Burton.
Yes, nurse.
The doctor's on his way.
Good, that's good.
His wife called, said he rushed right out.
Good.
How does she seem to you?
I don't understand it at all. Her eyes are wide open, but she doesn't seem to see anything.
Mr. Burton, is there anybody else you want me to call?
What?
Well, there's a daughter, isn't there? You and Mrs. Burton have a daughter, am I right?
Yes, Susan.
Does she live nearby?
Yes.
Do you want me to call her?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps.
I mean, well, just in case, you know?
Yes, I don't know what...
Well, I don't want to alarm you or anything, but... Well, you know...
Look, her phone number is in Mrs. Burton's little book, the one over there.
Yes.
I guess maybe you had better call her.
Oh, just in case, you know.
You'll find it under the B's. Susan Burton.
Okay. I think it's best. I mean, just in case.
Darling, you would want to see Susan, wouldn't you? Of course you would. I mean, no matter what happened before, you'd want to see our daughter. And when Susan gets here, you'll feel better. Believe me, the doctor will give you something, and when Susan gets here, everything will be all right. You'll see, my love. My dear love, my sweet one, you'll see. Everything will be all right.
There's no answer, Mr. Burton.
What?
Your daughter's phone, it doesn't answer.
Oh. Well, try again. Later.
Of course, Susan's phone doesn't answer. Susan's not there. And there's no use calling back later. She isn't there.
Our birth is but a sleep
and the forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Those lines were written by a man who has been dead for more than a century and a quarter. They are taken from his Ode on Immortality, and very likely nothing better has been written since on the subject. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Dying is something we'd rather not think about. We watch it on television, we read reports of it in newspapers, we hear about it over the radio, and our equanimity is only momentarily disturbed. But when it comes to thinking of one's own demise, the instinctual response is, oh, not just yet, and oh, please, not altogether.
There goes Dr. Treadway in his battered old car, his jaw set and his forehead furrowed. He's going too fast, but his hands are steady on the wheel. See Robert. He seems to be... Yes, he's crying. Holding one of my poor arthritic hands, and his tears are falling down on it. And that absurd nurse standing by the window watching for Dr. Treadway, I suppose. Really, I can't bear to watch them when I'm so free, so young, so alive.
The doctor ought to be here any minute.
Oh, I'm sure he will be.
Well, he lives nearby. It's only a couple of miles, maybe less. Her hand is so cold.
Mr. Burton, suppose I try and reach your daughter again. What do you think?
What? What did you say?
I said, maybe I ought to call your daughter again. There wasn't any answer before.
Oh. Yes, do that. Call Susan.
Okay.
Hello?
That's the doctor.
Hello. Hold on.
Hello?
Never mind. I'll let him in.
Oh, hello. May I speak with Miss Susan Burton, please?
Oh?
Susan Burton. I'm calling for her father.
There's no Susan Burton here.
Are you sure?
She moved out.
Well, can you tell me where she moved to?
No idea.
It's quite important. Hello? Hello?
Oh, you got here fast, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Treadway.
That's all right. Let's have a look at her.
Hello? Oh, dear.
How long's she been like this?
Not very long. Just for a few minutes, maybe.
Nurse?
Oh, not long. I went down to check on the mail. I thought she was asleep. When I came back, her eyes were open, but I couldn't get any response.
Her eyes are closed now.
They are? They weren't before. I came up when the nurse told me, just before we called you. They were wide open then, but she didn't seem to be looking at anything.
They're closed now.
Is that good, Doctor? Is that a good sign?
I don't know. Could be.
What are you doing?
Giving her an injection.
What can I do?
Keep quiet and wait. That's what I'm going to do.
Did I feel that little needle go into my arm? Or do I just think I felt it because I saw him do it? How worried they all look, how troubled. I'd like to help them, but I can't. I have other things to do. Drifting in this golden light, smelling the flowers, listening to the music, and looking, searching. For what? For something. For someone. Yes, there's someone here I want to find. Oh, yes, there she is. My mother. My lovely mother, all dressed in white. Why, it's the dress we buried her in, all white lace. Mother. Mother, I'm here. I'm Laura. I've come to be with you. Oh, Mother, don't back off. I'm your little girl. I've come to be with you. Don't back away from me.
Is anything happening, Doctor?
Not yet.
Well, shouldn't she begin to react to something?
Just be patient.
But there ought to be some kind of response to the injection, shouldn't there?
Look, why don't you find something to do?
I can't. I can't do anything until I know.
You'll know when I know.
Mr. Burton, I think I ought to tell you. I called your daughter. I called the number that was in the little book.
Yes, you talked to Susan?
Well, no. A man answered the phone and said she didn't live there. He said she moved out.
Moved? Where to? Where did she move to?
I asked him that, and he said he had no idea. Then he hung up.
Oh, Lord.
That your daughter you're talking about?
Yes, it's Susan. We've been trying to reach her. We thought maybe she ought to be here.
Probably she should.
The nurse called the number that she gave us when she went away, you know. But it seems she's moved out of that place.
Where to?
They didn't know.
Don't you know?
No, I'm afraid we don't. No. We don't know.
Mother, don't back away from me. Please don't. Aren't you glad to see me? I thought you would be. Wait. Let me see you. Oh, you are so beautiful in your white lace. So young, so graceful. Like a girl all in white. Mother, wait. You're not wearing the pearls, don't you remember? I gave Father the pearls to put around your neck. Where are they? What is that around your neck? Mother, what is it?
You don't know where Susan is living?
Well, I thought the number she left us, well, that was about 6 months ago.
Now she's moved.
That's what the man said.
And you don't know where?
Well, Susan left home, Doctor, very suddenly. She was only 16. She wanted to live her own life and go her own way. Get it all together. That's what she said.
Young people talk that way these days. I think I know what they mean. Some of the time.
Laura tried to understand. I mean, when she and I were Susan's age, we never thought of moving away from our parents at 16. We went to college. We stayed home. We didn't just leave. I mean, it wouldn't have been in our heads to just leave. We called her a few times, but she always said she was busy, very busy.
Getting it all together.
Yeah, something like that.
Not together enough to tell you where she moved.
No.
So there's no way to reach her.
No way at all.
What are they saying? No way to reach Susan. I can see her. Right there. She's right there. In that little room. She's pressing something. Oh, my, there's hardly room for the ironing board in that tiny room. And now she's stopping. She looks so thoughtful. My little girl. And she's putting down the iron. She's waiting. Now she's going over to the telephone.
Hello.
Bill, this is Susan.
Oh, hi, Susan. How are you?
All right. How are you?
Oh, fine.
Bill, I need to borrow your car.
Oh.
I really need it.
You mean now?
Right now. You're not using it, are you?
Well, not right this minute.
I'll get it back to you.
When?
I don't know exactly, but pretty soon.
Oh, what do you need it for? Not that I mind.
I have to go see my mother.
Your mother? Well, I thought you weren't speaking to your mother.
I wasn't. But she just spoke to me.
What do you mean? Is she there?
Yes. No.
Which?
I got a message from her.
Oh, she called you?
Sort of. Look, can I use your car or not?
Well, I thought she didn't even have your number.
Can I have your car or not?
Well, I guess so, yeah. Sure.
Thanks. I'll be right over.
Mother, she wants to see me. Imagine Susan really wants to see me. She's putting on her coat now. Her pretty red coat we gave her for her 16th birthday. I remember picking it out. I remember how pleased she was when we gave it to her. There she goes down the walk. Oh, she's walking fast, hurrying. Oh, Mother. My little girl wants to see me. But I don't want her to see me all thin and pale and sick. No. I want to stay here. To live here. To be with you. With my own mother. Where everything is beautiful without pain or hurt or longing or being dissatisfied. Mother, I'm tired of the pain and hurt. It's too much to bear. It's too much. Mother, let me be with you, please. Oh, please.
Is anything happening, Doctor?
Not yet.
Well, how long will it be before we know something?
I don't know.
You must know something.
I do know something, but I don't know everything.
Well, tell me what you do know, then.
It's only a guess.
Tell me what you guess, then.
It could be a hypnagogic state, I suppose.
What's that?
A condition halfway between sleeping and waking. Generally speaking, hallucinatory. But it's going on too long.
Is that bad? Is it dangerous?
I'm inclined to think she's in a coma.
A coma? That's very bad, isn't it?
It's not good.
Well, can't you do something?
I've already done everything I can do.
But good Lord, man.
Coma's a state of insensibility, very deep, very profound. She could be in a comatose sleep.
Well, what do we do? Do we just stand here and wait?
That's about it. Probably you've never heard of a coma vigil.
No.
That's what it consists of. Waiting and watching. So we'll just stand here and wait and watch. We keep vigil.
Oh, Mother, I love them so. But I want to be here. I want to be with you. I don't want to be hurt anymore. I don't want to feel lost anymore or despised or neglected. I don't want any of those bad feelings. I don't want to be angry or mean or vengeful. I want to be good and kind and feel loving and loved. Oh, Mother, I want to be happy, happy all the time and forever. Show me how. Let me come close to you and tell me how. But there's Susan. She's stopping at a big white house. There's a little car standing in front of the house, and there's a man leaning out of one of the windows. Susan's voice and his come floating up to me ever so faintly.
Keys are in the car, Susan.
Thanks, Bill.
She's getting into the little car. She's driving off. Oh, Mother, what do I do now? Tell me. Let me come close to you and hold me in your arms the way you once did. And I will stay with you forever, and we'll always be together, and never, never again will I... Is that what I'll do? Or will I? What will I do? Mother? Oh, Mother, don't do that. You're holding up your hands. You're waving me away. You don't want me. You're telling me, go back. Go back.
I cannot prove to you that anything like this ever occurred to Laura Burton or to any other woman, or any man, or any child, any more than I or anyone can prove that there can ever be peace in the world, that mankind is inherently good, nature kindly disposed, science infallible, or any sort of utopia possible. Such things are beyond proof. They belong to the realm of faith, or perhaps only hope. But both the hope and the face are strong. I'll be back with our final act shortly. Are we all just bodies, collections of bones and muscles and arteries, or do we have two, the physical body and the soul body? And if we have two bodies, can the one desert the other before death and then return to its original habitation? And during its temporary abandonment, see and hear what transpires around the physical, even observe the appearance of the physical body itself? Is this really possible? Or should it be relegated to the category of hallucination?
Mother, what is it? Don't you want me? I thought of all the times I'd been unkind and unfeeling, and how you'd never be around for me to say I'm sorry. I want to say it now. I want to tell you that I didn't understand, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you won't let me come close to you. You keep backing away and holding up your hands with your palms toward me. Mother, are you telling me you don't want me?
Dr. Treadway, how long can this go on?
I don't know.
You must have some idea.
I don't.
Well, can't you even hazard a guess? I won't hold you to it. I give you my word. But it's unbearable just waiting like this.
You can bear it.
Tell me what you think. At least tell me that.
I think if we don't get a reaction pretty soon, sometime during the next few minutes, we'll have lost her.
Oh, my life.
However,
yes,
I can always be wrong. It's happened before, probably will again.
Mr. Burton? Mr. Burton?
Yes, nurse? What is it?
There's a car stopping in front of the house.
Please don't bother me.
A little sports car.
Don't bother him, nurse.
Sorry, Doctor.
Something should happen soon. Just hold on.
I'm trying.
I know you are.
What's that?
Just a doorbell.
Oh, please, go away, go away.
You want me to go see who it is?
I don't care who it is. I don't care about anything.
They're not going to go away.
Please, go down and tell them. Get rid of them, whoever it is.
Doctor?
Yes, do that, nurse.
What shall I say?
I'll tell them that there's a woman dying
now,
here.
Mr. Burton, take it easy.
I'll tell them something.
But it's Susan, Robert. It's Susan. Don't you know that? Susan's come back. She's come home. She was pressing a dress. I saw her standing in a tiny little room pressing a dress. I saw her, and I saw her look up as though she'd heard something or seen something, and she put down the iron, and she went to the telephone, and she called a man. His name was Bill, and she asked if she could borrow his car. He said, "What for?" And she said, I heard her. She said, "I have to go and see my mother." Me, Robert. She wanted to see me. Don't you know that?
I think I can detect a pulse.
You can?
It's very faint.
But it is a pulse, is that right?
Yeah. Let me have this stethoscope right there.
Yes. Here.
Thanks.
Well?
Very slow. Very slower. There's a beat. You want to listen?
Yes.
Here, stick these in your ears.
Yeah.
Hear it?
I hear it. Good Lord, I hear it.
Right now.
She's alive, Doctor. That means she's alive.
Yes, it means she's alive.
Oh, Laura. Laura, speak to me, darling. Please, speak to me. She won't speak.
She can't.
Why not?
Because she's not conscious.
Doctor, look.
What is it?
Her hand moved, Doctor. It moved, I swear. Didn't you see it? It moved. I was holding her hand. I thought maybe I was holding too tightly, and I started to let go, and her fingers closed on my hand. They did. I swear they did. Now, that means something, doesn't it?
Maybe it does. Maybe not. Could be just a reflex action. Those things happen.
But I felt it, I tell you. I felt her fingers close on my hand as though she didn't want to let go. Tell me it means something. Doctor.
Daddy?
What? Who are you?
It's Susan, Daddy.
Huh?
Don't you know me?
Susan?
Yes, Daddy.
What are you doing here? How did you get here?
I came to see Mother.
Your mother's very ill, Susan.
She's not...
No, she's not dead, but she may be dying.
Oh, Mother.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at her eyelids. Susan, come over here. Stand next to the bed.
Oh.
Now, watch her eyelids.
Oh, they're moving, kind of. They're not opening. They're just sort of flickering.
She's dreaming.
How do you know that?
Those flickerings, as you call them, are what we call rapid eye movements. Beneath her lids, her eyes are moving, flickering back and forth.
But why? Why are they?
Because she's seeing things. She's dreaming. Yes, I think we can all relax a little now. She's not going to die.
Goodbye, Mother. I want to stay with you, but you don't want me to. You want me to go back, don't you? Oh, yes. I see you smile. And you're nodding your head. You mean yes. Go back. Go back. Oh, Mother. The truth is, I want to go back. I really do. Back to all the pain, all the sadness, all the things that go wrong. Yes, I want to go back to all that. I'll take all of it, Mother. I'll take it all. The moments of joy, too, Mother. The little moments filled with sunlight. The soft moments of being content. The few hours when things go well. And I feel cherished. It's not that I don't love you, Mother. It's that I want, I need, I must go back. My dear, goodbye. Goodbye.
Let's all be very quiet. She's having a hard time.
But she's alive.
She's alive.
Goodbye, Mother.
What did she say? She said something.
I think she said goodbye, Mother.
What does she mean? Her mother's been dead for 10 years.
Let's be quiet.
She's opening her eyes. Where's the nurse?
What? What, darling? What did she say?
It sounded like, where's the nurse?
Why would she say that? Doesn't she know us? Why is she asking for the nurse?
Quiet, just be patient.
Probably out in the hall smoking a cigarette again.
Is she delirious?
You can call it that if you want to.
Laura, sweetheart, it's Robert. I'm here. I'm right here.
Robert? Robert. Oh, Robert.
Yes, darling, it's Robert. And here's Dr. Treadway.
Oh, dear doctor, have you been looking after me?
Yes, I have.
I hope your wife isn't angry with you, doctor.
Stella, my wife? Angry with me?
For running off like that, leaving all those patients in the waiting room?
Oh, I don't think she's angry with me. Not now, anyway.
Good. Good, I'm glad.
How are you feeling, Laura?
Why, I'm all right, I think.
You've been a pretty sick little lady.
Have I?
We were so worried about you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. As long as you're all right now.
I know how awful I look.
You don't at all.
Oh, there's a little bald spot on the back of my head where the hair's worn off.
No, there's not.
Oh, yes, there is. You can't see it, but I saw it. It's about the size of $50.
What's she talking about?
Don't ask her. Just let her talk. Say whatever she likes.
Don't worry about your hair, darling. It'll grow back, once you're up and around.
Oh, I wasn't worried.
Sweetheart, there's someone here. Someone you're going to be very surprised to see.
Susan.
Yes.
Oh.
Susan. She just got here a few minutes ago.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, Susan, I'm so happy you're here.
Oh, I had to see you, Mother.
I had to see my mother, too. But she looked young and pretty, not the way I do. You know, she had on that white lace dress, the one she was buried in. I picked it out myself, but she wasn't wearing the pearls. She had a little locket around her neck. I couldn't understand that. A little gold locket.
But Grandma was buried with that little locket around her neck. Don't you remember? I asked Grandpa to put it around her neck because it had a picture of me in it. And he did.
Well, maybe he never told me.
I guess he never did.
Anyway, Mother didn't want me to stay with her. And after a while, I didn't want to either. I wanted to come back here and be with all of you.
And here you are. You're back.
Yes, you're back with us.
Well, I think that's enough talking for a while.
Oh, Dr. Treadwell.
Your mother's had a hard time of it, Susan.
Can't we just sit by her bed?
She needs a lot of good, solid sleep. You think you could sleep for a while, Mrs. Burton?
Oh, yes.
Fine. That's just fine. I'll send the nurse in. Come on, everybody. Let's clear out of here.
Susan, I have to ask you something.
Yes, Mother.
Did you remember to unplug the iron?
Of course, you know that what we have attempted to dramatize for you is an out-of-the-body experience, commonly called astral projection. I myself have never had such an experience, and I cannot promise you that the dramatization is accurate. But people who have experienced it say that in most respects it is. I'll be back shortly. Hundreds of people had given testimony as to their out-of-the-body experiences, people of sober intellect and firm character. And the significant thing about their testimonies is that they so closely resemble one another. Under the right conditions, given sufficient receptivity, any one of us could be the next to leave the body for a time and return. Anyway, it's interesting to think so, isn't it? Our cast included Terry Keane, Mandel Kramer, Martha Greenhouse, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have an unusual story for you about two young people kept in seclusion from the world. Their minds stunted, their thinking warped, their fantasies soaring into the supernatural. What is real
and what is unreal seem to be melting into each other in a weird and frightening dream. When Mary began to ask questions, Frida Kurtz, the housekeeper, told her.
It's to test you, to tease you. And they did that to Carol when she first came. She got to love them. We were all sad when she left on a Friday. Unlucky Friday. How did you know? I've heard all the gossip. I've heard about Gareth, too. They told you about him? Why are you trembling, Frida? You have seen him? No. He used to work here, I understand. But you asked me if I'd seen him. I thought you and I were the only employees in this house. Why, did I? I don't know what I meant by that. I must go. I must take care of the children. Don't ask me any more.
Our mystery drama, Circle of Evil, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Marion Seldes and Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Time Magazine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When the rickety old taxi had deposited her in front of Greystone Manor that dark, cold, rainy day in late autumn, Mary Richards almost changed her mind and called the taxi back to return her to the station. There was something ominous about the big, ugly Victorian house. It was too much like the illustrations she remembered from the gruesome fairy tales of her childhood. When she had dragged her heavy suitcases to the top of the stone steps, she stopped. She was suddenly gripped by a nameless fear, a crippling fear of the unknown. However, after a moment, she made her way to the large oak door and rang the bell.
Yes? I'm Mary Richards. Oh, yes, of course. You must be the new governess. I'm Frida Kurtz. I'm the housekeeper. Oh, come in out of the rain. Let me take your suitcase. Oh, thank you, I can manage. Now, follow me. Your room is back here, down this hall. See, the children's quarters are on the second floor. All the help have their quarters down here. Oh, are there many servants? Oh, funny the way I said that, help. You and I are the only help in this old house. Really? But the house is so large. Oh, we only use a small part of it. The rest is closed off. Used to be a big family living here. Big. 10 people all the time. Sometimes as many as 15, 16. Oh, they're all away? They're all dead. At least, most of them. What? All the grown-ups except Mr. Dykeman. William Dykeman. And then there are the 2 children, Andrea and Alex. You have to take care of them. Oh, yes. Mr. Dykeman interviewed me at the agency in New York for the job. He's Andrea and Alex's guardian. He's their uncle. Didn't he say anything about this place? What you were to do? No. Just that I was to look after the children. Supervise their education until they would be ready for something more formal. Until they'd be old enough to go away to school. Old enough? How old did he say they were, Andrea and Alex? He didn't say. I gather they must be quite young. 5, 6. Oh, dear. You're in for a surprise. Surprise? Andrea's 18. Alex is 20.
So you're the new nanny, are you? I wonder if you're going to like it here.
Oh, shut up, Alex. You mustn't mind him, Miss Richards. He's always like this at first.
I like to play games. Don't you, Nanny? Hide and seek, that's my favorite. In this house, there are so many good places to hide. You'd never be found till it was too late.
Alex, stop it. Stop it, please.
I'll stop. I'll stop it for good. That'll make you happy. Bye, Andrea. Bye, Nanny.
Oh, please forgive him. He's not always rude, Miss Richards. You'll get to like him in time. In time? Well, Carol Wicker did. At first she hated him.
Wicker.
Well, she was the governess before you.
She left.
You might say that, Miss Richards. Look, may I call you Mary? It sounds so formal to call you Miss Richards.
Oh, of course. Now, this Miss Wicker, how long did she stay?
Oh, nearly 2 years. 1 year and 11 months. She left on a Friday. I always feel Fridays are unlucky, don't you, Mary?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, Carol hated them. She would weep in her room on Fridays.
What?
Oh, not for the first few months. But later, she would weep in her room. She was in love. And he...
Andrea, I wonder if you would mind changing the subject.
Oh, of course, Mary. I didn't know. I didn't think that...
Didn't think what?
That you had met him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Gareth. Gareth Nordway. Oh, he's very handsome. And she was very much in love with him. He has a way with the ladies.
Andrea, I do not wish to continue this.
Oh? So you've met him, too?
No, I haven't met him, and I don't wish to discuss this further.
You'll meet him, Mary. You'll meet him.
Yes, we're having supper up in the playroom. Wouldn't you like to come up and eat with the children?
Come in, Mrs. Kurtz. I want to talk to you.
Oh, you haven't unpacked yet. Do you want me to help you?
No. As a matter of fact, I've decided that this job isn't exactly what I'd contracted for.
You're leaving?
Yes. I'm afraid this is more than I can handle. Mr. Dykman gave me to understand that I'd be working with children.
They are children.
No. They are two young people who need attention, who seem to need psychiatric help, and I'm not qualified for the job. I've placed a call to Mr. Dykman in New York.
Oh, yes, I know. It's that crazy act they're putting on for you.
Act?
Sure. It's to test you, to tease you. It's only a joke. They did that to Carol when she first came, and she got to love them. We were all sad when she left.
On a Friday? Unlucky Friday?
Oh, yes, how did you know?
I've had all the gossip. I've heard about Gareth, too.
They told you about him?
Yes. Why are you trembling?
Have you seen him?
No. Does he work here?
He used to. He was the chauffeur.
Used to work here. But you asked me if I'd seen him.
Oh, did I? I don't know what I meant by that. I must go and have my supper now. They're waiting.
Mrs. Kurtz, wait. Hello? Mr. Dykman, please. Mary Richards calling. What? Well, when will he be back? Well, how can he be reached? I'm the governess. I mean, he hired me recently to take care of his niece and his nephew, and No. It's nothing to do with the salary. That's quite satisfactory. It's just that... When may I expect to hear from him? Well, if he doesn't call, I shall leave Greystone Manor on the 31st. That's 2 weeks and 3 days. Who's there?
It's Alex Merritt.
Yes, Alex?
May I come in?
Come in.
You've locked yourself away from us here in your room. We haven't seen you for the last 2 days.
Yes.
Haven't you been well?
Nothing wrong with my health.
Well, I hate to bring this up, but aren't you our governess? Shouldn't you be teaching us something? Something useful? That's what you're being paid for.
Alex, if we're going to speak to each other at all, you'll have to drop this snide manner.
Snide? Whatever do you mean?
You're not a child. Neither is your sister, so stop this childish teasing. I shall only be here till the end of the month.
You're leaving us?
I accepted this job as a governess to take care of and teach young children. That's what I'm qualified to do. I'm not qualified to...
Say it. Go on, Mary, say it. You think I'm mad, don't you? You think Andrew is, too, don't you?
I think...
My uncle does, too. That's why he keeps us here, away from the world. Why he hires governesses for us, to take care of us.
Why does he?
Because he can't let the story come out. Too unsettling. Impossible. Scandalous. He's ashamed of us.
I don't understand.
Perhaps it's better that you don't.
Alex? Alex, where are you?
Oh, that's Frida. She's looking for me.
Well, open the door and tell her where you are.
No.
Well, I will then. Mrs. Curtsey's here, and here with me.
Oh, there you are, you naughty boy, hiding from Frida. Now come, we're having tea upstairs in the nursery, and I've baked your favorite, apple kuchen.
No, I don't want any. I want to stay and talk with Mary. I've got things to explain to her.
No, you come.
I won't come.
Don't force him if he doesn't want to.
You stay out of this, miss. When I tell him to do something, he must do it.
But I'm...
And you are nothing here. I know all about your calling Mr. Dykman. Wanting to quit your job here, I know.
I told you I was going to call. I wasn't concealing it.
But he didn't speak with you, did he? Mr. Dykman called me. Told me what to do.
Well, why didn't he answer my call to him?
Because he wanted to talk to you in person. He's coming here to talk. And you will stay here until he comes.
The house doesn't look so gloomy when the sun is shining, does it?
Oh, Andrea, I thought I was alone out here.
You're very unhappy here, aren't you?
Oh, uncomfortable is closer to it. It's just that everything is so strange, so uncertain.
Like living in a dream?
Yes. Yes, like a dream, but not a very pleasant one.
You'll be going soon.
10 days.
I'm sorry. You can help us.
Help you?
Oh, Alex knows that, too. We want you to stay.
Oh, that's very flattering, Andrea, but I can't possibly help you. I don't even know what kind of help you need.
We can tell you. Show you. We need your strength. Please say you'll stay.
I'm only staying till the end of the month.
End of the month. Well, then, that'll have to do. That'll be long enough. Tonight, we will show you what we mean.
Hello? Yes?
Did I wake you, Mary?
No, I was reading. I wasn't asleep.
Please come to the large drawing room on the 3rd floor as soon as you can.
What is it?
I can't tell you over the house phone, please.
Very well. It'll take me a few minutes to dress.
No, just put on your robe. Come now, please.
I'll come right up. Andrea? Andrea? Strange, this is the room. Andrea? Perhaps she meant the room at the end of the hall.
No, Mary. She meant this one.
What? Who are you? I can't see you in the dark.
Don't be frightened, Mary.
You know me?
They've told me about you. You're beautiful.
Mary? Mary? Where are you?
Here, Andrea.
Oh, I was afraid you'd gone to the wrong place.
No. Aren't there any lights in this room?
Oh, there used to be, but the mice nibbled the wires, Alex says, and they don't work. I have a flashlight.
Light it.
There.
That's very strange.
What?
A moment ago, I spoke to a man in the dark. A man whose name you mentioned to me. Gareth?
Gareth Norway. He was here. Well, where is he?
He left very suddenly. You told me about him. A chauffeur, wasn't he?
Oh, many years ago.
Wait a minute. Flash your light here on the floor. There are no footprints.
No.
The dust is heavy on the floor, and your footprints are plainly marked, as are mine.
But none for Gareth.
None.
The dead do not leave footprints, Mary.
I want an answer. I must have an answer.
Just accept what you see, what you hear.
Dead. He's been dead for nearly 15 years.
Dead, and yet not dead.
Well, what sort of nonsense is this?
It is not nonsense. You spoke with him.
What are you trying to do to me?
I don't believe in spirits and ghosts and the supernatural. It was some sort of trick, wasn't it? Tell me the truth.
Believe this. Gareth is here. Possibly right in this room.
No, I don't believe you. It's all in your mind. It's some morbid story that somebody told you when you were children. If this house frightens you and depresses you, why don't you run away from it? You don't have to stay.
But we do.
What?
We cannot leave. He won't let us leave. He holds us. He keeps us here. It's part of his revenge.
Revenge? Do you expect me to believe...
Revenge for his murder. He says he was murdered. And he will not stop until all of us, all of our blood, are dead.
Already Mary Richards had fallen under the spell of the old house. She was beginning to believe the unbelievable. Had she really spoken to the spirit of Gareth Nordway? Or was this just a frightening thought conjured up by the strange young people who inhabit Greystone Manor? Perhaps we will find some of the answers in Act 2. Mary Richards searched for an explanation of the events which had occurred, but which she, with her logical mind, could not accept. She waited impatiently for the arrival of William Dykeman, hoping that he could answer the questions to which she could find no answers. His first words were very reassuring.
I've come out here for one reason, Miss Richards, and one reason only, and that is to put these stupid superstitions to rest once and for all.
You don't believe them, Mr. Dykeman?
Definitely not. They're rubbish. The product of idle minds, childish nonsense.
But I have seen him, seen Gareth Nordway.
You have been made to believe that you have seen him. Miss Richards, it must have occurred to you that Andrea and Alex are, well, how shall I say, not quite normal.
Well, their behavior is somewhat bizarre. Strange,
Just pranks, childish pranks. Nothing serious, however, wouldn't you say?
But I'm not competent to judge. I'd say that it was more than childish pranks. Frida told me that almost the entire family died in a rather mysterious fashion. Almost all at the same time. She seemed to hint there was something supernatural behind it all.
Oh, that? Well, one can hardly call a serious epidemic of flu supernatural. We lost 9 members of our family. It was a terrible tragedy. Altogether in this house, we must have passed the virus to each other. Terrible thing to happen to a family. Alex and Andrea were little more than infants at the time. It very definitely affected them.
I see.
By your tone, I can see you don't believe me.
If the 2 children were affected by this tragedy, if indeed it twisted their minds, why wasn't something more constructive done for them?
Why, Miss Richards,
why weren't they given the psychiatric help? Why were they kept here virtually prisoners instead of being taken to a more healthful place?
I find it difficult to answer that.
Why? Because you are responsible for keeping them here?
In a way, yes.
Well, what do you have to gain from all of this?
Well, now, really, Miss Richards, I cannot tolerate this interrogation from a
hired servant. Don't let that disturb you, Mr. Dykeman. I'm quitting this job as of the 31st. There is nothing that could induce me to stay on any longer. Good day.
Wait.
I have nothing more to say to you, Mr. Dykeman.
But you do intend to speak to others?
Yes. There's something hidden here that's festering like an infected wound. Something that needs the light of day.
If you mean that you intend to go to the police or force some sort of investigation...
I shall certainly do something of that sort.
Well, then let me warn you, you can be stopped very effectively.
Are you threatening me?
Threatening? Oh, no, I wouldn't think of it. But I must, in your own interest, prevent you from causing yourself hardship. Yes, and perhaps even injury.
Yes? It's Andrea. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
I don't want to bother you.
Come in, come in. I was just reading. Is something troubling you? You look upset.
I am. My uncle called earlier and spoke to Frida. He's hired another
governess. That was to be expected since I am leaving at the end of the month.
No. You are leaving Friday. You haven't been told yet. That's the day she is arriving. Well, if only Alex and I could go with you.
Well, why can't you?
You know why.
No, I don't. Andrea, who does all this belong to?
You mean this house?
All, the house, the grounds, the money, the entire estate.
Well, to Alex and me.
And your uncle?
Well, he's our guardian.
Oh, he manages the estate.
Until we're of age. 21 specifically. Alex will be 21 in 7 months, and I've got nearly 2.5 years to go.
And when that time comes, when you and Alex finally come into your money, Uncle will find himself in somewhat reduced circumstances.
But it never was his money.
He controlled it. He used it for us. I wonder.
Mary, listen to me. I must speak to you, Mary.
Who is?
Mary, listen to me.
Who's there? Who is it?
Don't be frightened. I said don't scream. I will not harm you. I will let you speak if you promise not to scream again. Promise?
Yeah.
Good.
Who are you?
We have met before. Spoken before.
Oh, yes, that voice. I remember Gareth. Gareth Nordway.
I've seen you so many times. When you didn't know I was there.
What do you want?
I'm going to tell you something. And I want your help.
Help? How can I help you?
To right a wrong. A wrong done me many years ago.
This is all a dream.
I was a servant here. A chauffeur. A lowly unknown. No family, no home. Cynthia. Was 18. Beautiful. A member of the rich and snobbish Dykeman clan. But she didn't see me as the dirty stable boy. That's what Uncle William called me when he found out she loved me. And I loved her. Well, we ran away. And we were married for one ecstatic month. We hid while they searched for us. When they found us, Cynthia was dragged back here. Unknown was planned. Then I came back. Broke in one night to find my bride and take her away. It was then Uncle William stopped us. Shut me down like a stray dog. The last memory I have is the life ebbed from my body, and my blood reddened the white dress of my beloved. Was her scream piercing, hopeless?
Then you are...
Yes, I am dead. And yet, not dead. Call me what you will. My white-hot hatred sustains me. I have only one mission left. Uncle William.
You said that you expected I would help you.
You've already begun that. William fears you. He's afraid he'll search until you brought that truth out.
Well, I suspected that something was being concealed.
You will search it out. Now you know. And you will.
No. This is a dream. It's a dream. It's not happening.
I'm asleep and it's only a dream.
Going cycling again, Mary?
Oh, Alex, what are you doing in the garage? I hope you don't mind if I use your bike.
Not at all, since it's not mine. I've got another bike. Mind if I come along?
Well, I wasn't exactly going just for a ride.
Going into the village, then?
Alex, I had a strange dream last night.
It was Gareth, wasn't it?
However did you know?
It's his way. He's working on you. He told you a story, didn't he?
Yes, tragic. I almost wept for him.
Oh, he's won you over, Mary. The way he won Carol over. He wants your help. He'll try to use you. Listen to me, Mary. Gareth can be very persuasive when he wants to be. He can make you believe the most ridiculous things.
I don't want to hear any more about Gareth.
Let me tell you the true story. Or at least the official version of the tragedy.
I don't want to hear it.
You better listen. Cynthia was attracted to Gareth Norway. Everyone knows that. She flirted with him, some say. Whatever it wasn't love. Not on her part. Gareth kept after her, and finally...
They ran away together? They married?
No. He tried to get her to go away with him. She refused. He got angry, wild. He kidnapped her. Uncle William chased them, found them. Gareth drew his knife. Uncle William shot him.
That's how it was?
That's the way the police got the story. It was called self-defense. Case was dismissed.
And Cynthia?
He killed her. Well, as the story goes, the first shot wounded him. But he was able to stab her with his knife. Uncle William fired at him again.
I believed him. I believed Gareth.
Carol Wicker believed him.
And committed suicide.
No.
But I heard...
She did not kill herself. She was murdered.
Deeper and deeper, Mary Richards plunges into the morass of claims and counterclaims. The circle of evil that surrounds the old gray house is being drawn tighter and tighter around the lives of all who dwell there. As though fighting up to the surface of a stagnant pool that threatens to suffocate her with its vile and rotting weeds, Mary reaches out for help. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3. Mary Richards' sleep that night was filled with frightening dreams. Dreams of frustration in which she could not fight or defend herself from unknown and unnamed forces. She found herself slipping into a deep abyss, the sides of which afforded not the slightest foothold. Her fingers, clutching at the slimy walls, could grasp nothing. The next morning, clear and sunny, brought with it the resolution to take positive action, to reach out to the sane world outside for help.
Hello. County Coroner's Office. Mr. Lascombe. Oh, my name is Mary Richards. I'm inquiring about the late Carol Wicker. No, I'm not a relative. Let's say that I'm a friend. Was a friend. Yes. Now, I've read your report on her death. I got the transcript from the Bureau of Records. Well, I'm just a bit confused. Your original opinion was that she might have been struck with a club or some other blunt instrument. But your final opinion was that her death was caused by an overdose of sleeping pills. Well, I was just wondering why you changed your mind. New evidence. What new evidence? That she had been upset, melancholy, despondent. Well, who gave you that evidence? Oh, I see. Well, the reason for this call is to ask, how does one go about getting permission to exhume a body?
I'm not so sure you're doing the right thing, Mary.
After all, Carol was in a bad state of mind, unhappy, depressed.
And she knew something. Something which might prove embarrassing. It was your Uncle William who supplied the information that changed the coroner's opinion. Don't you find that interesting? I do.
You're jumping to conclusions, Mary.
Am I? All you know has been told to you, and you believe what you've been told.
Mary, we don't know what we believe anymore.
Well, where did you get your version of what happened to Carol Wicker?
Frida told us.
And who does Frida work for?
Frida works for me, Miss Richards.
Mr. Dykman.
Well, children. Now, are you going to greet Uncle William?
Good afternoon, Uncle William.
Uncle William. That's nice. Now, would you mind leaving the room? I should like to speak to Miss Richards in private.
Anything you have to say had better be said in the presence of witnesses.
Witnesses? Children?
And I think you better stop referring to them as children.
Oh, well, very well. They may stay. Now, may I ask the purpose of your call to the county coroner?
I see the news of my call was relayed to you very quickly.
Well, do you think it's strange that Mr. Lascombe would call me?
No, not strange at all. I rather expected that he would.
I would like to dissuade you from your purpose. I think nothing will be gained by digging up the remains of poor Carol Wicker.
You can't change my mind. I have the exhumation order, and I have only to order the men from the cemetery.
Oh, yes, I know. And I see you're not going to listen to me. So I'm going to make matters easier for you. I have ordered the men, the gravediggers, to be there tomorrow night at 9.
Good.
The remains will be delivered to the coroner for re-examination.
I would prefer that the examination be made by a doctor of my choosing.
Well, of course, but until you have engaged a man, the body will be sent to the county morgue. That is a state law. I have no control over it.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
But don't mention it, Miss Richards. Anything to keep you and the children entertained.
Is that you, Alex?
Yes, Andrea.
Where have you been?
Upstairs, in the old part of the house.
Looking for him?
I thought he would want to speak to us.
Are you certain that he can?
That he... Are you beginning to have doubts?
I don't know. Uncle William is going to have us committed. I heard him speaking with Frida. He said he'd had enough trouble. He doesn't care if the entire matter comes out.
We're going to be locked up. Treated as though we're insane.
Isn't it possible, Alex, that we are?
No, we're just frightened, afraid. Don't tell me that Gareth is just something I imagined. You've seen him, too. Spoke with him as I have.
Yes, Alex.
Carol saw him. Spoke with him. Mary, too.
Isn't it possible that we, you and I, have conjured him up? Perhaps he's nowhere but in our minds.
No, I'm not that mad. I'll not believe that. They can't lock me up.
What is this? Still up? It's long past your bedtime. Now go to your room at once, children, or I will punish you both.
Yes, Frida. We're going right now. Aren't we, Andrea?
You rang for me, Mr. Dykman.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Coates. I just wanted to tell you what my plans are as they concern you and your future.
Future?
Well, you'll be well taken care of. I'm settling a substantial sum on you, a sort of a annuity.
You're letting me go?
Well, let us say that I'm retiring you.
Oh, but this is so unexpected, so sudden.
Mrs. Coates, as you know, the welfare of the children has been my prime consideration for many years.
But I can take care of them. I can watch them.
Of course, I'm not criticizing you. It's just that I have decided we can't do it any longer on this level. They're grown people now, no longer children.
When am I to leave?
Well, there's my car waiting in the driveway. If you hurry, we'll be able to have you catch the 11:20 train at the station.
Yes, tonight. So soon. Yes, I will go. I will be ready. But first I say goodbye to my children.
No. Under no circumstances are you to let them know that you're going. It would be very bad for them.
Oh, yes. Yes, I will do as you say.
What time is it?
A little after 9, I think.
20 after 9. I checked my watch before we left. Andrea, do you know the man driving?
No. But Uncle William said he would send a car for us. Probably some man from the village.
I tried to speak to him. He didn't give me much of an answer. Just mumbled something about driving us to the cemetery.
Is it very far from the house?
That's it, just up ahead.
Oh, this is it. Oh, we'll have to walk from here.
Oh, driver, will you wait for us here?
Follow me. I know where it is.
wait for us.
Come on. It isn't too far.
I don't like being here, Mary.
Neither do I.
Oh, I recognize the area now. This is the Dykman family plot. And Carol was buried just up ahead.
Andrea! Mary, come quickly. Hurry.
Come on, sound frightened.
We're coming, Alex.
Look. Oh, it's empty. The grave is empty. It was dug up. And the body removed.
Oh, it's obvious that your Uncle William never intended to go through with the re-examination.
But he never tried to block you. Or at least he said he never would.
Why did he go through this whole business of digging up the body and bringing us here to see what he had done? The car! The car that brought us here! It's leaving! Stop! Wait! Stop!
Save your breath, Alex. He won't stop.
How are we to get back?
You might ask that question of your Uncle William.
Why, yes, that's an excellent suggestion, Miss Richards. But we must hurry. There isn't too much time left.
Why did you take the body of Carol Ricker from her grave?
I had two reasons, dearest nephew. One, I didn't want the body re-examined for obvious reasons.
It really was murder, then. Not suicide, as the coroner's report says.
Oh, my dear niece, you have an absolute genius for the obvious. Yes, the report is in error.
Carol Wicker was murdered. By you.
As you have suspected for some time.
Why did you kill poor Carol?
She snooped around and snooped around. Until she came upon the truth.
That your story of how Gareth died was a lie.
Yes, I shot him down. I killed him. I don't believe in giving a rabid dog a chance to bite.
You brought us here to make a confession of your crime?
I brought you here, Miss Richards, to tie up all the loose ends neatly. You're all going to die right here.
No! No!
Oh, Uncle William couldn't. Why, what have we done to you?
You stand in my way. The Dykman money will be mine.
You can't. You'll be discovered.
By whom? There'll be no witnesses. No one will investigate your disappearance.
Gareth, help us. Help us. He is your murderer. He's here.
Oh, keep calling if you think it will do you any good. Gareth Nordway is dead and buried. He cannot help you.
You wanted revenge. Here he is. The man who killed you.
All right. Line up now. Line up as I'm telling you.
Gareth, come now.
I shall have to shoot you then where you'll stand and drag your bodies into the pit if you...
Gareth, come, face your enemy.
Gareth, save us.
See, Miss Richards, they are stunted human beings, as I said. Wouldn't it be better to end it all and let them find peace? Poor mad creatures.
You are the madman.
Perhaps. But I control the situation, and it shall be as I want it to be. You will all be dead and silent, and no one will be the wiser. No!
No, please.
No! I will stop you. I must stop you.
Stand back, will you?
I've got the gun. I've got it.
Oh, you shot here.
I'm quick. Oh, it's fallen. He's shot. Did I stop him?
Yes, Alex. He's dead.
Gareth, why didn't you help me? I did it. I was able to do it.
I had to let you become a man, Alex.
And have I, Gareth? Have I become a man? Why doesn't he answer me?
He doesn't have to. You've proven yourself, Alex. You know the answer. I just checked with the ticket agent. The train's on time.
I'm almost sorry. I hate to see you leaving.
I must. And you'll be all right now, Andrea. Oh, are you sure you won't reconsider and come back to the city with me?
No. I've definitely decided to stay in the old house. So many memories.
Well, if you ever change your mind, you know where and how to reach me.
I know. The old house will be different now. It feels different. The gloom seems to have lifted, and everything seems brighter. If only Alex...
Ah, you promised not to dwell on that.
Yes, I'll keep my promise. But I wanted to say that I'm so proud. Yes, that's the word. So proud of him. He worried that he was weak and ineffectual.
But when the time came to be strong, he met the test.
I have a feeling. I know that if I stay in Greystone, I will see him again. He'll be there always.
As the train began slowly pulling out of the station, Mary Richards could see the lonely figure of a young girl standing wistfully looking after the departing train. Then she saw Andrea turn and make her way back to the old station taxi, get in, and start to Greystone Manor, empty now of all but its ghosts. I'll be back shortly. What is real and what is unreal? It's a question which has troubled man since he began to reason. Some say the answer can be found in our primeval fear of the dark, a carryover from our early days on this earth. There are others who believe that there are forces beyond our comprehension, forces which control us, guide us into good or evil. What do you think? Our cast included Marion Seldes, Christopher Tabori, Mary Jane Higby, Rosemary Rice, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. What is that poem? Dame Fortune is a fickle gypsy, always blind and often tipsy. Sometimes, for years and years together, she'll bless you with the sunniest weather, bestowing honor, pudding, pence, you can't imagine why or whence. Then, in a moment, presto pass, your joys are withered like the grass. Or as we say today, you win some, you lose some. The important thing to remember is not always who wins the big one, but who wins the last one.
Somebody offered me a job, and it's called pro-consul. I'm going to rule over the whole world.
Lou, are you okay?
But I won't take it, Lil.
No? Why not?
Because I'd have to become a traitor. A traitor to the whole human race.
Then don't take it.
But, Lil, if I don't take it, they'll kill me.
Our mystery drama, Fly Swatter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne and E.B. Juster. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In the argot of the underworld, Lou Valentine is a cannon or a dip. Both of them are used to describe a pickpocket. A Of course, we can hold no brief for this kind of activity, nor do we justify it in any way. But it is one of the world's oldest professions, and to perform it with proficiency requires years of painstaking practice. Lou works with his wife, Lil. Here they are, in action. Lil is about 40, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and full-figured. She holds a piece of paper in her hand. There is a confused, but also a rather charming look on her face as she approaches a well-dressed, dignified, mature-looking gentleman. In a most seductive French accent, she says,
"Oh, pardon, monsieur. I do not speak English very good. On this paper, could you read this address?"
Even a heart of stone could hardly resist his charmer. He looks at her. He looks at the paper. He is blinded by that dazzling smile. And he wants this moment to last as long as possible.
Are you lost, my dear lady? Let me see if I may... Oh, is that number 23 or 33? Well, now, let me think. That would be near...
He is so enchanted he doesn't notice the small, slender man who has come up behind him. And he doesn't realize that his wallet has just been deftly removed from his pocket. But she does. And now it is time to disengage.
I must thank you. Au revoir.
And she is gone. What a smooth operation. But life, by its very nature, cannot run smoothly all the time. Lou Valentine is plagued by special problems. 2 of them are about to surface this morning. Problem number 1 is now approaching.
Hello, Lou. Do I know you?
My name is Frankie.
Frankie what?
Frankie, it don't make no difference.
So? What do you want?
I want to be your friend.
What?
Had your breakfast? Hey, let's hop into this lunchroom and take on a stack of wheats. I'm buying.
Well, then, after you.
You like some more coffee?
I'd like some more conversation.
Lou, you are the best dip in the business, and we respect that.
Thank you.
Otherwise, you'd have had your fingers busted.
Huh?
You were spotted working 5th and Jefferson, you and a wife. Great team. Pleasure to watch. She's so looker, that babe. She kind of sidles up to the mark, bats them baby browns at him. Will Monsieur reads this for me? And while he's trying to figure out, can he promote some action there, you're in and you're out of his pocket.
Hey, we pick on a friend of yours.
No, Lou, it ain't that.
Then what's the beef?
You can't work 5th and Jefferson no more.
Why not?
Because we rented it to somebody else.
We?
The association.
Oh, the association. What happens now?
You gotta join up, like everybody else.
I've always been a freelance.
I know. Them days is gone forever. Things gotta be organized, run in an orderly way. Otherwise, people are always knocking heads. So, if you want to work, you pay your initiation. We rent you a corner, you're in action.
What if I don't join?
Lou, you've been around too long to ask that kind of question.
Frankie, you want to know something? I may have been around too long, period.
Thinking of retiring, Lou? Don't do it.
I'll have to discuss it with the wife.
Sure, Lou, you do that. Listen, you know what we'll put aside for you? The whole brand new Midtown shopping mall. It's all yours. Hello, Lou.
Hey, Sergeant Hawk.
Lieutenant Hawk.
Huh. Finally made it, huh?
I'd have made it long ago if I'd have been able to collar you a little.
No hard feelings, I hope.
No. And to prove it, I'll give you a little tip. Leave town.
I like it here.
You won't like it much longer. The words come down, get all the known dips off the street.
Well, thanks, Lieutenant.
You're being watched, Lou.
Sure.
You figure you're too good to be picked up, but sooner or later...
much obliged.
And another thing that'll ruin it for you. The association.
What's the association?
You joined up yet?
I never heard of it.
You've always been a loner, but the way it works now, without those fellas, you can't work. And they'd sell you down the river in a minute.
Why are you telling me all this, Lieutenant?
You've always been a gentleman, Lou. Don't you think it's time you retired?
On what?
You must have put away a nice little nest egg.
Yeah, but we've been eating it for breakfast. You ever hear of inflation?
You know what they say, Lou. Life begins at 40.
For who?
Is that you, Lou?
Yes.
Well, how'd we do today?
We didn't even crack the nut.
You know, the guy with the monocle, the derby hat, and the black coat with the velvet collar. He had to have dough.
You know what was in that wallet? Credit cards. Every credit card in the world.
I don't know what to say.
Today you got a situation where both the rich and the poor walk around without any ready cash. The poor, because they don't have it. The rich, because they don't need it. It's all credit cards.
Yeah.
What's the matter with everybody? Don't they realize they're getting themselves into debt? What happened to all the old-fashioned values we were taught as kids? Thrift. You want something? You save your money. You pay cash, which means you have to carry cash.
One place where people still carry cash is at the racetrack.
That's where you'll find every cop in town. Half of them know us. And if that's not enough, the association's probably got the tracks organized, too.
Maybe we should join the association.
Never.
Then we'll just have to think of another line of work.
Like what? I'm not a safecracker, and I'm not going to start carrying a gun at my age. Lil, we're pickpockets. That's all we know how to do. It's the best grift there is. You make a direct connection with the client, and you're out of there.
I know, Lou. But after 25 years, we're being squeezed out. Face it. Between this new, what do they call it, cashless society, and the cops, and the association, how do we make a living?
Maybe we just have to find jobs.
Doing what?
Doing what civilians do. How do they find jobs?
Well, they answer the war bags. They go to agencies. The fellow behind the desk says, yeah? Let me see your resume. Let me see a listing of your skills.
We got skills?
They want what they call marketable skills. Here, in the paper. Just look at the ad. Help wanted, computer programmer, financial analyst, marketing specialist. Where do we fit in?
There's got to be something else.
Here. It says, help wanted, domestic.
Huh?
And wait a minute, Lou, listen. Couple wanted, suburban estate, secluded area, man to be chauffeur and butler, woman to be housekeeper, good salary.
Are you serious? What do we know about
We qualify 100%. Well, to begin with, we're a couple. I can keep house. That makes me a housekeeper. You can drive a car. That makes you a chauffeur.
Yeah,
You can open and close doors. And that makes you a butler.
But I don't have an English accent.
Well, pull one on. I'll show you how.
They'll want references.
Right now, we'll go and see Benny the writer. He's the best forger in town. He'll design a piece of stationery with the coat of arms of our last employers. The Duke and Duchess of Somerset, Hertfordshire. And on it, he'll write a knockout letter of recommendation.
It's crazy.
So are the times. They've never been crazier. So, the best thing to do is just lay low and wait it out.
Well, maybe this scam might net us a few bucks.
A most impressive recommendation. Wouldn't you say so, my dear?
Quite.
Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, this is not nearly as large a household as the Duke of Somerset Hertfordshire's. Could you be happy here in our simple abode?
Quite happy, sir.
And you, Mrs. Jones?
Oh, sir, you must call me Henriette.
Yes, my lord. And me, Oswald.
Mrs. Moscow and I enjoy our privacy. You shall be the only sleep-in help. You will hire local people to assist you by the day.
Yes, sir.
Well, my dear, I believe I'm rather impressed with Mr. and Mrs. Jones, Oswald and Henriette. And you?
The Duke of Somerset, Hertfordshire, gives them a most glowing recommendation.
Then I take it we are in agreement. All that remains is to discuss the salary. Say, 1,000 a month?
1,000?
Why waste time in negotiation? This isn't some labor management Donnybrook. Make it 2,000.
2,000.
Oh, oui, Monsieur Mosca. Oui.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mosca. I can't believe it. $2,000 a month. Hey, what if they check the references?
They won't.
How do you know?
Mr. and Mrs. Mosca. I got them pegged. They just got rich.
How can you tell?
Oh, look at the stuff in the house. Cost a lot of dough, but it's all brand new.
Why do you say they won't check the references?
Well, they want us to teach them.
What?
How to behave like rich people, so nobody will think they're a couple of Johnny-come-latelys. Hey, did you see how they looked at that $5 a sheet linen stationery, that gold embossed coat of arms? They want to believe it. They want to have the couple that worked for the Duke and Duchess of Hertfordshire, Somerset.
You mean Somerset, Hertfordshire?
Well, Mrs. Mosca, what do you think of our acquisitions?
Oswald and Henriette? Oh, they're so transparently fraudulent.
Of course, which is why I hired them.
Could we have done better?
I doubt it. I was checking the scale all the while they were speaking, and I find them perfect in every primary requirement.
Then when are we ready?
Mrs. Mosca, the thing can't be done overnight.
I'd rather you didn't call me Mrs. Mosca when no one's about. Tell me, who are the Duke and Duchess of Somerset, Hertfordshire?
I have already submitted them for verification. There are no such people. There is no such place.
Oh, when can we get rid of these two?
We didn't hire them to get rid of them. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Good. See that you don't forget, Mrs. Mosca.
I won't. And don't call me Mrs. Mosca.
No? What should you call her? She said it was a peculiar name, Mosca. But where does this take us? We only know for sure that it will take us right into Act 2 shortly. Lou and Lil Valentine, a pair of out-of-work pickpockets who have decided to go straight. And so, they have found employment on a suburban estate as a housekeeping couple. But is their honest resolve about to be thwarted? Have they fallen among thieves, bigger and smarter thieves than themselves? You must know by now that we are weaving a tangled web.
And what is our next move?
We must wait for Oswald and Henriette to respond to the indoctrinator.
And how long will that take?
Who can say? We turn it on and hope for the best. Individuals vary. Oswald and Henriette. Indeed. Their names are Lou and Lil Valentine.
Oh, who cares about that?
You're not even curious?
I just want to get this thing over with and move on.
The process proceeds at its own pace.
Who would that be?
Your new butler.
Oh, what does he want?
I am sure it has to do with food, lunch, dinner, so on and so forth.
You mean we have to eat what they eat?
I'm afraid so. Come in, please. Yes, Oswald?
Madame Henriette would like to know what you would like for dinner, sir.
Oh, whatever is convenient.
Oh, yes, sir.
Is there anything else, Oswald?
No, sir.
Tell me, Oswald, do you feel anything...
Anything like what, madam?
A light buzzing in your head, perhaps?
No, madam.
Oswald, that will be all.
Yes, sir.
Why did you have to ask him that?
Because I told you, I want to get this over with.
What if he does feel a buzzing? Will it make any difference in the long run?
Some kitchen, huh? Real class.
Yeah.
Something wrong?
Everything's brand new. All the appliances, nothing's been used.
Naturally.
There's never been any food in the refrigerator. Nothing's ever been cooked on the stove.
How can you tell?
You can tell. Take my word for it.
So what?
And there's absolutely nothing to eat in the house.
Well, are we supposed to go out and do the shopping?
Well, meanwhile, there isn't so much as a crumb. You'd think there'd be some coffee and sugar and bread. Something, anything. What do these people eat?
Maybe they go out.
You can't go out for everything. I mean, every time you want a cup of tea, let's say.
Some people just don't go in for food.
Oh, everybody gotta eat. Oh, look.
What?
Flies.
Hey, they can't be flies. It's the middle of January. How did they get here?
Oh, look in the drawer there. See if you can find a fly swatter.
Nothing.
Well, remember to pick one up when we go to the store.
How do you get flies this time of the winter?
Oh, what's the difference? Let's get rid of them.
Hey, let me roll up this newspaper.
So many flies.
Got them.
What is it?
Wake up!
What is it?
Oh, what's happening? An attack! Sound the alarm!
Be quiet!
There's a massacre! Do something!
I'm hitting my stride. I bagged 3 of them that time.
What is the meaning of this? What do you think you're doing?
I'm killing flies,
It's
sir.
murder!
What?
Stop! At once! Immediately! Explain yourselves.
What's to explain, sir?
What is this barbarous killing?
Sir, they're only flies.
Murderers? Assassins?
Oh, but Monsieur Mosca, one must kill flies.
Madam, are you insane?
The flies, they spread the disease.
That is a despicable slander. I will not have more of it in my household.
Oh, but Monsieur...
Is that understood?
Oh, oui, Monsieur.
Oswald?
Yes, sir.
Go about your duties.
Well?
The news is not good.
How many?
I counted 7.
Oh, no. Who?
The best and the bravest. Millicent, Edward, Robert, Gertrude, Virginia, Albert, and Maxine.
I think I am going to pass out.
You must not.
I am exhausted.
Yes, I can understand.
Do you know what a strain it is to maintain this appearance of...
I know. I'm doing the same thing.
When can we at least...
When it is safe.
And when will that be?
I'll let you know.
The shopping center's that way.
I know.
So, why are you headed towards the city?
Well, we're working for a pair of nuts. This business with the flies.
Why would he put on an act like that? You know, that scares me.
I don't think it was an act. That scares me even more. I think it was on a level.
Why would a guy just go to pieces because we were killing flies?
Came in, looked at us, spoke to us. He spoke to us as if we were killing human beings.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Beats me. But I'll tell you who might know.
Who?
Benny the writer.
Benny?
He knows everything.
He could be a Jain.
What's that?
Jain, a religion.
Never heard of it.
In India.
The guy looks like an American.
It travels.
What's it all about?
Nobody knows for sure.
It's got to be about something.
It is, and it isn't.
I can't believe the two of you. What am I listening to? Now, Benny, why would a guy have a fit just because we were killing some flies?
Because they believe a fly has a soul.
A fly?
Every living thing has an immortal soul.
Oh, yeah.
They won't even walk outdoors.
Why not?
They're afraid they'll step on an ant.
You sure about all this, Benny?
You could look it up.
Yeah. Thanks, Benny.
Anytime.
These flies are driving me nuts.
Yeah, me too. Hey, what's that?
What does it look like? A fly swatter. Oh, and there's a couple.
No, Lou, don't.
Why not?
We'll have him come running in here.
Well, I bought this thing because I mean business. You can't have flies all over the place.
Well, sure, but you'll have to do it while they're out of the house.
And when is that? They never go anyplace. They got a brand new car. They hire a chauffeur. And all they do is stay home in their room. Lil, what's going on here?
You're asking me?
Yeah. What did you make for dinner?
Oh, I made us a couple of hamburgers.
And for them?
Nothing.
They're not going to eat dinner either?
Well, he told me they'd skip it tonight.
In 2 days, they haven't had a single bite to eat.
I know.
What are they living on?
You heard what Benny said. Maybe they think all animals and plants have immortal souls. Maybe they believe you're not supposed to eat any of them.
Listen, I think it has to be a scam. They probably have a supply of chow stashed away in a bedroom, and they're putting on this act for you and me.
Why? What can they get out of us? Oh, come on, Lou. Maybe we shouldn't even wait to find out. Let's leave right now.
Where else are we going to pick up $2,000 a month?
Maybe we should quit before we get in too deep.
Before we get too deep into what? Why don't we just sleep on it? Maybe things will look better in the morning.
I'm exhausted.
Soon you will be able to relax.
I have to get rid of this weight, even for just a little while.
Just a bit longer. I've just received permission to turn on the indoctrinator.
Hurry.
And all our troubles will soon be over.
Well, let me know when I can go to sleep. Oh, you've got the thing started, finally.
It won't be much longer now.
Lou, wake up.
I'm up.
That noise.
What noise? Oh.
What is it?
Maybe in the water pipes or something. Go to sleep, Lou.
Lou, what's a proconsul?
A who?
A proconsul.
Beats me.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. I know, too.
It's like a governor.
I don't want the job.
But proconsul, you can rule over the whole world.
I don't want to rule over the whole world.
If you don't, they'll get someone else.
Let them.
And then they'll kill us.
Lil. Lil, what kind of a talk were we just having?
Talk? I was fast asleep. Oh, why'd you wake me up?
First you asked me what's a proconsul. Then you asked me how I'd like to be one. I say no, and you say, but you can rule over the whole world.
Yeah, I did say that. But I was dreaming. How did you know?
You mean you and I were having the exact same dream at the exact same time?
Maybe it wasn't a dream.
It started with a kind of a humming noise.
Yeah.
Now it's gone.
Oh, Lou, you want to get out of here right now?
Let's see how we feel in the morning.
I'm scared.
And those two are probably working on one of the greatest scams of all time. So why don't we just stick around and see what we can learn? Huh?
The desire for higher and further education is always to be commended. But then we have Mr. Elliot, who tells us that All our knowledge brings us nearer to our ignorance, and our ignorance brings us nearer to our death. One thing we can say for certain is that we are being brought closer to Act 3. Why should people who seemingly do not eat advertise for a cook? Why should these same people who do not stir from their home advertise for a chauffeur? Why should anyone, in his or own right mind, protest the killing of the most common and dangerous of all household pests, the ordinary, everyday fly? Why indeed?
You shut off the indoctrinator. Why did you shut it off?
I'm getting resistance.
Well, then let's rid ourselves of these two and find a couple of others.
No. They have the exact profile.
But it's taking too long.
In the end, it will be worth the wait.
Oh, why is this one so difficult?
It happens sometimes.
Let me use the indoctrinator.
You?
Why not? I'm qualified.
But I'm the one who is supposed...
And you're the one who's not getting results.
Well, sooner or later,
Suppose we fall asleep before we've sealed them.
We won't.
Look at you. You can hardly keep your eyes open now.
Oh, all right. But if you use too much power...
I am going to use exactly enough for the complete process.
Easy.
Now, just let me do this, will you please?
Should I go in and ask them if they want lunch?
You know they don't want lunch.
Oh, yeah. What's their racket? I sure would want a house like this.
And how much money?
All the money in how much do you want, love?
I don't know. $1 million, maybe.
You need more. With inflation.
But we have to do something for the money.
What?
We have to be pro-consuls.
But I don't know what a pro-consul does.
He makes up the list of who's gonna die.
But everybody has to die.
What do you mean by everybody?
All the people.
But not us.
Us too. But later.
What's later?
After everybody else is gone.
What do we have to do? Tell me again.
Preside over the orderly replacement of the human race.
What are we talking about?
Well, where are these thoughts coming from?
Oh, Lou, help me. My mind. I'm going crazy.
Me too.
Why are we thinking these things? Let's get out of here.
I can't move.
I'm going to faint, Lou.
Hold on. Hold on. Try to hold on.
Shut it off.
No.
I am senior officer. Shut it off. You could kill them.
It's the chance we take.
We must restore them gently.
We have to get their answer right now.
Now listen here.
No, you listen. It's a race against time. We have to get security so we can relax and go to sleep.
Yes, I understand. All right. I'll use it now. I'll have to be very gentle and not alarm them.
I don't care what you do. Just do it. Oh, what pretty music.
Where's it coming from?
Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Mosca have a record player.
They're such nice people.
So kind, so considerate. Don't you just love them?
Yes, love. They're real people.
No, they're not.
They're not?
Why, they're...
Flies.
Flies?
Mr. and Mrs. Mosca are flies.
Yes, Lou.
But they're human beings, like you and me.
No, they can't be.
You saw them.
If they were human, they'd have to eat.
They're flies?
From where?
A star.
Alpha Centauri.
Where the prevalent life form is the fly.
The fly.
How did they get here?
They are going to assist the terrestrial flies
to take over the Earth?
We have to stop them. We have to stop them.
No, Lou, we can't. They're smarter.
The fly is smarter than we are? You just give me my swatter.
These flies are smarter.
It's a scam, a hustle, a swindle, a racket.
No, Lou. It's on the level.
What do they want from you and me?
Don't you hear what they're saying?
Pro-consul.
Pro-consul of the conquered province.
I won't do it.
Have we got a choice?
That's being a traitor.
It doesn't matter. We can't fight it.
Well, you know what you and I have been talking about?
Yeah?
Are we going crazy or
what?
Or is it on the level?
Those things we were saying, those ideas that were running through our heads, where'd they come from?
Did we imagine all this?
Let's ask them.
Who?
You know who? Benny, the writer.
Well, what do you think?
I think they're going to come over to us.
He sounded pretty strong to me. He said, A, I won't do it. B, that's being a traitor.
To which she replied, A, it doesn't matter, and B, we can't fight.
They're leaving the house. Where are they going?
I sense they just want to talk about it, think about it. This strains the absolute capacities of their limited intelligence. So they will try in vain to fight off what they know is the inevitable. But they are ours now. They belong to us.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That is why I am squadron commander.
Oh, but
I was chosen because I was born with this extra sense that enables me to feel when my victims have passed a turning point. Now, all my training, my experience, and my instincts tell me that they have crossed their Rubicon and cast the die. Relax.
Relax? Finally?
Relax. Now, by the numbers. 1. Lower energy level. Repeat.
Lower energy level. I can breathe. I can breathe freely.
2. Prepare to discard humanoid shield. Repeat.
Prepare to discard humanoid shield.
3. Discard humanoid shield.
Discard.
4. Reduce to normal size and shape.
Reduce to blessed normal size and shape.
Now we can enjoy some sleep. Go ahead. I believe she already has. Oh, my dear, I'll be with you in a moment. Oh, I shall be with you in a brief moment.
What do you think, Benny?
It's open and shut. The two of them are flies.
Flies?
Yeah, Lil. Flies. To begin with, the name gives it away.
Name?
You know what Mosca means? A fly.
You're kidding.
In Latin.
But they're human beings like you and me.
They look like human beings.
How can they look
They
like...
project the image.
What does that mean?
You go to the movies, right? The people on the screen, they look real, huh? Yeah? But they're just shadows, right?
These are not shadows. They are real.
They only look real.
I don't believe it.
Why not?
Because I know what's real and what's fake.
The real and the fake, sometimes they can be the same thing.
Here we go with that stuff again.
Everything is relative.
Who told you all this?
Albert Einstein.
You want me to believe that you, Benny the writer, you talked to Albert Einstein?
It was very easy to talk to. All you had to do was ring the doorbell. He'd say, hello, how are you? Come in, have a cup of coffee. What's on your mind? Anybody could get to him. If you could talk to Mr. Einstein, Lou, I'm sure he'd tell you exact same thing I'm doing. Your Mr. and Mrs. Mosca are actually flies that come from some planet in Alpha Centauri.
What kind of conversation am I listening to? What kind of nuts are in this room with me? Albert Einstein, Alpha Centauri, flies that can disguise themselves like human beings.
And they're going to take over the planet Earth.
But, Benny, isn't there anything we can do about it?
No?
No. What do you mean, no?
Nothing.
There has to be something.
What? Look, it was a pretty good world while it lasted. But nothing goes on forever, huh? Everything has to come to an end one day, don't it?
I suppose so.
Thanks, Benny. Thanks a lot.
Anytime.
Well, what do you want to do?
About what?
About this whole thing.
Lou, I've been thinking. It's all in our heads.
Oh, yeah?
Let me tell you what really happened. We were swatting flies in the kitchen, remember?
Well?
Well, Mr. Mosca, he comes storming in there. He's so upset he's out of his mind. He lights into us. He calls us murderers, assassins, right?
So?
It really gets us rattled and nervous. So we cook up this whole bit in our imaginations.
Is that what you think?
What else could it possibly be?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, Lou. Flies?
Yeah, maybe you could be right. But this'll be the third day we're here, and the third day they haven't eaten.
Well, a lot of these highly religious people go in for periods of fasting, you know. So that takes care of it all, don't it?
Maybe.
Let's you and me go up and see him right now. Mr. Oswald and Madame Henriette. And we shall ask what Madame and Monsieur Mosca shall require of us this evening, yeah?
Okay. They're not in?
What could they be?
Wouldn't they have told us if they were?
Funny. I hope they're all right. Is the door unlocked?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if everything's okay. Monsieur Mosca? Madame Mosca?
They're not here.
Where could they have gone?
Maybe for a walk.
Oh, yeah, I suppose so.
Maybe they want to work up an appetite for dinner. Hey, Lil, look. 2 flies.
Where?
See 'em? On the windowsill.
Oh.
Now, Mr. and Mrs. Mosca aren't around, so, just wait. I'll be back in a second.
Lou.
My trusty fly swatter.
No, wait a minute, Lou.
For what?
If we're going to work here, maybe we'll have to learn to live with flies.
What are you talking about? Flies are dangerous. They spread all kinds of disease.
Yeah, I know that, Lou. I know that, but...
But what are you trying to tell me?
Well, maybe we have to learn to respect the beliefs of our employers.
Are you serious?
Well, it's their house. They have the right to establish the rules. If we don't like it, we're free to leave. Well, aren't we?
Yeah. You're right, Lil. Okay. I respect their beliefs.
On the other hand, since they're not home, they'll never know. Go ahead, Lou.
Stand back. Got them both.
Get rid of the evidence, quick.
Okay.
Good. Now, let us relax and wait for Mr. and Mrs. Mosca to come back from their walk. When last heard from, Lou and Lil Valentine were still waiting. They live in this big, beautiful suburban mansion. They have an unlimited amount of funds to draw upon. They are secure from both the toils of the association and the coils of Lieutenant Hawk and Mr. and Mrs. Mosca. What happened to them? Well, we know, don't we? Or do we? We shall discuss this further shortly. There are millions, billions, trillions, oh, the number is infinite of stars and planets and solar systems and galaxies and universes. How dare we assume that we are the only intelligent beings that exist in the vastness of space? And why couldn't the dominant life form on one of those distant planets way out there be the fly? And those flies could already be doing what we are only beginning to attempt. That is, to venture out into the unknown and conquer. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Evie Juster, and Bernard Grant. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
I'll report the offer to Foley at the garage. He can alert the police.
Do you think that is wise? If you do not do what the foreign man advises, you might be hurt, Tom.
But Mr. Clark and the police have got to be told about the crazy offer. If I do receive the money, we'll celebrate when I return.
2 nights from now.
Wish me luck.
Just what the devil is going on, Alan?
I wish I knew, Jack.
2 trucks. Now, how in the name of sanity can 2 18-wheelers disappear without a trace? Now, who hijacks them? Where do they take the trucks? How does it happen?
Tom Tully will tell us.
And where is he?
He's been released by the police. He should be here any minute.
Without a scratch on him, according to the police. Now, how do you explain that?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Welcome. Come in. I am Tammy Grimes. Today we have a tale for you of blackmail and evil. Of a decent man living under the shadow of the crimes of a mass murderer. The Bible admonishes us to revere and love our fathers, but in our story it is impossible for the son to do so. The bloody connotation of the name he bears makes a heavy weight on his back that he feels can never be removed. The Holy Testament warns us that the sins of the father are visited upon the son. Richard Walters discovers the truth of these ancient words.
Hello, Walter.
Who is that?
You know me, Walter, for a long time.
No, I don't know you. I'm too busy.
No, don't hang up. It is better you make conversation with me. Better for you.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
I do it quicker than 10 seconds. Walter, Mad Dog is living.
Oh, good Lord.
Our mystery drama, Funeral Without a Corpse, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back in a moment with Act One. Walters was in an excellent mood when he entered his apartment that chilly winter afternoon. There was a pleasant wood fire burning, and Pauline was waiting for him with a cool drink. Seeing his attractive wife standing there, smiling at him, he thought that fortune had been very good to him. He was a successful lawyer and was now serving his city as district attorney. His political party had spoken to him about running for governor. His future looked bright.
Darling, right on time. Your secretary called and said you'd be home early.
Yes, she told me you called and said that it was important. What's the secret?
No secret, Richard. You know we've had this dinner date for weeks. It's for you. You are going to be tapped on the shoulder and told that they want you to run for governor.
Oh, that. So you know about tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to surprise you. That's why you're all done up, huh?
Richard, you're impossible. You know how important this is to your career, and you seem to treat it with such indifference.
Not indifference. I'm very excited and trying not to show it. But I was wondering whether I should accept.
Accept? Richard, it's an important step up for you, your career.
Well, I wanted to see how you felt about it. If you would rather I went back into private practice.
And give up the chance of being governor? Oh, darling, after all these years, you must know me better than that.
You want to be the governor's lady, huh?
Mm-hmm, and then on to higher things, the highest.
No, dear, not that. I'd have to be a native-born American to get that high office.
I don't see why.
Well, in the Constitution, and I don't think that Congress is about to change it just to make you First Lady, you'll just have to be satisfied with First Lady of the state.
Well, if you're first man, that will be good enough for me. Oh, Richard Walters for governor. Well, you better get into your dinner jacket and black tie.
Don't rush me.
Oh, Richard, a call came for you earlier.
Well, our number is unlisted. Very few people know it. I'd be driven out of my mind with crank calls and people wanting favors.
Well, it was someone who said that he is an old friend.
He? Did he give his name?
No, but he called you Walter. Mr. Walter, he said. With a V. Isn't that the German way of saying W?
Oh, yes. He didn't leave his name?
No, said he would call back. Oh, maybe that's him calling back. Want to get it?
Yes. No, I better not. Pauline, you answer it and say that I'm unavailable.
But, darling...
I do not want to talk to him.
Richard...
I said I don't want to speak to him, Pauline, and I meant it. And may I say, in conclusion, that I am most gratified by your confidence in me. You can be certain that I will not let you down. Even as governor, my city is still my city. Thank you.
Hey, let's give it to him. Give it to the Warriors.
Yes?
A man on the line, Mr. Walters, says he's an old friend. Didn't give his name, said he wanted to surprise you.
Look, I am busy with the Lombardi case, and I don't like surprises.
Shall I tell him to call back?
I don't care what you tell him. Tell him that I'm too busy to play games.
Yes, sir.
No, Mary. Mary, put him on now.
Hello, Walter?
What? Who is that?
You know me, Walter, for a long time.
No, I don't know you, and I...
No. Do not hang up. It is better if you make conversation with me. Better for you.
Is this some kind of practical joke? Look, I'm a busy man, and I have no time for this sort of nonsense.
This is not nonsense, Walter. You would not see me, so I called from public phone. Better listen.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
I do it quicker than 10 seconds. Walter, Mad Dog is living.
Oh, good Lord.
Richard, that you?
Yes, dear.
Well, your unlisted phone's been ringing all afternoon.
Did you answer it?
You told me not to. You look worried.
Worried? What about? Why should I be worried?
I don't know, but you're fidgety. You didn't sleep very well last night. And take a look in the mirror. Your brow is all furrowed.
You sure worry about me, don't you?
Yes, I do. You're very important to me.
Oh, Pauline, after all these years.
I love you, Richard, and I'm unhappy when you're unhappy. Now, come on, tell me what it is.
Well, it's nothing.
It's those telephone calls that you don't want to answer. Afraid to answer?
Afraid? Yes, you're You're right. Afraid describes it very well.
Tell me.
I can't.
Maybe I can help.
No one can help it. It has to be my secret.
Forever? It's something in your past?
That I can tell you. It is something long past.
Oh, I see.
Now, wait a minute. I don't think I like the sound of that.
It's another woman, isn't it?
What? Oh, Pauline.
Someone you loved a long time ago?
It's ridiculous.
I'm not jealous, Richard.
You are jealous. And I love you for it. Very flattering. But you have nothing to worry about on that score.
Then why can't you tell me?
Because it's something that may change my entire life, perhaps destroy it.
Nothing can change my love for you.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Pauline.
Aren't you going to answer it?
I may as well.
You have a nice big car, Walter. Expensive.
It is not expensive, and it is not my car. It belongs to the city. I have the use of it.
For your position, you are important. The attorney, how you say?
District attorney.
Yes. Important man. District attorney.
Look, I don't believe that you wanted to see me so urgently merely to discuss my job.
Why not? You are important. You inherit your ability from your...
Stop it. Now say what you came to say and then get out.
You talk to me that way? I who have known you since you are a child.
You never knew me, Terhunk. You knew of me.
And you knew of me.
I have spent 40 years trying to forget you and what you stood for.
And that was not important to you? Our ideals?
Our goals? I loathed it. All of it.
And your father?
Don't speak of him.
It is shameful for a son not to love his own father.
From the time I was 9, I hated him. My hate was just a tiny speck compared to the mountain of hate he generated.
This is sinful, father-son.
Look, let's not go on with this. Why did you come?
He is alive. And he sent me to you.
You're lying. I went back and checked all the records. He and many other murderers escaped to Argentina when they saw that the war was lost. They should have caught him, destroyed him as he did so many others.
Do not say that. He is your father.
No, not mine. I would do anything to erase the relationship. I cannot call him mine.
He is alive and sick. And he needs you.
The records show that he died in Buenos Aires 5 years ago.
No, he did not die.
He was in all the papers, pictures of his funeral.
False! All false. The funeral without a corpse. Empty casket.
For what reason?
Reason? To save his life. They were getting closer every day. 30 or more assassins to kill him. It was the only way. A brilliant idea. He thought of it. No. Mad Dog lives.
I see.
And now comes the big question. He is old. He is sick. You will help him, will you not?
No. I will not help him.
That is bad. I must go back to him and say, your son hates you. He will not hold out his hand.
Hold out my hand to that vicious murderer?
Oh, I regret to think what he will say and do.
What?
You are an important man. You have changed your name. Nobody knows you are the son. His only son. He asks out of need. But you have no pity. People will say how bad it is for a son to deny his father. Everyone will know you are his son.
Well, you took a long time getting around to it, Terhunk. But you made it very clear. This is blackmail. How much do you want?
No. I never asked for anything. It is for your father.
No. I never asked for anything. Your father. Look, this is blackmail, and I've got you cold. I could send you up for 10 years.
You mean to jail, to prison?
You understand English very well. Everything you've said to me is recorded. I have a tape recorder in this car.
Yes. I understand. So, you have trapped me. Very good. You are a good policeman. But you don't want everyone to know how related you are to Walter Gunther. Do you, Walter? That is why you have changed your name. You're not speaking. You're starting to think. You're going to be the next governor of the state. That is a very big, important position. And will people in this country vote for the son of Walter Gunther? Huh? You do not answer. Please to stop the car. I will get off. Thank you, son of Walter Gunther. It was a pleasant ride. You will hear from me.
Richard, that you?
Yes, Pauline.
Darling, you're so late. I called your office and they said that...
That I went out and I didn't come back to the office.
Where were you?
Well, I was just driving around,
Have you had dinner? Irma put your plate in the fridge. I can warm it up.
Oh, thank you, dear. I'm not hungry.
Glass of milk? Nice piece of chocolate cake? Irma made it for you, your favorite.
Well, thank Irma for me. Oh, I'm exhausted. What time is it?
Nearly midnight.
Ooh, I had no idea that I'd been out that late. Well, I think I'll have a shower and hit the hay.
Richard, something's bothering you.
You know, Pauline, you're wonderful. You're always the first to notice.
Can't you tell me? Can't you?
I'm going to tell you. I must.
Now?
No. Not now. You see, I've got to get my courage up first.
All his life, Richard Walters had lived with the fear that his real name would be revealed. Now that he is faced with the imminent exposure of the fact that he is the son of a hated war criminal, he can't make up his mind what course to pursue. If he speaks out and tells the world that he is Walter Gunther's son, his career will end. If he keeps this hidden, there is only one thing he can do: yield to the blackmailer. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Despite the fact that Richard Walters trusts Pauline, his wife, he cannot bring himself to tell even her his secret. He has held it to himself so long that it is an effort to let go. To tell someone else the shame and unhappiness that secret has cost him. As for the rest, he is certain that he will be forced to give up all the constructive things he has done with his life and sink into oblivion. He sits in his office, still undecided.
Richard Walters' office, may I help you? Oh, yes, Captain Gallagher, I'll connect you.
Yes. Oh, Neil. What? Oh, yes, my unlisted phone, thanks. What's the new number? Uh-huh. Well, you know the people who get that information. Please take care of it. Let me have that number again. 555-8763. I got it, Neil, thanks. Yes, Mary?
Man to see Mr. Walters and Mr. Terhunk.
Oh, yes, Mary, I've been expecting him.
Is it the witness on the Lombardi case?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, the Lombardi case. Mm-hmm.
Well, then you want me to take down his statement?
No, not right now. I want to go over it with him first.
Yes, sir. I'll send him right in.
Oh, come in. Come in, Mr. Terhunk. You've got your nerve barging in here. You know this would be very bad for me.
Please, Walter. This is the only way I can reach you. I call up on your private number. It has been changed. I call your number of your house also changed. So how else can I discuss with you our important business?
What do you want? Whatever it is, I'll try to give it to you. Tell me.
Now you are being more cooperative. Is that not the right word?
Yes, that's the right word.
The right word is dollars. I will need them right away.
How much?
Very small. Not much. Now you are a man with dollars. Are you not?
Look, I am not rich. I work for my money. How much?
5,000. That is all. I do not ask unreasonable money.
For your information, 5,000 is a lot of money to me.
I am so sorry. I would not ask if I did not need.
Yes. Well, it'll take me a little time to get it for you.
Yes. It will take a little time. That is no matter.
Well, I'm glad to see you're not expecting me to pull it out of my hat like a stage magician.
Very amusing. You will have the money for me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, yes? I will be waiting.
9 o'clock?
Tomorrow. In front of your bank. I will be waiting. First National Republic Bank. It opens at 9. You will be there when the door opens. And you will have the money for me in bills, small bills, $10, $20, not larger. Is that clear, Walter?
That is not going to be easy.
Is that clear, Walter? Yes.
Cold and clear. Like a weather report.
Good. I will meet you at 9 tomorrow.
You're not very talkative tonight, Richard.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
I said you seemed to be lost in your thoughts. I spoke to you twice. You didn't answer.
I'm sorry, Pauline.
That thing is bothering you. Won't you tell me? Maybe I can help.
I'll tell you, Pauline, when I can. I'm considering dropping this whole political nomination.
You mean for the governorship? You can't. You're the right man for the job. You're the best man.
Well, I may not get it.
Of course you'll get it, by a landslide. Governor Messler admits he's facing a tough race with you as his opponent.
Well, I may not run. I've just about made up my mind to tell Kimball to find another man.
I really don't understand this at all.
I'm afraid, Pauline. Oh, God, I've never been so unhappy, so depressed in my life. It feels as if I were finished.
Your car phone is ringing.
I'll let it ring.
It might be important. They'd never call you unless it was.
Well, get it for me. It may be somebody that I don't want to speak to.
Hello?
This is Matt Kimball.
Oh, Mr. Kimball. I'll put Richard on. He's right beside me. Matt Kimball, Richard.
Hi, Mac. Just talking about you a moment ago.
Sorry to call you on your car phone. I know you reserve that for business calls.
Oh, it's okay. I'm guessing it's important.
It is, Dick. It is.
Well, can you tell me?
Well, I'd rather not over the phone. Can you meet me someplace? My office?
Oh, sure. Pauline and I were... Well, it's nothing important. What time?
As soon as you can make it. There's someone here I want you to meet.
Who?
Again, I've got to say, not over the phone.
Oh, okay. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Harrison.
Yes, sir.
You're dropping me at Mr. Kimball's office. Mrs. Walters is going on to the Garveys.
Yes, sir.
What did Kimball want?
Well, something serious to discuss. Someone at his office he wants me to see. I have the faintest idea what it's all about.
Haven't you, Richard? Haven't you?
Yes. Yes, you're right. Lately, everything seems to be focused on one thought.
You come in. Well, Dick, you made it in 12 minutes on the dot.
Put me down as a prompt guy.
Shut the door, will you?
Why all the cloak and dagger stuff, Kimball?
Well, it's kind of confidential. I guess you noticed that there was no one in the outer office.
Oh, yeah, your secretary was missing.
I didn't want even her to hear what I'm going to tell you. Sent her home early. I want your opinion, and it must be strictly confidential.
You're certainly making this into a mystery.
I'll let you have it straight. As head of the committee to elect Richard Walters for governor of this sovereign state...
Oh, no speeches, please.
Okay. We need money. Lots of it. Electing a candidate for an important office costs real dough.
I realize 3, maybe as much as 4 million. What do we have in the till at the moment?
Nearly 2. And we've worked hard to get promises for that much.
Bottom of the barrel.
Well, not quite. We have an unsolicited offer that'll make up what we need.
From whom?
See for yourself. He's here in the other room. You want to talk to him?
I don't know. I've been around long enough to know that no one makes an offer like that out of the goodness of his heart. He wants something. What?
He hasn't said. He wants to speak to you.
No, Mac, no deal. I've never played politics, and I don't intend to start now with future promises for favors.
Not even to be governor.
Not even for that.
Well, aren't you curious to know who it is?
Yes. And I'd like to warn him before he starts to talk that one hint of a deal and I'll go to work on him. Now let him come in.
Yeah, sure. Just as you say. Come in. Yeah. Come in, Max.
Max Kiro?
Yes, Mr. Walters, Max Kiro.
Tell him what I said, Kimball.
He says it's no deal if you want something in return.
I ain't asking for nothing. Didn't I tell you that, Kimball?
Nothing? No favor?
Nothing means nothing, Mr. Walters.
I don't get it. You're willing to give $1 million for no reason at all?
I'm clean now. You sent me up. I did my time. I got paroled in 3 years. And I thought it over when I was in stir. What was the point of it, huh? My 2 brothers I lost, my father dead, body never found. And what for?
For money. Dirty money, Max. We know all this.
Yeah. Dirty money. I didn't have nothing when I came out of the pen. I started fresh with a few bucks I got from the insurance of my father.
Come on, you didn't come here to give me the sad story of your life, Max.
Mr. Walters, I got the money to help you. I got a big sanitation business, a big laundry business, real estate. It's all clean money. Legitimate.
You sure? Clean?
Clean. I made it honest. Go ahead, get your CPAs to go over my books. I'm clean.
You sure you didn't launder some of the dirty bucks in your laundry?
That ain't funny. Now, look, I come here and make an offer of $1 million for Mr. Walters' run for governor. I mean it.
Why? That is the big question.
Because you did something for me. And I want to pay you back.
Did something for you? I sent you up for 7 years. I wanted to send you up for life, but I couldn't get enough evidence. And you want to help me?
Mr. Walters, when I was in stir, I got to thinking. I knew I didn't want no more of the kind of life I had. You know, I started to read in the prison library. I never read a book before. It was an education.
Okay, cut it short, Max. It changed your life.
It sure did. And it turned out good for me. You know, if I'd have kept up the old life, I'd have been dead, like my brothers and my father. Mr. Walters, you did it for me.
You know, this is the most amazing story that I have ever heard.
Yeah? What do you say, Richard?
Well, I'm flattered. I don't know what to say. Look, give me a day or so to think it over. There are several reasons why we should not accept.
And one very good reason why we should. Thanks, Max, for your generous offer. We'll let you know.
Richard?
Yes, Pauline?
I heard you get up about 30 minutes ago, and then I heard you pacing up and down.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I went into the library, tried to read something to make me sleepy.
You mean to take your mind off of what's bothering you?
Yeah. I had one burden, and now I have 2. I can't think of any way to rid myself of either of them.
And now you've decided to tell me what they are?
I'm taking a big chance, Pauline. It may change everything between us.
If you think that, you don't really know me. Well?
Do you know the name Walter Gunter?
Yes, he was a wanted war criminal. Yes. had thousands put to death.
Walter Gunter is my father. Yeah. I hated him. I hated my name. I ran away when I was 12.
And you never told me that.
I never told anyone. I was ashamed of it. Ashamed to be the son of a mad dog. I ran away. Away from my father and everything he believes in.
How did you get here?
I became one of the lost children in the hordes of children dislocated because of the war. I was picked up by a children's relief society. I ran away from the orphanage and got to the American sector. The war was over, and the American military government had taken over. I hung around, running errands, doing menial jobs, making myself useful whenever I could. And it was there that I met my new father, Sergeant Richard Walters. Later, I took his name. Pauline, he took a shine to me, and he asked me if I would like to go back to the States with him. He told me that he and his wife had never had any children, and that I would be his son.
And he adopted you. And you never told me.
Well, it was too painful for me to go into. Pauline, I meant to tell you one day. You know, they sent me to college and to law school. It was a big sacrifice for them. They didn't have much money. They were wonderful people, and I miss them.
I remember just a few weeks after we were married, when word came that they were dead, killed in a car crash outside of Dayton. We flew out to Ohio for the funeral.
Just a week before, they had written that they would like to come here and meet you. And I love them both very much. If the truth gets out that I'm the son of Walter Gunter, the mad dog murderer...
Tell everyone the truth. Tell them what happened.
No, it won't help. My career will be over.
Richard, you can't go on this way.
I'm being blackmailed, Pauline. Right now, I am being bled dry just so I can hold the secret.
You mean that man, Terhunk?
Yeah. Yes, I've given him quite a bit of money. He'll be making regular collections.
And if you stop paying?
Well, he'll spill the whole filthy story to the news media. And that'll be the end of Richard Walters. The election will be lost, and I'll be finished with everything.
Well, then we'll go on paying him.
We?
Look, I am partner to this now. I've got a good deal of money that my father left me. I'll use it. Pay him.
It may seem like a lot to you, Pauline, but it'll never be enough.
Then what can we do?
Well, there are only two things that can be done about a blackmailer. One, to go on paying and paying.
And the other?
I don't want to think about that.
Richard has told Pauline that he doesn't want to think about the alternative to paying and paying his blackmail. But she knows what he means. He can see no light at the end of the long and gloomy tunnel. He knows he will continue to give Terhunk what he wants until there is no more to give. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It is now 2 weeks later, and Richard hasn't given his campaign manager, Kimball, his answer regarding Max Kiro's wish to make a big contribution to the campaign fund. In Richard's opinion, it was dangerous and could lead to the sort of scandal that would kill his chances of being governor. Despite what Max says about not wanting anything in return, the danger of a rumor that Richard Gunter had sold out to the underworld was too risky. Moreover, he still has to deal with Terhunk, and that is becoming more difficult.
Yes, Mary?
Call for you, Mr. Walters and Mr. Terhunk.
Oh, put him on hold, Mary.
Yes, sir.
And have Captain Gallagher put a find on him.
You want to know where he's calling from?
That's what I mean. Call me back as soon as Captain Gallagher... No, wait a minute. On second thought, Mary. Cancel that.
Cancel?
Yeah, I changed my mind. Is Terhunk still on hold? I'll take it. Yes?
You have being, how do you say, jealous. Are you trying to make me annoyed? I do not like treatment of this nature.
Oh, I'm sorry, Terhunk, but I was busy and I couldn't speak with you immediately.
You will understand this, Walter, that I am most important. I will come first. Your other affairs will wait till I am complete.
You want money again?
Oh, you are surprised. Have you not expected that I would need it? Your father would need it?
Yes. 5,000 small bills.
9 o'clock. In front of the bank. I will be waiting. Oh, you are quick to learn. A good student. Only one thing is different this next time. You will have 10,000, not 5.
10? Look, I don't know how much longer I can keep this up.
You will keep it up because you love your father.
Yeah. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
He speaks always of how much he loves you in his letters.
It will be a total of 15,000. Only 7 days since I gave you 5. What are you doing with that money? Does my father need that much to live on?
No. I tell you very frankly, he does not need all that for himself. It goes to finance the organization.
What is that?
Don't you know? We are growing stronger. We will be coming back. We will take our country back and we will rule the world as he wanted it. And all our enemies will be dead. Goodbye now, Walter. And your father thanks you. Your money is very important to our cause.
Good Lord. What am I doing?
Yes, Mr. Walters?
Mary, call for my car and tell them to bring it around right away. I'm going home early. I'll wait downstairs in front of the tobacco shop in the lobby.
Yes, sir.
And if I get any calls, just say that I'm out and cannot be reached.
Hello, Mr. Walther.
Oh, it's you, Kiro.
Yeah. Just going to see up in your office. I got it on a grapevine that you was having a kind of a problem.
I don't understand what you're talking about. And, I don't want to discuss it.
Oh, come on, Mr. Walther.
Now, stop it, Max. I see my car out front.
Look, I can help you.
Call me at 555-8763. Well, thank you, Mr. K, for your good wishes.
Mr. Walters, it's Max. Can you talk?
Yes, I'm alone. Go ahead.
I said I could help you.
How?
You got a leech on your back.
What?
A bloodsucker. A leech.
Yeah, what you're saying is that I am being blackmailed. How do you know?
I know. I still got connections. I know. I want to do something about it.
What?
Get him off your back.
And, how would you accomplish that?
What difference does it make? What do you have to know for? He wouldn't be bothering you no more.
Max, you told me that you were clean, that you were straight.
I am. And that's the truth.
I know what you mean when you say you'll stop him, Max. Is that your idea of straight?
It wouldn't be me. I wouldn't even know about it. You wouldn't know. The trouble would just stop.
No, Max. It's not the way I think.
Yeah. I get it. All right. What about my offer? The money?
Well, I'm seeing Kimball tonight. We're going to settle a lot of things. Thanks for your concern.
I didn't give you anything yet.
Your confidence, Max. I really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Richard, I hate to bother you, but Mr. Kimball is here.
Have him come in, Pauline.
Well, hi there, Governor.
Yeah.
What's all the mystery?
No mystery, maybe a revelation. Can I get you a drink?
Sure, but what's the occasion?
Kimball, I'm going to tell you something that may change everything we planned.
Change?
Explode, blow up, demolish would be better words. Mac, I am not the man you think I am. My name is Walter Gunter. And that, Kimball, is the end of a long and sordid story, and the end of my political career.
Well, now, just cool it, Dick. Okay, your old man was a war criminal, but you weren't. You hated him and everything he stood for. You ran away. You changed your name.
But don't you see? I'm going to be running for governor. What do you think the opposition is going to do with that piece of information? Nah, better write me off, Mac. Better get a new man before it's too late.
You let the committee decide that, Dick.
But...
no buts. You're the best man. You're our man. We are not letting you go too quickly. Now, what about your father in Argentina?
He's dead. Been dead for 5 years.
Then Terhunk, or whatever his name is, was lying.
I got a radiogram this afternoon. The authorities assure me that he died from a massive cerebral hemorrhage. They're sending me a copy of his death certificate.
Lying or not, the fact that your father is dead doesn't change matters. As far as blackmail is concerned, this Terhunk character is just as dangerous to your reputation as he was. You think we can buy him off? Maybe a big piece of change would do it.
No. He'll take anything we give him. Make promises which he'll never keep, and come back for more.
I guess you're right.
That's only half the problem. Max Kiro's donation seems the only way the committee can come up with enough money to finance the cost of electing me. How would it look if a former public enemy came up with a big chunk of it?
But Max is clean now.
It wouldn't matter if he had angel wings and a halo. I can hear the opposition. I can see the headlines.
Well, forget Max. I'm working on it. Hey, what was that? It sounded like a gunshot. Came from the other room. It won't open. It's locked.
Pauline is in there. Pauline! Pauline, are you all right? Pauline! Oh, Pauline, what is it? We heard a shot.
Richard, what have I done? What have I done?
Get the pistol out of her hand, Richard.
Give it to me, Pauline.
Here. I didn't want to use it. I just wanted to frighten him.
Him?
That terrible man.
Ooh, terrible. Look there on the floor.
Good Lord. Call the doctor, Richard.
Yes, a doctor.
I asked him to come here. I said I would give him $50,000 if he would promise not to bother us anymore.
Hello, Dr. Parkins.
He agreed?
Yes.
Richard Walters has been an accident.
But as soon as I handed him the money, he said, thank you.
No, we've not even examined
I'll be back next week for another installment.
And can you summon an ambulance?
He laughed.
But good. Good, hurry. The doctor's coming, and an ambulance, too. Now, look, Pauline, what happened? Please try to control yourself, darling.
Richard, I shot him. It was an accident. I just wanted to scare him.
She gave him money, and he laughed at her, and he said he'd be back for more.
Money? To shut him up?
I thought I could help you. I took it out of the money Father left me.
You knew that man wasn't to be trusted to keep his word.
I was desperate. I just wanted to help you.
And you took my gun.
Just to scare him, Richard. It's for protection. I pointed it at him. It went off.
Well, Pauline, if you shot at him, you missed him.
Missed him? What, is he dead?
Yes, he's dead, all right. Probably the shot scared him. It looks like he died from heart failure.
Richard.
Kimball.
It looks pretty good, Richard. Autopsy report is death from heart failure. Terhunk suffered from congenital heart disease. According to the medical experts, he could have popped off at any time for almost any cause, or no cause at all. So there are no charges against Pauline.
Oh, that's great news. No charges, Pauline.
Oh, Richard.
Kimball, I think now's the time for me to ask you to find another man. I certainly cannot run after all this.
Will you please butt out of the committee's business? After all, you're just a candidate, and we're going to get you elected. The voters will love you. And we're going to tell them that Max Kiro loves you, too, and is putting $1 million into the campaign. And do you know why?
You overwhelm me. Why?
Because you're a decent guy. And decent, honest men are hard to find these days. Goodbye, Governor. And give my best to Annie Oakley.
Kimball says that they still want me to run for governor. And he says to give his regards to Annie Oakley.
Annie Oakley?
Mm-hmm. A famous woman sharpshooter from the Old West.
Oh, sharpshooter? Me?
That's right. You couldn't hit the side of a barn with the door closed. But I love you.
And 75 days later, when Richard Walters stood on the steps of the State House to take his oath of office, his smiling First Lady standing nearby with tears in the corner of her admiring eyes. He knew that it was worth all the problems and anguish. I'll be back shortly. Very important that Richard Walters learned in his few long weeks of pressure and blackmail. It was the fact that nothing is so cleansing as exposure to sunlight. Once the truth is told, all the chains that bind a victim to the blackmailer disappear. And Richard Walters can now look ahead with renewed strength to the job that faces him. Our cast included Norman Rose, Terry Keane, Bernard Grant, and Ray Owen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Oh, look here. The drawer of my table. Why is it open?
Excuse me.
What are you picking up? My money box. It's been forced open. I had 10 kopecks of my own money in it and stamps.
Are they all there?
Oh, yes. Oh, but look at the lock, all scratched. And look, everywhere. Everything thrown about. My linen basket. This isn't the way I folded my clothes. The bed is pulled apart. Oh,
Mashenka, are you all right? I mean, could I get you some water?
Why were they here? What were they looking for?
You were out with the children all day. You didn't know.
Didn't know what?
The mistress has lost a brooch worth $2,000.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are noises in the night. Noises that are only heard in the stillness of the night. Sighs and groans and creaks and moans. And they are made by no human voice. And they issue from no human throat. What are they? Why does the floor squeak when no one is stepping on it? Is it the house itself? Are there times when a house can become tired and restless and frightened, just like a human being? Who knows?
Russell.
Huh? Well, who's that?
It's me, Cora Jean.
Cora Jean?
Yes, Russell. Cora Jean.
But you can't be standing here.
Why not?
Because you're dead.
I'm not dead.
You are. You have to be dead. I killed you.
Are you sure you killed me?
You're dead. I hit you. Picked up the wrench.
I'm here, Russell.
And I hit you with it. And then...
See for yourself, Russ.
And then I buried you.
Yes, Russ. What do you want me to tell you?
Our mystery drama, How Quiet the Night, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars William Redfield. It is sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Society, said someone or other not too long ago, is becoming terribly democratic. Why, some of the most vulgar people are in it. Yes, society has gone down in recent years. But if such things bother you, take heart. One place where society is still society, where breeding and position still matter, is in the home of Aeneas Malone, whose blood is of the most cerulean blue. And yet, Aeneas understands the implications of noblesse oblige. His daughter will marry Mr. Russell Porter, a young man of most humble origins. As a matter of fact, the party at the Malone mansion this evening is for the purpose of announcing the engagement.
My friends, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. I have a most happy announcement. My daughter Sybil has informed me that she is in love with Mr. Russell Porter. And I see no reason why they should not be married in the spring.
Oh, how wonderful.
Congratulations, my boy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so happy. Oh, come on, Russ. I want you to hold me in your arms. And the only way you can do it right now is to dance.
Well, now, Sybil, my dear, so many people are waiting to wish you well. Don't neglect your guests. Besides, I want to talk with Russell.
Oh, now, Daddy, you're not going to be the stern parent.
Oh, no. It's too late for that. May I borrow Russell for just a moment?
Only for a moment.
Russell?
Yes, sir.
A glass of champagne, Russell?
Oh, yes, thank you, sir.
And I'm very happy for Sybil. At first, I was, apprehensive, Russell. After all, your family...
Well, what about my family, sir?
Well, it was one we'd never heard of.
What you're trying to say is you were afraid Sybil would be marrying beneath her station?
Precisely. Don't be insulted.
Why not?
Because these prejudices of mine really do no one any harm. What really counts is the man himself. I had you investigated.
You... Now, see here...
Now, don't get into a temper about it. One day you'll have a daughter, too. Well, you come from very poor but very honest, hard-working stock, which is what my stock was 5 or 6 generations ago. You're hard-working, ambitious, and sincere.
Well, thank you.
I want you to quit your job and come in with me.
Oh, no. I'm doing very well at Kennedy and Company.
Well, you do better at Aeneas Malone Incorporated.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, you call all the shots. I'd be nothing but a glorified office boy.
Well, that's true.
You admit it?
Oh, yes. But meanwhile, you'd learn every facet of the business.
My answer is no.
You're a fool. The business has to go to you eventually. Why not learn how to run it now?
Well,
I'll get on your nerves a great deal of the time. But one thought should be enough to sustain you no matter how rough the going.
And what's that?
Just keep reminding yourself, after all, I can't live forever.
Well, they've all gone home.
Oh, alone at last.
May I have this dance?
What did Daddy have to say to you?
He wants to take me into business.
How wonderful.
I guess I'll just have to outlast him.
Oh, he's not really so bad, my darling.
How bad would you say he is?
Not bad at all. You see, he's obsolete.
Why?
Because he's a man of principle. Such people are rare these days.
Yes, I suppose so.
You're a man of principle, too. A man of deep convictions, and that's why I fell in love with you.
Ah, now the truth is coming out.
You're a man of ideals, and that's what I dreamed of. A man who can be trusted, a man of his word.
Oh, now I know why I get these headaches. My halo is on too tight.
No, you know what I mean.
Oh, Sybil, I'm just an ordinary guy, and I hit it lucky. It's like winning a sweepstakes ticket.
Oh, I love you so much.
And I love you, Sybil, darling. Ah, look, I have one request to make.
Anything.
I'll work for your father, but we won't live here.
Oh, of course not. We have to be on our own.
I have an apartment.
I love your apartment.
All right. Then it's settled.
Oh, you see, that's a forecast of our life together. That's how quickly and completely and happily we'll solve every question that comes up. Oh, they stopped playing.
What do you mean?
The music has stopped.
What are you saying? I hear it. Oh, and it's so beautiful.
How can you hear the music? You see, they're putting away their instruments.
Oh.
You heard them playing?
Well...
Darling, do you hear things?
Sybil, this is our music, played at our engagement party. I think I'll hear it for the rest of my life.
Hello, Russell.
Cora Jean.
Yes, Cora Jean.
What are you doing here?
Didn't think I'd find you.
Well, I...
And that's why you went to New York.
No. It's just that
you were supposed to go to Chicago, remember?
Well, I couldn't find a decent job in Chicago.
Oh, then that's why you went to New York?
Yes, sure.
Why didn't you let me know?
I intended to, but...
It's been 4 months.
Cora Jean...
And now I see. You're engaged to marry someone.
Well,
Do you think I'm a fool?
No.
You took the money so you could go on ahead and find a job and get an apartment and send for me. And we'd be married. You never went to Chicago. You went straight to New York. You had a job all lined up, a fantastic job, and you never told me.
Look,
You were
I'm
here
sorry.
3 weeks, and you ran into this society girl, and now you're set for life, aren't you?
Cora Jean, I'm sorry.
You've already said that. You better find something else.
Well, it happens. You fall in love, you fall out of love. You don't control it.
No?
No. Why, you could have met someone, suddenly.
Oh, tell me more.
Well, what can I tell you?
The truth.
Well, you see the truth. I'm here. I'm here in New York. And why am I here? Because I hate Benton's Corners. I hate everything it stands for. I hate small towns and small town people and small town horizons and small town attitudes.
Oh, right. I get the point.
I had to get out of there. Out of there to a place where I could become somebody, realize my potential, and so I used you. I pretended to fall in love with you.
Well, I didn't pretend to fall in love with you.
I'm sorry.
I played for keeps.
I'm sorry.
You say you're sorry. One more time, and I'll scream.
All right, you asked for it. I needed money. Money so I could get out of there. Money so I could establish myself here.
So you took mine.
I'll pay it back, Cora Jean. I'll pay it back with interest.
Oh, I see. And will that make us even?
What do you want? Call me a cheat, a scoundrel? Whatever you call me is true, as far as you're concerned. Cora Jean, it's hard for me to say this, but it's over.
It wasn't hard for you to say it. I thought it came out rather easily.
I'll give you your money back.
I don't want the money.
What do you want?
You.
I just told you. I don't love you.
It doesn't matter. I want you whether you love me or not.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm also going to have a baby.
What?
You want me to repeat it?
No, no, but that's impossible.
No, it isn't. Well, Russell.
Look, you can't have a baby. You should.
No.
I'll pay for it.
No. No.
You can't hold that baby as a sword over my head.
Your baby.
I'll deny it.
Oh, yes, I suppose you would. But everyone in Benton's Corners knew about you and me.
You couldn't prove a thing in a court of law.
Oh, God. This is funny. I could only think of this kind of talk as something that would take place in a nightmare. I pray that's what I'm having now. A nightmare. And maybe I can wake up and we'll be back home and that nothing has happened.
Cora Jean, look. It's over. Now, I'm not happy about it. I'll pay whatever I'll have to.
It's your baby. He'll need his father.
How many times have I told you you could never prove that in a court of law? Oh. Hello?
Darling? Oh, is something the matter?
Oh, no. I just, nothing.
Oh, I called to see if you got home safely.
Yes, I did. Just fine.
Oh, I love you so
Give her my
much.
regards.
What was that?
What was what?
Oh, I could have sworn I heard somebody say something.
Oh, darling, now you're the one who's hearing things.
Tell me you love me.
Oh, I do.
Say it, Russell, darling, say it.
I do.
Go ahead and say it. It comes so easily to you.
Did I hear a voice?
A voice? No, it must be the radio.
Will I see you tomorrow?
Well, why, sure.
Are you sure that you're all right, my darling?
I'm first rate. I'm first rate, Sybil. Just, I don't know, maybe a little tired.
So am I.
Well, you get your rest.
Good night, my darling.
Good night.
Well, Russell, what are you going to do about me?
I'll see that you have all the money you need.
I told you I want you, Russell.
But it's impossible.
No, it isn't. You still haven't answered my question.
Cora Jean.
What are you going to do about me? What?
What is he going to do? He's engaged to one of the richest girls in the country, who is madly in love with him. He has an opportunity to take over one of the wealthiest corporate enterprises in the world. And suddenly, a face from the past arrives to crumble this glorious opportunity to dust. It's quite a problem. A typical problem for a second act, which I shall bring to you in just a few moments. They say that only the truly ruthless can achieve real success. To win requires an intense single-mindedness, a complete dedication to one's own interest, and a willingness to move forward regardless of what the price might be to others. All his life, Russell Porter has yearned for success. And now that it is within his grasp, we're about to find out how badly he really wants it.
What are you going to do about me, Russell?
I'm offering you a practical way out. I'm being reasonable.
Reasonable?
Look, what happened between us happened.
It never would have happened if I didn't believe you were in love with me. You lied to me.
It wasn't a lie. I meant it. At the time, but time passes.
4 months?
People can change in 4 seconds.
You are going to marry me, Russ.
I keep telling you, you can't prove it.
And I keep telling you I don't have to prove it. If I take you to court, there'll be enough publicity, enough scandal. Oh, do you think Mr. Blue-Blooded Aeneas Malone is going to hold still for it?
No, it doesn't matter. She'll stand by me. Sybil will.
Oh, I don't know the old gent, but I've seen his picture. He cut her and you off without a cent. Well, you know that's true. And there goes the whole thing. You're only after her for her money.
That's a lie.
That's all you want from a woman. That's all you wanted from me. It's just that she has more.
Okay, let's cut through it. Look, just settle for what you can get, and I'm going to be generous. After all, I do like you, Cora Jean.
Oh, really? How do you behave towards people you hate?
You can be a rich woman. You can raise the kid.
Oh, don't use the word kid.
All right. You could raise the child easily, without problems. You'd have servants. You could send him to the best schools. I'd see to it that he had the best opportunities. And as for you, you'd have money. You could move around, attract a terrific guy. You could get married to someone who would really love you. Oh, Cora Jean, the more I think about it, it's strange. I think it's all happened for the best.
You are incredible.
You mean you'd throw all this away?
I want you.
Okay. Take me back with you to Benton's Corners. Take me back to where I'll suffocate to death.
The air is like wine.
And I'll go back to my job, teaching school to ignorant, vacuous little...
When are we going home, Russ?
Are you out of your mind?
No, but you are out of yours.
Do you want to live with a man who hates you?
It's a temporary madness. It will pass.
It was. The way she said it. The way she looked at me. In that calm, quiet manner of hers. That schoolteacher pose. As if I were one of her unruly students. And I saw my whole life before me. We would be together day and night. Days we would teach school at Benton Corners High. Where at least part of the time I could avoid her. But at night, we'd be home. Home in one of those suffocating tract houses on a suffocating half-acre plot with a suffocating mortgage. I couldn't breathe in Benton's Corners. And then, without even thinking, I knew what I was going to do. Why had I suddenly decided without even going through the thought process? Why was the answer right in my mouth before my brain even had time to formulate the question? Let's go home, Cora Jean.
What?
Well, that's what you came here for, to convince me. All right, you convinced me. It's a temporary madness. Let's go. Get your coat.
Now? This minute?
Yes. We'll get in the car, drive all night, and be back in Benton's Corners by noon tomorrow.
But don't you want to say goodbye to her?
No.
I know what it is to be left. Oh, Russell, I feel sorry for her.
It can't be helped.
But you can't just disappear.
I'll write her a letter. Come on. Let's go. If we're going...
I heard the news on the radio about the engagement. And you know what I did? I didn't say a word. No, not to anyone. I just packed an overnight bag and I walked to the bus stop and I got on and left. I don't think anyone even saw me go. Russ.
Yes?
You're not listening to a single word.
I am.
You'll be happy.
I'm happy now.
No, I mean really happy. Oh, Russ. You're really a small-town boy. It's what you want.
That's right. It's what I want.
And I love you.
I love you, too.
No, you don't, Russ. Not now. Right now you hate me. Right now you're like a little boy who's being punished. But in a while, you'll see I'm right.
She kept on babbling, and I kept driving. I had no intention of going back to Benton's Corners. I had no desire to marry her. All I needed was a lonely, deserted stretch of road. I didn't even have to think it out. It was all in my head. It was in the books I'd read, the great classic books. An American Tragedy by Dreiser. The Red and the Black by Stendhal. I was one of their heroes. The young man whose path to success is being blocked by a woman he no longer loves and no longer wants. And there's only one thing he can do about it. Only one thing.
Stopping here, Russ?
Oh, I'm worried about that knocking sound in the engine. I hope it's just a loose fan belt.
This is really the middle of nowhere.
Well, you might as well get out and stretch your legs.
All right.
It'll be hours before we come to a place where we can stop. Now, just let me get at that hood.
Oh, the air is so pleasant.
Yes, just what I thought. The belt's loose. I think I've got a wrench in the back.
So quiet, the night. So still the stars. So silent the world below. So... You say the rest of it, Russell. Go ahead. Russell! Oh!
Quiet the night. Yes, it was a quiet night. And she was dead. I was rather surprised at how easy it is to kill someone. How fragile. Just a few sharp blows and it's over. It was wild country. I dragged her body into the woods, dug the hole, and I buried her. And then, well, what else can I tell you? I went home. And when I got home, I began to worry. The whole thing had been done without thinking. Suppose someone had seen us. But no one had seen us. I knew everything was going to be all right. I just knew it.
Darling. Russell, darling.
Oh, yes, dear. What is it?
Well, first of all, shall I pour you another cup of tea?
Oh, no, thank you, dear.
Secondly, you must give me your list.
What list?
The list of people you want to invite to the wedding.
Oh, that list.
Yes, dear.
Oh, well, Sybil, I was thinking about... I don't want to invite anyone.
But this is your wedding, too.
Well, darling, my folks are all dead. I have no real friends. I haven't been here long enough to make any.
Oh, but surely back home...
Oh, I had no real friends there either. It's one of the reasons I left.
Well, there must be someone you like, someone who was kind.
Well, yes, perhaps one or two. But you see, I'm sure they'd feel awkward, out of place.
Russell, may I ask you something?
Anything.
Why did you stop teaching school?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I wanted the adventure and the excitement of business.
Oh, I'm not so sure you do, Russell. At heart, you're a romantic, a teacher.
You're wrong.
Well, if you ever change your mind...
Change my mind about what?
Well, about being a stockbroker in Daddy's office. If you should ever want to go back to the classroom...
Never.
Well, even if you should want to go back to Benton's Corners...
What are you saying?
Whatever you want is all right with me.
Darling, don't ever say another word about going back to the sticks.
Oh, but life is so peaceful, so enriching there. So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world below.
No, wait. What are you saying?
Oh, it's a poem.
Where did you...
Oh, it's so sad. I was reading in the paper a girl was murdered.
Oh. Murdered? Who?
Oh, I don't even remember. Oh, it's such a terrible thing. Someone had killed her and buried her body in the woods, and some hunters... Oh, I don't even want to talk about it.
What about the poem?
Oh, well, I guess the reporter was looking for human interest. It turns out that the girl was a poet.
Yes?
Well, I mean, she taught school, but she was a poet. And they printed the poem. So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world below.
Dearest, I have to be going.
Well, so soon? I thought we'd play golf.
I know, but I have things to clear up at the office.
Well, see you tonight.
Tonight and every night. All right. They found her body. Maybe I should have dug it deeper, but what's the difference? There was nothing that could tie her to me. No evidence, no proof. Right now is the crucial moment. Right now is the time to remember that I must not panic. I must be calm, relaxed, and in complete control. I have nothing to fear. Nothing. Nothing at all. Just a moment.
Evening, Russ.
Maybury. Sheriff Maybury.
Mind if I come in, Russ?
Oh, well, sure. I mean, of course. But yes, of course, come in.
Thanks.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, how are you, Sheriff?
Oh, about the same. Russell, Cora Buxton's been killed.
Yeah, I know. I read about it in the paper.
Oh, shame. She was a lovely girl.
Oh, yes.
Weren't you two, sort of engaged?
Well, not really. It was just one of those things.
Which things?
Well, you know how it is. I was the only single male teacher in the high school. If she was the only woman teacher who was single, and we both liked each other, we certainly got along, so people thought...
Yeah, people sure did.
Well, it's like, you know, a situation seems logical, so you kind of take it for granted. I mean, so many people thought it would make sense for Cora Jean and me to get married that they honestly believed it was going to happen.
And wasn't it?
Oh, no.
Wasn't there talk Cora Jean had given you her life savings to go to New York and get established and then send for her?
I can't imagine the basis for any such talk.
Well, the fact is she did withdraw all her money from the bank the day before you left town.
Well, that doesn't mean she gave it to me.
No, I guess it don't.
Sheriff, what is it you want to see me about?
I want to talk to you about Cora Jean's murder.
Well, what would I know about it?
Why, you know more about it than anybody else in the whole world, Russell.
Why do you say that?
Because you killed her.
They're a plain-spoken group, these folks from Benton's Corners. When they've got something on their minds, they say it. But how does Sheriff Mabry know what exists to link our man Russell with the crime? He was careful not to leave any clues. Well, I'll give you a hint. Perhaps it's not something he left with her. It could be something she left with him. And we'll examine that when I return in just a moment with Act 3. Life was so simple and yet so rewarding for young Russell Porter. One of the wealthiest heiresses in the city of New York fell deeply in love with him. She not only has money, she is breathtakingly beautiful. So suppose he did have to commit murder to protect his investment. Wasn't this worth it? And what could have gone wrong? He was so careful.
Sheriff Mabry, how can you say I killed Cora Jean?
It's the truth, Russ.
You don't have one single shred of proof.
Oh, there's plenty of proof.
Such as?
Well, for one thing, she was going to have a baby.
It wasn't mine, and no one can prove it.
She gave you that money.
No, wait. She may have taken it from the bank, but no one can prove that she gave it to me. As a matter of fact, that's why she might have been killed. Don't you see? For the money. $5,000 is a lot.
How would you know it was $5,000?
Oh, well, she told me. She told me once. Yes, that's what she had.
She came here to New York to see you.
But she wasn't killed in New York. She was killed way out in the country, halfway between...
Yeah, halfway between here and Benton's Corners.
Okay, all right. Well, so she was coming to New York for whatever reason. And someone killed her for the money.
No.
How can you say no?
Because she was coming from New York when she was killed.
How can you hope to prove it?
She was riding in a car with somebody.
Okay. Then that's the somebody who killed her.
She had already been to New York. She'd come here to see you. You said you'd take her home. You told her some kind of lie. You were bound back for Benton's Corners. And the reason I say that is her body was found on the north side of the road. That's the way you were headed. You wouldn't have killed her and then carried her across the highway to bury her.
Where is your proof for all this, Sheriff?
What kind of proof do I need?
Facts, evidence, witnesses.
Russell, you know you did it. Now it's up to you to do the manly thing and confess.
Oh, you're crazy.
Russell, I'm giving you a chance.
A chance?
A chance to know peace. You'll never have any as long as you live. You'll see her face. You'll hear her voice.
Sheriff, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You are not going to railroad me for a murder I never committed.
Tell that to Cora Jean, Russ.
Cora Jean is dead.
You'll see her, Russ. Like I said, you'll see her and hear her. She was quite a girl, Russ. Why did you kill her?
But I didn't, Sheriff. I did...
It's like
what's the
you
use?
say, Russ. I don't have the evidence and the witnesses, but anytime you want to come back and take your medicine, just give me a call, eh? Well, I gotta be going. Think about it, Russ.
was there to think about? Mayberry, what did he know? What could he know? Nothing. He was only making some shrewd guesses. He had no evidence. He's trying to frighten me and get me to lose control. Well, I won't. I'm in the clear. I must not panic.
Russ?
What is it, Cora Jean?
After you went home last night, I wrote a poem. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world below.
Cora Jean. Cora Jean! Oh, it was a dream. Just a dream. Oh, for a moment I thought...
What did you think?
Cora Jean?
Yes, Russell?
Cora Jean, it can't be. I hear your voice.
Yes?
But you're dead. You're dead.
I always wanted you, Russell. Because you and I are so right for each other.
No, this is mad. This is mad. I'm dreaming.
No,
I'm dreaming.
Russell, you're awake. Let me read you the poem.
I don't want to hear it.
So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent the world.
I said shut up. I've got to get hold of myself. Got to keep tight control. Can't let my mind go. I know. I'm going to have a little trouble with my conscience. Now, that's to be expected. After all, murder, and that's what it was. Of course, I had no choice. I had to. All right, I'll have some bad nights, but it'll go away. The thing to remember is not to panic. Take a deep breath. Collect your thoughts and...
Russell.
Yes. Yes, Cora Jean. I'm ready for you. I can handle my conscience. I can handle you.
You children, excuse me, I have to mingle.
Yes, Daddy. Oh, how he'll ever top this, I don't know. There have been benefit performances, but never one like this. Are you enjoying the show, darling?
Oh, sure. Sure, of course.
It's just that you seem so distracted.
Do you think so?
Maybe I'm distracted.
By what?
Oh, that poem just keeps running through my head. So quiet the night, so still the stars.
Now, why should that poem...
I think of that poor murdered girl.
Darling, you can't let your mind dwell on morbid things.
Oh, you're right. But why can't I forget it?
Look, the intermission's almost over. Let's go inside. Let's enjoy the play. It's really funny. Really funny.
So quiet the night, so still the stars.
Russell?
Yes?
I wrote a new poem. Do you want to hear it?
Of course, Cora Jean. I always want to hear you. No. This is the same dream.
Why do you say it's a dream?
Because... Because
I'm dead?
You're dead. Yes. You are dead.
That doesn't matter. I don't have to be alive for you to hear me.
I won't crack. I won't. Cora Jean, what do you want?
I want you.
Hello.
Hello, Russ.
Sheriff Mayberry, do you know what time it is?
Just about midnight. I wanted to tell you I'm heading back home and wondered if you wanted to come with me.
Now, Sheriff, Look, whatever you're doing, it isn't going to work.
What is it you think I'm doing?
You're trying to destroy my mind.
No, Russ. I'm trying to appeal to your better nature. That's all.
All right. Whoever you are, whatever you are, regardless of what this is all about, I'm wise to it. I won't crack. I won't break down. And soon, all of this, whatever it is, will be gone.
So quiet the night, so still the stars, so silent.
Go ahead. It's all in my imagination. Go ahead.
Russell, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what, Sybil?
About the poem.
The poem?
Why didn't you tell me that, well, the girl who wrote it comes from your hometown?
Oh.
Benton's Corners.
Well, it's just a coincidence.
And that you knew her. You knew her very well.
Oh, I wouldn't say I knew her very well.
But you must have. I'm so fascinated by that poem. I wanted to get a copy of the whole thing, and so, well, I called the newspaper editor in Benton's Corners.
Oh.
Such a nice lady. She talked to me for hours, and she said that the poem was printed originally in her paper, and that the title was To Russell. You must have known her.
Well, yes, I knew her.
Were you in love with her?
In love?
You can tell me. It doesn't matter. It all belongs to the time before you met me. Were you in love with her?
No, but she was very romantic.
Well, tell me about her. What was she like?
Well, I don't know. She was just some girl. Look, I'm sick of talking about her, Sybil, and that silly poem. Now, you remember you wanted a list from me.
A list?
Yes, of guests I wanted to have for the wedding, and I said I didn't want to. Well, you reminded me. The editor of the Benton's Corners Chronicle, the one you spoke to, she's a lovely lady, Margaret Hennings Witherspoon. I'd like to invite her. Sybil?
We'll talk about it, Russell.
Darling, are you all right?
Oh, I'm just a little bit tired. I'd better get to bed early.
Oh, Sybil, you're angry.
No, I'm not angry.
But I don't want to leave like this.
Like what?
Well, as if something's wrong. I mean, you're annoyed because I didn't want to talk about that silly poem.
I'm not.
I say you are.
Well, suppose I am.
Tell me why.
Well, that's just it. I don't know why. Oh, Russell, please, everything will be all right in the morning.
I could have kicked myself. It was that poem, that stupid bit of doggerel.
How quiet the night. How still the stars. How silent the world below. How mute the breeze. How calm the trees.
Cora Jean.
Why are you always so alarmed, so surprised to see me, Russell?
I don't believe it. I don't believe you're here.
Must believe it. I'm all you've got now.
Say what you like. I won't lose my grip.
Your grip? On what?
Reality.
What's reality? Reality is a girl named Sybil Malone. Forget she has $100 million. She's a girl of many moods. And she doesn't love you anymore.
That's a lie.
You mean it doesn't happen? Your own words, Russell. You fall in love, you fall out of love. You don't control it. She is all gossamer. And when you shouted, I'm sick of that silly poem, you broke the spell.
That's not true.
Oh, Russell, it's over. In your heart, you know it's over. You killed me for nothing.
No, I didn't kill you. You see, you're still alive.
You killed me, Russell.
I killed you, but you're not dead enough. I buried you, but not deep enough.
I'm dead, Russell. Dead.
No, you're alive. Still alive.
Hi, Russ.
Ah, Sheriff. Yes. You're just the man I want to see.
You mean you want to come back with me?
I don't have to. You see, I didn't kill her.
Russ.
No, listen. You see, I'll admit it. I wanted to kill her. I drove her out to the spot, but I didn't hit her hard enough. She's still alive. Come on. I'll show you.
Sure, Russell, sure. I'll get that for you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello.
Oh, I wanted to speak to Russell. Who are you?
An old friend, ma'am. Just a minute. Russ? Hello, ma'am. I guess he can't talk right now. Can I take a message?
Well, just tell him that I was acting silly and that we should never part with a quarrel and that I love him very much and... I'll tell him myself tomorrow. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am. Russ, that was...
So quiet the night.
It's Cora Jean. She's talking to us. reciting her poem.
So still the stars.
The poem she wrote for me. Don't you hear?
Sure. I hear.
How silent the world below.
Well, the world didn't remain silent when Russell confessed. There was a clamor for a trial, and there was a verdict, and Russell was declared hopelessly insane. However, Sybil stood by him. She visits him every day and recites poetry, most of it from an anthology of the poems of Cora Jean Buxton, who, as it turns out, has become quite famous in death. I'll be back shortly. The sounds in the night, the voices in the night, the songs of the night. How can we hear, how can we see what isn't there? Well, it's a question that deserves to be raised, but it certainly should not be dismissed as the imaginings of the neurotic or the demented. After all, if you see what eludes me, who is to say which of us has the firmer grip on reality? Our cast included William Redfield, Patricia Elliott, Marion Seldes, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm not a particularly psychic person. At least I never thought of myself in that way.
Well, now, it is very interesting, but why don't we talk about it in the office tomorrow?
Look, sir, what I think you should do is call the police station in Porto San Diego.
Where?
That's the town nearest your sister-in-law's plantation.
Oh, but that's in South America.
I know. Now, ask them to send a squad of police over to the house.
Why? Because my secretary is having a bad dream?
No, sir. Because you are frightened for the safety of your sister-in-law and your niece.
But I'm maybe 10,000 miles away.
Sir, you're William J. Big Bill Rawlinson. When you talk, people listen. Will you call the police now?
All right, I'll handle it.
You're not saying this just to quiet me.
I said I'll handle it.
It's the only way we can save them.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Listerine Lozenges. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's been said that you can always recognize a werewolf simply by shaking hands. If the handshaker has hair on the inside of his palms, QED, a werewolf. Of course, this is an old wives' tale. As for me, I'm perfectly willing to accept the fact that the whole idea of werewolves was absurdly exaggerated by the superstitious during the Middle Ages. However, I would like some explanation of the concept everyone recognizes today of the subconscious, something inside a person which can take over and utterly control a person's mind and actions, particularly under great stress.
to spend the rest of your life on your knees praying for the Lord's forgiveness.
Our mystery drama, Night of the Howling Dog, was especially adapted from the classic by Algernon Blackwood for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Mason Adams and Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and by the Florida Orange Growers. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The pages of fiction are filled with surrogates passionately pleading the causes of other lovers to beautiful ladies. The characters of Cyrano de Bergerac, John Alden courting Patricia for Miles Standish, and the devil himself serenading the beautiful Margarita on behalf of Faust. These are only a few examples that come immediately to mind. However, I had never heard of a lover deputizing an animal to forward his suit until now. And to bring you this amazing story, I introduce an eyewitness.
It's strange that as I approach the end of my years, I now find more people willing to believe the stories of my adventures with my employer, the famed psychologist of the occult, Duane Carter. When I was working so closely with Duane and writing down these excursions into the dark recesses of men's soul and minds, I found nothing but skeptics. Today, perhaps since we know more, we now realize there are still things we don't know. At any rate, let me start at the beginning of this incredible phenomenon. It all began when Duane and I said goodbye at London's Waterloo Station on a hot July day in 1912.
Now, Ernie, we've got a full fall schedule, so you be sure and get plenty of rest. I want you to be raring to go when we meet in Stockholm on August 15th. Unless, of course, you should send for me sooner.
Send for you? If I'm going to need you, Duane, then I'm hardly going to have a restful vacation.
Nonsense. Both of us know the strange effects a stay in the wilderness can have on people who wear the trappings of civilization the rest of the year.
Well, you were the one who prescribed getting back to nature as the prescription that straightened out Timothy Manning's life. If he hadn't come to consult you, he'd still be preaching in a pulpit, making his wife and daughter's lives miserable.
But Timmy isn't the only member of your little party.
Are you trying to sound a warning? If so, you'll have to be more specific.
Well, I have nothing specific in mind. Just a feeling that will very probably turn out to be wrong. You go ahead and enjoy yourself, Ernie. And forget what I said.
Duane must have known the one thing I could not do was forget what he said. Duane Carter's whole reputation as a scientist was based on his uncanny sixth sense, an intuition that enabled him to handle cases too bizarre for other psychiatrists. So I was more than ordinarily alert as our boat approached the shore of the small island we'd chosen for our camp.
Easy there, Ernie. Peter, lend Ernie a hand and we'll pull the cutter further up the beach. Then unload, and the ladies will see to the tents and other supplies. This is the life. Room for body and mind. Just the place for a man to refuel his soul.
And how does a man go about doing that, Reverend?
I'll let Peter Sangre answer that. Peter, here's a perfect opportunity for you to show Ernie how much you've learned since you started studying with me.
There'll be time enough for theology lessons later, Dad. Right now, Peter could be very useful in giving Mother and me a hand with some of these supplies.
Oh, I'll be happy to, any time at all. I'm always very happy to help you, Miss Manning.
Peter Sangre was a young Canadian studying for the ministry under the Reverend Manning's tutelage. He'd been staying with the family back in New York, and it was obvious that he'd been smitten by the laughing eyes of Joan Manning. So obvious that it was sometimes embarrassing to watch the depth of yearning in his eyes. This was painfully evident the first night when Peter, Joan, and I joined forces exploring our island. Well, I never realized the Baltic Sea had this many small islands so close to shore.
so beautiful. The water's so calm. I wish we had the canoe. We could paddle to the other islands while we still have the northern lights.
Good idea. You and Peter wait here, and I'll go across and fetch you.
No, let Peter get the canoe. You and I will wait here.
You bet. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Well, Joni, what was that all about?
You found me rude.
Let's say very definite about not wanting to be alone with Peter.
Oh, dear. It was very obvious then. I'm sure he noticed.
I wouldn't worry about him, Joan. Surely you know he's madly in love with you, and you shouldn't feel upset if you don't like him.
I don't dislike him. It's just that I see his eyes on me, seeking, even demanding, and I'm afraid he might do or say something that would lead to unpleasantness.
You, Joan Manning, the fearless, frightened?
Listen, I'm serious. There's something about Peter that makes me feel creepy. Something I don't think he knows himself. I'll confess it draws me, attracts me, but at the same time it makes me afraid.
Joan, I don't know whether you're trying to tell me you're afraid of Sangre or something in you.
My heart tells me there's something in Peter Sangre. Something buried deep inside him. Something dark and perhaps even dangerous. And I'm desperately afraid and desperately curious.
How long has Peter been studying for the ministry with your dad?
Almost a year.
This is the first time that you've had this feeling about him?
Yes. It only happened since we came here, away from New York and civilization. It seems almost what he's been waiting for. What we've both been waiting for.
The business of setting up camp for the first few days relegated that strange conversation to the back of my mind. But the Reverend Timmy brought it back sharply with a strange prayer one night.
We give thanks to you, O Lord, for our safe arrival. We also give thanks for our excellent health and pray this may continue for all of us, and the weather be fair, the fish be plentiful, and that nothing from the kingdom of darkness nor any evil thing disturb our nighttime tranquility.
Why, Daddy, what brought that on?
Just a thought, Joan. It came into my mind, and I let the Lord know of it.
Reverend, I don't think we should put thoughts like that in the Lord's mind.
I think I can explain, Mr. Simpson.
Well, you, Peter?
Yes, sir. You see, I don't know if any of the others felt it, but I know that I sense something, some presence here on the island with us.
But that's impossible. Our exploration showed there were two things lacking on our little island: fresh water and animals.
I didn't say anything about an animal, Joan. I said a presence.
Now, come, children. Perhaps my prayer was out of place. Let's all be off to our tents and a good night's rest.
Who's that? Who's there? Whoever it is, let's not play tricks. I know someone's trying to frighten me. I'm coming out and see whoever it is that's playing this childish game.
Joan, I'm really sorry about that prayer last night. It obviously upset you and made you dream about some animal or other growling around your tent.
I tell you, I distinctly heard the howling of a dog. Didn't anyone else hear it?
Well, of course not. No one else heard it because you dreamed it.
Because of the lack of water, there's not an animal of any size on the whole island. You know we have to fetch our water from that little island across the way.
I know what I heard. And it wasn't a dream.
Well, there's nothing to prevent some animal from swimming over. A deer, for instance, might easily land in the night and decide to take a look around.
Well, look, Mr. Simpson, I'd like you and the other men to come along with me. Mother, you stay here. You've already seen the tracks. And I want Daddy to apologize to me and admit that I'm not having bad dreams. All right, now. There, look. Look at those marks on the outside of the tent. Are you going to tell me that they're not animal tracks?
Certainly they are. These tracks appear to have been made by some type of fairly large animal.
I apologize. I'm sorry I doubted you, darling.
Oh, Daddy. Daddy. I'm so frightened. I'm just plain scared.
Mr. Simpson, look here. Look at these marks. The brute must have been scratching around my tent, too.
Certainly looks that way. These are the same marks. Did you hear anything?
Not me. Since I've come here, I sleep like a log.
Reverend, would you come over here to Peter's tent for a minute?
Coming, Simpson.
Really strange. Wonder if Mrs. Manning heard anything. After all, her tent is right next to Jones. Timmy, what do you make of those tracks?
Looks like an animal, right enough. Tell you what I'd appreciate, Simpson, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm here to help.
Why don't you take Joan out for the day? On a hike or in the canoe and see if you can calm her down.
I thank you for taking me on this canoe trip today. But I know Dad suggested it.
That's right.
But I thank you anyway. It's kind of you.
Have you noticed any change in our friend Peter Sangre?
You mean his attitude towards me?
Good Lord, no. If anything, his devotion has become even more obvious.
What do you mean, changed?
Well, he seems much more self-reliant. Almost as if I don't know how to put it, but almost as if this is where he belongs.
So you sense something strange about him, too?
No, not strange. It's just that he seems to fit in better here than when I first met him. He's more confident. He's surer of himself.
Yes, I felt that. And the more confident he gets, the more frightened I get.
For the next few days and nights, there was no excitement. And our camp life seemed to have settled into a routine. Until one night, the quiet was shattered by screams coming from...
Gurney! Hang on, Gurney, we're coming! Joan! Are you all right?
Something touched me! Something touched me! I felt it through the tent!
What's she saying, Ernest?
Daddy! The same growling and scratching as before. And there was a great tearing blow, and the tent was ripped open right next to my face.
Oh, your tent? No doubt about that, Reverend. You can see the gap where the thing or whatever it is ripped right through.
That dog again. We must do something.
The first thing to do is to get over to the stockade and get a fire going.
What's going on? I brought my rifle. If it's that animal again, let me have it.
Come on, Peter. Help me start a fire.
What in the world do you think it is, Mr. Simpson? It surely can't be a dog.
It can't be very far away. We'll organize a hunt at once, this very minute.
Now, slow down, Reverend.
Action, Ernie. Any action to stop panic.
We've gone over every inch of this island, and there's no living creature on it besides ourselves.
Peter's right, Reverend. Not even a squirrel could have gotten by us.
All right. I know what it was. A dog from one of the farms on the larger island. A dog that's turned wild. It was attracted by our fires and the smell of food, and now it's gone back to where it came from. That's what it was.
Oh, Daddy, you don't really believe what you just said? You can't believe that. You just can't.
Occultists insist that events have souls. Souls given to them by the emotion and thoughts of those concerned with them. This in itself is a terrifying concept, because I can think of the souls of some events that must have shriveled with terror and agony that's indescribable. I'll be back with Act 2 and the very strange events on the Baltic Island in a moment. The virtues of life and vacations in the untrammeled wilderness have long been extolled in song and story. We've all longed for the starry nights with the wind sighing softly through the friendly branches of the protecting trees. But nature also has a savage side, and sometimes a trip to the wilderness can bring out whatever primitive savage lurks within us.
I hate the rain, especially when I'm in the woods.
I thought you could use today to catch up on your studying, Peter.
Reverend says I'll pass my exams with flying colors and become a full-fledged minister in the fall.
Well, Timmy should know.
He should know more about his own daughter, too.
What? What does that mean?
Oh, nothing. I guess we're all upset by what's happened with Joan.
Well, of course we are, but I don't understand what you meant about Joan's father.
Forget it. I'm sorry I said it. I just wish one of us would be able to track down that dog, or whatever it is, that's gotten Joan in such a state.
She should be all right with her mother. You know that she's moved into Mrs. Manning's tent now, and there should be no more nonsense.
Nonsense? Is that what you think is so frightening for Joan? Maybe you should join forces with her father.
I had no trouble going to sleep after my rather strange conversation with young Sangree, but suddenly I found myself wide awake. I jumped from dead sleep to absolute wakefulness in a single instant. The rain had stopped. I went outside and sniffed the delicious clean air. A pallid half moon just sinking into the sea threw a spectral light between the trees. And then, just 20 feet away across the paths, I saw a head thrust round the edge of Peter Sangree's tent. The head of an animal. An animal that had the appearance of no animal I'd ever seen before. Terror struck me. I knew it was the animal. And as I watched, riveted to the spot, the thing turned, slipped between the trees, and vanished. Wake up, Peter! Wake up!
Well...
Peter, come on.
What is it?
Peter, come on. The beast. The beast has been here in your tent. I swear it was about to leap at your throat.
What are you saying?
Let's not waste time. Quick, get your gun before Joan has attacked.
Joan? Oh, yes, all right. Yes, let's get over there. I'm with you. Yes, I see the tracks. It's a wolf. That's what it is. A wolf lost among the islands and starving to death.
I don't think so. It was unlike any animal I've ever seen.
Whatever it is, it must be killed. Joan must be protected. I'll sleep all day and sit up all night and shoot the beast the minute I see it.
No, I don't think this is anything that we can deal with. I have a better plan. I'm going to send for the one man I know who can help. Dwayne Carter. He will know what to do.
Dwayne Carter? The psychic doctor?
Yes.
Then you think, it's something of that sort?
I am certain of it. Although nothing Dwayne Carter ever did took me completely by surprise. I was astonished to find a letter care of General Delivery in the Waxholm post office. It was from Carter, giving a Stockholm address and stating that a phone call would bring him to Waxholm that same day. And so that night, Dwayne Carter joined us on the island. And after dinner, with Peter also sitting in, I told him of the strange events.
You did well to send for me, Ernie. What we have to deal with here is a werewolf.
Werewolf? Oh, surely these things are...
Rare enough, I'm happy to say, Mr. Sangree. Now, you say that no one has been injured so far.
No, surely there can't be any question of this poor, starved beast injuring anybody, can there?
I hope not. But what makes you think the creature is starved?
What? I can't tell you it, except that I felt from the beginning it was in pain and starved. Although why I feel this never occurred to me until you asked.
You really know very little about it, then.
I really know nothing at all. Nothing.
Help! Get it off me! Keep it away! Oh, please!
There it is! Let me take a shot at it. No.
Oh, don't shoot, Reverend. Help your wife take care of your daughter, and then meet Ernie and me at the stockade. How is Joan?
Oh, the beast tore her arm. Thank the Lord my wife woke up and the thing ran off. But it's not serious.
Well, that's something to be thankful for. Here's your coffee.
Thanks. This will be our last breakfast on this cursed island. We'll strike camp and get away today.
I think, Reverend, for the safety of all concerned, it would be better not to leave the island just now.
Both Mrs. Manning and I are grateful for your presence, Dr. Carter. But I can't help thinking that perhaps all of our problems would have been solved if you hadn't stopped me when I had the brute in my gun sights.
Had you fired, and had you killed the thing, you would have committed murder.
Murder? Well, now you've got me completely confounded. How can killing this
this thing possibly be murder?
Well, this thing, as you refer to it, Reverend, is a man. One of this camping party. A man gone savage.
Well, I saw the thing. That was no man. That was a dog or a wolf.
Of course. You see, this is a case of modern lycanthropy.
Lycanthropy? Werewolves? Those superstitions of the Middle Ages can have no actual significance today.
We are face to face with a modern example of what I believe has always been a profound fact.
Fact? Oh, come now, Dr. Carter.
You've heard of the astral body, or as I prefer to describe it, the fluidic body. It has the power, under certain conditions, of projecting itself and becoming visible to others.
Well, aren't you talking about two different things altogether, Doctor? An astral body is something people can accept because it's a human form, not an animal.
Yes, that's true. But the fluidic body can assume forms other than human. And such forms will be determined by the dominating thought and wish of the owner.
You've lost me.
You've never really understood the effect of this primitive camping life upon all the members of your party. Old instincts, deeply buried in the subconscious. Instincts no one ever dreamed they had, suddenly come forth in a primitive setting.
Well, I'm honestly trying to follow you, Doctor, but ancient instincts and atavism are terms which hardly explain a roaming animal with teeth, claws, and a thirst for blood.
That last is your term, not mine. But it's a very exact one. I would say that what we have here is an animal that's impelled to bathe in the very heart's blood of the one it desires.
And if I didn't know your reputation, I'd say you have a very strange way of reassuring people.
Fear is rooted in ignorance. Reverend, let's suppose that an extremely sensitive young man has fallen very deeply in love with your daughter. Back in New York, this moonstruck young fellow isn't taken very seriously by Joan, and he knows it. Nevertheless, he loves, and he knows that, too.
Well, does he know what you're trying to tell me?
If you're asking if he's conscious of the change that comes over him, no.
Oh, but I still refuse.
Reverend, surely you don't question the violence that's in all mankind. It lurks underneath the surface. And here, on this island, where we shed the trappings of civilization, he feels strong and free. And the feelings of love he's been suppressing back in New York batter at his consciousness, determined to force their way to the surface. And at night, when he sleeps and his mind is relaxed, he dreams.
The beast that ripped Joan's arm was no dream.
Granted, but this wild force within him becomes fierce and savage when he sleeps, and his frustration turns into half devotion, half beast. And that is the form that his astral body might well assume.
Well, if I grant these wild assumptions, why should I feel easier in my mind?
Well, if you realize that this transformation isn't deliberate, then you can also understand that it is not necessarily evil.
You say that to me after seeing Joan's arm?
I tell you that this werewolf is no more than the passionate and fierce instincts of a man, frustrated by day, looking by night for his mate.
That night we built the largest campfire we'd ever had. And all of us retired early. However, Reverend Timothy, Duane, and I had agreed to meet in Duane's tent.
I'm going to open the tent flap now. Keep your voices down and strike no matches. Reverend, is the camp asleep?
Well, Peter is. I can't answer for the women. I think they're sitting up.
That may be for the best.
Could you fill me in on what we're supposed to be watching for? Is it an animal?
Report the least sound to me, and do nothing on your own. Nothing. You understand?
Right. All right. Shh. Something out there?
I'm not sure. Now listen, you stay here. I'll let you know.
Timmy and I sat alone for a few minutes, but the good Reverend was restless.
I don't much care for this waiting game with you and Carter, but he wouldn't hear of me staying with my family. He said it might prevent something happening.
He knows. You must trust him.
Well, it's either this astral body or double business, as he calls it, or else it's possession, as described in the Bible. But I'm sure of one thing. Whatever it is, it's bad. And I brought my rifle.
You brought your rifle, but Duane said...
And my Bible.
Well, one is useless in this situation, and the other is dangerous. The only way we can win in this game is to do what Duane tells us. That's the safest way, believe me.
I'm warning you, Ernie. If anything happens to Joan tonight, I'll shoot first and pray afterwards. Now, what the devil is Carter up to? Sneaking around Peter's tent and making gestures. He looks weird, disappearing in and out of the fog. I think
Just wait, as he told us. Remember, he has the knowledge that we both lack.
Well, he seems to be coming back now. Yes, he's heading this way.
Peter is in a very deep sleep. His condition is almost cataleptic.
Which means, Doctor?
The fluidic body may be released at any moment. Now, I've taken steps to imprison it in the tent. It can't get out until I permit it. Be alert for any signs of movement now.
I'd better hold on to my rifle.
Reverend, I told you there is to be no shooting unless you want a murder. Anything done to the double acts by repercussion on the physical body of the man himself. Now, you better take the cartridges out of that rifle now.
All right, Doctor. But I hope and pray you know what you're doing.
It was with poor grace that Timmy slipped the cartridges out of his rifle, and then all three of us sat and waited for whatever was to come. It seemed hours, but in reality it was only a few minutes before we heard it.
That's Peter's tent shaking like that, Doctor. It's trying to get out. I hear it.
All right, Reverend. Quickly, the women's tent.
All right. I'll take my rifle just in case. I can always use it as a club.
I urge you, Reverend, to be careful what you do, because I told you this case is complicated, and it's my belief that your daughter and Peter are made for each other, and I think she knows it every bit as much as he does.
Men in love have been known to do foolish things. An English monarch gave up a throne for love. And we've heard of men who turned themselves inside out just to please their beloved. But for me, at any rate, this is the first time I've heard of a lover turning himself into a werewolf. I'll be back with Act 3 in just a moment. Statistically, there are more people who claim to have sighted UFOs than there are those who claim to have seen ghosts. But the lowest of all in number are those who claim to have experienced the numbing terror of having come face to face with a werewolf. Come along with me now as we share that experience with one of the few who have seen and dealt with that dread creature.
From where Duane and I stood, it was less than 20 feet to Peter Sangre's tent. And although the wind had freshened considerably, it wasn't the wind that was making the canvas of his tent swell and shake. That shaking was caused by something inside the tent trying to get out. The hair on the nape of my neck rose. As we approached the tent, Duane held up his hand.
Ernie, I want you to see it before I release it, so that if anything untoward should happen, you may be able to deal with it without me.
But Duane, you reassured the Reverend. You said that if...
Ernie, you know that we're dealing with tremendous forces that are still only partially understood.
What do you want me to do?
Well, as we approach the tent, I want you to kneel down and tell me what you see when I hold the flap back.
All right. There's something in there, all right.
But you must be able to see it and describe it before I'll chance releasing it.
As my eyes became accustomed to the dim interior of the tent, I could make out Sangre's form lying under the blankets, while over him and around him flew a dark mass. All I could make out was a pointed muzzle and sharp ears plainly visible against the sides of the tent, and I also caught an occasional gleam of fiery eyes and white fangs.
There's nothing to fear.
I told you that before.
How are you holding that thing there?
There are some things I don't think you should know, Ernie. But I'll only tell you that it has to do with electrical impulses from the mind. You see, we all emanate a certain amount of electricity. And, well, just think of it as brain waves. Now step back a little now, because I'm going to release it.
What'll it do?
Hopefully it will listen to me, and I will be able to guide it.
And if it doesn't?
We'll cross that bridge if and when we come to it. Now step back. Keep your eyes fixed on the tent flap. Ernie, watch closely. And then I saw it. An animal, neck and muzzle thrust forward. An animal about the size of a calf, leaner than a mastiff. And yet, Peter was easily recognizable. It was the head of an animal, but the face, it was Peter Sangree. Sangree, it is werewolf double.
What do we do now?
Well, I'll try to speak with him. Sangree, Peter Sangree, do you recognize me? Do you realize what it is that you really desire when you assume this form? Sangree, you must listen to me.
Good Lord, Duane, can that be?
Of course. A mating call. You shouldn't be surprised. It is probably Joan. You must remember she practically told you that she was afraid of something deep down in her.
But she's not.
The only salvation for both Joan and Peter is for me to lead Sangree's double to the object for which it yearns. Listen, that's coming from across the lagoon.
Duane, Peter's double, a werewolf. He's gone. Although my eyes had been fixed upon the animal in front of the tent, somehow it disappeared. One moment it was there, muzzle lifted, sniffing the wind, and then it was gone like a thing of the wind and a trick of vision.
Quickly, Ernie, start following through the trees.
Where will you be?
I must check out Peter's tent.
Why? What for?
To make sure that his werewolf double cannot return until I permit it. I'll join you in a few moments.
After circling Peter's tent, Duane caught up to me and we ran at full speed through the woods, always guided by the now fairly loud howling. And then suddenly the trees fell away and we were on the edge of the lagoon. And there, sharply defined against sea and sky, Joan!
Ernie, stand still and remain quiet.
But there's something wrong with her. She looks half asleep.
She is fully asleep, and we must not wake her.
What are you saying?
She's sleepwalking. If we wake her, the shock might injure her permanently.
But the werewolf, what will...
She's on her way to meet him. You see, she's been irresistibly drawn to him from the beginning.
Well, and how do you explain the torn tent the other night and the wounds on her arm? Wasn't she asleep then?
Not deeply enough. She awoke and was terrified instead of pleased. Now, however, she's in a deep enough sleep to throw off the conventional shackles of civilization that have bound her and admit this man is her mate.
Then she really loves Peter?
Yes, profoundly.
The canoe just coming around the point, isn't that Reverend Timothy?
Yes, it is.
What's he doing here?
Probably following Joan. At least he had the sense to take the canoe and not wake her.
But what will he do when he...
Ernie, you're right. We're going to have to warn him.
It's too late. There goes Peter's double.
Quick, get to Joan. The Reverend's got a gun.
But you made him unload it.
He's got hold of a pistol.
Stand aside, Joan. Out of my line of fire. Put that gun down, you fool. Put it...
Idiot. Ernie, get to Joan. Help her.
What are all of you doing here? Where's Peter? Where is he?
Oh, thank the Lord. Joni, you're all right.
Where'd Peter go? He disappeared so suddenly. He cried out that he was hurt.
We hope that he wasn't hurt seriously.
I hope the brute's dead.
Don't ever say that, Reverend. Unless you want murder on your soul.
Murder? Why do you use that word? If anyone's done anything to him, then he's done it to me, too. Because Peter is...
I know, my dear. He's your love. And I think we can bring him to you. Or perhaps you to him. But we must go to your tent and wait for me. Now, Ernie, take care of her until I get back. Reverend, you better come with me.
While Duane and the Reverend went off together, I helped Joan back to her tent.
You must let me go to him, Mr. Simpson. I know he needs me.
You heard Duane. He said we should wait for him.
I didn't know until tonight.
That you loved Peter.
Yes.
Duane knew that days ago. That's why we were there watching tonight and hoping that everything would go as we thought. And I think it would have, but for...
Go on. But for what?
but for an unfortunate happening.
It was my father, wasn't it?
Now, Joan, I think you should stay calm.
It was Dad. He did something that hurt Peter. Hurt him badly. And now he's lost, and so am I.
You mustn't despair. Everything will be different when Duane gets here.
Oh, where is he?
I think he's with your father, and I believe that they're both looking for Peter.
Well, we should be helping him.
Sometimes,
Please.
Joan, we help best by doing nothing.
Oh.
Trust me, Joan. Trust Duane. I'm sure that he'll be able to handle this.
Reverend, pray that we're in time to help Peter's double return to Peter's physical body.
Will that help, Joan?
I think so.
Now, hold it. Now what?
He hasn't been back to the tent. Excuse me just a moment.
What are you doing?
Arranging it so that if Peter's double does make it back here, he can get into the tent and back into Peter's body.
More of your mumbo-jumbo.
I'm trying to save a life you almost snuffed out.
I saved my daughter's life.
Her life was never in danger.
I saw that beast throw itself at my Joan. If I hadn't fired when I did...
You would have seen a miracle. A transformation in that beast and in your daughter.
Dr. Carter, I know your reputation.
Reverend, I think we should stop quarreling. Both of us want the same thing. And this isn't doing either Joan or Peter any good. Now, I'm going to need your help.
Well, you know I'll do anything I can.
All right. But what I'm going to ask you to do, Reverend, will go against your every instinct. I'm going to ask for your belief, Reverend.
In what?
In the fact that the double you saw, the werewolf, if you like, meant your daughter no harm. And above all, the fact that he must return to Peter's physical body.
Why do you need my help for that?
Because you shot him. And although I know he meant Joan no harm, I also know that Sangri must possess other instincts of the wolf, and those instincts will be crying for revenge.
Are you telling me that
I'm not telling you anything, Reverend. I'm asking you to serve as a stalking horse, to bring Peter within reach. And then, to believe that I can handle it. Now, Reverend, you're not going to have any second thoughts about being unarmed.
I gave you my word, Carter. Let's get on with it. You go fetch Ernest. I'll be all right in that short time. I'm sure the Lord is watching over me.
Let's hope he's watching over all of us. Ernie, come on out.
Did you find Sangri?
Not yet. How is Joan?
She's restless. She's unhappy, but I think under control.
Oh, good. Now, I think Peter knows the Reverend fired the shot that hurt him and is trailing him to get revenge. I've got the Reverend standing on a promontory over there. If the werewolf comes, I think I can gain control over him and get him back into Peter's body.
I hope so. For all our sakes, I hope so.
Peter! Oh, Peter, where are you?
Joan, come back here.
Let her go. We'll follow her. She'll lead us to him.
Carter! Did you hear it?
We're coming, Reverend. Hold on.
No! Peter! Oh, Peter! Peter, I love you!
There he goes into Peter's tent.
Let's hope it's in time.
What about the Reverend?
Joan will take care of him. Peter's the important one now.
He's alive.
Yes, but look.
Those marks on his face. Are they gunshot wounds?
They are. The Reverend aimed well. The shots went through his cheeks. Oh, he'll carry the scars for the rest of his life.
It was Joan who stopped him.
Joan's voice and his love for her. I'm not sure that I would have been able to head him off.
I've been hurt. My face, it burns.
You're going to be just fine. Peter, my love.
Joan, you're not frightened of me?
Of course not. At first I was. I didn't really understand. But now I know that I belong with you. And I'll be with you, always.
My face.
Don't touch it. Joan, you bathe the wounds with clean water, and they'll heal naturally.
Of course. And Dr. Carter, thank you.
Ernest, I think we're superfluous around here now. Right, Joan?
That's right. Dr. Carter, my father has more need of you now then either Peter or I.
And Joan's words proved to be true and not true. As Duane and I came close to Timmy's tent, we heard a voice, the voice of a man praying fervently, praying to his God for forgiveness.
So, this tale of a man who unconsciously used a werewolf to further his love's ambitions ended happily. And I no longer flaunt my skepticism. However, I must in all truth say that it's not really the recommended way to go courting, even in today's permissive atmosphere. I'll be back shortly. Magicians are well aware that people love illusion. They want to be fooled. I wonder if any of the great magicians ever wondered why there's such a universal love for magical tricks that seem utterly beyond belief. It's my fancy that we love illusion because we live in hopes that someday something magical will happen to all of us. Our cast included Mason Adams, Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, Christopher Tabori, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Phyllis, a man has threatened to kill me.
What?
And I expect that he will. I wanted to spend this night with you.
Are you serious, Alex? A man is going to kill you?
It's no joke. Now, won't you stay home with me?
A man's going to kill you? Oh, don't be absurd. And don't scowl at me as if you'd like to kill me. Would you, my dear? Sometimes isn't that what you feel? Beautiful, flirtatious Phyllis, my wife with her bohemian friends. What if she were dead? End of jealousy, end of suffering, end of suspicions. Unfounded.
You can say that with a straight face? You and Jimmy Marquette who...
Believe what you want to, Alex. Send your imagined killer after me. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Sometimes you can almost read my thoughts, my dear.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Florida Orange Growers and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I don't suppose I'm alone in a fantasy I often have when I look at some paintings. A sleepy, quiet house among trees. A street that turns a corner behind the painted buildings. A dark, mysterious cave burnt like a smoking hole in the side of a bright, sun-drenched Arizona cliff. Well, I could go on and on, but I won't. What all of them have in common is the tempting allure of dreaming that it might be possible to step into the frame and visit that house, round that corner, explore that cave. A tug so strong that it pulls you towards the canvas as though hypnotized. If you've ever had that feeling, or even if you haven't, this is what our story is all about.
Watch that old man. He sits there like no one is there but him and that screwy painting.
Leave him alone. The guy could be deaf or a mute. A museum is a place for a lot of people. It's like an escape.
I get waves from this one. I think he's got to be watched. There's something eating him about that painting, and it's our job to protect it.
Our mystery drama, Portrait of a Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Fresnick Museum is not one of the world's great art collections, but it is surely one of the most eclectic, by which I mean the rich man who left it and his house to the city was extremely choosy about what he liked or disliked. It contains a wide-ranging potpourri of special and disparate gems, from a Rubens to a Paul Klee, from ancient Byzantine through the most literal of English 19th century painting to the Impressionists, the Cubists, and even a smattering of pop art. And, most important to us, the only museum in the world in which hangs a W.H. Haskell, and thereby hangs our tale.
Are you worrying about that picture again, Charlie?
Darn thing haunts me. You know what I mean? Why don't they hang it in a better light?
It's just the right light for a chiaroscuro, Charlie.
Yeah, what?
Italian word.
Here we go again. Just because your father was born in Florence, that makes you the big art expert. Or whatever you said. Well, what's the word in plain English?
Well, there isn't any. Chiaroscuro means, the arrangement or treatment of the light and dark parts in a work of art, whether color or black and white.
Yeah, but this painting here ain't in black and white.
No, it's a monochrome.
A what?
Well, like it's done in different tones of all one color, kind of green-like.
Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, that's what it is. All green and spooky and crawly like cheese mold. Ugh.
Charlie, you don't like the picture. Why do you moon around over it all the time?
It ain't me. It's him.
Who?
The little guy who's been coming in the last couple of weeks. Just around this time, after you go off.
And?
And nothing. He sits on a bench tail, leaning on a stick, and keeps staring at this here picture. Like he was waiting for something to move or something.
Well,
I know.
To move? What could move? There are no figures in it.
What do I know what could move? Maybe he expects somebody sneaking around in all them trees.
Oh, come on, Charlie. You're letting the job get to you. Now, I get crazy notions sometimes, living here in the past, like it was with the dead, with the quiet and all. But I thought you being older, it wouldn't get to you. I guess I was wrong.
That ain't the deal, Joe. I mean, anybody that gets tied up in something dead and gone at my age gives me goosebumps. I don't figure to be around so long.
You? You'll bury your nephews and your cousins. What is it?
Here he comes.
Here who comes?
The viewer. With the scarf and all. Let's make ourselves scarce and you'll see what I mean.
Why do I come here? Because somewhere, sometime, a man named John Brown has to be remembered. If not for himself, at least for what he could give of himself. Who would have imagined out of all the seemingly total failure of my life, this one last unexpected piece of immortality remains, and how bitter that it had to be this, the visual representation of
everything that brought me disaster and tragedy.
Just watch him.
Charlie, I'm hired by the museum to watch a lot more than a sad, gray old man who comes in for lunch and a rest.
Look at him. He'll sit there and stare at that painting without moving from now till closing time. Oh, what is it that grabs him so?
Well, why don't you ask him?
You want to come with me for a minute? I'll show you why.
Okay.
Nice looking picture, huh? Oh, it's one of my own favorites. It really seems to get to you, sir.
Forget it, Charlie. Let's move.
Yeah, just a second. You happen to know the artist or something?
Come on, Charlie.
Okay. You see? It's like no one was there but him and that screwy picture.
Don't bother him. The guy could be a deaf or a mute. A museum is a special place for lots of guys. It's an escape. Deaf, mute, how I wish I were and sightless or dead. Only I cannot die as long as any trace remains, and this is all that's left. Oh, my sweet God, have I not suffered enough? Can I not at last make the final sacrifice and atone for all my crimes? Is there no way back? Some hope to change the future? I am alone. Nobody watching me. Could I step into that frame and back into the past? Could I relive it again and somehow change the course of fate? How long will I hesitate to try? What am I waiting for? If it is to be any time, let it be now.
Joe!
What is it now, Charlie?
The old guy sitting on the bench, watching the picture.
We're back at the picture again.
He just suddenly disappeared.
Like his age. He probably has weak kidneys.
No, I don't mean that. He just walked into the alcove toward the picture, and when I moved around so I could see into it, he was gone. As though he stepped into the frame and out of this world.
Hey, look, Charlie, are you all right?
Oh, I'm all right, yeah. I know what I'm talking about. Now, come here.
Look, Charlie,
Don't argue. Come here. Oh, okay. Look at the picture.
That picture's an obsession with you.
Look at it closely. Right there, on the path, moving up towards the front door.
Charlie, I think you're flipping out. Now, you know there are no figures in that painting.
Just look.
I'm looking. I don't see anything.
It's a kiss couture, or whatever you call it. It's hard to see in the shadows and the same color in what light there is, but he's there. Just the same. Creeping up towards the door.
Who's there?
The viewer. The old guy disappeared from the bench.
Oh, you gotta be crazy. There's nobody there.
Oh, how could you see without your glasses? Put them on.
There aren't enough crazies wandering here from the outside. I gotta live with one on the inside. Okay. So my glasses are on. Where is he?
You took too long. Didn't you see? He just went around the corner of the building to the back.
You are as nutty as a fruitcake. I didn't see that.
Oh, I wish I hadn't. You know what he was wearing?
What?
A tweed suit with knickers and high shoes with a skip cap. I ain't seen an outfit like that since I was a boy myself. Just before World War I.
The Braxton House. That damn Braxton House. From the beginning, it both lured me and repelled me. Just the house itself. Long before I'd met and fallen in love with Polly and learned to hate Gilbert Fairley, the smooth, suave guardian her father appointed when he died. Gilbert Fairley. Surely one of the most ironic names for a man who was driven to win, but happiest when he could do it by cheating or hurting or destroying the loser. That summer of 1917, sneaking around a corner of that bewitching yet lonesome house, I was bound and determined he wouldn't get away with it with me.
Charlie. I don't know if you're putting me on, but if you're not, I'm really going to start worrying about you.
Joe, I swear. First off, I noticed the old man had disappeared from where he was sitting. And then I seen the guy in the picture. Moving. Dressed just like I said. But that wasn't what scared me so much.
What was it?
Right here on the path. You see where there's kind of a spot of moonlight, sunlight, or whatever it is?
Yeah?
Right there. He stopped for a moment. And he sort of looked back over his shoulder. Just long enough so I could get a glimpse of his face.
Right. And he looked like Boris Karloff.
No. But so help me, I know who he did look like. Or the way he could have looked back there around that time.
Yeah, and now you're going to tell me it was your bench sitter, right? Your, what is it you call him, your viewer?
That's just what I'm telling you. I'll lay $1 to donuts that old bum used to visit or sneak into this house around 50 years ago when he was a young guy.
So maybe he did. But what's it to you? What do you care?
I don't know. I just sure give a hell of a lot to know what went on in that house that was strong enough to call a man back from today to walk through that frame to yesterday.
So, what do we have? An elder citizen filling a job who is slipping into senility without realizing it? Or a valid case of dreams come true? An old man who has come back from Lord knows what to moon over a picture that represents his youth and in some magical way has beckoned him back to it? To change the course of events? Or only to relive them? I shall return shortly with Act 2. It is the year 1917. America was racked with the agonizing debate over whether or not America should enter the Great War, which was raging in Europe. But somehow, individuals continued to be as absorbed as ever in their own personal problems. For example, a young man with the undistinguished name of John Brown, an artist with limited prospects and even more limited funds, fell helplessly in love with a young heiress named Polly Braxton, and she with him. I mention this only because if, I repeat, it were possible for someone to step back through a picture frame into the past, and that man happened to be John Brown, this is where he would have found himself.
It was a long wait, as always, for Polly in the gazebo. But at last she came quickly and silently to my arms, and back to my waiting heart.
Oh, John, darling, forgive me for being so late. I couldn't get away from him tonight.
It doesn't matter. Now you're here. I love you, Polly.
And I love you. I don't understand why he's so dead set against you, knowing it's what I want.
I'm an artist, which automatically means I have nothing. How could I support you?
Who cares about money? I have plenty for both of us.
Not till you're 21. Oh, I couldn't live off you anyway, Polly.
Only till you're a successful artist and everyone realizes how wonderful you are.
Well, I'll tell you something. I don't say I'm going to be famous, but I think I found a sponsor.
Who?
Mrs. Chelton Fresnick.
That ancient old grass widow?
Well, grass she might be. Ancient she isn't exactly.
Why, Johnny Brown, I'm surprised at you, scarcely 22. She must be all of... more when they married.
And all things considered, he ought to have been your guardian instead of...
Instead of me, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Fairley.
Gilbert, I didn't see you approaching.
I made no effort to conceal my approach. I'm even carrying a torch, as you can see. I was not aware you had an appointment with Mr. Brown tonight. A clandestine appointment.
I need no protection against Johnny.
I hope you never have cause to regret those words. I intend to do all in my power to make sure you don't.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Fairley.
I will ask you not to meddle in family matters, Mr. Brown. I'll talk to you in a moment. Polly, Take this torch. Mind your way along the path.
I'm not leaving.
You will do as I tell you, or I swear by heaven I will lock you in your room till your 21st birthday. The torch. It will light you back to the house.
Do what he says.
You're sure you want me to leave?
Trust me, darling.
I do. Good night.
You are never going to see my ward again. I'm warning you, John Brown. I'm carrying a gun at this moment and consider you a trespasser. This time I'll let you go. But if you ever show up at Braxton House again, I will shoot you on sight.
I may show up with a gun myself.
You won't get very far. From now on, I'm turning loose trained dogs who'll tear any stranger within the property apart.
I left quietly enough, my tail between my legs, but not as far as Mr. Gilbert fairly thought I'd gone. By the front of the house, I doubled back to the trellis in the wisteria and was up on the porch roof in a moment, knocking at Polly's window gently.
Shh. What is it?
Polly, do you love me?
You know I do. But what?
Then let me in. We've got to talk about our future. If we're ever going to have any.
Hey, Joe.
Not the W.H. Haskell.
Yeah.
What is it this time?
The guy that was sneaking up the path.
Yeah?
I just saw him climbing up on top of the porch. And one of the windows was lighted up there.
Oh, come on, Charlie.
Not only that, but... What happened?
Nothing happened, isn't that it?
The window's closed. The light's out. It's just like it was before.
Yeah, and just the way it's always been.
Elope, Johnny?
It's our only hope. I told you what he said. He'd shoot me or turn the dogs on me if I tried to come back and see you.
But how? Well, how can we get married? I mean, without his consent.
Across the state line. And you're old enough in that state without consent.
How would we get there? What would we live on?
I have a sponsor, remember? I'm sure if I talk to her, she'll buy the rest of what I've got. She's already bought one of my paintings, and I have that saved up, a whole $100. That would pay for the wedding and the trip and all.
But couldn't Gilbert have the marriage annulled?
Not if you... Well, I mean, not if...
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, darling. We'll do it.
I'll meet you at Four Oaks on the way to church. I can borrow a Model T and we can drive all that day and make it across the state line in time to be married. By the time Fairley gets back, finds you gone, traces you if he can, everything will be... Well, I mean, it won't be till Monday morning, and by then I'm...
Oh, stop stammering, darling. I want to belong to you. To be yours. And once I am, he'll just have to accept things as they are. Till Sunday.
Till Sunday. You'll never regret it. You'll never regret it. If either of us could ever have dreamed. But at that moment I was too concerned with another problem that lay ahead of me, which also concerned a woman. My sponsor, Marcia Fresnick.
Why, Johnny Brown. Who would have expected you this late? And wasn't it clever of you to pick the maid's night out? Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mrs. Fresnick, but, well, something has come up that
All right, Johnny. But do we have to talk about it in the hall? Let's go inside and be comfortable. And does it have to be Mrs. Fresnick?
Well, now,
Come on and sit beside me on the couch. Now, let's get that unhappy frown off our handsome face and tell Mama what the trouble is.
Well, you kind of like the sort of thing I do, don't you?
Well, I don't know. You haven't exactly started doing it yet.
I meant my painting.
Oh, that.
Well, I mean, you did say something about helping me. You did sort of promise to be my patron. You bought one picture from me.
Yes, I did. And let's be fair to Chilton. He recognized your talent. For painting, that is. He thought you had quite a future.
But you don't?
Well, I'm temporarily interested in the present.
Well, so am I.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear it. Do you want to tell me why?
Mrs. I mean, Marcia. How'd you like to have all of me?
Well, now, that's quite a proposition. Why this sudden, capitulation, if that's the word?
Well, because I need money. I paint because I want to, and everything I paint, I never want to let go, never want to sell, but it's... Well, just now I need money.
Oh, is that all? Don't be silly. I have plenty for both of us, and you can still hang on to your precious canvases.
Plenty? For both of us? I don't understand.
Well, let's not talk about that in the living room. We could make it all much clearer upstairs.
Upstairs? Oh, now look, Marcia, I don't need money. Well, gee, I wasn't suggesting that, Jehoshaphat. What I need money for is to get married.
Married?
Well, I don't mean to you. I mean to Polly.
Polly? Oh, you mean Polly Braxton? Gerald Fairley would never let you have her. He has his sights on her for himself.
Mr. Fairley, he's old enough to be...
Now, let's not discuss who's old enough to be who's what. And I don't want to talk about that silly little baby like Polly. Let's just concentrate on us.
Sure, but what...
Through my husband's connections, I can arrange a one-man show for your paintings. But that will take time. In the meantime, there's you and me.
I can't wait for a showing. I just like to be able to sell all I have to raise some cash.
So you can try to marry Polly Braxton?
Yes.
You prefer her to me?
Well, Marcia, it's different with us.
You're damn right it is. You don't mind letting yourself out, do you? Since in a larger sense, you already have.
The first thing the following morning, I went straight to Mr. Fresnick's dealer, who had handled the one sale I'd made. I laid my cards on the table about needing money. He said he couldn't handle what I want, but he would refer me to the Koppelman galleries.
And that's all you have?
Every canvas I've finished, Mr. Koppelman.
Van Gogh or Renoir, you're not.
Well, I wouldn't expect to be yet. Besides, they're not my style.
My style is to buy what I can sell, so... Buy? No. Handle you, show you. Maybe.
But right now I need cash.
I'll take it on consignment, the usual percentage agreement, and I'll push it all I can.
But that isn't what I need.
Don't rush me. I didn't finish. With you, I'll make a special deal. An advance against future sales, $500, and I can see that's not enough. Yeah, I'll stretch a little. $1,000 cash, but that is as far as I can go.
When could I have it?
I have a wagon downstairs. You help me stack these canvases in it, and you'll get it right away.
I didn't question anything for a moment. Things had gone even better than I could have hoped. Polly and I met that Sunday as planned, crossed the state line by mid-afternoon, and got Polly settled in the hotel. We registered as man and wife, which we were going to be as soon as I found the justice of the peace. Then came the first blow.
John, where have you been? What took you so long? When do we get the license?
Oh, honey,
There's something wrong. What is it?
We can't get married yet.
Oh, I knew it. God is punishing us. I knew it was too good to be true. We still have to wait 2 years until I'm...
No, take it easy, darling. Not 2 years, just 2 days, 48 hours.
Oh, is that all? Then everything's all right.
Sure. Only...
I know. This was to be our wedding night. We waited so long. Why does it have to be longer?
I guess it's just the way the rules are made.
But we are going to be married in 48 hours. We are man and wife already in our hearts. Couldn't we bend those old rules just a bit? Do we have to wait any longer? What harm would it do?
Well, I guess, considering how much we both want each other, it wouldn't do any harm at all.
I make no moral judgments. I only comment that twice recently, John Brown has made compromises with the two most important things in his life, his art and his love. For some men, in any day and age, this has afforded no problem. For John Brown, marked by fate, or if you wish to call it retribution, it pulled his whole existence down upon him like a falling house of cards, spelled his immediate failure and final doom. I shall return shortly with Act 3. That morning, Polly and John woke up together. Man and wife in every sense but the piece of paper that would make it legal. Two things happened that affected their future. The United States declared war on Germany, and Gilbert Fairley, not entirely by accident, discovered where his missing ward had disappeared to. Both of these events set a series of actions in motion which are to bring us back full circle through 50 years to the Fresnick Museum and the haunted painting. But let us leave the future for the future and stay for the present with the past.
Are you awake, John?
Yes, Polly. For a long time, I didn't want to wake you.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Mrs. Brown.
Husband.
Wife.
I feel so wicked.
Me too. And in about 34 and a half hours, it can all be nice and legal.
Well, don't sound so bored about it.
Well, I'm not, but after all, it's only a matter of form now.
You're not worried about making a dishonest woman of me?
Well, why should I be, since I have every intention of making you the other two?
The other what?
An honest woman. We didn't know how short our happiness was to be. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Perhaps that's an apt quotation, but I never thought Marcia would have felt that strongly. But I guess she did.
I'm sorry if I'm late for lunch, Marcia.
So am I. But then that's a habit of yours.
Don't be cross.
I am going to be very cross with you for many reasons. You intend to marry Polly Braxton.
Of course. If I don't before she's 21, she could bounce me out, and quite possibly will.
Where is Polly now?
Time to find out. That's why I was late for our meeting. Do you have any idea?
I might.
Well, it's damned important to me.
Really? Why?
Well, you know why. I'm not in the best of shape should my guardianship be examined now, but within a couple of years, with Polly as my wife, I need have no worries.
Well, I have a piece of information that's worth your whole empire. What do I get in exchange?
What do you want?
A continuance of our present relationship. Nobody pleases me quite like you.
Granted.
Your little pigeon has flown the coop to get married. You have about, let's see, a little over 24 hours to stop it. Would you like to know where to find her?
Who is that, darling?
I don't know.
I'm terribly frightened.
Try not to be. Go into the bathroom, darling. I'll answer it. Okay, I'm coming. Oh, it's you.
Where is she? Where's Polly?
None of your damn business. She's my wife now.
Oh, no, she's not. I took care to check on that at the registrar's office before I came here. I'm going to have you up for statutory rape. And I have enough evidence on you to make it stick.
No, please. I'll go in court and swear that...
You could only hurt him. You're 19 and still my ward. And without a marriage license, you've still not reached the age of consent. Now, I'm giving you both one choice. Take it, or I'll shame you and Polly out of all society, and I'll ram you in jail for the best part of your life, Mr. John Brown.
What's the choice?
We have just gone to war. We'll need plenty of cannon fodder.
I shall expect you, Mr. Brown, to report to the nearest recruiting station today, or at the latest tomorrow.
And Polly?
I'm going to do something for Polly that you couldn't or wouldn't do. I'll make her my wife. And an honest woman.
I won't go through all the pleading, the threats, the tears from Polly, and the vicious obstinacy of Gilbert. Today it would seem senseless. In 1917, it was a different world. And I ended up with one of the first cadres to ship overseas to the mud and the trenches as a member of the American Expeditionary Force. I think I prayed that a bullet would find me and put me out of my misery. But with the perversity of fate, since I didn't care about living, I was one of those who came back. As our troop ship docked, it was delirium. Everyone in transports of happiness. There was none for me. Of all the letters I'd ever written, I'd never had one reply from Polly. I was surprised when Marcia met me at the dock. Surprised that she was there, but surprised more than anything at how she had aged.
So good to see you home, Johnny-O.
Well, I should be glad to be back, or at least grateful. Where's Polly?
Well, as soon as you can break free, why don't we go somewhere and talk?
Where are you taking me?
Back home with me. Are you surprised to see a woman driving a car?
Yes, not you, but in general, yes.
Well, I learned while you boys were overseas. The Women's Auxiliary did what it could.
I'm sure it did. What about Polly?
Well, she married Gilbert, you know.
From all my unanswered letters, I could have guessed. Right after I left?
Oh, no. She waited as long as she could, but... You say your letters were unanswered?
That's right.
Dear Lord, it's worse than I thought.
What does that mean?
Well, I guess she could never have received them, John. I don't think she would have married Gilbert if she had. I mean, if you told her that you still loved her.
I did. Oh, what's the difference now? I don't suppose anything's happened to my paintings. I mean, anything of interest, I mean.
No. Did you do anything over there?
Do you mean painting? Oh, good Lord, no.
I hope you will again. Your painting of the old Braxton house is still in my ex-husband's collection.
The others?
Well, you'd have to ask Gilbert about those.
Gilbert?
It was a condition Polly made before she'd marry him. They were bought from a dealer named Koppelman and put in her name. You have quite a sum waiting for you in the bank, Johnny.
I don't want it. I'd rather have my pictures.
Well, they are yours now to claim.
What do you mean?
She left them to you in her will when she...
What? When she what, Marcia? Is Polly dead?
Yes, Johnny. Polly is dead.
How?
She was going to have a child, but she...
Go on.
She committed suicide. Hanged herself before the child was born.
Why?
That's something else you'll have to ask Gilbert about. He said, and he had a telegram to prove it, that you had been killed in action. We all thought you were dead.
And suddenly it was all crystal clear. That cold fish carrying through his plots at no matter what cost. The child, mine and Polly's, not his. The intercepted letters broke her, thinking I no longer cared for her. And then, with that false telegram, the last frail hope crushed. And her ghastly escape from his cruelties and demands, taking our child with her. And so, half insane with rage, I went to Braxton House for the last time to face the man I felt could shame the devil.
I heard you were back in the States, John Brown. I've been rather expecting you to turn up here.
Aren't you afraid?
Of what? That you tear me limb from limb? I prepared for that.
A German Luger.
Yes. I purchased it from one of our brave Yankee Doodle boys like you.
You are a fool. I'm not afraid to die.
My dear Johnny, I have no intention of shooting you. I have better ways of bleeding you slowly to death, making you writhe helplessly as I have this past year. Come with me. And let me give Polly's legacy to you.
I followed him from the hall up the stairs to an unused room. We entered, and I looked about the room in blank horror and blinding anger. Every canvas save one that I had ever painted, blotted and drenched with bright red paint and ripped to tatters by knife slashes in their frames.
The rest of your children.
You must be mad. A destroyed, ruined. How could you?
My revenge for my humiliation. And now the last. I saved this one letter that I intercepted for you. Read it.
I read it all. But the sentences that remain in my mind were these.
You must understand, my darling, that I only married him to save you. And he will never touch me. Our child is growing inside me. And when you come back, we will arrange a divorce or an annulment so that we can be married. Please, be careful. You must come back. I love you forever now. And if God should only allow that, in the beyond.
And suddenly, I went berserk. You bloody murderer! You killed her!
Remember, I'm armed.
You think that will hold me back? Damn you!
You shot me.
A lot of us brought Lugers home with us. I had mine, and its bullet is in your gut.
Get a doctor, I'm dying.
It'll take a long time, though, and it will hurt. Maybe hurt enough to make up for what you did to Polly. And just to make sure, I am going to make an end to this charnel house. I am going to burn it to the ground. It can be your funeral pyre. The police found me at Marsha's. I was arrested, tried, and convicted of arson and murder, and committed to an insane asylum for life, where I stayed until I escaped 1 week ago.
Hey, Joe, come on. Don't argue. Now I can really show it to you.
Show me what?
There's a light. A bright orange-red light in that upper window.
Oh, are we back at the W.H. Haskell again?
Yeah. Not only that, the old bum, the visitor, he's back, sitting on the bench. See?
Yeah, I see him all right, but... Good Lord, you're right.
You see? Not only the upstairs window, but the other one over there and downstairs.
Yeah.
Looks like the house is on fire.
You damn fool, the whole picture's on fire. Hold him till I can get an extinguisher.
So, it is finally ended. The last of everything, even W.H. Haskell. Funny, all those years ago as a boy to feel that no painter of note would be just plain Johnny Brown. W.H. Haskell sounded more like it. And in the end, even he had to go. No immortality for any of us.
Johnny.
Polly.
Hurry up, darling. We're waiting for you.
We?
Me. And your son. Your son.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Time at last to put an end to tragedy and face a new beginning.
There, that does it. Not that it'll help the painting much. It's destroyed. Oh, you were right about that old boy. He is a vandal.
Yeah, I guess.
And I guess he'll get what's coming to him. The cops are on their way.
They're going to be a little late, Joe.
What?
The old fella here. He's gone.
Dead?
Yeah.
Huh. I wonder what he had against that picture. I guess maybe we'll never know.
You know something, Joe? don't think I ever want to.
And maybe it's changed my own fascination for the idea of walking through a picture frame, like Alice through the looking glass, just to find out what lay deep in the heart of the forest, or the cave, or the house with the blank windows that showed no light. It's none of my business, really. And maybe I wouldn't like what I found there. I'll be back shortly. If any of you should come across a painting by W.H. Haskell, grab it for what you can, if it can be authenticated. After the incident in the museum, the whole story was raked up again. And regardless of what artistic ability Joe Brown had, anything from his hand is, if not priceless, at least tremendously price-worthy. In his own strange way, he did achieve a sort of immortality. Our cast included Michael Wager, Robert Dryden, Joan Lovejoy, Jada Rowland, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You killed a cab driver named Joe Paulson.
What are you saying? Why would I kill him?
You took his cash plus the ring.
How did I kill him?
With a gun.
That's impossible. You know me, Lieutenant Davis. I never worked with a gun.
Until now.
I don't even have a gun.
Oh, yes, you do, Eddie. We found it in your apartment.
A gun? But how...
A 32. The gun that killed Paulson.
Yeah, but I don't remember.
If you killed him when you were high, would you remember?
Well, no.
Well, that's it, Eddie. You got the ring and the gun. Now, do you want to make a statement?
I don't remember killing him, Lieutenant, but... if you've got all this evidence, I guess I did.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sinoff, the sinus medicines. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have the lunch all packed, and I'm ready to take you on a picnic in the woods. There's a beautiful little glade deep in the forest. Birds singing, that wonderful clean aroma of fresh growth mixed with leaf mold and last year's pine needles. The cool touch of grass to your bare feet, if you care to take your shoes off. Doesn't sound very mysterious? Doesn't frighten you? Well, stay with us. It will.
Oh, Lou, I can't stand it. Thinking about them two nice young folks out there, lost in the woods.
I feel bad about it too, Sarah. But I don't know what I can do.
It's raining cats and dogs out there. And it's turning downright cold. And now we've got to do something.
I called the sheriff over at Pennebeck.
Sheriff Larkin? Do you think for 1 minute he's going to go into them woods looking for Ronnie and Peg? Or get somebody else to go?
No, to tell you the truth, I don't. Fella'd have to be out of his mind to go in them woods night like this. Any other time, for that matter.
Well, what are you going to do about it? You going to just sit there?
Eh? Reckon that's about all there is to do. One thing sure. I aim to stay out of Dutchman's woods.
Our mystery drama, Stay Out of Dutchman's Woods, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I think you'll agree there's nothing more delightful than that first day of vacation. You've shucked off all your cares. Your freedom is still new and exhilarating. Your inevitable return to workaday things is too far in the future to dampen your high spirits. Of course, vacations, like other pleasant-seeming prospects, may take unpredictable turns. You just can't look more than a few seconds into the future without facing an uncertainty. Ronnie and Peg Andrews have driven all day to get to their chosen vacation spot in the Maine North Woods. But are they tired?
How about down by the old mill stream? I think I can even do a pretty good tenor on part of that one. Down by the old
Oh, Ronnie,
mill.
I love you dearly, for better or worse, like I told the man. But if you hit one more sour note, I'm going to get out of this car and walk the rest of the way.
You know what your trouble is, Peg? You got a tin ear.
How far do you think we are from the inn?
Oh, can't be more than a few miles now. You tired?
Not really. I don't know. We've been driving through this forest for miles. Sort of gives me the creeps. So dark and gloomy.
The creeps? You're kidding. It's absolutely beautiful.
In a way. But it looks so... I don't know. Brooding.
Contrast, that's all. The sun's so bright where it gets through to the road, it makes the woods seem dark.
What are you doing?
I just want to show you. 10 steps into the woods and you'll see there's nothing gloomy about it. It's just the contrast.
I don't want to go in there, Ronnie.
Oh, well. Okay. We can come back another day. Maybe tomorrow. It really is a beautiful forest. We could bring a picnic lunch.
Well, okay. Maybe it'll look better to me tomorrow.
Be right with you.
Oh, I love it, Ronnie. I just love it. It really looks the way a cliffside inn ought to look. Even nicer than Bill and Edna said.
Isolated, that's for sure.
Now, you'd be Mr. and Mrs. Andrews, wouldn't you?
That's right. We have reservations.
Good thing you made them, too. He might just have closed down. And a season for us.
Are we the only guests?
Only ones. My name's Lou Griffin. I'm the proprietor. Sarah.
Come in. I was just putting up a fresh pot of coffee. Figured we'd be wanting some, long trip and all.
I thought I smelled coffee. Just what I need.
Now, I hope you ain't disappointed in the place, Miss Andrews.
Disappointed? I adore it. It's even nicer than Bill and Edna told us. Bill and Edna White. They were up here earlier in the summer.
White? What? Oh, yes. They're the couple with the 2 young boys, huh?
Ken and Eddie, yes.
Never did see 2 young'uns could be in so many different places at one time. I've been thinking some about seeing if I can't get hold of some hex signs to keep young'uns out next season.
I noticed the hex signs. Outside and even in here.
Yeah? Anything we got plenty of, it's hex signs.
Are they just for decoration, or do you really mean them to keep evil spirits away?
Oh, they're just for what you call color.
And it don't hurt to be on the safe side.
What do you mean?
Maybe there's evil spirits, maybe there ain't. Maybe they want to get in, maybe they don't. But I never heard of a hex sign doing any harm.
Morning, Mr. Griffin.
Morning. Sarah, you can put the eggs on now. Lou and Sarah, what we like to be called. Friendlier that way.
Okay, we're Peg and Ronnie.
I brought your coffee out. Eggs won't be ready for a minute or so. I brought you a cup, too, Lou.
Fine, as long as these good folks don't mind me sitting down with them.
Oh, no, please do.
I'll be right out with the rest. All ready but the eggs.
How are you folks planning to spend the day?
Well, we had a discussion about that, and I won.
He wants to take a hike into the woods.
Dutchman's Woods?
Oh, is that what they're called?
I wouldn't go in there if I was you.
You wouldn't?
Folks get lost in there. Been a lot of that.
Oh, we won't get lost. I have a very good sense of direction.
But all the same, you take my advice. You stay out of Dutchman's Woods.
See, Ronnie?
Oh, that's ridiculous. We can take care of ourselves. We're not going to get lost.
Nobody aims to, of course. Folks do it, though.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if Mrs. Griffin, Sarah, would be willing to put up a picnic lunch for us.
Oh, she'll fix you up something for lunch. No trouble about that. Only thing is...
Oh, we'll be very careful.
Well, I'll just go to talk to Sarah about the lunch then.
Thanks.
But if I was you, I'd stay out of Dutchman's Woods.
Oh, Ronnie, I'm hungry and I'm tired. Some kind of bug bit me on the arm. And I want a sandwich and then I want to go home. This place gives me the creeps.
I can't understand you, Peg. We've taken hikes in the woods before. You never acted like this.
I know. I don't really understand it either. There's just something about this place. Can't explain it any better than that.
Hey, look up ahead. Hey, there's a clearing up there.
Sunlight. Oh, I didn't think I'd ever live to see it again.
Oh, don't be a nut. Maybe it's a good place to stop for lunch. Come on. Hey, look. Hey, it's like a garden, isn't it?
It's pretty, all right. Especially after all that gloom.
Hey, look, we can spread the cloth Sarah gave us on that flat rock, eh? All the comforts of home.
And then after we eat, we go home. Right back the way we came.
Yeah, except that you're pointing in the wrong direction, Peg.
I am not. We just came right out between those two bushes.
Between those two bushes. Huh. All I can say is it's a good thing you married a man who can find his way around.
Ronnie, I'm sure. I'm really just as sure as can be.
Yeah, well, don't worry about a thing. They don't call me Ron the Pathfinder for nothing. Well, come on, let's eat.
Okay. But I could have sworn.
Lou Griffin, do you mean to sit there and tell me you let them two wander off into Dutchman's Woods?
Wasn't a matter of letting them, Sarah. Dead set on it they were. He was anyhow.
Oh, if I'd known where them two was fixing to go, I never would have put up that lunch for them.
I tried to talk them out of it. She didn't much want to go in the first place. But he wouldn't budge an inch.
You could have told them the truth about that place.
And got nothing from my trouble but laughed at telling a tale like that. No, sir. Comes to talk about Dutchman's Woods. I'm on my own business.
Ronnie, will you stop and listen to me?
Oh, all right.
Ronnie, the underbrush wasn't this thick before. It didn't come this way.
Well, I have to admit, I don't remember it being quite this overgrown before. But I know we're going in the right direction. I'm very sure of that now, Peg.
You're not sure at all, are you, Ronnie?
Well, maybe I am just a little disoriented.
Lost, I think, would be the word.
Well, all right, I'm lost. If you like it better that way. It's not as if we were lost in an African jungle or something with wilderness for miles around. We're in a tame woods in Maine. There's no cause to panic.
I'm not panicking, Ronnie. Let's go back, shall we? See if we can find the clearing where we had lunch.
Oh, all right.
Ronnie, I think it's over this way. I'm sure we weren't coming from that direction before.
Oh, all right. All right.
Oh, I've got to stop and catch my breath, Ronnie. Oh, we can't be far from the clearing now, can we?
No, I wouldn't think so. I believe we passed that rowan tree over there when we came this way before.
west, Ronnie, right into the sun.
So?
Don't you think we ought to keep walking east? I mean, the road is east of here. We know that. It doesn't really matter where we come out on the road, does it? As long as we do come out.
Oh, okay. Well, you feel rested now?
Oh, enough.
That you, Lou?
It's me.
Oh, did you see anything of them?
Seen their car parked there alongside the woods.
Oh.
They're lost, all right.
Well, why didn't you keep on looking? Did you go into the woods?
Oh, a few steps here and there. Not very far in.
Oh, land's sakes, how do you expect to find somebody that's lost in the woods if you don't go into the woods?
Well, do you think you was aiming to get rid of me or something? Where you keep trying to run me off into them woods?
Well, them young folks is our responsibility, Lou.
Ronnie, is it late enough to start getting dark?
No, not yet. It's not quite 5 yet.
Well, then why is it getting dark?
Well, maybe it's going to rain, Peg.
Oh, Lord, that's all we need.
The worst of it is, without the sun to guide us, we can't be sure we're still going east.
It's getting cold, too.
Yeah.
Ronnie?
Yeah?
I'm scared.
Oh, don't be frightened, Peg. There's really no reason to be. Sure, we're lost, and it's going to be inconvenient as hell. If it starts raining, we're going to get drenched and be damned uncomfortable, but there's nothing to be scared of.
Well, I am scared all the same.
Oh, now, come on, let's keep moving. The underbrush has thinned out some, at least, and I'm pretty sure we're still going east. You were right about that. If we keep going on east, we can't miss the road. So, we're really not in such bad shape as we... Hey, Peg, there's a clearing up ahead. What do you want to bet it's ours? Peg? Peg, where are you? Peg?
Isn't that a clearing over there, Ronnie? Oh, it must be. It's lighter in there. And... Ronnie? Ronnie, don't play games with me. I'm scared enough already. Ronnie? Where are you hiding? Ronnie!
Peg! Answer me, Peg. Answer me, will you?
Ronnie?
Peg? Peg, is that you?
Over this way, Ronnie. That's right. Ronnie, over this way. Yes, that's fine. Keep on just the way you're going. There. Hello, Ronnie.
You aren't Peg.
Of course I'm not, but won't I do? Don't you think I'm as beautiful as she is?
Well, I was looking for...
Don't you, Ronnie?
Well, I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Sirens abound in legend and folklore, and, if I may say so without starting a controversy, they're not unheard of even in real life. Few men, no matter how virtuous, are completely siren-proof. So, if there's a siren operating deep in the Maine woods, it shouldn't surprise us too much. The question is, will she lead, or try to lead, Ronnie Andrews to his destruction? We'll investigate further when I return with Act 2. On the first day of their stay at Lou Griffin's Cliffside Inn, Ronnie and Peg Andrews decided to take a picnic lunch and go exploring Dutchman's Woods. As Lou had warned them, this turned out to be a mistake. First, they lost their way, and then they became mysteriously separated. In searching for Peg, Ronnie has come upon a strange and extraordinarily beautiful woman. In fact, almost his first words to her were,
I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Thank you.
And you must be as good as you are beautiful, so I'm sure you'll help me.
Of course.
My wife and I, Peg, my wife and I, we lost our way in the woods earlier in the day, and well, we've been wandering around in circles, I guess, all afternoon.
People do get lost in Dutchman's Wood. Didn't anybody tell you?
Oh, yeah, but, well, you see, I wanted to come anyway. It was, I don't know, it was as if the woods drew me.
I understand.
Yeah, and then somehow Peg and I got separated, and, well, now I can't find her. Do you know the woods well?
I know every tree, every stone, every flower, every path. Oh, yes. I know Dutchman's Wood.
Great. Will you please help me find my wife?
My name's Katrina. Last names aren't important, are they? We'll just be Ronnie and Katrina.
Yeah, well, I'm very glad to know you, Katrina.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't far from here, the place where my wife and I got separated.
Ronnie and Katrina. Would you like to see my house?
House? Oh, you mean you have a house in the middle of this jungle?
A very beautiful house, yes. Come, I'll show it to you.
Oh, thanks very much, but maybe Peg and I could see it together after we found her. I just can't go wandering off with you while Peg's lost somewhere and probably looking for me right this minute.
You must be hungry. You can have dinner with me, Ronnie. And I'll give you some of my special wine.
Aren't you listening to me? My wife is lost. I can't just leave her out there. I gotta find her.
Will you please stop talking about that woman? It's very rude of you, talking to me about another woman. I won't have it.
Look, I don't think you understand. My wife and I got separated somehow in the woods.
I'm not looking for her.
Oh, well, you can't mean that you would...
I've offered you my hospitality. I've said I'd give you dinner, and I've even asked you to have my wine. I'm very angry with you, Ronnie.
Please, I'm begging you. Well, why won't you help me?
If you wish to come with me, perhaps I'll help you find your wife later on. You'll never find her without my help, I promise you that. Well, I must be going. You're making a very stupid mistake. But if you don't know any better...
Katrina, wait.
Are you coming with me?
Oh, well... Oh, yes, all right. I'll come with you.
Ronnie! Ronnie, can't you hear me? I found the road, Ronnie. I found the car. I'm going back to the inn now for help. Try to find shelter from the rain, Ronnie. And don't.
Lou, wake up.
What the...
Lou, it's pretty near 11 o'clock. And them two ain't back yet.
What do we... Oh, well... We knew they was lost.
It's still raining. It's turned cold as winter, just about. And them two lost out there.
Funny thing, she ain't back yet. Did not expect him. But you think...
If you think I'm going to let you go back to sleep again, you got another thing coming. Turn that lamp on, will you? I'm going to get up. Maybe put on a pot of fresh coffee. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah? Well, I expect a glass of Applejack would do me a lot more good.
Lou, all you had to do was just tell them.
Think he'd believe a tale like that? Fed up in the city? Laugh right in my face, he would have.
Well, I wish you'd told him.
Sarah, we don't even know if it's true. We know men get lost. That we do know. But we don't know why they get lost. I couldn't tell that story as gospel. Who's that?
Lou! Sarah! Oh, somebody help me.
We're coming, Peg. Now, bawling about it ain't going to do no good, Peg. Whatever it is, what happened?
I can't find him. I can't find him anywhere. Somebody has to help.
Yes, sir. Happens every time, mighty near.
We were standing right there together, and then all of a sudden he just wasn't there. He wasn't there.
You better come back in the kitchen and have a nice cup of hot coffee, Peg.
Oh, no, there's no time. We have to find Ronnie. Lou, will you help me look for him? Oh, somebody has to help me.
Yes, I'll go with you.
Would appreciate it.
What if you get lost?
Women don't. Peg found a way home all right, didn't she? And I've been in them woods before.
I just can't understand it. You know, I thought at first he was hiding from me, playing some silly kind of game. And he was there, and then he wasn't. 2 seconds later.
I told him not to go into them woods. You gotta admit, I told him. Men just ain't safe in Dutchman's woods.
You see that big boulder just ahead, Ronnie?
Yeah, the one shaped sort of like a boat?
Yeah. Just when you go around to the left of it, you can see the house. Take my hand.
Oh, all right. Katrina.
Yes?
We are going to look for Peg, aren't we? I mean, afterwards. After I've seen your house and had some of this wine of yours.
You can be so tiresome.
Well, I'm sorry.
Just a minute now. There.
I don't believe it.
I knew you'd be surprised. The others always have been.
Others?
Well, you don't think you're the first guest I've ever had, do you? All I meant was nobody ever expects to find a house like this out in the middle of the woods.
Oh, gee, it isn't a house at all, is it? It's a castle.
It really is. A perfect replica of one, anyway. My husband had it built exactly like a castle in... Oh, I don't remember. Somewhere in Holland.
Your husband?
You're so jumpy. He's been dead for years.
I can't figure out how we missed seeing this place from the road when we drove in yesterday.
Peg, you feel like you're up to it. Back into them woods and all.
Oh, yes. I think we ought to go right now. I mean, the longer we wait...
I think maybe we'd better take this with us.
The hex sign? What's it supposed to do?
It's a strong one, this here. It's meant to ward off witches and evil spirits and, well, just about anything else that walks the night. Well, like Lou says, it don't hurt to be on the safe side. Come, let's get out of here. If you ever find that man of yours standing around here telling old wives' tales.
Here you are, Ronnie. A glass of the most unusual wine you've ever tasted.
Aren't you having any?
Oh, no, not just now. Well, no, don't sip it, Ronnie. Drink it right down.
Doesn't really taste like wine after all.
You don't like my wine?
No. I didn't mean that. It's just that... Oh, yeah. Now it does. Hey, it leaves a very pleasant aftertaste.
Exactly. You can have another glass when we go in for dinner. You know.
Well, what I really ought to do is...
The thing that makes my wine so different is a special ingredient. I'm not sure you can find it anywhere at all except right here in Dutchman's Woods. It grows wild, like the grapes. All the ingredients I use to make the wine grow wild.
I have to go out later and find Peg. Can't just leave Peg wandering around out there.
Of course not. But would you like to come inside now, Ronnie?
Sure, why not?
Can you point out where it was you stopped the car and went into the woods, Peg?
I'm not sure. It all sort of looks alike.
Well, no matter. You mustn't think ill of Lou because he didn't want to come out and help you look for your husband, Peg.
Well, it did seem odd.
See, he knows I'm safe enough. It's only men that get lost in Dutchman's Woods.
But that doesn't make sense.
Well, it does if you know the story. Katrina's got no interest in women.
Katrina?
She's the cause of it all, if there's any truth in the tale they tell.
When men get lost in the woods, they don't just disappear, do they? I mean, they're found eventually, aren't they?
Oh, they're found all right, what's left of them.
What do you mean?
Well, now, I shouldn't have said that, but the truth is, they're found dead. Now, it's going to be different with Ronnie, Peg, and you got to believe that.
Scared of what?
Oh, exposure, sometimes starvation. Whatever it is that kills people lost in the woods. Though if you ask me, there's a whole lot more to it than that.
You like my house, Ronnie?
Oh, yeah. It's extraordinary, Katrina. This is the most extraordinary house I ever saw.
At first, I didn't like it. Can you believe that? I thought it was too far away from everybody and everything, and I hated my husband for making me live in it.
Oh, yeah, your husband. Hey, he's dead, did you say?
Oh, yes, a long time ago.
My wife is alive. She's lost in the woods, but she's alive.
Drink your wine, Ronnie.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sleepy.
Wait until you see the banquet hall. Do you know I could seat over 100 people if I wanted to? But I like to entertain one at a time. Just one at a time.
3 is a... What is it 3 is? Oh, a crowd.
Exactly. We're going to like each other, aren't we, Ronnie? Are you sleepy, Ronnie? You know you're quite handsome. They used to call me a witch a long time ago. People believed in things more then. Oh, yes, you're very handsome. I may keep you for quite a long time. Several weeks, even. Oh, yes, that would be nice.
A bleak, rainy night in a dense forest that already has an evil reputation. A good time and place for unnatural goings-on. Well, there's a good deal going on in Dutchman's woods that seems unnatural. If you accept Webster's definition of natural, occurring in conformity with the ordinary course of nature, Webster says. The abrupt and unexplained separation of Ronnie from Peg doesn't seem to qualify as natural, according to that definition. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A beautiful woman named Katrina has lured Ronnie Andrews into her castle-like stronghold and plied him with wine, which she herself describes as most unusual. Peg, Ronnie's wife, along with Sarah Griffin, have gone into Dutchman's woods looking for Ronnie. Peg still thinks of Ronnie as simply lost in the woods on a miserable rainy night. But Sarah obviously knows or suspects a lot more than she's telling.
You shine your flashlight round about, Peg. Well, I keep mine straight ahead so I can see where we're going.
All right. Ronnie?
Oh, I don't know as it'll do much good to keep on calling for him.
Sarah, what did you mean when you said somebody called Katrina was the cause of it all?
That's a long story, that one. It don't seem like a very good time to go into it right now.
I want to know.
Well, yes, I guess you would.
Sarah, tell me.
I guess I ought to, yes, now that I've gone this far. Keep on flashing your light around.
Yes, I will.
Well, it starts back a long while ago. Not much after the Revolution was over.
The American Revolution?
That's the one. Seems there was this man, Dutch trader, named Hans Groot. And he fell head over tea kettle in love with this young girl that was sashaying around New York society at the time. Her name was Katrina.
Katrina? But that was around the time of the Revolution, you said.
Just keep on shining your light around now. He must have been filthy rich, this Hans Groot. He was no spring chicken at that time, and yet Katrina agreed to marry him without so much as a maybe, and her hardly out of her teens yet. So they had a big, fancy wedding and settled down in a house he'd bought in New York.
You think if we find Ronnie, he'll already
stop worrying, honey. Well, anyway, they didn't exactly live happy ever after there in that house. Katrina was a wanton. Only word that suits her. Wanton, pure, and simple. Got so she was spending more of her time with the young blades around town than she was with her own husband. And it didn't take him long to get good and sick of it.
I can't see what all this has to do with...
Well, now you asked me to tell you, Peg.
All right. I'm sorry.
But he was still as stuck on Katrina as ever. So he got a hold of this great big wooded acreage up here in Maine. Well, mind you, near all woods anyway them days. And he built such a house on it as you wouldn't believe if you was to see it. Regular castle it was. Right out there, middle of the woods, millions of miles from nowhere. And he brought Katrina up here and put her in that house, and that was that, way he figured.
Here. You mean right here in this forest?
Dutchman's Woods, it's called. Hans Groot was the Dutchman. Trouble was, you see, the Dutchman himself couldn't spend his whole time in his castle. He still had his business affairs in New York, and even some interests overseas, they say. So he had to leave Katrina alone in that big old house now and again. And that Katrina, oh, she must have been a resourceful one. She found her men, all right. Was no stopping her.
Even shut up in the house, the castle?
Well, she wasn't exactly shut up in it, just didn't have no means of travel. But she took to roaming around the woods. You see, there was plenty of poaching went on in them days, lots of it. So Katrina'd run across a poacher hunting on her husband's property, and she'd take him home with her, and might as well have left her in New York for all the good it done Hans Groot.
Is the castle still standing?
No, not properly speaking. Anyway, Hans Groot come home and caught Katrina with one of them poachers, and he killed them both. Katrina along with the man.
And you think the same Katrina?
That's the way the story goes. If you're superstitious enough to believe it, Katrina still walks Dutchman's Woods, and any man that comes her way is fair game.
Oh, God. Oof. What in the name? How did I get into a place like this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
You fell asleep, Ronnie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been more tired than I realized. Oh, I still feel sort of sluggish.
You were tired.
Hey, look, we've got to get moving. We've got to find Peg.
Peg? Peg, that's all I hear from you. My name is Katrina, not Peg. I'm not accustomed to having my guests talk about other women.
Well, we ought to go out and see if we can find Peg.
You'll only lose yourself again if you go out there.
But you promised you'd help me.
I didn't promise at all. She'll find her way home. She's probably back at the inn right now, safe and sound. She's a woman. I don't enjoy another woman's company. I don't want women here. Can't you understand that?
Are you saying that you cause people to get lost?
You aren't lost, Ronnie. You're here. Right in this room with me.
There's a clearing up ahead. I don't think it's the place where we had lunch, though.
No, Peg, no, it's the ruins.
The ruins?
Yeah, the place where the old castle used to stand. Ain't much left now but rubble where the masonry fell down. Mostly overgrown with weeds and vines and the like. The old foundation's still there. You can't see it too well after dark, of course.
And you think this is where?
Yes, if there is a Katrina, and if she's dragged your young man off somewhere, I'd say this is the most likely place.
Ronnie?
Now, want my opinion, it won't do a lick of good yelling for him. Let's just go hunting through the rubble.
I feel funny, Katrina. Kind of fuzzy, yeah. Oh, it must be that wine of yours again.
It's partly the wine, I'm sure. But also partly just me. Oh, Ronnie, we're going to be very happy. Happier than you've ever been, I promise you that.
Is it raining outside? I can't tell. It looked like...
You're not listening to me.
Oh, yes, I am. You were talking about happiness.
You've never been happy, Ronnie. I mean, wildly happy. Happy with nothing to intrude. You've never been happy that way, have you, Ronnie?
Well, you're very beautiful.
It's all for you. Right now. Not forever, I don't promise that, but right now. You're my only reason for being beautiful.
Very beautiful. What was that?
We'll belong to each other. I'll be completely yours.
Listen. Somebody called me.
I have a feeling, Sarah. I have this crazy feeling that he heard me.
It's no crazier than anything else. Maybe he did.
Ronnie! Can you hear? Sarah, look. It's turning into... not just an old heap of... It's a castle. Sarah, can you see it? Sarah? Sarah, where are you? Oh, no, she's... Dear Lord, help me.
It was Peg. It was Peg calling me.
Ronnie! Get out of my house. You're not welcome here. You're an intruder. I don't allow intruders.
Peg, we're in here, Peg. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ronnie.
This way, Peg. Come toward my voice.
Stop talking to that woman. Don't come in here, you. I forbid it.
Oh, Ronnie, we looked everywhere, Sarah and I. Oh, I thought I'd never see you again.
Ronnie, take your hands off that woman.
Who is this?
Oh, Katrina. Her name's Katrina. She found me in the woods. I think
You'll find out soon enough who I am, you little fool. What are you doing here?
I came here looking for my husband.
Your husband doesn't want to see you. Get out.
I'm not going to leave without him.
He doesn't want to go with you. Do you, Ronnie? You don't want to leave with her. Tell her.
You do want to come with me, don't you, Ronnie?
Well,
Ronnie, wouldn't you like another glass of wine?
I don't know. I don't
Wine? Has he been... He doesn't drink.
No, Peg, you don't
Can't you see he doesn't want to talk to you? Why don't you leave? How can you stay where you're not wanted?
I don't know who you are, or what you are. Whether you're a ghost, or a witch, or maybe both. I don't know, and I don't care much. You're not going to take my husband away from me.
How very brave she is. And what if I tell you I am a ghost, and I am a witch, and I can destroy you both? What if I tell you that?
First, I'd have to call you a liar, because I've never believed in such things. And then, if it should turn out you're not a liar, I'd have to say go ahead and destroy us. Both of us, though. Not just one. Both.
A liar! I'll... Ronnie, tell her to get out of here!
Peg.
Well, Ronnie...
Katrina, I can't...
What kind of a spineless creature are you? Tell her!
Peg, I want to come with you. Yes, Peg, I want to leave here and go with you.
No! All right, you witch, ghost, harlot, whatever you are. Stop us if you think you can.
I think I'm all right now, Peg. I don't know what she did to me, but...
Stop this! You stop this, both of you! Don't you know who I am? I'm Katrina. You idiots, I can bring this castle down in a heap on top of you. Don't you know that?
It's already down in a heap. I saw it.
I'll show you. I'll show you!
Peg, here! Under this table! The whole house! The whole house is coming down!
I don't think he can hurt us, Ronnie. The real house crumbled years ago.
Peg, where'd you get to?
Over here, Sarah. Help us.
Is that you, Peg? Where in the world did you... Land sakes!
Oh, it's Ronnie. Help me with him, will you?
Yes.
We've got to get him up off this wet ground. Ronnie.
Is that you, Peg?
Yes, Ronnie. Can you stand up?
Well, I think so. I feel sort of dizzy. I don't understand
How did you get here, anyhow? We must have walked past this spot half a dozen times. What happened to him?
I'm not quite sure. He was all right just a minute ago. I was with him in the house, the castle. He was all right except for the effects of the wine. And that seemed to be wearing off.
Now, just hold on a minute. You know, you ain't making no kind of sense.
I'm so cold.
Oh, he's soaked to the skin. The rain stopped, thank goodness, but we'd better get him
He was perfectly dry a minute ago. And then the house actually did just crumble around us the way she said it would. Only, of course, it wasn't real, or we'd both be... How did he get that wet?
I hope you know what you're talking about. I sure don't.
Oh, I feel stiff. I ache all over.
We gotta get you home and into a nice, warm, dry bed before you catch your death.
The house fell down all around us, Sarah, just the way she said it would. Only I didn't think it could hurt us because, well, you see, I knew the house had already fallen down.
Well, we must have imagined the whole thing. I must have been lying there on the ground and in the ruins the whole time.
All I know is we walked past there a half dozen times, and you wasn't there. You just wasn't. So I don't see how we can say it was all imagination.
It was real, all right. While it lasted, it was real.
Well, here's the car. Once we get you in there with the heater turned on, you'll feel a lot better, Ronnie.
I feel a lot better already.
What in the world was that?
That was your Katrina. I wouldn't be surprised.
Katrina?
I left my hex sign back there in them ruins. Reckon if it works as well as the superstitious folks claim it works, we won't be having no more trouble with Katrina.
A ghost Katrina certainly was. Any woman who was killed by a jealous husband in the 18th century and shows up again in 1975 must be considered a ghost. But is it really fair to call her a siren and a witch? By Ronnie's admission, one thing is certain. Whether Katrina was a siren, a ghost, a witch, or all three, Ronnie was lucky to get out of that one alive. I'll be back in a few moments. Ronnie and Peg spent the remainder of their vacation in Maine. It's a beautiful state. Why shouldn't they? But they gave Dutchman's Woods a wide berth. To this day, when Ronnie Andrews sees more than 3 trees forming a clump, he crosses to the other side of the road. So between now and our next look into the nature of things, stay away from all suspicious-looking forests. We're saving you for another and quite different kind of jeopardy. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Jada Rowland, Santos Ortega, Joan Loring, and Mary Jane Higby. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, you're having a bit of trouble, are you, with the climbing boys?
Real one's new to it, sir. Got up a few feet and wouldn't budge.
Wouldn't budge, eh? Well, I've got a way to fix that.
William, what are you doing?
I've got a little bit of hay here. I was saving it to give to my horse.
You're not lighting it.
Of course I am. Now, let's add a little something. Let's see what have we got here.
Here's a few pages from the London Tat.
Oh, that'll do the trick.
Oh, you can't. You stop it.
Brute.
You brute. Oh.
That'll move him, all right.
Yeah, if he doesn't want his feet burnt to a crisp.
All right, move, boy.
I can't bear it. I can't.
Oh, my dear.
Go to your room, Emily.
No.
Is he moving?
Oh, he must be.
Oh, dear God. He's fallen.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was Oscar Wilde who wrote, in a surprisingly gentle and almost naive tone, "Death must be so beautiful, to lie and listen to silence, to have no yesterday and no tomorrow, to forget time, to forgive life, to stay at peace. The trouble is, not all the dead will stay quietly asleep. That's why we have ghost stories."
Frightened to death? More than that. Asphyxiated or smothered. I don't know how to describe it.
During the war, I had a friend who was in a building that was bombed. The force of the blast drove him against the wall, and he looked like that. I do not know the exact word in English, but flattened and spread wide.
Our mystery drama, The Ghostly Private Eye, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Whenever the argument about the oldest of professions arises, along with the prostitute, the actor, the moneylender, and others, certainly we must include that of the private eye. Sometimes honorable beyond belief, as in the case of Cain and Abel when Jehovah himself solved the murder. Many more times, not the most prized member of society, still a figure to be reckoned with. Of all the modern ones, no one is more special than the parapsychologist, the man who deals in the explanation of that vast middle world of clairvoyance, extrasensory perception, and psychic phenomena. The explainer of the inexplicable, such a man as the singular Mr. Flaxman Lowe.
Hello?
Mr. Flaxman Lowe?
Yes, the same.
This is George Blackburton. You know, we've seen each other casually at the club.
Oh, yes, of course, Sir George.
I feel like the devil bothering you like this, but you were pointed out to me as someone who, well, was more or less an expert in the occult and supernatural.
Well, I have made a good deal of investigation, yes, but,
I'm in desperate need of help. Could you come right down to my place in Surrey? We have something that even my wife can't cope with.
Something?
Perhaps it's an old curse, I don't know, but there is a thing that is trying to crowd us out of the house that you can actually taste and smell. Disgusting and terrifying. I need help.
Well, I don't know about immediately. I'm expecting a guest from France whom I must pick up shortly.
By all means, bring him with you. Let him be our guest, too, for the weekend. If you don't help us, I'm afraid I'll go stark, staring mad.
Oh, very well. I think it might be arranged.
Monsieur Lowe, I recognize you from your photograph.
Oh, my dear boy, you must be Professor Jean Thierry.
I am.
Well, you look young enough to be my son, and with such a formidable academic background.
As I come to meet you, I am a child at the feet of the master.
Oh, now you make me feel like the all-wise spirit.
Well, are you not the king of ghost killers, the master of the spirit world?
Oh, scarcely. I'm a child in the wilderness of the afterworld. And at the moment, an embarrassed host.
Oh, why?
Well, what would you say if instead of taking you home to my comfortable fire, as I'd planned to, I whisked you off instead into the depths of Kent for a weekend at a haunted house far beyond your belief and which even stretches mine?
What would I say? What am I here for?
Well, so we stay right here in the station and catch the next train for Yand Manor House.
We had corresponded for years, the Dr. Flaxman and I, and the quality of his mind was such that I had been most eager to meet him, to argue vis-à-vis our contrasting belief on the matter of life after death. So what matter that our first conversation was on a train headed for this house with a strange name, Yand Manor House. This house that you have been asked to investigate, it has a ghost?
Oh, most definitely, yes.
Is it any especially convincing ghost?
Well, I think you'll find that it is.
Then you are promising me an exceptional adventure.
One not without a great deal of danger.
Well, I can't judge that, though, without trying, can I?
Well, that's the nature of contact with the world beyond.
But first you must prove it to me. I simply do not believe in ghosts. Or spirit manifestation, occult phenomena, whatever is the rubbish bin into which most people throw any belief they cannot understand.
Well, this rubbish heap is what I spend my life investigating.
Chacun a son goût.
Well, to each his own. And yet, are we all so sure and secure about what we think we know? I realize that you're aware of I've had some considerable success searching through the trash that most people discount.
Well, what can I answer? That I rebel against the whole idea? After all, I have no experience in these matters, except vicariously through studying and reading.
Very well. And now you're about to have some first-hand direct experience, which I hope you will not come to regret.
We went straight to Yand Manor House, certainly on my part totally unaware of the terror that was to face us, and of a gaping world of swirling doubt, bottomless, and as insecure as that dreadful dream of falling from incalculable heights to impossible depths, a dream beyond belief that was to haunt me the rest of my days. We were met at the train by Sir George and quickly transferred to a large and luxurious landau with a magnificent pair of horses. I had been prepared for something quite magnificent when we approached Yand Manor House, but actually it was not so impressive compared to the property that surrounded it. A square brick house, notable only for a strangely out-of-character building at the end of the garden that was unmistakably a mausoleum. But our hosts I found quite charming.
Your rooms are comfortable, I hope, Mr. Lowe, Professor Thierry?
Oh, I find mine even better than that. Cozy.
Oh, yes, mine too. I feel quite at home.
And you need have no worries. I've swept them myself.
What Cynthia means is that she has, not literally swept them for dust, but for any sign or evidence of supernatural occupation or presence.
I assure you they're quite clean. In fact, I've combed the whole house, and there's not a jot of evidence that any spirit forces or spectral emanations exist. Save for, of course, the den. I'm a psychic, too, you know, Mr. Lowe.
Oh, well, you flatter me, Lady Blackburton. I don't consider myself one, only an investigator of psychic phenomena.
You do not believe in the spirit world?
Ah, that's a different matter.
I think you will find, madame, that he is a true believer. I am the, fly in the ointment.
Well, monsieur, before you leave Yand House, I can promise we will have made a true believer of you.
Well, you sound almost as though you enjoyed this ghost, which so concerns your husband.
Oh, no. No, this is something malignant, destructive. It must be exorcised. I tried to reach it through spiritualism, but without success. I only hope that with your help, perhaps we can.
May I ask when we're to see the room?
We're waiting only for my nephew, who'll be joining us for dinner.
We will be 5, the Pentateuch, the perfect number for a seance. One reason why we were delighted when you asked if you could bring a guest, Dr. Lowe.
I only hope, madame, that I will not be a limiting factor.
We ask only for your cooperation. I feel quite sure we'll end up by winning your belief.
Ah, that'll be Charles now. Don't you think, my dear, it might be a good idea for us all to go straight into dinner?
I think perhaps it would. Gentlemen, will you join me?
There had been a curious little family byplay between Sir George and his wife, which was soon explained to me after I met Charles Volney. He was a large, heavy young man with an athletic build. I can't say I found him an attractive personality, but what was most noticeable about him was that he was already on his way to another evening, which could only lead to a hangover in the morning.
And so, Aunt Cynthia, we're to have another table-tapping session?
Charles, I won't have you talk to your aunt that way.
Well, good Lord, Uncle George, has she really got you believing in all this twaddle?
The strange things that happen in that room can't be taken lightly.
He doesn't really take them lightly at all, George. The bravado is just to cover up his own fear.
Rubbish, Auntie. Some wind blowing down the chimney, rustling the ivy and swinging something loose against a window, or the creaks and groans of this drafty old house. Nonsense. Are you seriously interested in all this balderdash, Dr. Lowe?
Yes. After all, I have made it my life work.
Yes, of course, but to expose frauds and to show up fakers.
In part, yes, that is a byproduct.
Now, you're not going to tell me you actually believe in bits of ectoplasm bumbling about, droning and clanking chains.
May I quote you from Hamlet? There are more things under heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of.
Oh, Lord, I'm in a nest of nuts.
No, not quite. You have another skeptic at the table.
Ah, Professor Thierry, huh?
Yes, you see, we're a good balance. 2 for, 2 against, and Sir George somewhere in the middle.
Well, I'm not so sure anymore, Flaxman. Not after the last experience. The one that sent me scurrying to you for help.
Now, my information about the room, we're about to, what's the best word? Shall we settle for invade? Is still sketchy.
Naturally, Dr. Lowe. It has to be all the things you can't question, only interpret. The wind blowing, a shutter clacking. You know, it's so easy if you can't see anything face to face.
Yes, if you'll excuse me, Charles, I think there have been other manifestations. Am I wrong?
Far from it. Hearing and seeing are not the only senses. One can actually feel the presence.
Oh, it's all in the mind.
It's a lot more than that, damn it. I tell you, one can smell it.
Smell it?
The fetid odor of death, the grave and decay. It's not only smell, but taste. If it runs true to form, after a certain hour, none of us will be able to remain in the room.
Why?
Because, my dear nephew, we shall be crowded out.
But why would these presents, or whatever it is, want to, your strange phrase, crowd anyone out?
It's an experience one can't describe, that one has to live, Professor Thierry. As if, somewhere in one's daily life, one closed one's eyes for a second and suddenly realized he was standing at the verge of a gaping hole that plunged into such terrifying darkness and eternal damnation that a bile of terror rises in the throat and threatens to suffocate you.
There's an enemy in that room at such times who presses against you so massively that you feel as if you're being trampled under a multitude, helpless against a torrent. A stifling, a force that you must move from or be smothered to death. Oh, forgive me. This is not exactly after-dinner conversation, but it is a reality in George's and my life that we must face or run from if we can. We've decided to face it. Will you chance it with us?
We have gotten ourselves involved in something this time around, haven't we? I don't know where each of you stands on the power of the spirit world, extension after death, or belief in ghosts. But I do hope you'll stay to do a little more research with me and Mr. Lowe on the nature of it, the possibility of it, and exactly what effects it can have on us. I shall return shortly with Act 2. People sit in the shadow of the great carved chimney piece which rises above the mantel to the high ceiling. About a dark table of fumed oak, they hold hands. 4 of them watch Cynthia go into trance and wait for the manifestations from beyond. The room is dark and brooding enough to raise Satan himself. The lamps smoke and cloud the atmosphere, as if the air pressure is heavy beyond nature. But nothing happens.
Whoever you are, wherever you are, we are trying to reach you. Can you not answer? Answer. No. Not tonight. Tonight I can't do it, George. There are forces against me. I don't know what it is. Break the circle. Bring up the lights.
I will, Cynthia, my dear. And rest. Relax. Cynthia, you extend yourself too much.
I'm all right, George, dear. But I must rest now. If you'll excuse me,
Well, we may not have raised any wandering spirits inside, but we seem to have created some outside.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'd best see Cynthia up to bed.
Please give my apologies to our guests.
Hush, Cynthia. Don't worry about
I worry about what I must. Did you ride over, Charles?
Oh, yes, Auntie.
I don't want you to go back in the storm like this. You must stay. Any one of the rooms in the West Wing, they're all made up.
Now, don't you worry about me.
But I do.
Very well, Auntie. I promise.
Come along, Cynthia. Charles, since I'll not be down again tonight, will you see to our guest needs?
I also promise to be an excellent host, Uncle George. Good night.
Good night, Lady Blackbird and Sir George.
Laundry.
Good night.
Well, gentlemen, what should it be? Whiskey, gin, brandy?
No. For me, nothing. It was a long journey from Paris, and this afternoon's trip has finished the job. I am exhausted.
No, I don't think I want any either. Why don't we all just go up to bed, huh?
Ah, yes, bed, sleep. Those I welcome. But, I'm not going upstairs.
Well, you're not going to ride home in weather like this.
No, Mr. Lowe. I'm going to spend the night, right here.
You mean in this room?
That's right. Either I will sleep the sleep of the unrighteous, or if I'm wrong and my aunt's right, I'll have some company. Now, I mean to put an end to all this nonsense about ghosts and ghouls.
Then I shall sit up with you.
Oh, perish the thought, Mr. Lowe. With your reputation, I'm sure any self-respecting member of the other world would give you a wide berth. Well, are you still sure you won't join me in a brandy? Very well.
Mr. Volney, may I ask you to be serious for a moment?
Do they ask me?
I don't think you should take your aunt's warning lightly. Even though there's been no physical evidence tonight, apparently some malignant and dangerous force considers this room its province.
Then if it does, I intend to disabuse it of the idea. More than that, I'd want it off my turf. You see, this house will be mine one day, very soon, if my aunt and uncle decide to return to traveling. And I want it, whoever or whatever it might be, and mark you, I don't believe it exists. I want it to know that when I take over, there'll only be room for one of us.
And no amount of discussion would persuade this headstrong young man to change his mind. Personally, I couldn't help agreeing with his point of view. The idea of anything supernatural daring to intrude in this temple of the normal and the everyday seemed ludicrous. So, Flaxman and I went upstairs.
John,
yes.
I am concerned.
About me?
Actually, I must admit my concern was more for that young man downstairs.
I should not worry about him. One more drink and the wine will put him straight to sleep.
Well, I'm not worried about anything that may threaten him in this world. I left my practical French friend and went to my own room. The storm was still whistling and moaning about Yand Manor House, but it was a perfectly natural phenomenon, and it was certainly no cause for alarm. I must have been sleeping lightly, for a grandfather clock striking the 3/4 hour somewhere in the house woke me up. I glanced at my watch and saw that it was midnight. I shrugged into my robe and slippers and stole downstairs. The house was silent, save for the moan of the wind and the steady drum of the rain outside. The door to the den was closed, and I opened it, filled with a nameless apprehension. I could have saved myself my uneasiness. Stretched out comfortably on the couch, a still unemptied glass in his hand, lay Charles Volney, snoring contentedly and looking to my middle-aged envy, the picture of health in spite of all his drinking. I removed the glass and set it aside. For a moment I considered getting him out of there, but he was so soundly in his cups and such a heavy young man, the effort was beyond me. Besides, I was getting cold. So I stoked up the fire and left him, to my eternal regret, as it turned out.
Dr. Lowe. Dr. Lowe.
Yes, just a moment. Be right there. Oh, come in. The door is open.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning.
No, it's quite all right. What time is it?
The sun isn't even up, I'm afraid. 5:30. But something dreadful's occurred. Oh, forgive my almost whispering, but I don't want Cynthia to know yet.
All right, what is it?
It's Charles.
Hello, forgive me. I thought I heard an urgent knocking. Do I intrude?
Quite all right, Professor. Everyone must know sooner or later. My nephew Charles is dead.
Oh, quelle mauvaise fortune.
How?
That's the terrifying thing. I want you to come and see for yourself and answer me that question.
I followed Dr. Lowe and Sir George downstairs to that terrible room. Except that the fire had burned out, it looked much as it did when we all had left the night before. Except for Charles Volney. If I can refer to the caricature of him that we saw. He was braced in the corner between the window recess and where the chimney jutted out, as if he had tried to escape and been glued there by some giant force that literally crushed him. His face was suffused with blood, his eyes starting from his head. He was quite dead. He must have been dead for several hours.
What do you think, Dr. Lowe? Frightened to death?
No, more than that. He was smothered, asphyxiated. I don't quite know how to describe it. Pressed to death almost.
Yes, once during the war I had a friend in a building that was bombed. He was not injured directly. Only the force of the blast within a confined space drove him against the wall and somehow flattened him. He was spread wide.
Good Lord. It's not natural.
No, my friend Sir George, it is, I'm afraid, supernatural. Yes, he should have listened to your wife, and I should have listened to my own misgivings.
Alas, I feel at fault there.
No, Jean. I came down last night again, just before midnight. He'd passed out on the couch, and I couldn't move him.
It's no one's fault but mine. I should never have come back to this accursed house. And I'll call Mr. Bunbury. He's our local superintendent of police.
So, I saved you for the last, Mr. Lowe, knowing your reputation and all.
Well, I don't know whether that's a plus or a minus.
Oh, now, sir, plus, of course. Not that I understand some of your investigations, but you stand very high at Scotland Yard, very high.
Thank you.
Now, I've checked out the servants, and they can all alibi each other for one reason or another. On the other hand, I can't seriously imagine a suspect among all of you in the main house here, even admitting that Sir George, and particularly his lady, are a bit of a rum go, both of them. Oh, but particularly her.
Are you referring to her belief in spiritualism, Superintendent?
That'd be it, sir. And then, a couple of things Sir George told me.
Oh, may I ask what?
Oh, my intention is to tell you. That's why I brought it up. First off, he said he came down here by candlelight and found the deceased. But before he did, passing the mantelpiece, the candle went out, just as something like, well, in his own words, something spectral brushed across my cheek, and I saw in front of my face 2 barred eyes looking at me.
Barred eyes. Now, what does that mean?
Oh, that's exactly what I asked, sir, and he replied, eyes that looked at me as though through the bars of a cage. And then I was conscious of a strange flat taste in my mouth and the odor of damp and decay. And I lit the candle and saw poor Charles. Now, what do you make of that, sir?
Well, you've seen the corpse. What do you make of it, Superintendent?
Why don't you? That's why I'm asking you.
You don't believe in ghosts, I take it.
Well, I haven't. I know you've been in on many investigations, however, where it seemed to be something like that, only, wasn't.
Well, can you think of any other explanation for this death?
Meaning that you think it was something, supernatural?
Well, I don't see any other explanation for the moment.
Oh, I wouldn't think that would quite satisfy my superiors. I mean, it's quite clear the chap couldn't have killed himself, you see. So someone else has to be guilty. And I hope for everyone's sake we can find out just who.
It was sheer inadvertence that I happened to be in the solarium right off the porch where this interview took place. Or was it? Because as soon as it was over and the sergeant had left, Flaxman came out to join me.
John, you heard that?
Yes, I'm beginning to wonder if I was meant to.
Wasn't quite deliberate on my part, but since I knew you were here, I thought you might just as well because of tonight.
Tonight? What is tonight?
I don't know how much it'll help with the police, but it might lead to ultimate proof for me to win an argument with you that has stretched out over many years of correspondence.
I am still in the dark.
Well, as I or we may very well find ourselves tonight.
Where?
In the room where Charles died. I intend to spend a night there as he did. Do you want to share my vigil against the total powers of darkness?
And as Professor Thierry regards his brilliant but strange friend and intellectual enemy, remembering the horrible death he has seen one man suffer, but pondering the challenge of ultimate proof on a basic principle, I must leave them, and you, till I return with Act 3. It has been a long and difficult day at Yand Manor House. The comings and goings, police, photographers, inevitably the newspapers. Finally, the undertaker and the removal of what is left of Charles Volney's terrestrial presence. Sir George and his wife have naturally been totally involved in this, and it is not until evening that their guests, who have tactfully tried to stay out from underfoot, have been able to exchange more than a few words with either of them. Now, Mrs. Blackburton has at last been able to find a moment alone with Flaxman Lowe, walking in the garden.
It's all my fault, you see.
No, I don't see.
I was the one who talked George into coming back to Yand Manor after all these years.
Oh, Lady Blackburton has a bench right here. Would you like to sit down?
Oh, beside the mausoleum? Why not? It's strangely appropriate.
Why? What is this building?
Well, that's part of it all. Yand Manor has been in George's family since a sort of granduncle willed it to his grandfather, with a specific reservation.
And that was?
That in perpetuity, till the last of the Blackburton heirs, Yand House must remain in the family's hands, and that if the family didn't occupy it, it couldn't be rented.
Well, now, I doubt if that would hold up in any legal court.
Possibly not, but beyond that, there was the curse.
The curse?
That anyone who broke the promise or the letter of it would die a horrible death.
Oh, I see. And, Sir George believed this?
George is such a decent man, Dr. Lowe. It wouldn't have had to go that far. He would have just lived up to a family promise as his father and he had in their own way and kept Gand House without living in it. But you see, I was the one who forced the issue.
You decided that as long as you were back in England, it was silly not to live in a house you already owned.
Yes. Plus, by now, my dedication to spiritualism, my new venture into the occult. So I'm the author and the instrument of this tragedy. I feel as if I'd actually murdered my nephew, Charles.
Now, Lady Blackburn, I don't understand that.
Because having forced George to return here against his will, he'd rebelled. He didn't like all these supernatural manifestations. And it was only at my insistence, at my plea, that he brought you down here. If they couldn't be stopped or explained, he determined to sell the property and destroy this mausoleum as soon as it was legally possible.
And may I ask who rests here?
That uncle of George's grandfather who started this whole thing.
His body is actually in that tomb?
Yes. Locked in a strange lead casket.
A lead casket?
This uncle was a strange man with an inordinate fear of death. It's said that he predicted his own death and arranged to have a doctor in attendance. And he died very suddenly and unexpectedly.
I see. Lady Blackburn, you're asking for my help, aren't you?
I had no right to, but yes. I feel that my hobbies have inadvertently led my husband and his family into a terrible peril. The only one I know who might save them is you.
I see. Then may I have your husband's and your permission to spend tonight in the den as your nephew did last night?
Well, I don't want to risk your life.
Well, I won't deny it may be risk, but first of all, I know what I'm doing, which your nephew did not. And second, I shall not be alone.
And so it was we came to that fateful night. My friend Flaxman Lowe and I entered that fearful room, closed the door behind us, and settled down to challenge whatever malevolent spirit he thought still occupied it. I was still skeptical and remaining to be convinced. This is the account of that evening.
It was very different from the night before. No wind was stirring. It had been a beautiful sunset. There was no need for a fire. And for some time, after long discussion, Jean, Thierry, and I were sitting quietly. All of a sudden, he rose.
I'm thirsty. Would you like a drink?
No, thank you, Jean. I want to have all my senses alert.
I meant only plain water.
No, thank you.
Oh, what an abominable taste.
What, the water?
No, I haven't touched it yet. It is as if some horrible fly has flown into my mouth. It is disgusting.
Yes, like a fungus growth.
Yes, repulsive like that.
Yeah, I ask only because I feel the same. Well, I think you're about to be convinced.
You don't mean that... Why did you put out the lamp?
I didn't. Light the candle beside you on the table.
Very well. Tonnerre, give me your matches, Dr. Lowe. Mine are damp.
Where are you?
I'm here. Oh, it is as dark as Egypt. I am coming. It is so hard to get along.
Hard to get along?
Yes, I am unable to move. I am suffocating. Where are you? I am here by the door.
The air in the room had become palpable to the touch. Heavy, clogging, repulsive, with the sensation of smothering, cold human flesh. I fought against it, gasping for breath, the clammy flesh crowding over me, smothering me like some fat, nauseating humanoid jellyfish. And then, across my cheek, there was a stinging, reeking pain. With my last strength, I fled the terror. There was a crash of glass, a wild rush of air, and I knew no more. When I came to, I saw the dawn was breaking to the east, and I was lying on the lawn of Yand Manor House. Above me was a shattered lattice window swinging in the wind, and clutched in my hand was something dark in color, slender and twisted. It might have been the skin of an adder, a piece of bark rolling itself up like a parchment scroll, or the desiccated claw of some unimaginable beast from hell. I hurried into the house, barely conscious of the smarting pain in my left cheek, fearful only for my friend Jean. I found him unconscious just outside the door to that baleful room, but thank God, alive. Yes, just take it easy, Jean. All right, now, can you stand? Are you all right?
Yes,
huh?
I think so.
All right. You have a bruise on your forehead. Are you dizzy?
No, not anymore.
What happened to you?
I don't know. I was literally crowded out of the room by that infernal thing. What was it? With its damp, swelling flesh. I was buried in that stifling pulp. It pushed and swelled against me, driving me away from you in the dark to the door. I called out, but I could hear no answer. What was that ghastly presence?
Well, I think I can answer that now.
It was what killed the young man, no?
Yes, the very same. And I hope I can convince the inspector of that.
Well, you have made a convert of me. Why not him?
Well, we shall see. First of all, Sir George, the spectral hand that seemed to brush across your face as you told Superintendent Bumbry.
Yes?
You were by the fireplace at the time, passing the ornamental foremantle that rises above it.
Yes.
You see all those figures carved there, in particular the griffin, and hanging from the sharp point of its beak, these...
Human hairs.
Yes, human hairs, black. Now, whose would you say they were? Both Professor Thierry and myself are gray. You're light-haired, and your nephew was fair. Sir George is sandy. Now, who else frequents this room?
No one, except the maid, who is also graying. But these are a woman's hair.
Why? Why? Because they're long?
Well, yes.
Uh-huh. And this?
What is that? Could I see?
Surely.
A long, thin object, half brown, half yellow, and twisted like the blade of a corkscrew. Oh, I have no idea.
Well, suppose I suggest it's a human nail, which time and neglect has allowed to grow to superhuman proportions.
Mon Dieu, it would have to be 12 inches long. Nobody but an ancient Chinese mandarin could grow such a monstrosity.
Or a corpse who refused to die.
I don't quite get that last.
Mr. Superintendent, let me project something. This uncle who left Yamp Manor House to your grandfather, Sir George. Was he dark and hirsute? Was he a recluse? Did he build a mausoleum in the garden? And did he have an inordinate fear of death?
Yes, to all counts.
And is it not true that both you and the nephew who might have been your heir were ready to take all steps to get rid of this mausoleum and or Yamp Manor House, particularly your nephew?
I suppose so.
Then, Superintendent, I can categorically tell you that your murderer lies in the casket in that mausoleum, and the murderer of anyone who tries to oust him from this property as long as he shall live.
Are you suggesting that a man dead over a century is still in some sense alive?
Unless it sustains injury itself. The brain is the last to die. In fact, it's the only measure of finite death. Now open the coffin, and you'll see what I mean.
It was complicated, of course, with all the necessary red tape. But on a certain day, the coffin, which took 10 men to move out into the sunlight and sealed as tight as a drum, was opened.
Perhaps, Lady Blackburton. But you see, the urge, the dream, the thirst for immortality persists. His own special coffin, sealed airtight, so confining that when his soul stirred beyond his finite body, he must have had an illimitable desire to expand and choke out anyone who stood in his way.
But after 100 years, the flesh, the form, still undisturbed.
Except for the hair and the nails and the eyelashes. Look at the length of them. All of them must have kept growing since he was locked in the coffin.
Are you suggesting this man was, or is, still alive?
In a sense, yes, Superintendent. You see, he seems to have mastered some ancient formula whereby the body is saved from complete disintegration. And you can see that evidence before you. So that closes your case for you, Mr. Superintendent. Now you know how young Mr. Volney met his death.
And what about us, Dr. Lowe?
Oh, I think you'll have little reason for fear being haunted anymore. You see, in the sunlight, the body already is beginning to disintegrate. By the end of the day, there'll be nothing left but a fleshless skeleton.
How can I thank you for what you've accomplished?
Now, don't thank me. It's fate. And the proper relationship of things. God and the world have a way of reestablishing those. And have I convinced you, Professor, that at least there is something beyond your pragmatic values?
My dear Dr. Lowe, you have convinced me that you will add another branch to our sciences. But I must admit, you establish your facts too well for my total peace of mind.
The remarkable Flaxman Lowe, parapsychic private eye, has been and continues to be a dominating figure in the field of parapsychology and in unraveling its mysteries, or at least illuminating them. If this is a field which interests you, perhaps I shall bring you other cases in the future. The remains of that ominous and ancient ancestor have long been transferred to a normal burying place, and the mausoleum torn down. Sir George and his wife stay on at Yand Manor House. Cynthia Blackburton has long since given up spiritualism and assorted interests in favor of feminism. Of course, since she is still in the 19th century, you might not recognize it for what it is today. But her spirit lingers on through the women's suffragette movement, through memories of Emma Goldman and her sister standard-bearers, who were the progenitors of women's lib. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Paul Hecht, Betty Winkler, Guy Sorrell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The American reputation for being a shrewd businessman dates back to the days of the Yankee peddlers, when our country was growing up. Dominicus Pike and his wife Sarah made quite a living as Yankee peddlers, traveling through New England, making customers into friends, until that day when they ran into the incredible. A man who had been murdered twice, but who wouldn't stay dead.
So Squire Huggins was murdered the night before. Is that what you wish me to believe, Mr. Pike?
I'm only repeating what was told to me, Sheriff.
In that case, the squire must be very dead by now, wouldn't you say?
Uh-huh. Yes, very.
If that is so, Mr. Pike, then I drank a glass of bitters with his ghost this morning.
Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Hanging of Squire Huggins, was adapted from the classic Nathaniel Hawthorne story, especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr., and stars Paul Hecht and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We are in Parker's Falls, a tiny New England village, the home of Sarah Pike's parents, where Sarah and her husband, Dominicus, stay between trips through the Connecticut Valley. For Dominicus is one of the original Yankee peddlers, specializing in painted portraits, stenciled floors, frescoes, murals, door panels, barn doors, and signs. You name it, Dominicus will paint it. Only now their fall peddling trip has been delayed, and it is a very worried husband who knocks on a bedroom door.
Sarah? Sarah, may I come in? How are you feeling, dearest?
I don't know, husband. Not well at all.
You will be, Sarah. Now, you stay in bed now. Our next trip can wait as long as it takes you to get well again. I won't start without you. Don't you be afeard.
Oh, it's not fear in my heart, Dominicus. It's helplessness and loneliness.
Yes, I know.
Our first baby, I was praying and hoping so much.
It was the Lord's will. That's what the midwife said when she took leave of us, the Lord's will.
But why would the Lord will a baby to be stillborn?
I have no answer for that, my darling.
It's so cruel.
I think the best thing for us both, Sarah, is to get back on the road as soon as we can and go to work. I want to head for Kimbleton and maybe secure a few commissions for portraits in Chester on the way.
Kimbleton? Isn't that where Squire Huggins lives?
Yeah, remember last time we went through, he said when his daughter Lucy has her first baby, I'm to do a portrait of the squire and Lucy and the infant. He wrote me, got a letter this morning from him, and it said, come ahead.
Lucy and her baby. What fortunate, blessed star was she born under?
Yep, and I'm to paint a very big sign for the squire's mills and factories as well. So you hurry up and get back on your feet, my darling.
I don't want to go up to Kimbleton, can't you understand? She has a baby, and I don't. You go up alone. And when you come back, let's take that money plus what we've saved and... can't we settle down somewheres here in Connecticut, open a general store or a painter's studio?
Oh, all right, Sarah, if that means so much to you. But come with me, Sarah, one last time, and it'll be our very last. I promise you.
How far have we come, Dominicus?
I'd say about 7 miles. We've hardly started. 10 times that we'll be in Kimbleton.
Picking pears from the squire's lovely pear trees. I can't wait to see Lucy. Squire Huggins must be very happy.
Whoa, Bucephalus, whoa. Hey, say, young fella, you come in out of the woods like that, not looking where you're going. I might have run over you.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Oh, frightened my horse half to death.
Dominicus?
Oh, all right. My name's Dominicus Pike. This is my wife, Sarah.
How do you do?
You come from far?
Pretty far.
What's the latest news up to Boston way?
Well, I don't know what's going on in Boston. I've come down from East Hartford.
Well, what's the latest news from there, then? I'm not particular.
Well, there is one trifle of news I remember. A man up in one of those towns up there, Kimbleton, I think it was,
was murdered in his orchard at 8 o'clock last night by an Irishman and a German. They strung him up to a branch of a St. Michael's pear tree where nobody would find him till morning.
Sarah?
Yes, Dominicus?
I've been thinking, you don't suppose that poor man who was hung in his orchard in Kimbleton could have been our Squire Huggins?
Why would anybody do a terrible thing like that to him? He's respected and loved by everyone within 100 miles of Hartford.
Well, not exactly. He keeps to himself a lot. You see, what struck me was that young fella saying the man was hung from one of his St. Michael's pear trees.
A lot of people grow that variety of pears in Connecticut.
Also, the Squire is a pretty rich man. That could tempt evil people.
Well, what can I say, Dominicus?
One thing did strike me as strange. Kimbleton was some 65 miles or so from where we met the young man, and if someone was murdered at 8 o'clock last night, how do you suppose the news traveled so quickly?
You mean, how did the young man know about it so soon?
Yeah, he'd have to wear 7-league boots. I know bad news travels fast, but that young fellow on foot beats the railroad.
Here's your ale, Miss Pike. Good to see you again.
Yeah, thanks. Been on the road all day. My wife and I got into town about an hour ago. She's resting up at the Overland Hotel.
What were you telling me just now about a murderer, Miss Pike? Not someone around here.
No. 50 miles or so up the turnpike. Not altogether sure who the victim was, although I have my suspicions.
And where'd you say this murder took place?
Kimbleton, last night, 8 o'clock.
Kimbleton. I wonder. Who'd you say it was?
Huggins. Squire Huggins. Hung from a pear tree in his own orchard.
That doesn't surprise me. I knew the old skinflint. Used to work for him. He owns half the town. Mills, stores, don't know what all.
Yeah, my wife and I are on our way to him now. He commissioned me to do several portraits.
Portraits, did he? Certainly won't want you to do a painting of himself hanging from a tree. What do you aim to do now, Mr. Pike?
Well, I thought we might as well go up to Kimbleton to pay our respects.
Dominicus, I'm awfully tired. How much further is it to Chester?
It's hard to say, Sarah. I've been enjoying the scenery so much I forgot to count the milestones. Let me see now. Sun's just gone down. That would make it... another hour, perhaps.
Another hour?
I'm just guessing, darling. We're about 5 to 7 miles from Chester. Why, aren't you feeling well?
Not very.
I was afraid you'd get yourself out of the sickbed too soon. 2.5 to 3 days' journey in a buggy.
I wanted to start. The sooner we start, the sooner we can begin a new life. Those lights below us in the valley?
No, it's not a town. Well, it could be the Gray Fox Tavern. I have an idea, Sarah. Supposing we put into the Gray Fox for the night. Agreed?
Oh, yes. I'd like to.
Good meal, good rest. You'll be the better for it, eh? Come on, get up, Bucephalus. Turn that trot of yours into a canter. And I give you my solid word, as I stand in this tap room before you, it is so. Hung from a pear tree, I swear to you, on the good name of my wife, Sarah, who is resting upstairs, that an Irishman and a German led a gang of cutthroats who lay in wait for him, stole 4 bags of gold, and strung them up.
Mr. what's the name? Oh, yes, Pike. Will you make an affidavit, sir, that old Squire Huggins of Kimbleton was murdered in his orchard the night before last and only found hanging yesterday morning?
Well, I told the story as it came to me. Would you be good enough to point your cigar in another direction, sir? I didn't say I saw the deed done, so I couldn't take an oath. Who might you be, sir?
Only the sheriff of Chester County. So you might say I have an official interest in those around these parts who live and die.
Sheriff,
I had no hand in this. Believe me, I'm just repeating what was told to me.
And as you tell it, Mr. Pike, the squire must be very dead by now.
Uh-huh. Yes, very.
If this is so, sir, then I drank a glass of bitters with his ghost this morning.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Sheriff. I'm an old friend of his myself.
All I can say is, this morning the squire didn't seem to know any more about this murder than I did.
Sarah, wake up.
What time is it?
It's 2 in the morning.
Oh, but why do we have to start so early? You said it was only a few miles to Chester, and Kimbleton couldn't be that far.
Sarah, I was telling them in the tap room tonight about the squire, and nobody believed me. When I left the room, I could hear one of them, the sheriff, saying I ought to be put in jail till they find out what I'm up to. So I'm going outside now and hitching up Bucephalus. Then you get dressed, and before anyone's stirring, we'll be on our way.
But why lock you up? You had nothing to do with this.
You don't understand, Sarah. In some parts of Connecticut, they make up their own laws. Around here, there's only one thing worse than horse stealing, wife beating, or arson, and that is telling an untruth. Why, I think they'd run a president clear out of office if they caught him in a lie. Go along, Bucephalus. Go along quietly. We don't want to arouse the whole neighborhood.
Oh, who goes there?
Keep moving, Bucephalus.
I thought so. Dominicus Pike.
Good morning, Sheriff. It's going to be a beautiful morning when it gets going.
Why are you leading your horse and buggy out the back road at this unearthly hour, Pike?
Well, you know us Yankee peddlers. We like to get an early start.
And where's Miss Pike?
Oh, she'll be along soon.
Looks mighty suspicious to me. The moon is still out. The sun hasn't risen. I think you'd better come along with me to the town jail.
Sheriff, on what grounds are you holding me?
I haven't decided yet. It all depends when I can get word that Squire Huggins is alive and well. So if it doesn't inconvenience you, Pike, I'd like you to be our guest.
Behind bars?
It's the only guest accommodations the town has.
Such was the climate of law and order in the 18th century around these parts. To be suspected was almost as illegal as to be guilty. Suspected of what, you may ask? Generally behaving in some extraordinary fashion, like saying a man had been murdered when others say he's alive. Yet, why should Dominicus panic? He who knows no guilt can know no fear. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. A Yankee peddler, Dominicus Pike, specializing in painted portraits, takes his wife, Sarah, north through Connecticut to fulfill a commission granted by wealthy Squire Huggins. On the way, he learns the squire has been murdered, and because he repeated the tale with perhaps some embellishments, our hero has been thrown into jail.
Well, don't you want your dinner either, Mr. Pike?
No, I'm not hungry, Sheriff. Haven't been all day. And that cigar you're puffing into my face doesn't improve my appetite.
Well, that's too bad. This is an excellent boiled dinner. My wife makes it herself.
Sheriff, I ask you to listen to reason. I look out this barred window. It's already night. I have been lodged in this uncomfortable cell one entire day. Now, how long do you intend to hold me?
I told you, only until we can verify whether Squire Huggins is alive or murdered, as is your opinion.
But what would his death have to do with me? I haven't even seen the man yet. I started in Parker's Falls and haven't yet reached Kimbleton.
So you say.
But had I done the deed, why in heaven's name would I talk about it?
That's what I aim to find out.
When are you going to send someone along to Kimbleton to check on the squire?
Well, I only got one deputy, and I'm not expecting him back from New London until the day after tomorrow. Besides, Kimbleton is expecting a visit from the governor of Massachusetts tomorrow, and I'm not about to interfere in such a celebration to investigate what may turn out to be a false alarm. And so, until we know for certain whether he is or he isn't, you will remain in this cell.
Where's my wife? What have you done with her?
I haven't seen your wife all day. Just for a few minutes when I come into my office this morning. She hasn't been here? Well, I'm very surprised. I told her she was free to come and go. Visit you any time. Oh, by the way, Pike, congratulations.
What for?
What for, he says. I could see she was expecting.
What?
No doubt about it, Pike. When I got into my office, and she was sitting there waiting for me. Somewhat pregnant, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yes, if you say so, Sheriff.
I'm sorry she hasn't been to see you, though.
Yeah. Listen, do you think you could find her and tell her I'd like to have a word? Try the hotel, the Overland?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Goodbye for now, Pike.
Sarah?
The sheriff is in his office. He let me in. He'll be back here in a minute.
Where have you been?
Quick. Grab hold of this end of my rope.
What?
I've got it wound around my waist. See? I've got yards of it under my shirtwaist.
Tied around and around you?
You keep pulling it, and I'll keep twisting around, and that'll uncoil it.
Yes, but...
Go on. The sheriff will be here any time.
All right. It's very stout.
Mrs. Pike?
Yes, Sheriff. Do you mind if I spend a little time with my husband alone?
No, not at all. I have never been accused of being too strict when it comes to visiting hours.
How many yards of this have you got wrapped around you?
I hope I have enough. There, that's it. That's all. Now, Dominicus, listen.
What?
Tie one end of the rope as well as you can around the bars of that little window. And then drop the rest of the rope, the other end, outside.
And then what?
Oh, Dominicus, don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
I'm going to have to lock up soon. It's late.
Goodbye until morning, my darling. Good night.
Good night, my dearest Sarah.
Watch for me right below your window in the street. I'll be there in 2 hours. Dominicus? It's me, Sarah. Bucephalus and I are right outside your window. Out here in the street.
I'm quite ready, darling. This end of the rope is tied very tightly to the iron bars of the cell window. Do you think you can do it?
It's not up to me. It's up to Bucephalus. My end of the rope is twisted right around the entire buggy. Now, Bucephalus, this is your chance to free your master. Are you ready? Are you ready, Dominicus?
Yep, ready.
Well, here we go, then. Get up. Oh, you've done it, Bucephalus. You've done it. You pulled all those bars out of the window. Dominicus, what are you waiting for? Push yourself through the window. Get out of there quickly.
Sarah, you're a wonder. To pull the iron cell window right out of its frame by roping it to the buggy. How did you ever think of that?
Oh, thank Bucephalus.
Bucephalus didn't locate yards of rope in the sheriff's office and hide them under his body.
Oh, that sheriff.
Yeah, you realize, of course, we are now both fugitives from the law.
I had to get you out. I want to know as much as you do who did away with Squire Huggins.
You do believe it now?
I think it's a mistake for us to go straight to Kimbleton. It's the first place the sheriff would look for us.
Yeah, but the squire?
Well, later. Maybe tomorrow night, but right now. Let's turn around and take the post road south. Nobody will ever think of looking for us heading that way.
Sarah,
Sarah, are you awake?
Where are we? What time is it?
It's close to midnight, Sarah. There's a man up ahead carrying a bundle on a stick. Perhaps we ought to help him on his journey.
Oh, no, don't stop.
Why not? We got room for the three of us. Now, you move back there with our supplies and our clothes. Draw the curtain if you want to sleep a bit. He can ride in front with me.
You remember the last time we stopped for a stranger? The one who told us about the hanging of the squire? We've been in a peck of trouble ever since.
No, that can't happen again. Now, go ahead, move back in there and pull the curtain, Sarah. I have to stop for him. There is such a thing as being a Samaritan, you know.
All right, I'll move back.
Now, whoa, Bucephalus. Whoa, girl. Whoa.
Don't you talk too much. You let him do the talking. Your mouth always gets you into trouble.
Good evening, sir. Which way are you walking?
South. And then more south.
Well, so are we. Why don't you hop in?
Dankeschön.
Come on now. Giddy up, old girl. Come on, then. My name is Dominicus Pike, and what's yours?
Sure. I'm a blacksmith. I'm going to find me a good town. Work hard. No more foolishness for me.
Well, we are artists, my wife and I. Do you see the sign on the buggy? We are prepared to paint in general.
What does that mean?
Oh, anything, everything, from the side of a house to a tin coffee pot, we paint it. Which town are you headed for?
Well, I hear they need a blacksmith in Parker's Falls.
No, I come from there. We have 2 blacksmiths.
2? Then I go farther south.
Oh, yeah? How far?
Well, if my legs will carry me to Baltimore.
Your legs look pretty sturdy.
Thanks to God.
Dominicus.
Mr. Fuhr, will you hold the reins? My wife is in back. She wants me for something. What is it, Sarah?
An Irishman and a German were supposed to have murdered the squire. He's German.
Yes, I see. Well, maybe I can find out. So, you're going to Baltimore, eh, Mr. Fuhr? Have you been to Kimbleton?
Not far from.
And if you've been there recently, maybe you can tell me the real facts about old Squire Huggins, huh? Was the old fella really murdered 2 or 3 nights ago and hung from his pear tree by an Irishman and a German? That's the rumor.
Nein, it's not true. It was an Irishman who hanged him. At 8 o'clock. I left the town at 7 o'clock. Nobody has found the body yet.
Yeah, but if you left Kimbleton at 7, sir, how do you know the squire was done in at 8?
I must walk. Very bad for my health to ride. I need walking. Excuse me.
I knew he had something to do with it. I had a feeling.
Look, that blacksmith. He jumped off the buggy and he's running across the field.
Was I right?
Well, you're right. It's what I've said all along. Sarah, we can't go running home now. I'm going to turn us around and start back for Kimbleton. This is too strange not to investigate.
No, Dominicus, it's better I do it.
You, Sarah, why you?
Well, here we are in a field on the outskirts of Kimbleton. Suppose that sheriff sent his deputy out to alarm the town, in spite of the big visit from the governor of Massachusetts. And they're looking for you. Now, you stay here, and I'll see what I can find out about the squire.
Yeah, but how can you, a woman alone, find out anything?
Because I don't open my mouth as you do.
Oh.
I open my ears. But first, I'm going to that farmhouse and ask for some bread and milk so you won't be hungry while I'm gone.
Well, I'll be very nervous while you're away.
Well, you know what to do when you're nervous, don't you?
Yeah.
Paint something.
Sarah, you've given me an idea. I think I will.
Dominicus? I've been to Kimbleton. It's me, Sarah.
Are you in the wagon?
I'm just doing something, Sarah. No, don't pull the curtain open. I'll be right out. What'd you find out? Is the squire dead or alive?
Well, nobody seems to know. All they're talking about is this afternoon's visit of the governor of Massachusetts. Kimbleton is decorated from stem to stern in his honor. It's a sister state, you know.
When's he due to arrive?
About noon.
Aha.
What do you mean? Aha. Will you please come out of there? I can't talk to you while you're behind that curtain.
So nobody knows nothing about the squire, huh?
We're not the only ones who are in the dark. The sheriff can't find him either.
The sheriff's here himself?
I saw him.
Did he see you?
I think he did. He was crossing the street towards me, so I quickly went into the ladies' entrance of the saloon, where he couldn't follow me, and ducked out the back way and, well, ran back here as fast as I could.
Oh, well, that means we can't use our buggy. Stand back, Sarah. I'm coming out.
Oh!
There now. How do I look?
Oh, why, you've painted on your own face.
So I have. Actors call it makeup. How'd you like the handlebar mustaches and the gray hair?
I'd never recognize you.
Yeah, precisely the idea. And the top hat, waistcoat, all from a wardrobe of portraiture clothes.
Why, you look distinguished, Dominicus.
Madam, let me introduce you to the new governor of Massachusetts.
Sarah, the people of Kimbleton look forward to your presence. A ceremony is planned.
I shall be delighted to attend.
Oh, but the governor's supposed to make a speech.
I'll make it for him.
But, supposing the real governor of Massachusetts arrives.
Oh, I'll get there first, make the speech, request some transportation, and disappear. Now, Mrs. Pike, if you'll be so good as to step behind the curtain and permit me to apply a little paint, I shall transform you into the good governor's wife.
The Yankee peddlers of those days never said die. True, some of them sold wooden nutmegs, cheeses made of white oak or basswood. But had Dominicus Pike painted a portrait of one of your ancestors, you'd have something really valuable today. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A Yankee peddler, whatever he peddled, tinware, glassware, brooms, washboards, matches, kettles, pots, or portraits, had to live by his wits. No exception was Dominicus Pike, our pioneer painter who disguises himself as a governor to give himself time to solve the mystery of the hanging of Squire Huggins. We are in the village green as all of Kimbleton stands enthralled as Pike the painter plays a part.
And in conclusion, dear friends, as governor of your sister state of Massachusetts, I cannot tell you how much we appreciate being your guests today. I have heard a great deal about the friendliness of Kimbleton. So if members of the welcoming committee can spare us a buggy and a good horse, and perhaps pack us a little luncheon, we shall make a tour of your beautiful countryside and its fascinating people. I thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Now what?
Now we ride out onto the turnpike and slowly approach the squire's farm.
Oh, and then what?
And then we have ourselves a little picnic, which the citizens of Kimbleton have so graciously packed into that big hamper.
And then?
Well, when the sun sets and darkness falls, then, my dear, we shall carefully and stealthily approach the squire's house.
To find what?
Signs of mourning, but hopefully not.
Well, supposing all is well and he is alive.
Then, Sarah, we can look forward to a week of portrait painting.
This evening, when we visit the squire, He's going to think that the governor of Massachusetts is paying a social call.
He'd laugh himself silly if he saw me in this getup. No, you forget he knows me. You know what we'll do? We'll find ourselves a brook and wash off the war paint.
Dominicus,
What?
there's a cloud of dust on the road way back there.
Where?
On the hill, behind us.
Looks like a horseman at full gallop. I think it would be wise if we got ourselves off the turnpike. Oh, if I can just find an opening in the trees wide enough to pull a buggy through. Ah, there we are. There's one right there. Now, friend horse, off the road we go. Come on. Bear right. Come on. Oh, keep going, old Dobbin. Never mind the bushes. They'll grow back. And... Whoa. Sarah, let's get down. Move ourselves as far from the buggy as we can, so even if that rider happens to see it off the road, he won't find us. Where is he? Huh? Oh, what do you suppose happened to him? He was galloping at such a clip he should have easily passed this spot by now.
Unless he got off his horse or turned off on another road.
Now, you stay here. I'm going to ease myself to the left and see. Oh, no. Better try the other way. There's a sheer drop down there. And I believe a brook. Just what we were looking for. Now, I'll just crawl along the ground, keeping that road in sight. Funny, I can't see a soul. No, you stay where you are, Sarah.
But Dominicus, maybe he wasn't chasing after us after all.
Wasn't chasing us? Yeah, well, it's possible. But we can't take any chances. Wait, Sarah, you wait there. I got a better view from over here. No, that rider's cut out somewhere. Taking a side road, as you say. I'm getting up off of my stomach. The way the leaves and the moss stick to you. You're not angry at me, Sarah, are you?
Thankful is the word, Dominicus.
Yeah, well, at least I found a brook for us. It's a little steep, but we can make it.
You know, it could have been the sheriff on that horse.
No, I don't know. If he was in that crowd when I was making that speech, why didn't he step forward then?
Why should he? He's after a peddler, not a governor.
Yeah, wait. See? The road's all clear. No, duck. Get down here. Fall on your face. Yeah, that was the sheriff, all right. Who else would have a cigar stuck in his face like that? That feels good. Nothing like fresh brook water on your face. Hand me that bandana, dear.
Now you're your own handsome self.
You all set, Sarah? Yeah, we'll have to be careful how we get back across the brook on that log. Well, I've worked up quite an appetite to see what they put in the hamper for the governor's lunch.
Stay right where you are, folks.
Oh, it's him. The sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff.
This gun is pointed right at you, Mr. Pike.
So it is.
I want you both to cross that brook and walk towards me.
Now, I don't really want to do that, Sheriff. I'll take my chances and stay right where I am.
This gun is loaded, and I'm an excellent marksman.
Yeah, I'm sure, but it don't make no sense. Why kill me?
An escaped prisoner? A man held on suspicion of murder?
Yeah, where's the body?
And breaking out of jail?
Cause for embarrassment, maybe, but not murder. No, I am not moving, Sheriff. I'm not running away, neither, so if you want to recapture me, you come down here, cross the brook, and I'll be here when you get here. Sarah.
What?
Get down on your hands and knees, as if you were drinking water from the brook, and find me a nice, flat, heavy stone.
All right. I'll come to you. But mind, you run, and this gun goes off.
Sheriff, I'm not stupid enough to want a bullet in the back.
Here's a stone. Now, don't do anything foolish, please.
You're doing fine, Sheriff. It's not very steep. You can make it.
Don't make a move if you know what's good for you, Pike.
I say, Sheriff, is it all right if I pick up this bandana where I dropped it?
All right. No tricks, though.
Here goes.
Oh, you hit him. He's fallen, went down like Goliath.
Come on, Sarah, let's run for it.
You sure that sheriff wasn't badly hurt?
Oh, there'll be a lump on his brow, but I'd say before we hit the toll gate, he'll be awake.
Aren't we a little touched to chase after this will-o'-the-wisp mystery of the squire?
I can't accept it, Sarah. We meet a man on the road, he gives us one story, and the next day another man another story. Well, we gone to a lot of trouble so far, risked our necks. We can't turn tail now.
Dominicus, there's another rider on horseback coming up behind us.
Yeah, I see him. It's not the sheriff. Different build. Huh. Well, what's his hurry? There's a toll gate up ahead, and he'll have to wait.
But he's not. The tollkeeper just waved him on through.
Yeah. Sarah, I'm going to move back behind you and keep out of sight. Now, here's the toll fare. Ask the man about Squire Huggins. You're good at getting information. Good evening, miss.
Here's your toll, sir.
Thank you. I wasn't going to ask you for it. We don't often get such an attractive driver on the Kimbleton Turnpike.
Thank you. I suppose you haven't seen anything of Squire Huggins in the past few days.
Oh, yes. He passed through here just before you. He's around the bend by now.
Squire Huggins?
Yeah, he's been to Woolfield, attending the sheriff's sale. He usually stops for a chat, but he has the habit of wanting to be home before 8.
And you're quite sure that was the squire?
Oh, yeah. Charge my toll, he says under his breath.
I think the edge of the squire's property is a few yards up.
Aren't we driving up to his front door?
No, I want to get to the orchard before 8 o'clock. Now, whoa! And we'll tie up here and walk the rest of the way. Come on, jump down, Sarah. We're going to run for it.
Run where? Can you see anything?
I know this place in the dark. Take my hand.
I'm glad there's moonlight. Why are we running?
Yeah, I hope it's not 8 o'clock yet. This way, Sarah. Come on. Cut through here and across that field. It leads right into his orchard.
I hope you know what you're doing.
There we are. That's it. That's 8 o'clock. Where are those trees?
Oh, look. There's someone over there on the ground.
Yeah, there are 2 of them. 2 men under that pear tree. Come on. Help me, Sarah. Help me pull this man away from... Come on, get him. Yeah, I got him. Let the other man go. That's the squire. Yeah, I got this one. Go on, Sarah. Help the squire to his feet.
Oh, you all right, Squire? Can I help you up?
Yeah, that's all right. I got this man's arm twisted behind him now. You make one more move, and I'll reach over and choke the breath out of you.
Oh, Dominicus, look. The squire's got a rope around his throat.
Can you loosen it, Sarah? I got my hands full with this fella.
Oh, there, dear. Is it any better?
Squire, you're an honest man, and I'll believe whatever you tell me. Now, have you been hanged or not? Are you dead or alive?
Of course he's alive, silly.
Stop right where you are. Put your hands up high. Not you, Squire.
Sheriff? Do you mean my husband, too?
No, not you, Pike. The man you're holding. You. Whoever you are, hold out your hands. That's it. Now just tie these chains around them. You're under arrest.
Oh, wasn't it nice of Squire Huggins to ask us to stay to dinner?
Yes, I expect we'll be having quite a few dinners here.
Where did he go?
Old Huggins is very proud of his wine cellar. He went down there to pick out a special bottle for our meal. Mr. Pike.
Yeah?
I apologize for all my suspicions.
And I apologize for that lump on your head, Sheriff, but, we had to get away. I had a premonition there'd be another try at the Squire's life at 8 o'clock.
I never understood why you kept chasing after us, Sheriff. We hadn't done anything.
Well, I had information that 3 men had plotted to rob and kill Squire Huggins. 2 of them successively lost their courage and run away. You, Mr. Pike, met them on the road. My deputy picked them up not long after you saw them. Until I could be satisfied that you were not the 3rd plotter, I had to keep watch over you. As soon as you left the toll gate, I was right behind you, and you led me to the real culprit.
Isn't this a lovely way to spend a quiet evening? Fire going, candles lit, and our host fetching a fine wine for the dinner. You remember your promise, Dominicus?
Oh, yes, I never forget a promise. After this commission, we'll settle down and maybe buy a general store and only use Bucephalus to drive us to church on Sundays.
Oh, Dominicus, I love you. I love you very much.
If you folks will excuse me, I think I'll join the Squire in the cellar and help him select a vintage. I don't think you'll miss me here.
Nathaniel Hawthorne had a way of actually taking you into a world which today exists no longer, making its people, its mysteries, and problems so very real that I'm sure all of us feel we have traveled through the Connecticut Valley, right along the Kimbleton Turnpike. I shall rejoin you shortly. I have often thought that were I not born in this century, I'd have liked to be a strolling player to enable me to move about and see the world of people. Not wait in one place, a theater or studio, for the audience to come to me. And if not a strolling player, then a strolling preacher or peddler. Some line of work to set my feet upon the road so I could pursue unanswered questions or search after the unknown. For it's the mystery of life that fascinates me. And to explore it, you can't stay at home. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Patricia Elliott, Robert Dryden, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I can't tell you why. At this point, I'm afraid to.
Afraid?
Yes. Oh, and please don't mention any of this to your husband. I mean that I've been here, what I've said, any of it.
We don't have many secrets from each other, Carl and I.
Well, please keep this one. I can't tell you why just yet, but it's very important to me.
All right, if you say so.
Thank you.
Does the executive club have anything like a woman's auxiliary?
Oh, no, nothing at all of that kind. I wouldn't call it the woman's auxiliary, even if there was one. I think it might be better named the widow's auxiliary.
Widows? Oh, you mean like golf widows, that kind of thing?
No, my dear. I'm afraid I don't mean that at all. I mean exactly what I say.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I don't know about you, but to me, the tinkling sound of a music box has always charmed and soothed me, conjuring up pleasant memories and the balm of sweet nostalgia. It still does, in spite of this story. But if it sends a chill through you, don't please blame it on music boxes in general. Just on this one, and its haunting tune that struck a chord from the past that stirred up something infinitely more gruesome and deadly than nostalgia.
Oh, Susanna, we're so lucky. This wonderful house. The future is a dream almost come true already. Do you like your birthday present?
I love this music box, as I love you, Hank. Everything you do for me. Until I found the past coming up to haunt me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. It's just the music box. As soon as it started to play, my eyes were drawn away down to the end of the garden path, to the summer house, and to the girl in the crinoline dress who's dancing there.
What girl? I can't see anyone.
I was afraid you might say that. 'Cause somehow I know she isn't really there. She has to be a ghost. But why would she want to haunt me?
Our mystery drama, The Special Undertaking, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jada Rowland and Don Scardino. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I was reminded of this story a week or so ago when I picked up the morning paper and read that a small town was advertising for a doctor and willing to finance him and as many partners as he could attract in setting up a clinic. In outlying areas, medical men, general practitioners, are always in demand today. How much more so in the last century? Which is how the newly married Dr. Henry Fleming and his bride Susanna came to Huntington House some 100 years ago via the new Union Pacific Railroad, which had finally linked the East with the West.
Do I have the honor of addressing Mrs. Fleming?
Yes, sir.
I'm Buford Hughes. Allow me to assist you. Ezra, get the lady's carpet bag.
Yes, sir. I'll relieve you of that bag now.
Why, thank you.
That's Mr. Ezra Whitfield, Beaver City's most prominent lawyer, in more ways than one. They say success goes to a man's head. In Ezra's case, it went to his waistline. There we are, ma'am. And you'd be our new doctor, sir.
Brand spanking new, sir. Just graduated out of medical school.
Ah, but from Harvard.
Hank, what about our baggage?
Oh, don't you worry, Mrs. Fleming.
Well, I'd like to check and make sure our trunks are there.
Ah, ma'am, I think it's more appropriate for Ezra to help you in that area while I make your husband as welcome as I can.
Sure, Mrs. Fleming. I can see your trunks are all off. Just go check them over. Okay, honey?
This is my job.
A fine young woman, sir. Eminently equipped to be a doctor's wife.
Or anyone's. Susanna is one of a kind.
Mm-hmm. I support your opinion. Just as soon as the missus had checked out your belongings, I have a wagon waiting to take them to your house. I also have a rig so that we can stop by the bank and sign our agreements.
Well, I think Susanna is a bit worn out. Could we perhaps get settled first and then the papers?
My dear boy, I'm sorry. I should say doctor, forgive me.
It's all right. I'm young, but I have knowledge. Don't worry.
I have no worries about your abilities after our long correspondence. And I don't want to lose you. You are needed here. We'll all just try to put out and make you feel at home right here. Well, now, sir, there she is, Huntington House.
Oh, Hank, right on the ridge. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, it surely is.
The house certainly is big enough.
Well, we're only going to be using a corner of it. The rest is for a clinic, as we planned.
I hope we can get some other doctors to fill it up.
You leave that to me, ma'am. Beaver City's made me a very rich man. I want to plow some of my good luck back into it. And that's why I advertised in the East to get a doctor out here.
I'll try not to make you sorry for your generosity in any way.
Whoop, easy now. Right before your front door.
Oh, Hank, I'm scared. It looks so big.
Sure, honey. That's the point. It's the beginning of a hospital that someday the whole West is going to talk about. The whole country.
Not now. Later. I must talk to you.
Oh.
What are you mumbling about, darling?
Oh, nothing, Hank. I'll tell you later. Let's go have a look at our new home.
I calculate, with you tired and all after your journey, I should have taken you straight into the house. But with the light going, I wanted to see a little of the grounds.
It's amazing. I can't believe the house has been empty all that time.
After 15 years, I expected a jungle.
No, there's been a housekeeper here all these years. Mrs. Bunter. And for years, her son kept the outside of the place.
Oh, Hank, look at that little summer house down at the end of the path. Isn't it lovely?
Oh, sure is, Susanna.
I want to go there right now.
It's almost sundown. I'd let it wait if I was you, Mrs. Fleming.
Why?
Why, because it ain't going to go away. And I can smell that Mrs. Bunter has supper about ready. I'm sure you must be hungry after the long trip.
I know I am. Hungry as a bear. Come on, honey. It can't be all that important.
No, of course not. Just a silly whim, but funny how it draws me. As though someone was begging me to meet them there.
And so there is. Me, but by moonlight. It's a perfect place for young lovers, wouldn't you say, Mr. Hughes?
I reckon that depends on the point of view. Well, shall we travel on in and say howdy to Ellen Bunter?
By all means.
Don't forget to come back.
Susanna, are you coming?
Yes. Yes, Hank. Just stay close to me. Don't leave me alone.
My, what pretty clothes you have, Mrs. Fleming. Boston must be quite a city.
Why, yes, Mrs. Bunter. It is. It's a beautiful town.
I'm surprised you ever come away from there out here to the west. If I was you, I'd pick up my skirts and get right back there.
Why? Whatever do you mean?
Why, there's things best not talked about. I'm just saying what I think has to be said.
You sound as if you don't want us here.
There's a black shadow lays over this house, Mrs. Fleming. And I don't want nobody else should lose their light under it. Special ways, no two nice young'uns like you. But please, don't say nothing to Mr. Buford about what I said. Wouldn't want to lose my job.
Well, we can hardly just leave it at that. I'd like to know what you mean.
I promise to tell you as soon as I can. But right now, got to go get supper on the table.
I can't get over that cellar. Why, it's almost set up for a clinic already. But Mr. Huntington wasn't a doctor.
No, son. He sure wasn't that.
Well, what did he do?
Well, he mostly made money. Yes, sir. He looked to be about the richest man in this part of the country once. He used to raise cattle. Then he found a gold mine right here on his own property. Over the other side of the ridge over there.
Is it still active?
No. Vein ran out 20 years ago. But not before he piled up a bundle. I should know. I was his banker. Yes, Carson Huntington retired before he was 40.
What did he do with himself then?
Well, mainly he devoted himself to being a father. But he liked hunting real good. And you've only got to take a look around the walls to see where that led him to.
You mean all the stuffed heads? Moose, buffalo, deer that are all over the place? He liked to collect them?
More than that. He stuffed them all himself. Built himself all those tile rooms downstairs and worked just like a doctor in a white coat and all.
Ah, a taxidermist, eh?
More than that. You know how one thing leads to another, and Yeah, well, here comes your lady. I must leave you to your supper.
I was just going to ask you if you would join us. Mrs. Bunter tells me there's enough for you. And Mr. Whitfield, too.
If you cook like that every night, Mrs. Bunter, I may just abandon my wife.
Oh, thank you, sir. But I'm sure she's a mighty fine cook herself.
Oh, matter of fact, you wouldn't think of it to look at her, but she is. And a housekeeper.
Sure is good to see love lighting up this gloomy old place again. Just like the good old days, Buford, huh?
Yes, Ezra, but let's not go digging into the past. These two young folk represent the future. They're not interested in what's been.
Oh, but we are. At least I am.
Oh, so am I.
I'll just take the tray out to the kitchen. I'll bring the coffee in soon.
Poor Ellen. No wonder she doesn't want to listen to...
Ezra, you talk too much.
What'd I say?
Nothing much so far, but usually too much. I reckon I have to tell you a little about the house. But it's better for you to get it from me than from some old windbag like Ezra.
Tarnation, Buford, that's no way to talk.
I tell you what it is, Mrs. Fleming. A house stays empty like this one did for over 15 years. And people start to build legends, even a dried-up old lawyer like Ezra here. Now, I'm a banker, businessman. I'll give you the plain facts.
We'd appreciate that, sir.
I'd like to hear the legends.
Well, let's start with the facts. It's about 60 years back that Carson married Sarah.
62, almost to the day.
Well, you're old enough to remember exactly. It was before my time.
I'd just opened my office, and Carson Huntington was one of my first clients. His folks had left him quite a spread, and he sold off enough cattle to build this big mansion for Sarah. Oh, she was a beauty, all right, and well fixed herself. That was some wedding.
No, we don't have to go into every detail.
I only mention it because they were so happy, those two. Just like these young'uns. And how could they have known the tragedy that was to be the most part of their lives?
Tragedy?
I suppose 20 years longing for a child and never being able to produce one isn't tragedy enough. I suppose when Rachel did come to him, her being born premature and blind and mute wasn't tragedy. I suppose Rachel's death...
That's enough, Ezra.
No, please. We'd like to know.
No, what Ezra says was true. Sarah did have a baby, too late in life. A little wisp of a girl who was blind and mute. They doted on her, devoted 16 years of their lives to bringing her up, pampered and coddled her like she was made of china. They were recluses here and saw few people. When Rachel was 16, she fell in love.
With Ellen Bunter's son, Elisha, lost at Chickamauga in the war between the states, rest his soul.
Lord rot it, you mean? He was in his 20s, and he just took advantage of the poor little thing. And naturally, it was an unsuitable match from any point of view. So the boy was fired by Carson and ran off to join the army. Rachel took it real hard, thinking he'd run off on her because of her deficiencies. And went into a decline and died from a kind of colic.
Broken heart, more likely.
If any hearts were broken, it was Sarah and Carlson's. And after the burial, they holed themselves away here at Huntington House. And no one saw hide nor hair of them for a year. And then one day, suddenly, unexpectedly, they both died.
Like a bolt from the blue.
He means that quite literally. They were on their way to church on the anniversary of Rachel's death and pulled under a tree to escape a sudden thunderstorm. And the tree was struck by lightning, and both of them were killed.
How awful.
Yes. There were no relatives.
And the will specified that the house was to be kept and maintained in perpetuum.
Yes. Now, I think Ezra and I should mosey along and let you settle in.
Good night, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Whitfield, and drive carefully. Ooh, come on. Bedtime.
Oh, look at the moon. Isn't it lovely?
Not when I'm so tired I can't even open my eyes to see it.
You're not that tired. Maybe you had too much wine. Let's walk down to that little summer house.
Oh, come on. Have a heart, honey. What do you expect to find there?
I don't know.
Well, you're not going to find out tonight. Come on. I'm taking you up to bed.
Yes, darling. Oh, take me to bed and warm me and hold me. And never let me go.
Susanna finally fell asleep, shutting her ears against that still, small voice in her head. Tomorrow she will talk to Hank about it, and about Huntington House. Outdoors, the moon is at its zenith. Does something move strangely in the shadows? And if you strain your ears, can you hear the sound of a music box? I'll return shortly with Act 2. It's just before dawn, with the moon sloping down the sky, the last of the full moon. In the strange new bed in Huntington House, Dr. Henry Fleming lies sleeping gently. Beside him, Susanna stirs with little whimpers as that importunate voice penetrates her sleep.
But I will be back. Susanna, forget me not. Forget me not.
Who is it? What do you want?
What'd you say, honey?
Oh, nothing, Hank. It's just a dream. It's just... Oh, I don't like it here.
What do you mean, sweetie?
There's something wrong. It isn't a happy house, the way you and I want.
Well, you mean you want to leave?
You know we can't do that. You've tied up your whole future here.
I've tied up my whole future with you. That comes first. But why? What is it don't you like here? All the sad history which is buried in the past, as Mr. Hughes said?
It isn't buried in the past. No matter what he says.
What does that mean?
Since the first moment I got here last night, there's a voice.
Voice?
A young girl's voice that calls to me, speaks to me.
Just to you alone?
I guess, if you haven't heard it.
Well, so that's why you've been so funny a couple of times. Well, what does this voice say?
Nothing, really. Just calling me to help and to come to her.
Susie.
Oh, I always mistrust your motives when you call me that.
Well, don't this time. I just wanted to say we were both dead tired after a 10-day journey across the country. Nothing about last night was wholly real. Our life in the West starts as of this morning. Now, let's give it a day or two so we can really judge it. Then if it's wrong or your voices still speak to you, I promise we'll face up to it.
You don't believe me. And perhaps you're right. This morning it was so faint, I could scarcely hear it. All right, Hank, darling. Let's forget about me and concentrate on your life. Oh, Ellen. I mean, Mrs. Bunter. An apron full of fresh eggs.
Every morning, ma'am, if you want 'em. We have a power of layers.
Can I help fix breakfast?
Oh, a lady like you has no place in the kitchen.
I want to be here. And do I have to call you Mrs. Bunter? Couldn't it be just Ellen and Susanna or Susan or whatever you want to call me?
You're a sweet child, and it's good to see a bright, fresh face here. But is it wise for us to be that close?
Well, I don't care if it's wise. I need a friend. And someone to answer some of my questions.
All right, little one. You have a friend.
I'm so glad. Yesterday, I thought you would have done anything to get me out of here.
I should be ashamed, I suppose. This house has been my life, but for all the tragedy, it has treated me well enough.
Then why do you resent my coming here?
It isn't you, dear heart. It's only that I thought the past was buried. Why don't you accept your good fortune as it is and leave the ghost of yesterday buried and forgotten?
I will. If they leave me alone.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's two of us. Yesterday, when there was time, you said you would explain about the black shadows that lie over this house.
It isn't the time yet. Certain people would be judged wrong.
Rachel Huntington, for example?
What do you know of her?
Only that she died mysteriously. And that she loved your son.
My son. My son that was. A fine, true boy then, until he was cast out.
What happened?
I neither excuse him or blame him. They might have found a life together. Instead, my Elisha was thrown out, sent to be cannon fodder, because two children of love had committed the oldest sin in the world, a sin that wedlock would have wiped out.
I didn't realize that. You mean that Rachel...
I didn't know it myself, till after Elisha had been sent away, for sure. Till after her death, when I talked to Mrs. Huntington.
Will you tell me what you were hinting at last night?
I think you ought to go from here, now, while the going's good.
It's funny. I get a feeling you're thinking less of me than you are of yourself. Maybe you're the one who should leave.
Oh no, please. Please don't send me away. I promise. If you promise to let me stay, I won't open my mouth again.
It's just so strange about Mrs. Bunter, Hank. I mean, you know I'm sensitive to people.
Don't I just, my little witch, or medium, or whatever you are?
No. Don't talk about me like that.
Darling, I didn't mean anything. It's just that you are psychic, clairvoyant. You have some kind of perception that's extra, more than other people's.
You do believe that, don't you? Even if you're a doctor.
Too many things have happened in our lives for me not to. Remember how you woke me, crying to tell me that my father was in danger?
Yes.
And we found out afterward it was exactly the moment he'd had his heart attack.
I don't always see bad things.
Of course not. You also told me the moment our child started to grow inside you. Long before any doctor could have known. Darling, I believe in your intuitions. What about the voice you thought you heard when we first came here?
Oh, there hasn't been a hint of that for a month. I don't know what it was. What's that you have in your hand?
Oh, it's funny. I was poking around on the second floor, in that sort of special little wing.
The one you were thinking about for the laboratory and all the new microscopic equipment for research.
Yeah? Well, that's where I found this box, just lying in the middle of the floor.
What is it?
It's a music box. An old one that doesn't work.
Are you sure?
Well, it's probably just rusted, needs some oil.
Could you fix it?
Maybe. I'm not sure I want to.
I want you to.
That's a strange tone from you.
Oh, I didn't mean... Please, Hank. I'd like you to try to make it work.
If you'll tell me why it's so important.
The voice I thought I heard when we first came here, when it spoke to me far away in the background, a music box was playing.
I see.
Is that why you hesitate?
Partly. Something tells me I should take this lovely old walnut box and bury it in the ground or the deepest lake I can find.
Why?
Well, the room where I found it had only one window, dark and shaded by the vines which clamber all over the house. The wing must have been closed off for years. The dust was an inch thick. It was eerie that everywhere I went, I left my footprints outlined clearly behind me.
Wait till Mrs. Bunter and I get in there with some mops and a broom. We'll chase the dirt out and wipe out your footprints.
Well, I'm sure you will. There's only one thing you can't wipe out.
What's that?
The spot where the box was lying, covered with cobwebs.
Well, why can't we clean that up, too?
Because when I picked it up, there was no depression for all its weight. No mark to show it had lain there for any time at all. Except for the fact that it lay in the center of the room, with no footprints in the dust coming or going. It could have been placed there yesterday, or this morning, before I entered the room. Do you still want me to see if I can make it play its song again? Who else?
Oh, it could have been Mrs. Bunter. Look at that full red moon. Isn't it gorgeous?
Yes. I have a little present for you.
Oh, what?
Your music box. It plays now.
Let me hear.
Very well. Do you remember something?
What?
Today is your birthday. That's why I worked so hard to have this ready for you. I know it isn't much of a present, but this year, with all the other expenses and... What is it?
That melody.
You know it?
That's the song that was playing behind the ghost voice that...
What is it, darling?
Look.
Where?
At the summer house. Don't you see her?
There's nobody there.
Yes, there is. See how she floats and spins with her crinoline swirling around her. She's calling to me. I can hear her. I've got to go to her. Come with me, Hank. Come with me.
Don't worry, Susanna. I won't let you out of my sight. You see? There's no one here.
But there was. There still is. Only... What happened to the music box?
It ran down.
Wind it up.
No. I should never have fixed it so that it would play.
It doesn't matter. She would have reached me anyway. Wait.
Find me. Come to me, Susanna. It's Rachel.
How?
The music box. The music box.
Was she just talking to you? The ghost?
Yes. It was Rachel.
But she's been... How could she talk to you? She was amused.
I don't know. I don't think she wants to hurt me. She wants me to help.
Help her to do what? How?
I don't know. I'm not even sure it's a ghost that's trying to reach me. That's what scares me more than anything.
Susie, you can't be serious. What are you trying to say?
There's something terribly wrong about it all, darling. And somehow Mrs. Bunter is mixed up in it. I know she is.
In what way?
You know I like to keep charge of household accounts and things. The supplies, the towels and linens, everything that goes with a house. Too many things are missing. In too obvious a pattern. Hank, there's someone living in this house we don't know about.
And you think...
What can I think?
You mean that Rachel never died? That somehow she's still alive?
I think she's not in her grave. And that she is calling me for help to get her out of some captivity that has chained her for 15 years. Somehow, I've got to find a way to help her.
Now, there's an interesting corner to turn in a story. To find that a ghost, a well-established ghost, may not be one after all. Something we all must find out when I return with Act 3. The full moon passes for a moment behind clouds, allowing Hank a worried frown which he can conceal from his wife. His mind is a spinning mixture of thoughts he is fighting to keep from coagulating. They must be kept separate to evaluate them. Is Susanna simply suffering from the vagaries of a lady in her, as would have been said in those times, interesting condition? Or is there really an extra presence hidden in Huntington House?
If Rachel, if that's who it is, won't reveal herself to us openly, how can we find a way to help her?
You don't think I'm crazy, do you, Hank? There is some mystery that's got to be cleared away before we can ever live in this house.
But you really believe it's possible that someone or something is hiding here?
Someone. From the amount it uses up in food and linen and towels. But at the same time, something that isn't natural. It's supernatural.
What is it?
Oh,
just the moon coming out from behind the clouds again. As bright as some enormous chandelier hung in the sky. If only I... Wait. She said the music box. Start it again, dear. Quick, before the moon goes behind the clouds.
You sure you want to?
Yes, quickly.
Okay. Well?
Look. There she is. Dancing.
Where?
Up the path, towards the front door. And she's beckoning for us to come.
What is it?
Oh, the moon behind the clouds again. I can't see. Come on, let's go. There's no one here.
The front door's opening.
What happened to the music box?
It stopped. I don't know why.
Oh, there you are, Dr. Fleming.
What is it, Ellen? What's wrong?
I think he's dying. Please, could you come to him and try to save his life? Even if he isn't worth it.
Save whose life?
My son. I'll show you where he is. He's hiding out in the barn.
Hold the lantern higher, Mrs. Bunter. That's it. Hurt there?
Some.
How about here?
Oh, that hurts pretty good.
He's burning up with fever. We've got to get him up to the house, see if we can't bring it down.
Oh, no, sir. You bring me up to the house and you're just signing my death warrant.
What's he talking about?
There's a wanted poster out for him. Murder and highway robbery. He killed a United States Marshal making his getaway up Cheyenne Bay.
If I can't get him where I can treat him properly, it won't be the government signs your son's death warrant.
This is your son, Ellen?
More's the shame. Yes.
But I thought he was dead in the Civil War.
I'd take more pride in him if he had been. But he deserted the army to take up with a bunch of cutthroats and outlaws, robbing and stealing and killing. Till he got wounded and came crawling home to me to beg me to save his life. What could I do? He was my only child. I didn't know how to turn my back on him.
I should never put you on the spot, Ma. I don't deserve nothing better than I got. A bullet in the gut. I should have let it take me its own good time.
Just what it's doing.
Oh, no. I was wide open and bleeding like a stuck pig when I crawled in here over a month ago. Ma nursed me back to health and the wound closed up. And then this damn fever got to me.
The fever's because you still have that bullet locked up inside you. It's festering. You have peritonitis. And the poison will kill you unless I get that bullet out.
You a real doctor?
I have a sheepskin, says I am.
And that means by law you're going to have to let them know I'm still alive, and I'm going to have to hang just the same.
We can talk about that later.
Oh, no, sir. Johnny Law don't get me. Now, everybody stay right where they are. Nice and easy while I get out of here.
Elisha!
Ain't no use trying to reach for me. You lost me a long time ago. Just like I lost myself. The only thing outside of you I'm really sorry for is I never should have hurt Rachel. The funny thing is, I really loved her. If only we'd ever had a chance. Oh, Mom, I wish I could have done better by you and Rachel.
Elisha!
Hush, Mrs. Bunter. Let my husband handle it.
I'm sorry. It was too late. This time he's really dead. There's nothing much I can do, Mrs. Bunter. I'll have to ride in and tell the authorities.
There was no real excuse for all the things he'd done the past few years. If he'd ever had the chance, he might have amounted to something. You should have seen him with Rachel.
Oh, don't torture yourself with memories.
Well, I can with the good ones. In spite of the misfortunes birth brought her, she was so bright and full of the joy of life. You should have seen her dance.
Dance? She was blind, wasn't she?
Oh, that seemed to make no difference. She could hear, sharp as a bat. I always said what a pity it was they never got her a pianoforte for her to learn to play by herself.
But they never did. Just music boxes?
Oh, yes.
Like this?
Oh, yes. That looks like one of them. That box does seem familiar.
Ellen, are you sure Rachel Huntington is dead?
Well, I'm sure she is. I know it. To keep her from running after my Elisha. They poisoned her.
What? Did you actually see her dead?
They'd sent me away. And then she died so sudden. And I came to the funeral and I stood in the back so it wouldn't be seen. And I saw the coffin lowered into the ground and the dirt covered it. And the minister commending her to heaven. Is that what you mean, Miss Susan?
I don't know what I mean. And this isn't any time to talk about it. First of all, let's go get the minister and see your son decently buried.
You sure you don't want to come with me?
No, darling, I really think I have to stay with poor Ellen.
You're not afraid of anything?
Why should I be?
Well, you were the one who sensed another presence in the house.
But that's all over. Now we know it was Ellen's son.
Only that's not what you were hearing. You were hearing a woman's voice calling to you.
To help the man she loved, who just died. And who must be with her now. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
I don't know. I'm not sure I should leave you alone.
Oh, don't be silly. You'll be back in an hour or so. And even if poor little Rachel wanted to haunt me, she couldn't mean me any harm.
Well, it's a dark night. And even if she wanted to, she only seems to come when the moon is bright. Promise me you'll go straight to bed, lock the door, and wait for me.
I will. Hurry, darling.
Like the wind. You go straight upstairs. Bye, Susanna.
Bye, Hank. Aren't you going up to bed, Ellen?
Yes, I suppose so. I don't know what for. I won't sleep.
You must. Come on. We'll have a hot toddy in the kitchen and then go up together.
The Huntingtons should have left her alone. She'd been better off with him the way things happened. Lord knows, he'd have been better off with her.
They loved her and wanted to protect her.
Would have been the same if she'd been normal. They waited too long to have a child. When at last she came to them, they smothered her. The only freedom she ever had was her dancing and her music boxes.
Like this one.
Where'd you find that?
I didn't. Hank did. In the little room on the top floor of the wing.
Rachel's old room. But that part of the house has been shut up ever since I came back. That was part of what it said in the will. Why did you turn that on?
I didn't. It just started by itself.
I know that tune.
I thought you said you couldn't tell one tune from another.
I can that one. It was her favorite. Turn it off. That's better. I don't want to be reminded of my poor little Rachel tonight. What is it, Miss Susan?
Shh. She's calling me again.
Come, Susan. Come. Now you must. I want to lie with my lover at last. Please, bring me peace. Bring me peace. Bring me peace. Bring me peace.
Where are you going?
Where the music box is leading me. This time I cannot fail her.
Don't go in there. That's Miss Rachel's old room.
This is where she bids me come. Hold your candle higher. It's empty now. Nothing left but dust.
But it's less than half the room. There's a wall built there.
Where?
In front of us. There are two great windows beyond that. They look down on the garden, but this wall, I don't know where it came from or when it was built.
Or why. There's no door in it.
It's papered all the way across.
That candle blew out.
My lantern's still lit. And look, there, where the wind tore the paper off the wall, there's a door.
Don't go in there, Miss Susan.
I have to. This is what she's been calling me to do.
Oh, my God. What is it?
Look, on the bed.
It's Miss Rachel's room, just as it was. And that's her, just as she was. Oh, the good Lord protect us. How could she still be alive after 15 years?
I knew. Take me to the grave so I can sleep at last.
Oh, my darling, I can't believe it. When Mr. Hughes and I came home in that wind and couldn't find you, I thought I'd lose my mind. I imagined all kinds of things, but nothing like this. Is she alive?
No, she's dead. And she has been all these years.
But it's not possible. 15 years. You can't preserve a corpse. How?
Excuse me, Dr. Fleming.
What, Mr. Hughes?
Believe me, I had no idea. I knew how Carson and Sarah worshipped the child, but I never dreamed of a love as sick as this. This was their way of keeping her for the rest of their lives, preserved, so that they could never lose her.
But how?
I'm a banker. I can't tell you. But a room hermetically sealed and all Carson's skills. I told you he was a taxidermist. But I never did get a chance to tell you. He ended up his life here in this city as our undertaker.
A grisly ending to a weird story, and yet a happy one. Rachel Huntington was finally laid to her rest alongside the man who might have been her husband. Huntington House was cleared of all shadows and became the nucleus of one of the country's finest hospitals, renowned for the miracles it achieves in saving life, rather than preserving the illusion of it. I'll be back shortly. Such an alluring, gentle, lovely sound. The tinkle of a music box. And yet, hearing one, I tend to shudder. Picturing that long dead girl, her eyes open in an unwinking stare, and the voice that never could speak in life, crying out in desperation for peace, never to be heard till at last came Susanna, with her gift of perception. Our cast included Don Scardino, Jada Rowland, Stats Cotsworth, Ann Petoniak, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
You haven't told me why you think you were in the garage tampering with the brakes. Why would you want to kill yourself, Olivia?
I didn't want to kill myself.
Then why did you deliberately ruin the brakes? That should have been a sure way to end your life. I know that hill leading down from the house.
Doctor, it was only by chance, a fluke, that I was driving the car. If I fixed those brakes because I wanted to kill someone, then that someone is John. I hardly ever drive the car.
John, I can't believe that you would want to kill John.
Why would I go to all that trouble to kill myself? Surely I could think of easier ways to die.
Olivia, do you really want to kill John?
Yes.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. From the time the caveman discovered the fist to our present ingenious engines of destruction, what a long way we've come. And how much further will we go? Or perhaps I should say, can we go? How much longer can our reason keep pace with our sometimes irrational inventions? If these are questions that worry us today, think how much more urgent they'll be in the future.
I'm breaking out of here tonight.
How can you do that? You're confined to a wheelchair, and this is maximum security.
I'm offering you the chance to come with me.
Huh? What's the catch?
That you serve me without question for the rest of your life.
You're crazy.
And you're a fool, because now you too will die.
Our mystery drama, The Tunnel Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Mankind's chances for survival? We talk about the balance of power and the spread of nuclear weapons, but there is another voice at table. This is the voice of nature. We all have our pet fears, darkness, thunder, but perhaps the most terrifying of all is the earthquake. The thought that the solid earth on which we stand could suddenly divide beneath our feet and swallow us is so horrifying, we refuse even to think about it. We're in a monitoring station on the West Coast.
Good morning, Dr. Trilby.
Oh, good morning, Sam.
How did your talk go with the mayor?
Well, the National Guard and local army units are standing by, but he still doesn't want to order an official evacuation of the city.
But that's insane. What right does he have not to warn the people of the full danger?
As long as there's any hope that the earthquake won't happen, he wants to remain optimistic.
Politicians. They never change, do they?
Any new developments over the night?
No. I spent half the night at the telescope watching the skies.
The planets come closer and closer together. And at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, they'll be in perfect alignment for the first time in 400 years.
And their combined gravitational pulls are going to activate every fault line on Earth, including the one we're sitting on. And all we can do is wait.
Well, I think you're being a little too pessimistic after all. We can't know for certain what the effects will be until the Earth begins to enter the gravitational arc.
By which time it will be too late.
It's still only a theory, Sam. After all, this same phenomenon of planetary alignment did occur 4 centuries ago without leaving any cataclysmic upheavals in its wake. I'd say there's still room for hope.
What's that?
The seismograph.
Well, it's going crazy. What is it?
I don't know. It's recording a vibration with an amplitude of nearly 60 millimeters.
Preliminary tremors already, but our calculations...
No. It's too strong for that. What's the depth?
It's only 70 feet.
Well, I don't get it.
What?
Well, look where it's coming from. Transpose the coordinates.
The valley? But that's safe ground. It's solid bedrock.
It seems to be moving at a steady pace. Good Lord.
What?
Look at the screen. Look where it's headed.
Straight towards the fault line. I'm calling the mayor, and if he won't listen, I'm calling the National Guard.
It's no use, Sam. If it's the real thing, it's too late.
Wait, what happened?
It stopped. We've lost it.
The vibration stopped?
Well, see for yourself.
Needle's gone back to normal.
Well, but what was it? What were we seeing?
I don't know. A vibration from out of nowhere, heading straight for the fort, and then just as suddenly it stops, disappears without a trace.
Dr. Trilby, there's something else.
What?
Its direction of travel. It was moving from east to west, but the stress lines in the valley run north and south.
Yes, of course.
Now, logically, its natural movement should have been with the stress lines, not across the grain.
Sam, I think as soon as Dr. Peterson arrives, you and I'd better go out to the valley and try to find out just what it was we were seeing.
Are you the bank manager? Yes, James Dale. Well, I'm Ron Hankler, police commissioner. Thank you for coming, Commissioner. Captain Aylward said it was a pretty extraordinary situation. Well, I don't know what to make of it. You've been robbed now, is it right? Well, yes. I guess we have. Well, just tell me what happened, Mr. Dale. I can't. What do you mean? I mean, I can't explain it. I think perhaps I'd better take you down to the vault and let you see for yourself. Here we are. I had the guards close the vault. I thought it best if no one else saw. You see what I mean? Well, that hole in the floor, it looks like... I know, Commissioner. It looks like an earthquake. That concrete is 3 feet thick, and it's buckled like plywood. Well, it's obviously a tunnel job. No, that's just it. There isn't any tunnel. Your men dug down 10 feet and found nothing but dust. Dust? Solid dust. This bank sits on hard rock landfill, and it's been churned into powder. But you say it was a robbery. There is money missing? Yes. Well, is there any other way a person could have entered the vault? Absolutely none. This is our top security vault. It has a time lock. We only open it once each day, and today we... You found the vault in this condition? Yes. How much did they get away with? That's the other thing. This vault contains over $1 million of our reserves, but all it's missing is $10,000. And not only that, but what was taken was in new $100 bills. How new? Straight from the mint, still banded. Which means the serial numbers are still recorded. And consecutive. A person would have to be crazy to try to spend it. Yet right next to that money was $1 million in older currency. Who else knows about this? The guard, myself, Captain Aylward, and 3 or 4 of your men. I thought it best not to tell the press. People are jumpy enough as it is because of the earthquake scare. What earthquake? Oh, Commissioner, everyone knows the situation. The conjunction of the planets or whatever it is that's supposed to take place tomorrow. Well, those reports are a bit exaggerated. But, Mr. Dale, did you or anyone else in the bank feel anything? Well, no. Well, then I think we have to assume this robbery was man-made from start to finish. Huh? Then how was it done? Well, that's up to us to try to find out. In the meantime, I want your assurance that you'll keep this quiet. And if people are jumpy, there's no point in giving them ideas. Dr. Trilby? Yes, Sam? Dr. Trilby, I talked to the farmers over there. They've been out in this field all morning. And? Nothing. They didn't hear a thing. According to our data, the tremor passed right beneath this spot. Yes, but there's nothing here. I know. No throw, no horizontal displacement of any sort. Now look at this. Even the topsoil isn't disturbed. Yet the signals we picked up indicated a vibration significant enough to have caused visible damage. Now, we've been tracing the tremor's course for over 3 miles now, and everywhere it's the same story. No one's heard or felt a thing. Well, we have got to report this to the authorities. I guess so. It's madness for them to wait any longer. Maybe everything we know doesn't tell us that disaster is inevitable. But what about everything we don't know? Yes, come in. Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize you were incapacitated.
I can manage by myself. You're the manager of this bank?
Yes, my name's James Dale. You're...
Mole. Mr. Mole.
Are you sure I can't help you?
I've been in this wheelchair for many years.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be. It's a waste of time. I was tired of walking anyway.
I see. Well, one of the tellers said you wished to speak to me about something.
I want to open an account.
But one of our officers can handle that.
I deal with the top, Mr. Dale. You are the top here, aren't you?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
I want you to tell me how safe this building is.
Safe?
Is it safe from, for example, robbery?
Robbery? Of course. We haven't had a robbery here since this branch was opened.
What about from earthquakes?
Mr. Mole, we make it a policy never to turn away a customer, no matter how large or small his deposit may be.
Mine is a modest sum, Mr. Dale, $10,000.
$10,000? I wouldn't call that modest.
I look on it as an investment.
Well, of course, your money will be very soundly invested. You'll earn a guaranteed return of 6%.
I had in mind a somewhat higher figure.
Well, in a limited withdrawal account, the rate is 8%.
How about 10,000%?
What? What? That would be $100 million.
Where do I sign?
Mr. Mole, if this is some kind of joke, I'm a very busy man.
No, Mr. Dale, you are a very confused man.
I believe in your case, we can make an exception to our policy of never turning away a customer.
Without seeing the color of his money?
Yes.
Oh, but I think you'll accept it. Here.
This money?
If you don't trust me, you can count it. $10,000 in brand new $100 bills.
Where did you get this? Guard! I'm afraid, Mr. Mole, or whatever your real name is, that I'll have to ask you to remain here while I call the police.
A large metropolitan area hovers on the brink of disaster. Its scientists probe for signs. All the known data is sifted for clues, even as the feeling of helplessness grows. And then, suddenly, the unknown. A strange tremor. An incredible bank robbery. And now the arrival of a mysterious stranger. I shall return shortly with Act Two. Mysterious Mr. Mole has been taken into police custody without resistance. Nor does he make any effort to deny his responsibility for the $10,000 robbery. But as to how this robbery was accomplished, that he does not seem willing to tell, at least not yet. However, the question which no one dares ask is what connection, if any, his bizarre actions have to the impending doom facing the city. The commissioner of police has sent for the mayor.
Come in, Your Honor. Come in. I came as soon as I could get the city council off my back. You made it sound pretty urgent.
I'm not sure.
Those damn fools on the council want to sound the alarm and throw everybody into a panic over this earthquake business.
Don't you think it might be wise to undertake an orderly evacuation of the city while there is still time?
No. The reports from Dr. Trilby at the Mount Olive Laboratory are still not conclusive. It's still not definitely known that this planetary business tomorrow will have any effect on the fault.
Mr. Mayor, we have less than 24 hours left. Now, as a precaution, what can it hurt?
Hurt? I can tell you exactly what it can hurt. First of all, there'll be a stampede. People killing each other trying to escape, no matter how much time we tell them they have. Crowding the bridges, traffic jams, accidents. And then there'll be others who will see a golden opportunity to stay behind and run riot, looting stores, robbing banks.
We have the Army and the National Guard to keep order. Not to mention my men, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner, we've had this discussion 100 times. Now,
what is it that you're really afraid of?
All right, I'll tell you. It's that when all the shouting dies down, we'll discover the city's reputation has suffered irreparable damage. People will begin moving out for good. The possibility of a major quake has never been a secret, but up to now the city has thrived in spite of it. And you know why? Because our citizens are tough. They have confidence. They're optimists.
You just can't believe it would actually ever happen, can you?
No, I can't.
But scientists know it's inevitable. It's only a question of when.
That's right, when? 100 years from now? 200? 1,000? Now, look, if this is all you wanted to see me about...
No, Your Honor, it isn't. There was a robbery this morning at the First Pacific Bank.
Now, Commissioner, please, I don't have time.
Now, wait, I think you should hear me out. An hour ago, we took a man into custody. He offered no resistance. In fact, he's as good as gave himself up. He wheeled into the bank manager's office and attempted to open an account with the very money that was stolen not 2 hours before.
He wheeled in?
Yes, he's confined to a chair.
Well, what does this have to do with me?
He is demanding to see you. And I think under the circumstances...
Now, look, I can't waste time now on crackpots. I've got my hands full. How can a man in a wheelchair rob a bank?
Well, that's just it. The method he used. It seems to have been an earthquake.
What?
Yes, the floor of the vault was torn apart, and the ground beneath was crushed to a powder as if the earth had shifted.
Well, didn't the people in the bank feel anything?
No.
Well, this is preposterous.
I don't know. There's something about this man, something ominous. An incredible sense of power. And I think if we ignore him, Mr. Mayor, it's at our own peril. I've ordered him kept in complete isolation. As far as I'm concerned, the less contact he has with anyone, the better. Here's his cell.
Oh, where is he?
What?
Well, there's no one in there.
He's gone.
Look, if this is your idea of maximum security...
Look, the floor. It's been chewed to bits.
Well, he must have had some kind of tool concealed in his wheelchair.
There is no tool that could wreak that kind of damage. That's 3 feet of steel-reinforced concrete.
Whatever it was, he obviously tunneled out.
I don't think so.
Well, he's gone, isn't he? There's no hole in the ceiling. There aren't any windows. And I watched you unlock the door myself. What other direction could he possibly have gone except down?
But you won't find a tunnel.
Well, how do you know?
Because this is exactly what happened at the First Pacific Bank. Look.
Commissioner, what are you doing?
I am digging to show you that there is no tunnel.
All right, stop raising all that dust.
This isn't dust, Mr. Mayor. It is bedrock. It is solid granite. It's the earth we stand on.
Yes, Dr. Trilby?
What time is it?
5:57.
Right on schedule. Pluto is almost in place. Neptune is closing. One by one, the planets are entering a common gravitational arc. One by one, the fields of pull are beginning to overlap.
We'll be reaching the edge of the arc ourselves in less than 4 hours.
Yes. That's when the real test begins, Sam. Well, if our theory is correct, the fort should begin to respond with tremors of 1 to 5 millimeters, which will increase steadily at shorter and shorter intervals.
Until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, when the alignment will be absolute.
And we'll all know once and for all the true nature of the fort we've lived on all these years.
Eh? Who are you?
Mr. Mayor?
How did you get into my office?
Your secretary has a very usable sympathy for people with disabilities.
That wheelchair. Are you...
My name is Mole. Mr. Mole.
You're the man who escaped from the city jail, who robbed that bank.
All that was only by way of establishing my credentials.
Miss Walcott, get me the police commissioner on the phone.
You're not a very curious man, are you, Mr. Mayor? My exploits have left you unimpressed.
Now, look, I have no time for anecdotes of a petty criminal. I have more important things on my mind.
That's why I'm here. Your city is in danger, is it not?
Well, there's no absolute proof. I'm still waiting final word from our laboratory on Mount Olive.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I have some good news for you. And some bad news.
Now, look,
It would behoove you to listen. In fact, you are right. The danger this imminent alignment of the planets poses has been exaggerated by those cautious creatures who refuse to accept the fact that to live means to take risks. And according to my calculations, the chance of a major disaster is well under 50%.
And just what are your calculations?
They're worth a great deal to me. I'm a practical scientist, Mr. Mayor, a very practical scientist. You see, my calculations are based on one very important assumption. They'll hold only if nature is permitted to take its course.
What do you mean?
I mean, Your Honor, that I am also an inventor.
Look, who are you? Just how did you escape?
Now you are curious, eh? We can begin to talk usefully.
Yes? Look, Commissioner, I think you'd better come over here at once. Your prisoner is in my office.
On the contrary, Mr. Mayor, you are my prisoner.
What?
But you are not alone. The Commissioner is also my prisoner. In fact, your entire city is in my hands.
Mr. Mayor, what is going on?
I don't know.
Mr. Commissioner?
You. Mr. Mayor, are you all right? I brought a detail with me. They're waiting outside.
I don't think we'll need your men, Commissioner.
It seems the explanation of my movements has upset His Honor.
Well, I'd like to hear that explanation myself.
Do you know what a submarine is?
Of course I know what a submarine is. What kind of question is that?
Well, it seems Mr. Mole here has invented its terrestrial equivalent.
A machine that moves through the earth?
Precisely, Commissioner. As a submarine moves through water.
How?
By an extremely simple device. The nose of my Earthship contains a rotating unit 15 feet in diameter. This unit resembles an enormous screw, and it can turn at speeds high enough to cut through even the most obdurate bedrock.
And that is how you got into the bank?
Oh, no. The mothership is far too big for such precision work. There is a smaller two-man craft, which of course operates on the same principle. The blades of the screws are made of a metal compound, also of my own invention, which churn the earth to dust. The dust is then channeled through grooves to the rear of the craft and left just where it was.
Which explains why you left no tunnel.
The actual robbery was committed by two of my crewmen, and my escape was effected in the same manner.
Just how many men do you have?
Enough.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, sure, it's very clever. But its limitations are obvious.
Well, how do you mean?
This time, we won't be so considerate of Mr. Mole's condition. He'll have a nice cell on the top floor.
I don't think so.
Well, why not?
Well, because there's something else, something he hasn't told you yet.
My Earthship resembles a submarine in one more respect, Commissioner. It contains an arsenal.
Arsenal?
Yes. It has torpedoes. And at this very moment, they are trained on the three primary focus points of the fault that surrounds this city. Do you know what a focus point is, Commissioner?
I'm not sure.
They are the vulnerable points of a fault line. If those torpedoes are released tomorrow afternoon, the combination of their impacts and the stresses created by the gravitational pull of the planets will detonate an earthquake unparalleled in the history of the world.
I don't believe this. The man is mad.
Commissioner, please. He won't do it. He's got a proposition. He wants $100 million.
Well, that is ridiculous.
I have also given your mayor a list of supplies which I will want delivered to an inland location.
He's building a whole underground kingdom.
Mr. Mayor, come to your senses. The man's an extortionist. It's just a bluff. How do we know that he can do what he claims?
You saw what he did to that bank vault and to your maximum security prison.
Yes, but underground torpedoes that can move with enough speed and force to set off an earthquake.
Your commissioner has a point. Of course, it's only right that when one asks for such a sum as I have, he has to expect to put up collateral.
What are you doing?
These buttons on my wheelchair are my means of communication with my crew. I expected to encounter skepticism, you see, so I've arranged a final demonstration.
No.
Oh, it's too late, Mr. Mayor. The signal's already been sent. But you don't have to worry.
Well, what are you going to do?
I believe your window there affords a view of a small peninsula across the bay.
Yes.
There is a small spur from the main fault, which runs directly across its base. I have just instructed my men to fire at it. We should be able to see the results momentarily.
Good Lord. The entire peninsula vanishing into the ocean.
Fortunately, the peninsula was uninhabited. Such will not be the case tomorrow. If my demands have not been met and I'm not back on board my Earthship by tomorrow afternoon at precisely 4 p.m., 500 miles of coastline, including this entire city, will go crashing into the sea.
With a faith worthy of our primitive ancestors, we extend our civilization to the very brink of disaster and cross our fingers. And now, suddenly, without warning, another specter which haunts us all has become a reality. The specter of absolute power in the hands of a man whose heart is filled with madness. I shall return shortly with our final act. Someone once said that malice can always find a target to shoot at and a pretense to fire. Mr. Mole has found both, and if his demands are not met, he could very well exceed all previous marksmen. While frantic conferences are taking place through the night in City Hall, the two scientists on Mount Olive keep their quiet vigil, unaware that now another clock besides nature's is winding down.
It's a peaceful night, isn't it, Sam? Almost midnight. In a few minutes, the Earth will enter the gravitational arc, and our precise calculations can begin. I've devoted my career to studying this fault. For 20 years, I've sought to unlock its mysteries, to elevate the art of prediction to an exact science. And now, within a few hours, at last, I'll be able to say absolutely what it's going to do. Dr. Trilby, are you all right? What? Oh, yes. Forgive me, Sam. The inhuman scientist with his distorted priorities. Well, we better go in. I just want one last look. It's a beautiful city, isn't it? Why hasn't anyone left? Why are they waiting for an official edict? Now, look at all those lights down there still burning in practically every home and every building as far as the eye can see. That's your answer, Sam. Lights for as far as the eye can see. Centuries of evolution and progress. And people just can't believe that it could all just disappear. General Starbo? Yes? Thank goodness you've arrived. I'm Mayor Gibbs, and this is Ron Hankler, Commissioner of Police.
Hello, General.
Did you bring the money?
Yes, the president authorized this withdrawal.
Good. I'll get Mr. Mole.
Now, just a minute, ma'am. I brought this money with me only as a last resort.
Last resort? General, what other alternatives do we have?
I think you gentlemen can appreciate the precedent we'll be establishing if we simply pay this madman off. We'd be putting the entire country at his mercy.
The entire country?
That's right, Commissioner. Nearly 1/3 of our population lives in areas vulnerable to earthquakes.
Well, there are millions of people in danger right now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, no thanks to you.
What do you mean?
If you had ordered an evacuation of the city before now, we might have had a little more room to maneuver with this maniac. As of this evening, the president has declared martial law here and appointed me his deputy. From now on, you are under my command. And the first matter of business is to begin an evacuation at once. Tonight, we clear the hospitals and other institutions. The general evacuation, that'll have to wait until daybreak to minimize the risk of panic. Now, the second matter of business is to consider the options we have for trying to stop this
Mr. Mole.
What options?
We've been able to pinpoint the exact location of this Earthship. Army scientists are drawing up strategies for its destruction.
Well, that's suicide.
Hello, Mayor Gibbs speaking.
You might as well wave a red flag in front of a bull.
General Scarborough, it's for you. Oh, thanks. Hello. Yeah? Do you think it'll work? All right, good. Go ahead and keep me posted. Now, gentlemen, we may have our answer. Our scientists have been developing a new kind of light beam that may be able to penetrate the Earth. If it's successful, we can then transmit a specific nuclear charge right along its length and explode the ship.
But what if the men on board that machine get wind of this?
Impossible. The beam's frequency is undetectable by any device we know of.
But if they do, there's no telling what will happen. They may fire those torpedoes.
With their leader here in our custody?
General, you haven't met this man. He's crazy.
I think that's something I'd like to determine for myself.
Who are you?
I'm General Scarborough, United States Army.
And you want to know if I'm really prepared to carry out my threat, eh?
Well, you have to admit it's a fair question. You've been separated from your wheelchair and strapped into that straitjacket. You have no way of communicating with your ship.
It's not necessary. My men have their full instructions.
Now, look, before we give you this money, if we do, I think we have the right to ask what you intend to use it for.
I believe in preparing for the future, General. History began when our ancestors emerged from their caves, and it will end with mankind forced to return to them.
How can you be sure of that?
Because that is what happened to me.
What do you mean?
Why do you think I wear these dark glasses? Why do you think I can't walk? Look at my skin.
What happened?
Surely you recognize the symptoms of radiation burn, General? I was made a guinea pig once. I was the subject of certain experiments. One miscalculation, and this is how I emerged. Paralyzed below the waist and allergic to the sun. I have no choice but to live as I do, or not to live at all.
So you think you can build an underground empire?
I am already in the process of fortifying and supplying the caverns beneath your country. Your government's contribution should help us considerably. You have to admit the logic of a general. It's only a matter of time before you all blow each other to pieces.
You don't have much faith in us, Mr. Mole.
Why should I when I'm the one who is going to ignite the spark?
What do you mean?
Where do you keep most of your missiles, General? Underground? Isn't that right?
Just what are you planning to do?
I've been banished from the Earth's service, but I've made the nether regions mine. When the Holocaust comes, the Earth will be your only refuge. But admittance will be at my discretion.
You're mad.
But my method is flawless, eh?
Mr. Mole, I'm going to make you an offer. And I'm going to make it only once. We'll put you in radio contact with your Earthship. You will order your men to the surface to surrender.
But why should I do this?
Because at this very moment we are cutting a channel to your Earthship with a laser beam. When the channel is complete, we will dispatch a specific nuclear charge. You have less than 2 minutes to prevent that.
You could have spared yourself the trouble, General. My men will have detected this and relocated the ship.
Nobody has a detection device for this laser.
When you travel without sight, General, you realize very quickly that your other senses have to take up the slack if you are going to survive.
Scarborough here. What? I see. No further instructions at the moment.
Well?
You were right. The ship has relocated.
Light travels in a straight line, and now you'll have to start all over. But you can see it's pointless, of course.
Mr. Mole, I appeal to you as one human being to another.
Human? In my condition? You flatter me, General. Time is getting shorter. Let us consider our options, eh? Either you'll meet my demands or you won't. If you do, I leave your city in the hands of nature. If you don't, we all die.
Very well. Obviously, we can't meet your demands and allow you to go. So we must concede you the city and carry on with the evacuation. But I am telling you now, Mr. Mole, you will be left behind.
I won't be alone, General.
What do you mean?
There's one thing I haven't told you.
Which is?
Before I was separated from my wheelchair, I sent a final message to my crew.
General Scarborough. What? Oh, Mr. Mayor. It's nearly daylight now. Should we put the general evacuation into effect? No. But we have less than 12 hours. And there's not going to be any general evacuation. We'll all be killed. We'll also be killed if we try to escape. What happened? Mr. Mole gave his crew instructions to monitor the vibrations of traffic leaving the city. With the orders that if the vibrations went above a certain amplitude, the ship is to proceed immediately with the attempt to detonate the fault. But then, of course, we must pay him the money and let him go. That is out of the question. Why? Mole has no intention of stopping, short of destroying all life on the surface of the Earth. And therefore we must stop him here, even though it means the death of everyone on this coast, including ourselves. Isn't there anything we can do? Nothing but wait. Wait until 4 this afternoon when the planets are aligned and the torpedoes are fired. And then? And then we cross our fingers and hope the fault holds. But, well, what you're saying is we're doomed. That's right. Unless... Unless what? What time is it now? 7:35. There's barely 8 hours left. All right. I want a pad and a pencil and a survey map of the area. For the next half hour, I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances. And then? And then I'm going to pay one more visit to Mr. Mole.
You're back, General, eh? You've reconsidered?
Not at all. However, since we're both waiting for the end, I thought you might like to pass the time.
What did you have in mind?
You play chess?
I must warn you, I am an excellent player, General. But if that is your wish, where's the board?
Here.
What's this?
A geological survey map of the area.
You have a bizarre sense of humor, General. Very well, I trust you would explain the rules to me as we go along. Who makes the first move?
Oh, you already have. And it was the wrong one.
What do you mean?
The original position of your Earthship was here. When our laser began its penetration, the ship moved here. Away from the beam's angle, it's true, but closer to the fault.
Still quite far enough away to be safe.
But you see how the fault curves slightly around your position. It creates a kind of pocket, and that limits your options.
Just what is it you're driving at?
The laser takes 10 minutes to penetrate the ground the first time, but the second time, in the same spot, the transmission is instantaneous, thus effectively eliminating that space as one which your ship can pass through.
So I am in retreat. Is that it?
Straight toward the fault.
The pawns against the king.
My calculations tell me I can force your ship into the fault zone in 28 moves. At 10 minutes a move, that's 4.5 hours, which will leave us 3 hours to evacuate the city.
And if my men see what you are doing and detonate the fault before they are within its range?
That's a chance we'll have to take.
If your plan works, it means a stalemate. And the future will be left up to nature, after all.
General Scarborough here. Yes? And the new position? Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we've done it.
They just moved within the fault zone. Then we can go ahead with the evacuation? That's right, Commissioner. Headquarters has already sent orders down the line. Look out the window there. Yes, traffic's already beginning to move across the bridges. With 3 hours, if all goes smoothly, everyone should be safe. We've done it. We can escape. And who knows, perhaps the fault will hold after all. Come in. Oh, Dr. Trilby, we've been expecting you.
Good day, Mayor.
The commissioner, you know, of course, and this is General Scarborough.
Hello, General. Congratulations. I've just heard the whole story. I had no idea that what was going on down here, but that explains the mysterious tremor we detected yesterday.
Yes, it was Mole's ship moving into its original position.
I'm sure your laboratory has been a quiet place compared to City Hall these last few hours.
Yes, but now, thanks to the general here, we're free.
Yes, well...
Dr. Trilby, have you completed all your calculations?
Yes, I have.
You can say for certain now what will happen?
Yes, General.
Well?
We can only hope that everyone will get out of the city in time.
Perhaps the single most terrifying thing about nature is its total indifference. It is beyond the reach of reason, independent of our concepts of right and wrong, justice and morality. We cannot always predict its movements, and we certainly cannot control it. The one thing we do know about nature is the one thing we so often forget, that we ignore it at our peril. I shall return in a moment. The brain is like a muscle, and just as some loads are too heavy for the arms to lift, so there are thoughts too awesome for the mind to bear. Our story took place in the future and falls properly into the realm of science fiction, but we thought it best to tell it to you now, while we still could. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Court Benson, Earl Hammond, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
$10,000 is certainly cheap enough to save your life. By coming here, you could be signing your own death warrant. Why?
Oh, Lieutenant, isn't it possible that some people may be motivated by idealistic considerations?
Oh, sure. In the movies, in the books. Because that's what we'd like to believe. But you and I, we can't afford to believe that way. I mean, you're a doctor, I'm a cop. We know how people behave when life and death are on the line.
But still, there are those few people...
Yes, every now and then you run across a saint. And somehow, I don't think that's you, Mr. Tarbell. So, I'm going to ask you that question again. Why are you here? Well?
Lieutenant, I have a confession to make. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Since earliest recorded time, man has believed it was possible to see into the future. He has honored and showered gifts on those who purported to be able to unveil the future. However, the Bible has warned against the oracles and soothsayers and threatened them with punishment. In Leviticus 20:17, we find, "A man or a woman that divineth by a ghost or a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones." This admonition has not stopped the fortune teller, the reader of palms, or the tarot cards.
Here, take this orange, but do not remove the handkerchief. Place it on the floor beneath your right foot. Now, press down. Down. Use all your strength. Crush the orange. Crush it. All right, now pick it up. Examine the orange for signs. What do you find?
No! No! No!
Our mystery drama, They Shall Stone Them with Stones, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is a gloomy, rainy day in March. A small, poorly dressed woman makes her way down a debris-cluttered street in the poor section of town. Clutched to her breast is a newspaper package which she holds as though it contains all that she holds sacred in this world. Suddenly she stops, realizing that she had passed the entrance she seeks. She turns back and retraces her steps until she sees the garish red-on-black sign in a first-floor window. Madame Darazum, readings, palms, tarot cards, phrenology, help in business, love, and life. She eagerly mounts the few stone steps to the entrance and rings the bell.
Welcome, Mrs. Fielding. Welcome to my humble house of repose and meditation.
Oh, Madame Darazum, I'm a little late. I'm sorry.
Please, no excuses. I foresaw that you would be tardy. Come in, please. This way, into my tent.
Tent?
I am from a nomadic tribe. My ancestors have always moved over the surface of this earth. Now, sit down.
Oh, yes.
I see you have brought with you the objects I requested, the newly ironed handkerchief.
Oh, yes, and the orange.
Now, I want your mind to accept completely what I have to tell you. Mm-hmm. If you should doubt but the slightest, all will be lost. And I will not be able to help you.
Oh, I don't doubt for a second. That's why I'm here, for you to help me.
That's good. I feel the serene elements of the other world seeping into my being. They will guide me in my quest. You are here, Mrs. Fielding, because in our last meeting, I felt you were in the thrall of an evil presence. Now, you will follow my instructions to the letter.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Remember, everything depends on it.
I remember.
Hand me the orange and the handkerchief.
Here.
I wrap the orange in the handkerchief. I ask the beings that guide us to place their strength into this instrument, this orange, so that we may understand the nature of your trouble. Now, this orange covered with this handkerchief I place on your lungs, stomach, your brain, your heart. Now, bow your head and ask for help.
Oh, help me. Please, help me.
Here, take the orange, but do not remove the handkerchief. Place it on the floor beneath your right foot. That's right.
Now press down with all your strength. Crush the orange. Crush it. Pick it up. Examine it. Examine the orange for signs. What do you find?
No. No! That thing, that ugly thing in the orange, what was it? It looked like a lizard or a spider or something awful.
It was the evil thing that infests your body and your spirit. The powers that I called on revealed it in the orange which you crushed.
That ugly thing?
It was a sign warning you. You are under an evil spell. Everything you possess is infected with it.
Everything?
Not only your person, the house you live in, the things you possess. Now, you have savings, money you've put away.
Oh, very little. I can't save much on Charlie's salary.
How much?
Oh, $300-400. I have the bank book with me. Here, see for yourself.
$457.18.
Oh, we were never much for saving money.
I must tell you that your money has a curse on it. You must go to the bank and draw out...
Everything?
No. You will draw out just $450 in small bills. You will bring the money here, and I will call on the spirits to wash the evil out of the money.
Oh, I don't know.
Your money will be completely safe. I will wrap your money in a cloth, sew it up, and give it back to you.
Oh.
You will take the package of money to your bank and put it in your safe deposit box. Mm-hmm. You will lock the package of money away for 1 year and 70 days to allow the evil in the money to disappear. And then your money will be clean.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll do that. I'll bring you the money.
Now, remember this. This is most important. If you should open the package even 1 minute before the time is up, the money will turn into worthless paper.
Oh, no, I promise. I promise I won't touch it for 1 year and 70 days. Oh, you expecting someone?
No.
Open up! Open up! Police!
What is the meaning of this?
Police, you're under arrest. The look on her face. She was out the door in record time. My cop impersonation was perfect.
Go ahead and laugh, Harry. Very funny. Your gangbuster entrance did me out of $450.
Saved you from a stretch in the pen, you mean? So you're back into that switch the paper for the money racket.
Better than the creaky old vaudeville act you and I were doing.
What was wrong with it? We were a top act.
Where? We hadn't worked for 3 months, and I began to get hungry.
Dangerous, Emma. Too dangerous for you. For us. We ain't kids anymore. We can't run as fast as we used to.
Harry, it's more than just earning a buck. I began to have... I don't know, something was bothering me. I began to feel something inside of me, telling me what was coming next. I was beginning to feel something that I never experienced before.
Oh, come on.
No, listen. There was a young girl. After we'd gone through all the standard stunts, I suddenly had to speak to her, to warn her. You remember I asked her to come backstage after the performance?
I sort of remember.
Well, when I saw her, I knew that she only had a short time to live.
She looked sick.
Now, on the contrary, there was nothing in her face or manner to reveal it.
So?
7 weeks later, she was dead. A malignancy. Even her doctor didn't know it until later. It was then I began to wonder about what I was doing. I just had to get away and think.
Well, I got the cure for those half-baked ideas you got in your head. And safer, too. You're coming back into our old act, and that'll keep you too busy to think about how you can really read minds.
Harry, if I'd have known what you was going to try and sell me, I would have locked the door. Madame Dora Zoom and Harry Murchison. That act would have been dated in 1910.
Let's go, Harry.
No. Pinky, you gotta listen to me.
Why, what's the point? I couldn't sell a cockamaniac like yours.
We got something new. Big, sensational.
Yeah, what?
Tell him, Emma. Tell him about how you can really see into the future. How you can read minds.
Oh, come on. Will you quit wasting my time?
It's true, Pinky. Tell him, Emma.
You were out to the track yesterday.
Yeah, well, what's new about that? I'm out there almost every day.
You bet $50 on a horse. Ticket number 3541063. 8th race.
Yeah. Hey, how did I bet him?
Show.
Right. Yeah, what did he do?
He ran out of the money. You lost.
Well, you're right. Absolutely right.
See what I tell you?
How did you do it, Emma?
She read your mind. All right, let's go.
No, wait a minute. No, wait. Now, you know that wasn't bad. You can really pull that stunt. Mind reading, the real thing.
What have I been telling you?
Now, look, there is a spot.
Yeah?
It's a small nightclub. It's really a roadhouse.
What kind of dough?
Well, it's a small joint. Money small also. But it's a good place to break in your new act. You could start tonight.
What about the money?
Harry, hold it. Pinky's right. We got to break the act in. We'll take it, Pinky.
Oh, good, great. You know, I got to hand it to you, Emma. You sure knocked me cold with that one. Even my own wife don't know I lost her. She was out in the track with me. Well, I'm sorry to have to shove you out like this, but I got a million people waiting to see me. So, look, go out this side door here. Yeah.
Okay, Pinky, we'll be seeing you. Call us, huh?
Bye.
Well, how do you like that? We got a job, and it's only a beginning. How'd you do it, Emma? You really read his mind?
No such luck. I was sitting next to the wastebasket. I saw the torn stub of a race ticket lying on top of the other waste paper. I could read the amount, date, ticket number, and race without any trouble. The rest I just put together. It was a good guess. He wouldn't have thrown the ticket away if he'd won.
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? Madame Darazum, known all over Europe and Asia for her great psychic gifts, will entertain you with a demonstration of her powers. I will go among you, and by your concentration and her telepathic skill, Madame Darazum, blindfolded, will look into your innermost thoughts and perhaps be able to warn of dangers lurking ahead. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Madame Darazum. Are you ready, Madame Darazum?
I am ready, Mr. Murchison.
I am standing next to a person, Madame Darazum.
You are standing next to a lady.
You are correct. She is holding a valuable object in her hand. If you had a thought about it, what would you say?
The lady is showing you a watch. It is an old watch.
One more bit of information. Concentrate.
It was given to her by her father, who is no longer living.
Thank you, Madame Darazum. Thank you. Now let us try something more difficult. I am facing an individual.
You are speaking with a gentleman.
That is correct. Now he shows me something important. Can you identify it for the assembled audience?
Wait. I see a small card. Numbers on it. It is a Social Security card.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Can you give us the first 3 digits? Think. Separate your lines of communication. Oh, I know you can do it.
I have a 2.
Right. Go on.
I have a 7.
Go on. Don't stop.
I have a 0. The first 3 digits are 270.
Wonderful. You are absolutely correct, Madame Darazum.
No, hey, wait a minute.
Just a minute, sir, please.
No, it's a trick. It's just a trick. You were giving her signals.
What do you want me to do?
Just give me the rest of the numbers on my Social Security card, if you can.
Very well. Now, I want you to think of only one thing. The numbers.
Okay. I'm thinking.
The numbers are 270.
Yeah?
01 0849. Is that correct, sir?
That's right. That is right.
Thank you. Now, for myself and Madame Darazum, I say good evening. We shall be back for the next show.
No, there's something else I must speak.
Madam Darazum will be back later.
No, I must speak now. There is a woman at the table behind you.
Madam Darazum, you are tired, weary from your telepathic feats, and I...
That woman is wearing an opal brooch.
Yes.
Would you hand the brooch to Mr. Murchison, please?
Very well. I'm holding it in my hands.
The donor of that brooch is dead. Am I correct?
The lady nods her head in the affirmative. You are correct.
Wait. The brooch was not given.
What are you saying? Reconsider what you were saying.
The brooch was taken. The owner of the brooch did not die a natural death. She was murdered.
A flash, a momentary revelation. The dark curtain that veils the future and covers the secrets of the heart and mind is flung aside. If only our fortune teller could know what this sudden stab of light in the darkness would do to her own life, she might have hesitated, might have kept the secret suddenly open to her closed forever. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. There's an old saying, if you're good, you succeed. If you're too good, you fail. Madame Darazum and her partner will find out the truth of the old adage. Next morning, they were surprised to find that their act wasn't the smashing hit they had thought it was.
Look, there's nothing more we can do. You were fired. Canned, thrown out. The owner of the club don't want that kind of aggravation you caused him. I was there, wasn't I? I don't blame him.
You gotta admit, Pinky, the act was sensational.
Yeah, well, that kind of sensation he don't need. He'll probably have a dozen lawyers sitting on his front door tomorrow morning, suing him for $1 million apiece. What got into you, Emma? What, did you go out of your head or something? Make a statement like that?
She couldn't help herself, Pinky. If she gets a message like that, he's gotta get it out.
Yeah, well, you're finished after that. And even if you were still saleable, I wouldn't touch you. Too dangerous.
What do you mean?
Just what I said, dangerous. I mean, if you were right about that woman being knocked off, don't you think the guy that did it is going to be interested in keeping you quiet? Perhaps permanently.
Well, our return to show business had a very short life.
Who are you blaming, Emma?
Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. I know how much you wanted to get the old act going.
You went too far. Could have been a real moneymaker. Now, no use crying. Better get our clothes packed and get out of this hotel. Out of work, we can't afford it.
I can always go back to the old fortune-telling racket.
Me's the shoe? Oh, no, thank you.
Well, you suggest something.
Oh, I'm all out of suggestions, Emma. Yeah? Someone asked for us? Leave his name? Oh. Strange. Okay, if he comes in again, call me. Don't tell him we're in. Just get his name and where we can reach him. Thanks, Eddie.
What is it?
I don't know. It's kind of got me nervous. Someone looking for us.
Why should that make you nervous?
Well, you know what Pink said about the guy wanting to keep us quiet.
Oh, Harry, come on. You're going to make our lives miserable if we have to keep looking over our shoulders to see who's following us all the time.
Well, you're the mind reader. You ought to be able to see what's coming and avoid it.
Well, that's the trouble, Harry. It's in and out. Most of the time, I can't see a thing.
Oh, what is this? Hello.
Harry, this is Pinky.
Oh, Pinky. What's up?
I just want to tell you, you got more lives than a cat.
What are you talking about?
The act, it's on again.
You mean someone wants us?
You're right. Big job. BCB Hotel Syndicate. They got places all over the country, all over the world. Well, they're always looking for acts they can send around to all their spots.
Good news. We're working. When do we start?
Tonight, the big shot Gaxton
Wilton Gaxton, head man for the hotel chain, is giving a party out on the island. Car and chauffeur will be sent for you. Can you do it?
Can we? Pinky, I don't know what to say.
Well, don't say nothing. Just send money. Oh, well, do me a favor.
Yeah?
Tell Madame Darazoum, just a regular act tonight. Stick to the routine, and for goodness sakes, don't ad-lib.
Welcome to Weatherwell. I've been looking forward to this meeting.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gaxton.
Oh, please, no formalities. My name is Wilton, Harry.
Well, that's great, Wilton. That's the way I like things. Easy, relaxed.
That's the way we're going to have them, Harry. And, you are?
Emma.
Emma?
Not a very glamorous name.
Well, I don't know. It is something of a surprise, considering...
Considering my ability to read minds?
Well, yes.
Maybe that's a bit overrated, too, Mr. Gaxton.
Wilton, please.
Look, Wilton, Madam's just being modest. She's really great.
Well, that was the impression I got the other night during your performance at the Douglas Inn Roadhouse.
Oh, you were there? Well, Emma and I kind of wondered where you'd caught the act.
Oh, I was there. I was very much impressed. It was a truly sensational performance, Emma.
Oh, thank you. You flatter me. Isn't it getting rather late to give a performance for your guests?
Guests?
Yeah, Pinky said you wanted us to come out here and entertain your guests and get another look at the act yourself.
Oh, I don't know where your agent got that idea.
But he told me you had a big party going and you...
Well, I'm certain that you misunderstood him.
Well, what did you bring us out here for, Mr. Gaxton?
Let us say that I'm enchanted with your performance, Madame Darazoum, and I would like to see it again.
Just for you alone?
Why not? I am paying you. You will be signing a contract in the next day or so. Why shouldn't I request a command performance?
You have another reason, haven't you?
Is this part of your mind-reading act, madam? Are you reading my mind?
No.
Well, then, let's get on with it, shall we?
Yeah. Showtime. Come on, Madame Darazoum. That's our cue. Thank you for your kind applause. Now, Madame Darazoum, known all over Europe and Asia for her psychic gifts, will entertain you.
Your quarters, I think you will find them comfortable.
Just one thing. Tomorrow morning, we'll be wanting to get back to the city.
You will be driven back, Harry, the way you came.
When does this tour start? I understand we're to visit and play the many hotels on your circuit.
I'm not familiar with the arrangements, Emma. Perhaps your agent, Mr. Shears, could brief you on that?
All right. We'll talk to him.
Yeah, Pinky should know.
Then I shall bid you good night.
Oh, Mr. Gaxton?
Yes?
You asked us to go through our act tonight for you alone.
Well, why not? I wanted to see what I was buying.
When we finished, you gave us no indication of your feelings about it. You didn't applaud.
You didn't even smile politely.
Were you disappointed?
Well...
You were disappointed.
Frankly, madam, yes.
Now, look, how can we be expected to do a decent job with no audience? You know, to a performer, an audience is all important. It makes all the difference.
Wait a minute, wait. You're being too defensive, Harry. I wasn't too disappointed in the act. I was just a bit put off that Madame Darazoum didn't pull any surprises.
Like she did the other night?
Yes.
I'm glad she did. Pinky, he specifically warned her not to pull any surprises.
Oh, I see. But it was that which sold me on your act. It was the part I found attractive and fascinating. Well, now, good night.
How do you like that? Pinky wants us to keep the act under control. Gaxton only buys the act because you nearly caused a riot. How can you guess him?
I don't believe Mr. Gaxton is saying everything that's on his mind. I'm not absolutely certain.
But he's concealing something.
Yes.
It has something to do with the opal brooch. He's mixed up in that business. Or it could be...
I'm not completely sure, but why don't you say it, Harry? Murder.
Emma, you awake?
Yeah. Nearly 7, isn't it?
Just. I haven't slept a wink. I've been running the whole thing over and over in my mind. The little shiny iron ball rolling around in my head like a pinball machine.
What do you come up with?
Tilt. Just don't believe it.
What I've been wondering about is what relationship was the woman with the brooch to Gaxton?
Look, let's stop playing cops. We're only a couple of performers trying to make a buck. We are not the police. We have nothing to gain and plenty to lose by kicking this out into the open.
Yeah, I agree.
What's more, it'll kill the job. The contractor working the hotels he heads up. We'd be crazy to burn up our own meal ticket.
You're right, Harry. We'd be crazy to do it, but something tells me we have no choice.
What do you mean, no choice? We keep out of it. No nothing. Somebody asks.
Harry, if Gaxton is implicated, he won't wait. He won't give us a chance to play it anyway, but his way.
His way?
Look, we know something, or he thinks we do. We're in trouble.
Yeah. Better get dressed. We're getting out of here.
How? We're supposed to get a ride back, aren't we?
We're not waiting. Hello? Hello?
Who are you calling?
Going to get a taxi. There must be a local taxi company out here. Start packing. Hello? Hello? Phone's dead.
Look, let's not pack. Let's just leave.
I'm with you. Come on. Door won't open, Emma.
Well, turn the key.
No key.
You're so upset you can't even... Here, let me try.
I told you, the door's locked.
The window.
3-story drop, not even a vine or a tree near enough.
Someone at the door.
Who is it?
Good morning. Everything all right?
Yeah, fine. Just fine.
Let him in.
Can't. Door's locked.
Mr. Gaxton, we can't open the door. It's locked.
Locked? Oh, it doesn't seem to be locked.
Why did you lock us in, Gaxton?
What? What are you saying? The door isn't locked.
We tried the door. We couldn't open it.
Well, it's open now.
Because you opened it.
From the tone of your voice, you are accusing me of having locked you in.
And cutting off our phone.
Cutting off your... Oh, yes. Oh, the phone was off. Charles always cuts all the phones after midnight. You see, I suffer from insomnia. And if the phone should wake me, I have great difficulty getting back to sleep.
You have an answer for everything, don't you?
I assure you that it is the truth. Charles always puts it on again by 7 a.m.
Well, happens to be 5 after 7 right now. Let's just see how efficient Charles is. It's working. Phone's on.
You see?
Mr. Gaxton, we want to leave.
Now?
Right now. Can we have your car to take us to a train, a bus station?
Well, now, something seems to be wrong. Why are you behaving so antagonistically towards me? Last
night we discovered a lot of things.
Such as?
Harry, don't say anything.
Suddenly your attitude has changed. Your conversation full of hidden meanings and innuendos. Now, come on. Come here. What's bothering
Harry,
you?
don't say anything.
I got it, Emma. Mr. Gaxton, we think you hired us because you thought we knew something about the murder. The murder Madam spoke about in our act the other night at the nightclub.
Go on.
We've decided to go to the police.
Whatever for? You really know the murderer?
We think we do. Maybe you do, too.
What? Oh, that's funny. That's very funny. It sounds as though you're accusing me of murder.
In the lexicon of professional mind reading, Rule 1, to which Madame Darazum had always adhered, was that one had to be relatively certain before making a prediction. Harry's blurted-out accusation of Wilton Gaxton violates that rule. She was anything but certain of his guilt or his motives, and there is now in the back of her mind a feeling that nothing but disaster can result. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. After their break with Wilton Gaxton, Madame Darazum and Harry Murchison were driven back to the city by the Gaxton chauffeur. Harry was troubled by the situation which he felt he had caused by his ill-considered accusation of the man who at first had been so kind to them and then seemed so threatening. The question in Madame Darazum's mind was equally unanswerable. No gleam of light penetrated the darkness. With great reluctance, they both decided to present the matter to the police.
Now, what you're saying could be very damaging, Mr. Murchison, and consequently could bounce back and cause you and your wife a lot of trouble.
We told you what happened, Lieutenant, exactly as it happened.
Yeah, your story is very interesting, but unsubstantiated. I mean, you've got to have facts, not a hocus-pocus vaudeville performance.
Madame Darazum can read minds.
I'm familiar with your act, and also with your records. I don't think anything you two would say in court would cause too much excitement.
You're saying we're lying, that this whole business is just a stunt.
Publicity, that's what you want, isn't it? I mean, it's good for the act.
Oh, Harry, come on. The only thing that would get this cop off the seat of his chair is to find us both shot through the head on the front steps of the precinct station.
Well, that would make it simpler for me. But seriously, let me lay it out for you. You are accusing Wilton Gaxton, a prominent man.
Rich, powerful, with a license to kill. That's what you mean, isn't it?
No. Now, damn it, you've wasted enough of the department's time. And I've been very patient with you. You haven't a shred of evidence. All you have is what Madame cooks up in her mind-reading act. And with your past police records, do you think anyone would give the slightest credibility to anything you could say?
Sorry to have wasted so much of your valuable time, Lieutenant. Come on, Harry.
Well, that was a waste of time.
You wanted to go to the police, Harry. I knew what the answer would be.
Let's grab a taxi and get back to the hotel. We gotta check out before 1 o'clock or we're stuck for an extra day.
And with our bankroll, don't you think a bus would be more sensible?
Taxi! We haven't got time for the bus. Taxi! Taxi! Get in, Emma. Shelburne Hotel driver.
Oh, what's our next move, Harry?
We gotta get lost. Run. Hide. Anything. I'm not the mind-reading half of the act, but I can feel something. I don't like the way it feels.
Where? Where can we go? We gotta make a buck.
If only we could have gotten an advance on the job with Gaxton.
Yeah, if...
Maybe Pinky was smart enough to get an advance.
No good. He'd have to give it back to Gaxton if we weren't going to take the job.
Job? What job? There never was one. It was only Gaxton's way of getting us, setting us up for the knockout.
See that car alongside. Look out, there's a gun! Hey! Hey! Stop! Stop! He's been shot! Oh, help me! Help me! My husband's been shot!
When did the doctor say he'd let you out of the hospital, Murchison?
I could have gone out yesterday afternoon, but I didn't want to leave.
Not without police protection, Lieutenant. Remember just yesterday when we talked to you, you said it was a publicity stunt? 20 minutes later, Harry had a bullet in his shoulder.
Lucky thing that bullet wasn't a few inches over.
All right, I was wrong. I admit it.
Hey, he admits it. Guy has to get nearly killed before he gets any notice from the cops.
Okay, you want police protection, you got it.
What about Gaxton? You're going to pick him up?
And lose my job? We haven't got a thing on him.
Oh, here we go again.
Hey, Harry! Harry, Emma, take a look at those newspapers. You've got coverage in every one. Front page. Mystic Reed's mind gets shot. Oh, and here, look at this one. Mind of killer unmasked by seer.
We saw all the papers, Pinky.
Oh, yeah, sure you saw them. But do you know what this means?
It means some nut is trying to kill me. That's what it means.
I don't think it was you he was after, Harry. I'm certain that it's Madam here who's being hunted.
Who's this?
Oh, Pinky, I'd like you to meet Lieutenant...
McCloskey, Edward McCloskey.
Mr. Shears, our agent.
How do you do? Now, Mr. Shears, you started to say something and you were interrupted. Something like, you know what it means.
Yeah, but I was going to tell my clients that I have been simply deluged with offers. Folks, if I could just get you out of that Gaxton deal, I could get you 3 times what he offered.
Don't worry about Gaxton, Pinky. We wouldn't work for him if he gave us Fort Knox.
We haven't signed anything and we won't.
Oh, great. Then I've got a job for you. Starts tonight.
Pinky, hold it.
What?
We're not working for anyone. We just want to get away.
I don't get it.
Look, just say we're allergic to getting killed. Someone's out to get us. He missed the first time. Maybe the second time his aim will improve.
With police protection, what could hurt you? And the fact that there are cops around makes it even better. You know, authentic. It's a natural.
No.
Wait a minute. I want you to take the job.
What?
Take it. It's the best thing you could do. The killer, if there is a killer.
So we have to go through all this all over again.
Okay. The killer will want to have another chance at you. He must be worried that you know something about him. I'll give you complete coverage, and when he makes his try, we'll be there to nab him.
So I'm to be the bait in your mousetrap, Lieutenant.
Can you give me a better plan?
Oh, do it, Emma. Harry, I tell you, it's a great idea.
Oh, spoken like a true agent, Pinky. You've got nothing to lose, not even your 10%. Well, what do you say, Harry?
Well, all right.
Good.
Why not? Better than going around wondering when it was going to happen. This way, it'll force it.
When do we start, Pinky?
Tonight.
The bait is ready for the trap, Lieutenant. Better be sure you're ready to capture the rat.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an element of danger lurking here tonight. The great Madame Darazoum has, through her incredible psychic vision, uncovered a killer. This killer has not been apprehended. Madame Darazoum is the only one in the world who can point the finger at him, and he will try to prevent this at any cost. Please notice that my right arm is in a sling. The killer fired at Madame in a moving taxi just 36 hours ago. Fortunately, I was able to keep Madame Darazoum from harm. And now, friends, the one, the only, the incomparable Madame Darazoum. Oh, you were a smash, Emma.
Yeah, well, I'm exhausted. The strain was just too much. But he didn't show.
I was watching all through the act. I didn't feel he would, actually. Not through the performance.
Police all around?
Yeah, street clothes, all trying to look like customers. Hey, you know who came in while you were doing the last reading?
Gaxton.
Right. I didn't want to let on to you for fear you'd get nervous and blow the act. But you were blindfolded.
I felt him enter. He sat way in the back near the exit.
That's right. The human radar was working tonight.
Yes. Something else. I felt a warning, a flash of danger. And it's still there.
Look, Emma, the lieutenant's still around. All his men, too. Gaxton wouldn't try anything.
No, I suppose not. I just can't help feeling.
Yes?
It's Lieutenant McCloskey. May I come in?
Oh, sure, Lieutenant. Come in.
Ah, thanks. Good show tonight, Madame.
Thanks.
All tricks, nothing supernatural, but a good show.
What do you know, Lieutenant? She knew that Gaxton was in the audience tonight, even though she was blindfolded.
Amazing.
Okay. I won't try to convince you again.
Gaxton was spoken to and asked to leave immediately after the performance. I sent a man with him to keep him company.
Oh, thanks, Lieutenant. I can breathe easier now.
Yes?
Is Madame Darazoum there? Harry, I don't want to see anybody. Get rid of her.
Leave it to me. I'm sorry, but Madame Darazoum was tired after her...
Well, I'd better be rounding up my men and getting out of here.
Thanks for your attention, Lieutenant.
Look, we'll have a man stationed at the hotel for the next couple of days, or at least until we feel you'll both be safe.
I appreciate that.
Emma, this dame out there, she's from the trade papers. Wants to do a short interview.
Well, tell her to come to the hotel tomorrow.
No time. Has to have it tonight. The deadline's tonight.
Oh, all right. I'll keep it short. Send her in.
Come in, Miss,
Mrs. Rossard. Mrs. Owen Rossard.
How do you do, Mrs. Rossard? Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Well, I'll be going along now. Speak with you tomorrow.
Thanks, Lieutenant, for all you've done.
I think I'll walk out with you, Lieutenant. Be back in a minute, Madame Darazoum.
Now, what can I do for you, Mrs. Rossard?
You can die, Madame Darazoum. What? Don't you know me? You addressed your remarks to me just a few short days ago. Perhaps this opal brooch will refresh your memory, and this gun will wipe out the picture forever.
No, wait. Look, you won't get away. The place is full of police.
Oh, they're all gone now. The lieutenant was the last one here. His car was waiting outside. He'll be gone, too.
Please, I know nothing about you. I had a brief, cloudy picture. That's past, gone from my mind.
Too late. You know too much. You know I killed my stepmother for her money. She'd lived too long, the miserly old witch. And now I shall kill you, so you won't be able to tell the world.
No, you'll be caught. You'll go to prison.
They'll just send me back to that place. You see, I have a record of mental illness, so I can kill and get away with it. Now, die, Madame Doran!
The doctor says the wounds were both superficial. You'll be out of here inside of a week.
Looks like you and I are playing more time in hospitals than on the boards.
Oh, I think our trouble is over. They got that Rossett dame and she's back in the sanitarium. For good this time. Oh, and I didn't tell you.
What?
We're out of a job again. Seems we caused too much excitement.
Sounds like the story of our lives. That must be the doctor. Said he'd be around to see me. Come in.
Mr. Gaxton.
Still afraid of me?
No. I'm sorry about that. You see, we...
Water over the dam, no hard feelings. What I want to know is, have you spoken to your agent, Mr. Shears?
No.
Oh, then you haven't signed the new contract I've had drawn up for you? But no buts. I want your act. And the contract will run for 2 years with options for renewal, twice the money, and no cancellation clause. What do you say?
In all her predictions, her projections into the future, Madame Darazoum had not seen even the hazy outlines of her own life and future career. Now it was being presented to her in rosy detail by a man whom she had doubted and feared. She would have been the first to acknowledge the fallibility of her divining. I'll return shortly. In Deuteronomy 18:19, the Bible warns us again. There shall not be found among you anyone that useth divination, a soothsayer, or an enchanter, or a sorcerer, or a charmer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. But despite these warnings, there are many in the world who cannot resist the temptation to delve into the unknown. Our cast included Terry Keane, Jackson Beck, Arnold Stang, Bryna Rayburn, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Clamps, please. Good. Face your scalpel. Swab, please. Clamps.
How'd it go, Brian?
No problem.
Finally got in touch with Mr. Clay's daughter-in-law. She and her husband are on their way into the hospital, breathing fire.
About what?
Well, they felt they should have been consulted about the operation before it happened.
Simple appendix. Why not? Dr. Marshall. Yes, Dr. Schaefer. What? Respiratory failure. Why didn't you tell me sooner? No, I'll be right up.
Mr. Clay?
Yes.
What?
I don't know. Secondary result of the operation, perhaps.
Oh, poor Tom. His first.
It could be his last. I just have a miserable hunch your brother and I are in for a rough time.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of all the sounds in the universe, perhaps nothing stirs the imagination more deeply than the sounds of the sea. People who have never crossed an ocean can still be transported in a walk along the beach, skirting the lapping tides, or standing high on the rocks with the waves crashing below. There's an eerie quality about the sea, and it conjures strange visions in any mind that is ready to receive them. Our story concerns the spell cast by the sea.
Where is your son, Mrs. Desmond? Why, he's in bed, and I hope fast asleep. You hear that? Yes. Foghorn is a lonely sound. It's a lonely sound for women like you and me. Stop trying to frighten me. There's still plenty of time. Time for what? To take your son away from here. Take him away and guard him with your life.
Our mystery drama, What Happened to Mrs. Forbush, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Patricia Wheel and Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This story takes place at Captain's Cove on the shores of New England. Bert and Marjorie Desmond are inspecting a picturesque old house on a bluff overlooking the sea. They're city people, and in the past they have spent their vacations at mountain resorts or in dry desert places considered beneficial for the health of their son. But this year it's different, and they're getting more intrigued by the minute as Mr. Smith, the rental agent, shows them around.
Oh, Bert, the view and the window seat. I haven't seen one like this since my grandmother's house when I was a child.
I'm more interested in all these carved pieces over here. What do you call this stuff?
Scrimshaw.
Oh, yes. The things sailors made when they had time on their hands.
Old Captain had quite a collection. Most of it's over to the museum.
What can you tell me about this ship model? A schooner, isn't it?
Yeah, that'd be Captain Forbush's ship, Desdemona. Sank, with all hands aboard.
Oh, Mr. Smith, is that an island I see way out there?
Nope, that's Dead Man's Rock.
Oh, what a gruesome name. Was it the scene of a shipwreck?
Well, I understand some fella got murdered on that rock. Don't rightly know the circumstances, but there is an island further on out, known as Hiram's Hideaway. Said to be the place old Captain Forbush took himself off to when he wanted to get away from his wife. Good fishing.
I'll have to look into that.
Oh, Bert, are you sure we really want to take this house?
Let's see the rest of it.
There's a fine old staircase.
Beautiful railing. I don't think it's been dusted in years.
This house has been closed up most of the time. That's why it's such a bargain.
Is there anything wrong with it?
Nope. Tight as a drum. And a real historic monument. Now, you take this room.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've never slept in a four-poster bed.
Oh, boy, it's a big one, too.
And this door leads to a veranda.
Oh, my. This porch goes all the way around the house.
It always does in a captain's place of residence. A trademark, you might say.
Why, sure. This is what you call a widow's walk.
Yeah. No doubt Miss Forbush did her share of pacing when the captain was away.
Well, no pacing for me, thank you. My husband has a desk job. What do you think, Bert?
About the house?
Yes. In a strange way, I've fallen in love with it. But I'm wondering...
Wonder no more. We're going right into that room I already call my study and sign a lease for the summer.
Bert.
Glad you've come to life. You haven't said a word since we left the cove. I thought you were asleep.
No. I've been thinking. And worrying.
Worrying?
About Robbie.
Robbie? I can hardly wait to get his reaction when he sees where he's going to spend the summer.
Bert, maybe we've made a mistake.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. That long, deserted beach and those rocks, it's a dangerous place for a boy.
You'll have a ball.
But it's not like any place we've ever stayed before. Have you forgotten how much of Robbie's life he's had to spend in bed?
I haven't forgotten. But that's all over. The doctor said so. He said it was time Robbie started doing the things boys his age like to do.
Not dangerous things. Bert, we're going to spend 3 months by the ocean.
You bet we are. And the sea air will be good for all of us.
Only, Bert, Robbie's never learned to swim.
Well, Robbie, what do you think of it?
Oh, man. This house is twice as good as you said it was.
I didn't remember it was so musty. The place needs airing. I'm going to open some windows.
Dad, who's the old guy in the picture?
Why, that must be Hiram Forbush, the sea captain who built this house.
He sure has a lot of red whiskers.
He sure does. You know, they knew how to paint pictures back in those days. Watch this, Rob. Walk over here and see how his eyes follow you. Sort of as though he was looking at everything you did.
It's spooky. You think he's a ghost?
Oh, come on, son. You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No.
Well, I'll let you in on a secret. I think your mother does.
Mom believes in ghosts.
Sometimes.
Oh, Pop.
What's all this about ghosts?
I'm teaching Rob to be the man of the house, so he can look after you when I'm gone.
Hey, I want to go to the beach.
Well, you can if your father goes with you.
Not right now. I have some things to do.
I'd go, only it's time to think about getting dinner ready.
I can go alone.
Sure you can.
Oh, no, Bert, not the first time.
First time for everything. And speaking of first times, how about that?
It's so strange to hear a telephone in a house like this.
Glad there have been some improvements since the captain's day. Guess I better find out who it is.
Pop said I could go to the beach.
Now, Robbie, I want you to be very, very careful. Follow that little path and watch your step climbing down the bluff.
Mom, I'm not a baby.
And don't stay away too long. Do you have your jacket?
Oh, Mom.
I'll be watching you from this window.
Damn.
Why, what's the matter?
That phone call from the office. Wouldn't you know they're having a crisis and they want me back?
Oh, no, Bert, we just got here. You're on your vacation.
Won't be gone long. Just for the day to help get things straightened out.
Oh, but it's a 4-hour trip.
I know. I'll have to start very early tomorrow morning. And I guess I better spend tomorrow night in the city.
But you promised that first thing tomorrow you'd see about swimming lessons for Robbie. It was a part of our bargain.
I know, honey, but it's just a matter of putting it off for a day.
Oh, you've said that before.
As soon as I get back, we'll go over to the beach club and make arrangements for swimming lessons. And we'll meet some people so that you'll know the neighbors, and Robbie will have someone to play with.
Robbie, dear, what were you doing on those big rocks today?
Just throwing stones in the water. Mom, I can make them skip real good.
I thought I'd asked you not to climb on those rocks unless someone was with you.
I only climbed a little way.
Well, no more climbing, young man, until your father gets back.
But he's been gone for 3 whole days.
Well, he's coming tomorrow. And we're going to let him know how well we've been getting along. Go to sleep now. I'm going out on the porch to watch the moon come up.
Mommy, you promised to open the window very wide so I can hear the sound of the water?
Yes, dear. The weather's changing. I can scarcely see the beam of the lighthouse. It's getting all misty. And don't be frightened if you hear the foghorn.
I like that sound. Night.
Good night, dear. Good evening. Is someone there?
I always
always stroll the veranda on a foggy evening.
Well, there is someone. Who are you?
I am Lavinia Forbush, and I presume you are the lady who is staying in my house?
Why, I guess it was your house. Only I'm staying here now. My name is Marjorie Desmond.
Didn't they tell you, Mrs. Desmond, that I never left this house? It belongs to me.
Belonged to you, Mrs. Forbush. Now it belongs to a man who lives in Boston.
Ah, he thinks he owns it. No one will ever take my place in this house. Come, let's walk this way. Ah, the fog is creeping over Dead Man's Rock. Just the way it was that night.
No, I'm getting rather cold. I think I'll go inside.
Poor soul, you need a fine shawl like mine to keep you warm.
It looks like a lovely old paisley. Won't you come inside where it's warm? We could have a cup of tea.
No, indeed, Mrs. Desmond. I only set foot in my house when it becomes necessary to get something I want. I'll stay right here where I always stay, keeping my vigil.
But the fog is closing in. Really, Mrs. Forbush, I must go in.
Oh, how thoughtless of me. The damp night air must have chilled you to the bone. Here, let me put my shawl around your shoulders.
What about you?
Oh, I no longer feel the cold as I once did. My, it is grand to have a woman to talk to once more. Mrs. Desmond, my captain was a bold and adventurous man. He brought me precious gems from India, from Persia, and from China. Oh, dear Mrs. Desmond, you must not make my mistake. You must take your most cherished possessions and leave my house.
Oh, but I have no jewels, Mrs. Forbush.
Oh, dear lady, you have the greatest jewel of all, a son. How old is your boy, Mrs. Desmond?
Robbie's 9.5.
Just the age of my Jason, a most dangerous age.
I know. I worry about him.
And well, you might. What happened to me is history. And history has a way of repeating.
Really, I don't think I want it.
You will listen to me.
Please.
My Jason, oh, he was a strapping lad who helped me with the chores around the house. And when Hiram's ship was in, the boy spent hours talking to the sailors, learning how to tie knots and carve those intricate things from bone and bits of wood.
My Robbie would like that.
And then one day, when Jason was 9 years old, his father came to me and said, I'm taking the boy on a journey. It is time he began to learn the ways of men.
Why, Bert said something like...
Too soon, I said, too soon. But my Hiram was a very determined man, and when he made up his mind, there was no stopping him. It's only a short journey, he told me. We are taking the Desdemona to the Caribbees, and Jason will go with me. I watched through the spyglass until the ship was far enough at sea to hoist the big sail which caught the wind. You do know what happened, don't you, Mrs. Desmond?
Don't tell me any more.
I must, if you would save your boy. Late that evening, the fog closed in the way it has now. And then began the long days and the lonely nights. Where is your son, Mrs. Desmond?
Why, he's in bed, and I hope fast asleep.
You hear that?
Yes. Foghorn is a lonely sound.
It's a lonely sound for women like you and me when we've lost.
Stop trying to frighten
There's
me.
still plenty of time.
For what?
To take your son away from here. Take him away and guard him with your life.
A foghorn is a lonely sound. And a ghost-ridden house by the sea is an unsettling place for a woman who is worried about her son. Perhaps in the light of day, when her husband returns, Marjorie will be able to shake her fears. On the other hand, suppose Mrs. Forbush is really trying to tell her something. We'll find out more shortly when I return with Act 2. If you're afraid of what the future has in store, perhaps you look to the past for guidance. But Marjorie Desmond has had a strange encounter with the past, which only bolsters the fears she already has for her son. Is it possible that a ghostly presence from a former time can prevent or promote an impending disaster? Marjorie's husband has returned from his business trip, and we'll soon find out how he feels about what's going on.
Bert, it's so good to have you back.
Way longer than I expected. But I've only been gone a few days. Same old thing. You should be used to it by now.
But this time it was different. I mean, this place...
Well, now, tell me what you and Robbie have been up to.
Bert, I want to show you something.
Hey, where did you get that paisley shawl? I like it.
So do I. It has such nice mellow colors.
Where did you find it? In the old captain's sea chest?
No. It was given to me.
Well, that's a nice gift. Who's been around while I was gone?
You're not going to believe this.
Well, let me guess. It was given to you, only it wasn't really a present. You had to pay some enormous sum for it, and now you're afraid to tell me how much it cost.
No, Bert. And I know you won't believe me.
I won't believe you if you say Captain Forbush came to the door and said, "My dear Mrs. Desmond, please let me in. I've returned from a long and tiresome journey, and it would please me very much if you would cook up some bacon and eggs."
No, Bert. It wasn't Captain Forbush.
I'm happy to hear that.
It was Mrs. Forbush.
What?
You're going to laugh. I know you won't understand, and I didn't either, only it happened.
For heaven's sake, Marge, what happened?
It was a foggy night.
You sure? Spooks always come out on foggy nights. Now tell me, where did you really get that shawl?
I got it from Mrs. Forbush.
Let's not play games. I'm tired.
She was there.
She was where?
On the widow's
Oh,
hall.
cut it out.
I talked to her, and she told me what happened to her husband.
Sure. Mr. Smith told us that. The captain was lost at sea.
But Jason...
Who in heck is Jason?
Their son.
Oh, Marge, will you please talk sense? Now, where did you get that shawl?
I told you from Mrs. Forbush last night when we had a long talk.
Now, I've heard everything. Okay, it's a joke. And I do think it's pretty funny. We're living in a haunted house, so let's enjoy it. If you don't want to tell me where you found that thing, okay. I'll play your game. At least until tomorrow.
Don't you want to hear what she had to say?
I don't want to hear any more of this crazy story. Come to bed. And tomorrow we'll have a great big laugh over this whole thing. And maybe you'll remember where you really found that shawl.
That was the best picnic we ever had. Can we do it again tomorrow?
Well, not every day, Rob. Maybe tomorrow we'll go to the beach club.
I thought I might do some fishing.
Dad, can I go fishing with you?
Maybe we'll all go. How about it, Marge?
Count me out. You know how I feel.
I know. You like to eat the poor little critters, but it's cruel to catch them on those nasty hooks.
Well, it is.
Robbie and I may just go off and forget to come home.
Take your son away from here. Take him away and guard him with your life.
Well, honey, what's the matter? You look as if you'd seen a...
It's nothing, Bert, nothing. I just have to be alone for a minute.
Hey, Dad, where are all these things over here on the shelf?
That's called scrimshaw, Rob.
Scrim?
These are things that were made by sailors a long time ago. When they were on those sailing ships and the sea was calm, they didn't have much to do. So they carved pieces of bone or wood and painted shells.
I'll bet I could do that.
You'd have to learn how to use a knife.
Would you teach me, Dad?
It's bedtime, young man. Up the stairs.
If I was on a boat, I wouldn't be going up any old stairs.
I suppose you'd be climbing the ropes.
Or walking the gangplank.
No, I asked that fisherman today where he slept, and he said down below.
Unless you want to sleep in the cellar, the direction is up. Get going.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Nice day today, Marge. And I don't know when I've seen Robbie so happy.
Oh, he's certainly having a good time. And tomorrow when we go to the beach club, we can make arrangements to have him start taking swimming lessons.
I'm not sure they have regular classes.
Then we'll get him a private instructor.
Marjorie, I am perfectly capable of teaching him myself. I won a medal in college, remember?
Well, of course you're a good swimmer, Bert. And I thought... Oh, I suppose if Robbie had been well, you would have taught him long ago. But don't you think he'd learn more quickly now if an outside...
Hey, there's nothing wrong with his old man, is there, Marge?
I have to finish up the dishes. Let's talk about it when I'm through.
Robbie? Don't be frightened. I want to talk to you.
Is that you, Mom?
No, I'm the lady who lives here. My name is Mrs. Forbush.
Say, do you know the man with the red whiskers?
He is my husband.
Maybe you could tell me about that boat on the shelf downstairs and all those other things.
That ship was one of the proudest vessels to sail the seven seas, and Captain Forbush himself made that model.
Do you think it would sink if I tried to sail it?
Oh, you must never, never try.
Oh, my dad won't let me even touch that boat with the sails. But I can play with the other things. You know, the bones and the shells.
I know. And I brought you one that was a favorite of my son. He was just about your age. Now, do you have a candle I can light?
There is one over there in the bureau, but I could just turn on this light.
No need to waste electricity. I never had it in this house.
That doesn't look like a match to me.
A tinder box. Best thing in the world for striking a light. There. Now, Robbie, what do you think of this?
Wow. What a big shell.
This is for you, Robbie. To keep for Jason while he's away.
Where's he gone?
I'm hoping you will help me find him.
Oh, I'll be glad to help you. Because if he was here, we could climb the rocks together and explore that pirate's cave.
We'll look for him, Robbie. We'll look for him together. So now, if you will come with me...
I couldn't go anywhere without asking permission.
But this is my house, and I am giving you permission.
But I still couldn't go without asking.
Quickly, boy. Come on. Put on your clothes.
Mom! Mom! Dad!
What is it, Rob?
Why, Robbie, what are you doing with a candle burning? You know how dangerous...
I didn't light it, Mom. You tell them, Mrs. Where is she?
Where's who?
That lady, Mrs. Forbush. She was standing right there.
Oh, good Lord, not in here.
Rob, there's no one else in this room. You've been having a dream.
No, Dad. Honest, she was here. Look what you gave me.
Not you, too. Say, that's a very interesting shell. So where did you find it?
Dad, I didn't find it. Mrs. Forbush said it belonged to her son, and I could borrow it until he comes back.
That's a likely story. You can make up a better one than that.
But that's exactly what she said. I'm going to help her find him. And when he's here, we can play together down on the beach.
No, Robbie, dear, that's not possible.
You're both being impossible.
But the trouble is, we have to find Jason.
Oh, stop it, Robbie. I won't hear any more about this Jason. Rob, you got a dream. It seems very real. But now it's over. And tomorrow you'll have forgotten all about it.
But, Bert, what about the candle and the shell?
Well, there must be some reasonable explanation. But let's not think about it now. I'm blowing the candle out, and Robbie's going to sleep. Good night, son. You've been playing a joke on me, and I'll admit it's been a good one. You were very clever to get Robbie to go along with you. And I must say, he played his part well. But I can think of better games for a boy his age.
This was no game, Bert.
You didn't coach him to put on that act?
Of course I didn't.
Well, if it was a nightmare and he dreamed all those things about Mrs. Forbush and her mythical son, it was only because you filled his imagination full of stories.
I have never mentioned either Mrs. Forbush or Jason to Robbie.
Then there's a book about them somewhere around the house.
Well, if there is, I haven't seen it.
You must have had one of those imaginary conversations out loud, the way you do sometimes. And Robbie overheard you when you thought he was asleep.
Oh, Bert, I don't do that anymore, and I don't see how he could possibly have been listening the night I talked to Mrs. Forbush.
Marge, there is no Mrs. Forbush.
How would you know? You weren't here.
Honey, we're taking this whole thing too seriously. Mrs. Forbush lived nearly 200 years ago, so she can't be hanging around here now.
I suppose you're right.
That's my girl. Give us a smile.
Well, I'm trying.
Now repeat after me. No more conversations with Mrs. Forbush.
No more conversations with Lavinia Forbush.
Where'd you get that kooky first name?
Well, she told me.
Okay. No more conversations with Lavinia Forbush.
And what will we tell Robbie?
He's teaching me how to catch fish.
Oh, well, looks as though you bought out the store. But did you get my groceries?
Yep. Groceries are all right here. But hold off on the steak. We just may come back with something very special for the frying pan.
Look, Mom, my very own rod. Did you ever see one of these? This is a reel.
Yes, dear. It looks like a very nice reel. Where will you use it? Down at the wharf?
Nope. We're going to get Rob off to a really good start. I've rented a boat.
What kind of boat?
Oh, just a putt-putt. You know, one of those flat-bottom jobs with an outboard motor.
But you aren't going out to sea.
Sure. Well, look at it, Marge. Smooth as glass.
But only, what do you know about the tides and the currents?
Marge, we aren't planning a trip to China.
Where are you going?
To that island. It's so clear today, you can see it from here. Don't you worry about a thing. See? I bought him a life jacket, and he's going to wear it every minute of the time. We promise, don't we, Rob?
Sure, Pop.
Promise me you won't go far?
I told you, we're only going out to that island. But Mr. Smith said the fishing is good. What did he say the island's called?
Hiram's Hideaway.
Oh, yeah. Sorry I asked.
Have a good time.
If you stand on the porch with the binoculars, you can watch us most of the way.
Well, Mrs. Desmond, I'm sorry you did not heed my warning.
Oh, no, please don't come back.
I've not been away.
But I don't want to talk to you. It was bad enough that you upset me, but you had no right to bother my son.
It was you who interfered, Mrs. Desmond. You and your husband. You spoiled it all. I was trying to save your son before this happened.
Nothing has happened, Mrs. Forbush, and I won't let you alarm me anymore.
But you are alarmed, Mrs. Desmond, and well you might be. Why did you let him go? See, they are already out of sight. And if you don't act quickly, you'll never see either your husband or your son again.
This time it seems more likely that the predictions of the ghostly Mrs. Forbush may come true. Marjorie is a worrier, but after all, Bert is not a seasoned sailor, and Robbie can't swim. No, they're not setting off for China, but they are tempting fate. And it's too late to turn back now. I'll return shortly with Act 3. It is a calm and beautiful day at Captain's Cove. And it looks as though the fears of Marjorie Desmond were totally unfounded. Father and son have explored the island. A whole new world has opened up for a boy who has been housebound much of his life. And Bert is savoring the joys of feeling a new closeness to his son. It is late afternoon, and they're heading back reluctantly to the mainland.
Hey, Dad, can we do this every day? I'm going to catch a bigger one next time.
For a first try, you did very well. Maybe we can go deep sea fishing someday.
Maybe tomorrow. Could we?
Hey, we're doing all right with these smaller fellas. Flounder's good eating. You'll see.
I bet Mom will be surprised. We caught 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Dad, remember what you promised about that rock?
Oh, it's late, Rob. I think we better not.
But you promised, Dad. Honest, it'll only take a minute.
Well, I'm not sure I can get right up to the rock. The water's starting to get a bit choppy. Where was it you saw that piece of driftwood you wanted?
Up there, see? It looks just like a couple of deer's horns.
Otherwise known as antlers.
Only I'm going to turn it into whatever that other word is. Scrim, you know. Hey, stop the boat, Dad. It's right up there.
I can't just stop the boat, Rob. There's no place to anchor.
I could almost reach it if I stood on the seat.
Get down, young man. Now, what did I tell you? There's a tricky tide around here. You'll come back some other time.
Oh, but Dad, that piece of wood will be gone. Sometimes the waves go all over those rocks. I'll never find a piece like that one.
Oh, I'll try again. It's calmer over on this side.
Slow down some more, Dad.
There's no way to come in.
Like that flat place on the rock. You slow way down it, and then I'll jump off and get it.
Get your life jacket on tight?
Sure, Dad.
Okay, then. Be very, very careful. I'll idle the motor while you jump off. Grab your piece of driftwood and jump right back.
Here I
go. Uh-oh. The motor's died, and the boat's drifting. You stay right there, Rob, while I get it started.
Yes. I want to speak to someone at the boathouse down by the pier. The place where you rent boats to go fishing. Hello? Hello, this is Mrs. Desmond. My husband and son, are they there? No, they rented a boat from you this morning to go to the island. Well, I expected them back long before this, and I was afraid something might have happened. Well, I know it isn't late, but it is beginning to look stormy, and I can't see the island anymore. Could you send someone out to look for them? The Coast Guard Patrol? How do I reach them? No, thank you. I'll go to their station down on the beach.
No use going to the Coast Guard station, Mrs. Desmond. They've taken the cutter and gone in the other direction.
But Bert and Rob, I'm afraid they're in trouble.
They are in trouble, Mrs. Desmond. Out by Dead Man's Rock.
And we must send someone after them.
No one to send, unless we do it ourselves.
How can we?
I've done it before, and if the two of us pull together...
What are you talking about?
The rowboat over there. Can you handle an oar?
Well, once I knew how to row. I'm not sure that I...
Hurry, Mrs. Desmond. Before the storm sets in, I'm aboard.
Well, an old boat, why, it's half full of water.
No time to be choosy. You fit this oar in the lock while I shove off with the other one.
There's a hole in the bottom of this boat, Mrs. Forbush. This is madness. We'll never make it.
Pull, Mrs. Desmond. Pull.
The sea is getting rough.
Aye. A storm is brewing.
We must turn back.
Too late, Mrs. Desmond. Too late. We must fulfill our mission.
That rock seems further and further away.
Oh, Mrs. Desmond. Oh, your oar.
It's no use, Mrs. Forbush. We're going to sink.
Stay away from that warning bell.
The boat is sinking, Mrs. Forbush. It's going straight to the bottom. We'll
have to swim for it. Swim for the boy. Save yourself, Mrs. Denson. I don't know how to swim. I've got hold of it. This is Forbush. This is Forbush. Help! Help!
Stay right there, Rob, until I can get closer. I can't seem to get this darn motor started.
Hello?
Who are you?
Hiram Forbush, at your service.
Captain Forbush?
Are you in difficulty?
Can't seem to get this stupid motor started.
Give me wind and sails anytime.
But they're not going to help me now. My son and I...
Your boy over yonder?
Yes. I should never have let him off on the rock.
Dead Man's Rock's a dangerous place to be. But one of my men will get him.
I'll be very grateful for anything you can do. We have to get home. Couldn't you put us to shore in a rowboat?
Can't spare the men to take down a longboat. My only rowboat was most rotted away. So I left it back on the beach.
Well, there must be some way. I'll pay you very well.
All the money I want is out where we're going. And we can't stay around here any longer. So climb aboard and...
No, I'll take my boy back in this boat and someone else will come along. Or they'll send the Coast Guard to look for us.
You won't last long in that thing. There's a storm coming up.
Then please, send up some kind of a signal, a flare, a rocket, or...
Shoot off a cannon and rouse the whole town? No need for that. We're not in any trouble.
But we are. My son and I. You know how it is. I believe you have a son.
I always wanted a son. Fine boy, this one. Just the right age for a first trip before the mast. Well, I'm giving you your last chance.
Cousin Forbush, let's be sensible. I have obligations to meet.
Sounds to me as though you have a guilty conscience. Lively with the sheets, man. She's coming about. Up with the sails and dead ahead.
Come around to the side, Rob, and jump!
Daddy, I'm scared!
Jump, Rob! Jump! That's it, Rob! Hey, dog paddle! The jacket will hold you up. Here, son. Grab my fishing pole.
I got it.
Good boy. Hang on. That's it. Now, get hold of the side of the boat.
Dad, I lost my stick.
Oh, forget it. Easy now. Gotcha. Are you all right?
Okay, Dad. Boy. Did you see what I was doing? I was swimming.
Not quite. Here, Rob. Use some of these rags to dry off. I'm going to try this motor one more time.
Wow! You made it!
God, everything's going to be all right.
Hey, Dad. Think sometime we could get a sailboat?
I'd rather not think about this just now, Robbie. We've had a close call.
Then maybe we could sail off.
Robbie, no more. We're lucky.
Dad, I hear someone calling.
Well, let's not let our imagination get...
Help! Over there, Dad. By that thing standing up in the water. Help!
Good Lord. There's someone clinging to the buoy. Marge, are you warm enough?
Never felt better.
Now, Marge, if you feel up to it, will you please tell us what in the name of heaven you were trying to do?
I started out in a rowboat.
That rickety old rowboat that was down on the beach?
Oh, yes. Did you know it was there? I hadn't seen it before.
That boat must have been 100 years old. Why did you...
I can't explain what was going on in my mind.
Or at least you wouldn't understand. You see, I had this awful premonition that something terrible was going to happen to both of you, and that I must row out as far as that rock to save you. Well, the boat sank, and mercifully there was that buoy, and then you came along. Please don't ask me any more questions, because now that you're both safe, all those crazy notions I had are gone forever. But something did happen, didn't it, Bert?
Something happened, all right. We were starting back when the motor conked out. And you won't believe this, Marge, but suddenly everything was deathly still. And out of nowhere came this big old ship, like the one on the model over there. That's right, isn't it, Rob?
Oh, Dad.
And over the rail leaned that face with the cold blue eyes and the bristling red beard. None other than Captain Hiram Forbush.
Oh, you're being mean, Bert, but I guess I deserve this. Go on.
You don't believe me, do you, Marge? But I tell you, there he was, big as life. I begged him to take us back to shore, but he said he was heading for the Caribbees. He had Robbie up on the deck while I was trying to start the motor. And then that sailing ship started to take off. And I looked up, and that's when I yelled to Bobby to jump.
Hey, Dad, that's the best story I ever heard. Now can I tell Mom what really happened?
What really happened?
You see, Mom, it was like this. I saw this piece of wood like antlers on that big rock. And I'm going to make something out of it. You know, some of that scrim stuff. And I begged Dad to let me get it. So he slowed down the boat and I jumped off.
Oh, that was dangerous, Rob.
Well, it would have been all right, except the motor conked out and the boat was drifting away. So I had to jump in the water, or I'd still be on that rock. And oh, Mom, I was scared. But I almost swam.
A swimming lesson for you tomorrow, Robbie. I promise.
Mom, you tell me something, please?
Yes, dear.
What happened to Mrs. Forbush?
Well, Robbie, why do you ask a question like that?
I've been worried about her. She drowned, didn't she?
Yes, Robbie. She drowned. But that was a long, long time ago.
What happened to Mrs. Forbush was not as important as what happened to the Desmonds. A possessive mother learned she must loosen the bonds with which she held her only child, or live in an ever-present nightmare of fear. And a self-centered father discovered that if he neglected his wife and son, he ran the risk of losing them. Such lessons are learned and sometimes forgotten in strange and frightening ways. I'll be back shortly. The ghost of Mrs. Forbush has been laid to rest. But the captain, since no trace of his ship was ever found, you may see the Desdemona sometime off in the mists on a foggy day. The sights and sounds of the restless ocean stir something deep within the soul. There are countless tales to be told of the sea. We'll look for some, to bring them along with other probings into those things which touch the dark and mysterious recesses of the human mind. Our cast included Patricia Wheel, Gordon Gould, Billy Lou Watt, Mary Jane Higby, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
There's a test, Benny. A test that can determine whether or not there was ever blood in that knife of yours. Ever. Understand?
Yeah. So what?
Well, I intend to make that test in court tomorrow. If it's negative, the jury will know that you didn't kill Kenneth Archer.
Oh, I don't understand that kind of stuff.
I'm not asking you to understand. If you stab that man, a jug full of chemical is going to turn pink, and you can kiss your freedom goodbye. But there's something else. If you ever cut anybody with that knife, even yourself, that chemical will turn pink. So I want you to tell me now. Was there ever blood on that knife?
No, it was brand new. I never cut nothing with it. I'm telling you the truth.
All right, Benny. We'll see how true it is. We'll give that knife a bath tomorrow. And God help us both if you lied to me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.